By following the lead of beavers and building on what they've built, scientists believe we can improve our own resilience to wildfires.
It's only very recently that we've really seriously thought about the fact that beavers are preserving thousands of kilometers squared of area during wildfire.
To do that, they need to know where the beavers are, which for decades has meant mapping each beaver dam manually.
It can be thousands and thousands of beaver dams in a single watershed. So this was massively time consuming. We need to be more nimble than that as scientists. So what we're doing now and what my lab is really interested in is using artificial intelligence to find where are these beaver ponds.
With 100 lines of code, she has created a computer that can detect beaver dams. When it makes mistakes, it learns from those mistakes.
It's surprising how fast the machine can learn sometimes. The model's getting smarter and smarter and better at finding the beavers.
Now, what used to take a month can take minutes. And with wildfires becoming more frequent, there is no time to waste.
Beavers are their own kind of fire managers, but we do fire mitigation work too. So it's really important to know where the beaver ponds are so that we can build off of what they've already done. We can't do that if we don't know where the beavers are.
Brad Hicks reporting.
And on top of all of that, they're cute too. Brad, thank you. We might not ever know why the chicken crossed the road, but what about an ostrich? This 7-foot-tall bird stopped traffic in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, after escaping from a trailer. Some Good Samaritans eventually coaxed him out of the road using some food. Animal control says the ostrich was not hurt and was eventually returned to his owner. Thanks so much for kicking off your Friday with Early Today and ending the work week with us. I'm Frances Rivera. Hope you have a great weekend, a long one too. I'll be back here if you're up early and joining me Early Today on Labor Day. A tale of two interviews in the race for the White House. Kamala Harris sits down for her first major interview since becoming the Democratic nominee, while Donald Trump talks one-on-one with NBC. We're live with the big takeaways, plus new polls overnight showing what's driving Vice President Harris's surge in the polls. New fallout in the death of Matthew Perry, the doctor charged in connection to the fatal overdose, set to face a judge in just hours after reaching a plea deal. A crackdown on crime tourism. At least 6 people arrested in a scheme to steal millions. How they operated like a concierge service for criminals visiting America from abroad. Holiday headache. Strong storms set to throw a wrench in Labor Day travel. Our meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the trouble spots before you hit the road. And when it comes to beavers, giving a dam could be a key to a better future. How artificial intelligence can help nature's engineers fight disasters like floods and wildfires. It's Friday, August 30th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. Happy Friday. I'm Frances Rivera. We begin with the state of the 2024 race for the White House. New polling out overnight from Reuters and Ipsos shows Vice President Harris leading among registered voters. And 73% of registered Democratic voters say they are more excited about voting in November since Kamala Harris entered the race. NBC's Alice Barr joins us now from D.C. Good morning, Alice. The vice president and her running mate just sat down for their first TV interviews. So what did we learn from them?
Good morning, Francis. This had a lot of significance because the vice president had been facing growing pressure to detail her policy positions. She was asked about why some of those positions on key issues have shifted.
My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed. I spent 2 terms as the Attorney General of California prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, violations of American laws regarding the illegal passage of guns, drugs, and human beings across our border. My values have not changed.
Vice President Harris also spoke about how she's open to appointing a Republican to her cabinet if she's elected.
You had a lot of Republican speakers at the convention. Will you appoint a Republican to your cabinet?
Yes, I would.
Anyone in mind?
Yes, I would. No one in particular in mind. We got 68 days to go with this election, so I'm not putting the cart before the horse. But I would. I think it's really important. I have spent my career inviting diversity of opinion. I think it's important to have people at the table when some of the most important decisions are being made.
Last night, the Republican nominee, former President Trump, spoke one-on-one with NBC's Dasha Burns, the former president announcing first to NBC News a new policy proposal on fertility treatments.
Under the Trump administration, we are going to be paying for that treatment. So we are paying for that treatment, or we're going, for all Americans that get it, all Americans that need it. So we're going to be paying for that treatment, or we're going to be mandating that the insurance company pay.
In a statement, the Harris campaign says Donald Trump's own platform could effectively ban IVF and abortion nationwide. Former President Trump did not give any specifics on how he would pay for this plan based on data from 2022. It could cost nearly $8 billion annually. Francis?
Alice Barforce. Alice, thank you. New this morning, Donald Trump has asked a federal court to intervene in his New York hush money case. The former president is hoping to overturn his felony conviction or delay his sentencing, which is scheduled for next month. The case was tried in a state court. Trump's lawyers now arguing that the Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity means the case did not belong there. On May 30th, Mr. Trump was convicted of 34 counts of falsifying business records related to a hush money payment to porn actress Stormy Daniels. Turning overseas, Ukrainian military morale suffered a major blow after one of the country's top fighter pilots was killed. Aaron McLaughlin has the latest.
The Ukrainian Air Force announced a newly arrived F-16 fighter jet crashed during the massive Russian missile attack on Monday, killing top Ukrainian pilot Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Mess. Known by his call sign Moonfish, he spoke to NBC News months into the war.
It was the most intense at the very first couple of days.
The cause of the crash is under investigation as the deadly game of who blinks first continues, with Russia gaining ground in Ukraine's east, while Ukraine takes more land in the Russian region of Kursk.
The Russian border is a straight shot that way.
This week, we visited the Ukrainian city of Sumy, less than 20 miles from the Russian border. Now the staging ground for Ukraine's historic invasion. Putin has said Russia has no borders. This Ukrainian officer says, now we've shown we can enter Russian territory. We spoke with the Ukrainian commander inside Russia. NBC News is withholding his name at the military's request for security purposes.
Are you gaining ground?
Yes, little by little, he says. He tells us they've been given strict instructions as to how to interact with Russian civilians. We were told to help them as much as we can, he says.
Every 2 hours, you hear some explosions.
Across Sumy, resident Irina Olyanitska says she wants more help from the West.
The support should be stronger. You make negotiations with the Russians today, they're gonna kill you tomorrow.
Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News, Sumy, Ukraine.
One of the doctors charged with supplying ketamine to actor Matthew Perry will appear in court in Los Angeles today. Dr. Mark Chavez has agreed to plead guilty to one count of conspiracy to distribute ketamine. Chavez allegedly prescribed ketamine to a second doctor who sold it to Perry's personal assistant. That assistant injected Perry with ketamine 3 times the day he died. The beloved Friends actor died of an overdose in late October. A total of 5 people have been indicted over his death. Rough weather may complicate a busy travel rush. AAA estimates that domestic travel this Labor Day weekend will be up nearly 10% from last year. And the TSA's plans to screen about 17 million flyers. But as our Priscilla Thompson reports, severe storms may get in the way.
Massive tornadoes tearing through the Dakotas. Dozens of freight cars flung off the tracks in North Dakota after 5 reported twisters slammed the region.
Off the window.
The treacherous weather moving in just as millions are eager to get out. You're leaving today. Why?
Definitely because Fridays already are chaotic and then a 3-day weekend.
But harrowing moments in the sky Wednesday after this United Airlines flight hit severe turbulence.
I wasn't sure if we were going down, honestly. It was very scary.
1 person hospitalized and 6 others injured, officials say, after that Chicago-bound plane was forced to land in Memphis.
It was pretty intense, actually. I saw one of the ladies that hit the roof and then landed on top of me and the other passengers.
The long weekend also off to a bumpy start in Denver. A packed terminal after a mechanical issue shut down trains between concourses for hours.
You couldn't get on and you couldn't get off once you did get on.
And the headaches may not be over yet. Millions are under threat of severe storms through the weekend, which could impact airport hubs in 7 major cities as TSA prepares to screen more than 17 million passengers. There's good news for those hitting the road, though. Gas prices are down 50 cents from a year ago.
Hey, Priscilla, thanks. Let's get now to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman for a look at your Labor Day forecast. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, Francis. And we are looking at the chance for some showers and storms. It's all due to a long stretching cold front that will be moving across the country. Today, we could see some strong storms in the state of Michigan, but notice the eastern half of the nation could see dotted with showers and storms as we go throughout this Friday, especially where you see those darker colors. That's where we could see some heavy rain as well. It's going to lead to the chance for some flash flooding. One spot would be along the Gulf Coast. So we do have the threat for wind, hail, and also some flash flooding. Likely delays in the air in Detroit, also St. Louis, Houston. You could see some delays as well. Possible delays in places like Dallas, New Orleans, Charlotte, Orlando, Tampa, Miami. So a lot of the major hubs could see some delays on this Friday. Now, if you're driving today, we're going to see some slowdowns on the roads, especially across I-10, where we're going to see flooding rains over the next several days along the Gulf Coast and could see some storms again in portions of the Great Lakes. So as we head towards Monday, the unofficial end of summer holiday washout across the south, also the southeast. Localized flash flooding once again in places like the Carolinas. Could see some localized flash flooding also in portions of the south. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at temperatures in the 90s. It's a hot one in the south. The heat does continue there. Could see some showers and storms as well. We're looking at places like San Antonio, 94, 90s also in southern Texas. And then it's going to be a cool day in New England. All right, that's your Friday forecast.
Okay, thanks so much, Michelle.
Sure.
Early today is back in a minute with what's driving the Dow to new highs and the crackdown on the suspects accused of playing concierge to a crime tourism ring, how they used tourist visas in a scheme to steal millions.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good news for anyone on the hunt for a new home, but first, Wall Street is looking to head into the holiday weekend on a high note. The Dow jumped over 240 points yesterday, hitting a new record high. Here to break down the numbers for us is CNBC's Arabila Gamede. Good morning, Arabila.
Yeah, good morning, Francis. Look, that uptick has actually been very phenomenal. At the beginning of August, we actually saw a big drawdown actually across all the major stocks across the world. Why? Because we had jobs numbers out of the United States that pointed what seemed like a slightly more bleak picture actually for the month, and the anticipation then was that the Federal Reserve would have to cut interest rates quite significantly, as much as 50 basis points in one go, maybe even have an emergency meeting. But that wasn't the case. The rest of the month saw calmness kind of be restored, and you saw a gradual uptick begin to come into play, and if so much so that actually the market reversed its losses then for the month of August. So the Dow Jones Industrial managing to move up 500 points in the whole month of August, so much so that it actually gained and hit a new record high. It was the 25th record high for the Dow Jones Industrial then as well. Unfortunately, on the other side, though, you did see the NASDAQ, which actually has a lot of the tech companies, that actually fell off around 0.5%. We do have one more trading day, of course, to go, but so far it doesn't look too good for the NASDAQ composite. On the other side, though, the 30-year bond yield, well, that's actually drawn down now to 6.35%. And this is very interesting because, of course, that had been very expensive then for consumers as you tried to renegotiate some of your loan phases as well. Then the consumer having struggled with high interest rates and a high inflation environment, one had wondered whether you'd see more weakness coming through for consumer spending. But actually, things look to be getting better for the consumer, Francis.
Hey, that's the way to start a Friday and end the work week. Arabile, thank you. Now to the crackdown on crime tourism. Federal authorities charge a group suspected in over 100 burglaries and thefts across the country, employing thieves who come from South America on short-term visas. Steve Patterson has the story.
The alleged masterminds behind a multi-million-dollar crime tourism ring that targeted cities across the country, charged by federal authorities.
This group essentially acted as a linchpin for South American crime tourists who wanted to come to our country, take advantage of our liberties to steal from the American people.
Officials say Juan Carlos Toladuran and his girlfriend Ana Maria Arriagada operated a sort of criminal concierge service out of their Los Angeles rental car business.
Tola has been running, in essence, the Hertz rental car business for thieves.
The couple and 4 alleged conspirators accused of providing nice cars to thieves from South America who were in the U.S. on short-term tourist visas, allowing them to blend in as they targeted high-end homes and businesses from New Jersey to Kansas to California, according to the indictment. Even stealing victims' bank cards, which officials say they would then max out at nearby superstores. They purchased gift cards, electronics, and luxury goods to sell back at a fraction of the value to Toladuran, who then resold the goods for profit, bringing in over $5 million across 6 years.
The defendants acted essentially as quarterbacks for a massive team of eager thieves.
This is Toladuran and Arriagada's home, according to the indictment. One neighbor recalls police searching the property.
I just pulled up to a lot of commotion and a lot of vehicles and vehicles on trailers. That's really scary. Really scary. No wonder there was so much activity.
The stolen funds, secured from at least 120 burglaries and thefts in 80 different cities, according to the indictment, would go towards buying real estate and even horses.
Since 2019, I'm proud to say that we have arrested over 130 suspects responsible for perpetrating these crimes, with a vast majority using vehicles from Driver Power Network.
Crime tourism is proven to be a serious issue in the U.S., especially in Southern California. Last year, officials sounding the alarm over Chilean criminal gangs who took advantage of a 90-day visa program that allowed them to enter the country with no criminal background check. Those gangs connected to a string of burglaries across Southern California.
Those thinking they can come to our country, take advantage of our liberties, and steal from the American people should think again.
And our thanks to Steve for that report. Still to come, 2 claymation icons return to our screens, and life finds a way. Some prehistoric titans are reborn in our first look at the latest Jurassic World sequel.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Democracy is happening now.
There is new energy infused into this race.
Folks who are fired up here.
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn. Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds. Fans here at the Mercy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Hi, I'm your nifty odd-jobbing robot. Call me Norbot.
This is my latest invention.
Pleased to meet you, Master Gromit.
A smart gnome.
Hey, time to break out the cheese. Two icons of animation are back in the first look at Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Most Foul. It's the claymation duo's first appearance since 2008, as well as their first feature-length adventure since 2005's Oscar-winning Curse of the Rabbit. It hits Netflix this Christmas, so generations, some young people are now like, never heard of these people, never heard of it. So now's about time, but we got to pump the brakes. We got to get through Halloween first before we digest
Totally.
Christmas.
So excited, though, for those Thanksgiving and Christmas movies. And speaking of movies, it's been a long time since we returned to a time when dinosaurs ruled the earth. On Thursday, we got our first look at the latest entry in the Jurassic World series, along with its official title, Jurassic World Rebirth. The first pick features stars Scarlett Johansson, Jonathan Bailey, and Mahershala Ali, who are all more than likely standing in the path of some of the not-so-gentle giants from the era's past. The film from original JP screenwriter David Koepp and director Gareth Edwards is set to stomp into the theaters next July. I'm embarrassed to say this. I've never seen any of the Jurassic Parks.
You need to jump on this, especially, you know what, with Scarlett Johansson.
Yes.
She's been pushing for a role in anything in the Jurassic for the past 15 years.
She loves it?
For the past 15 she loved it so much, she said that when she was 7, she had a little pup tent that she put in her sister's room, and she slept in it for like a year. So she deserves that role.
Okay,
That's reason enough for you to see it. All right, it is backed by the same force behind, actually that was the other movie that we were talking about. Yeah. All right, so to come here on early today, another reason to hit the snooze button this holiday weekend. And just when you thought you heard every story possible about the benefits of AI, how a researcher is using the tech on beavers to fight natural disasters.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Here's what's making headlines this morning. Major publishers have filed a federal lawsuit against Florida's new book ban, arguing it violates the First Amendment. They claim the law is overly broad, resulting in the removal of classics from school libraries without considering their educational value. For people struggling to get enough quality sleep, a new study suggests that adults who catch up on their sleep over the weekend, i.e. me, may reduce their heart disease risk by 19%. We'll be right back.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It might sound like Mad Libs, but beavers, firefighting, and AI. How one researcher is tackling one of the biggest threats in places like California. NBC's Brad Hicks shows us the hunt to find where nature's most industrious engineers are working their magic.
Emily Fairfax is taking us to a miracle in the Colorado mountains.
This is one of their water highways.
A beaver habitat that was surrounded by the biggest wildfire in the state's history.
So what I'm out here doing today is first checking to see if the beavers are still here. It's been about 4 years since the fire.
The hillsides are still charred, but the beaver habitat is green, lush, and thriving.
We struggled to fight this fire, and we struggled to protect structures of our own, but the beavers here are protecting their house and then this entire wetland ecosystem just through their normal engineering behaviors.
By following the lead of beavers and building on what they've built, scientists believe we can improve our own resilience to wildfires.
It's only very recently that we've really seriously thought about the fact that beavers are preserving thousands of kilometers squared of area during wildfire.
To do that, they need to know where the beavers are, which for decades has meant mapping each beaver dam manually.
It can be thousands and thousands of beaver dams in a single watershed. So this was massively time-consuming. We need to be more nimble than that as scientists. So what we're doing now and what my lab is really interested in is using artificial intelligence to find where are these beaver ponds.
With 100 lines of code, she has created a computer that can detect beaver dams. When it makes mistakes, it learns from those mistakes.
It's surprising how fast the machine can learn sometimes. The model's getting smarter and smarter and better at finding the beavers.
Now, what used to take a month can take minutes. And with wildfires becoming more frequent, there is no time to waste.
Beavers are their own kind of fire managers, but we do fire mitigation work too. So it's really important to know where the beaver ponds are so that we can build off of what they've already done. We can't do that if we don't know where the beavers are.
Brad Hicks reporting.
And on top of all of that, they're cute too. Brad, thank you. We might not ever know why the chicken crossed the road, but what about an ostrich? This 7-foot-tall bird stopped traffic in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, after escaping from a trailer. Some Good Samaritans eventually coaxed him out of the road using some food. Animal control says the ostrich was not hurt and was eventually returned to his owner. Thanks so much for kicking off your Friday with Early Today and ending the work week with us. I'm Frances Rivera. Hope you have a great weekend, a long one too. I'll be back here if you're up early and joining me Early Today on Labor Day.
Right now on Morning News Now, on the defensive, former President Donald Trump responding to criticism of his visit to Arlington National Cemetery.
Should your campaign have put out those videos and photos?
Well, we have a lot of people. You know, we have people, TikTok people. You know, we're leading the internet.
But on that hallowed ground, should they have put out the images of those? I don't know what the rules and regulations are.
What he says really happened between a campaign staffer and an Arlington employee in an exclusive interview with NBC News. Plus, Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Governor Tim Walz, sit down for their first joint interview. We'll take you on the campaign trail. Also this morning, summer send-off. Ready or not, Labor Day weekend is here, and millions of Americans are spending this unofficial end of summer taking one last getaway. But could wet weather interrupt your vacation plans? We have a team tracking it all. Plus, a health crisis unfolding in war-torn Gaza. Israel and Hamas agreed to pause the fighting to vaccinate hundreds of thousands of children after a 10-month-old is diagnosed with the enclave's first polio case in more than 2 decades. We'll bring you the latest. And you snooze, you win. You heard that right. Researchers say sleeping in on the weekends could have big benefits for your heart. We'll dive into the data that'll have you diving right back into bed. Doesn't that sound nice? And nice to hear. Sleeping in could actually be good for you in some ways. Good morning. Happy Friday. Thanks for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe's on assignment today, so it's just me. We begin this Friday morning with the race for the White House. Vice President Kamala Harris is back in Washington this morning following a 2-day bus tour in battleground Georgia. She held a rally yesterday in Savannah where she also gave her first joint interview of the campaign with CNN. It was alongside her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. We'll have more on that in just a moment. First, though, let's get to the appearance by former President Trump earlier this this week at Arlington National Cemetery. He's defending that to NBC News. He says it wasn't a political stunt and says he was asked for a picture by family members who lost their children in the withdrawal from Afghanistan. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has this exclusive.
In our exclusive interview, the former president responded for the first time to the controversy surrounding his visit to Arlington National Cemetery. And he also announced a new policy proposal regarding fertility treatments. Former President Donald Trump back in the battleground state of Michigan, making his first public comments about the controversy over his visit to Arlington National Cemetery earlier this week.
I was asked to go there by people who lost their child because of Biden and Harris, because their pullout was so bad of Afghanistan. They lost their child. And all of a sudden I hear that somebody that I have no idea who it is got into an argument with somebody else at the cemetery about pictures being taken. I took them at the request of the families, and I'm very happy I did.
In a statement, an Army spokesperson said that Defense Department regulations, quote, clearly prohibit political activities on cemetery grounds, and that a cemetery employee was, quote, abruptly pushed aside when trying to ensure adherence to those rules.
We lost 13 great people.
The campaign on Tuesday posting this TikTok, highlighting video of Trump's visit, laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier, then posing among grave sites with family of service members killed in the attack at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. Should your campaign have put out those videos and photos?
Well, we have a lot of people. You know, we have people, TikTok people. You know, we're leading the internet.
But on that hallowed ground, should they have put out the images of those?
I don't know what the rules and regulations are. I don't know who did it. And it could have been them. It could have been the parents. It could have been somebody.
It was your campaign's TikTok, though, that put out the video.
I really don't know anything about it. All I do is I stood there and I said, if you'd like to have a picture, we can have a picture.
The former president also reflecting on the assassination attempt against him in Butler, Pennsylvania. I wonder, having come so close, do you feel safe these days?
It was incredible that happened, that I was turned at that particular point, where something, the shooters would say it was like almost 100% that bad things would have happened. So I view it as, you know, a very positive event. Maybe it's positive because somebody wants me to take care of our country, which is failing so badly.
The former president also suggesting first to NBC News if he were reelected, fertility treatments would be covered without giving specifics on how.
Under the Trump administration, we are going to be paying for that treatment. So we are paying for that treatment.
All Americans who want it?
All Americans that get it, all Americans that need it.
We did the math. That kind of plan would likely cost around $7.8 billion annually based on the number of IVF cycles in 2022. Meanwhile, the Harris campaign is responding, saying in a statement, in part, because Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, IVF is already under attack.
All right, Dasha, thank you very much for that exclusive. Now let's get to that first joint interview of the campaign for the Democratic ticket of Vice President Kamala Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Harris and Walz sat down for the interview yesterday with CNN while they were wrapping up a two-day bus tour in Georgia, culminating with a rally in the city of Savannah. In the highly anticipated interview, Harris was pressed about her policies and what a Harris presidency could potentially look like. Here are some of the highlights.
If you are elected, what would you do on day one in the White House?
Well, there are a number of things. I will tell you, first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. I'm the only person in this race who actually served a border state as Attorney General to enforce our laws, and I would enforce our laws as president going forward. I recognize the problem.
The idea that you said that you were in war. Yeah. Did you misspeak, as the campaign has said?
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English teacher, told me my grammar is not always correct. But again, if it's not this, it's an attack on my children for showing love for me.
I think it's important to have people at the table when some of the most important decisions are being made that have different views, different experiences. And I think it would be to the benefit of the American public to have a member of my cabinet who was a Republican.
What I want to ask you about is what he said last month. He suggested that you happened to turn black recently for political purposes, questioning a core part of your identity.
Yeah. Same old tired playbook. Next question, please.
That's it?
That's it.
For more on the Harris interview, let's now bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, good morning. Thank you very much for being up early with us on a Friday. So let's start there with the Democrats. What are we hearing from them this morning? We finally get this interview with the Democratic ticket. Was the interview enough to address concerns from voters who feel they really haven't heard enough on specific issues, on specific policies from Harris or Walz?
Yes, and candidly, I actually think a lot of this has been a little bit overblown. As someone a reporter who does campaigns, who covers Capitol Hill, you always want to be able to ask principal and elected officials questions about policy, about whatever's going on in the news of day. Yes, to always doing more interviews for that reason. But this idea that she didn't have policy herself, to me, was always a little bit overblown, in large part because as the second half of the Biden-Harris administration, her name is on all of the policy innately that was passed over the first 2 years of this administration. That was the Inflation Reduction Act. That was elements of the care economy. That was a child tax credit that, of course, has since elapsed, but is very much still, as you heard again in that interview, back on the table. And then, of course, we are aware of the strong stance and the leadership, frankly, that she has shown within this administration on things like access to abortion care. That is one of the top issues. And then, of course, as someone who followed her on the campaign trail in 2019 and into the administration in 2020, the other piece of this that I was interested in hearing about is the ways in which her platform has changed. And I think that is a fair criticism because she has backtracked on things like initially saying she would ban fracking as a presidential candidate herself, and then, of course, joining the Biden ticket in 2020 and saying in that vice presidential debate that she had reversed her position there. She explained some of those changes as not an evolution of values, but an evolution of receiving more information and seeing that there might be other ways to get to the ultimate policy goals that she felt were necessary. But all in all, the goal here was do no harm and start doing these interviews. That was clearly achieved.
Ali, you, of course, are a Capitol Hill expert, and I'm wondering how it's feeling on the Hill in terms of what we're seeing happen with polling here, with Vice President Harris rising in the polls, in some cases surpassing the former president. Is there concern with ranks of Republicans on the Hill who have their own re-election races to run? Never mind looking at the White House, but do they feel that this potential shift, at least in some places in momentum, could be difficult for them to overcome as well?
Covering Capitol Hill these last few months has really been just vibe tracking, to put it plainly.
Yeah,
you have watched Democrats get as low as they can possibly get in the month of July during that tumultuous period after the June debate, where there was obviously open question about whether or not Biden could continue as the nominee. Some of the conversations I was having with my Democratic lawmaker sources then were some of the most glum I have had ever. Of course, that has rebounded and then some. When you see the glee at the top of the roller coaster, if we're watching it go like this, you see the glee at the Democratic National Convention. That then has an impact on Republicans. And I do think that there is concern among Republican frontliners in the same way we were hearing it around Democrats and frontline members who were worried about keeping their seats or their potential to flip Republican districts blue. That is definitely a concern now that we're hearing from some Republicans. We'll wait, of course, until they get back to town in about a week and a half to actually see how that's manifesting. But look, Congress doesn't actually have much to do in the month of September. They, of course, have the big task of funding the government, which should be easy, but isn't always. We expect them to pass some kind of continuing resolution into next year. And then their goal is to get out of town and get back on the campaign trail in their own districts. That's when we're going to see the impact of this top of the ticket on further down ballot races.
Ali, it was just 2 years ago you wrote your book. It's called Electable: Why America Hasn't Put a Woman in the White House Yet. There's its beautiful cover. How is this going? I mean, like, we're at this point, your book focused on these hurdles that women are facing while they're running for office. We're at this point with Vice President Kamala Harris now being the candidate. That was not always the case, of course. It was pretty recently that she became the nominee, that we even knew that was going to be the path we're on. What's your takeaway of where we're at right now, specifically just when it comes to the challenges that you know, that you researched, that you put out there in this fabulous book for us, that a woman faces uniquely?
First of all, this book was working overtime on the crystal ball because that subtitle makes me look brilliant right now. And then also the fact that the 2-year publication anniversary was the day after Kamala Harris's DNC acceptance speech. I don't know that we could have planned it any better than that because we didn't. No one knew that this is how it was going to go down. But look, that book actually focuses on the hurdles that people, including then Senator Harris, faced as a candidate. And I think the biggest difference right now, and I wrote about this for NBC in the immediate aftermath of Harris becoming at least the presumed nominee, if not officially so, is the fact that the gender and race dynamics that so often cut against non-white and non-male candidates are really focused on the primary. It's where it impedes their ability to get top staff, build campaigns on massive amounts of money. It's where the most benefit of the doubt is given to male candidates. Harris, because of the unlikely way that she got this nomination, didn't have to go through a primary for that. In a general, voters will likely just vote with the candidate that they most align with in terms of a national political party. She's building a different coalition. They're focusing on trying to pull white women, other different pieces of that. But for Harris, this is uncharted territory and potentially historic, even though she's not talking about that.
And if you haven't read Ali Vitale's book yet, now is a great time. I promise. It is a fabulous primer as we head into these next couple months. Ali Vitale, thank you very much. Great to have you.
Thank you.
Well, Labor Day weekend officially here. Can you believe it? Airports across the U.S. are bracing for what's set to be a historic number of travelers. Today alone, TSA expects to screen nearly 3 million passengers, according to the travel site Hopper. The top 3 busiest airports, they're going to be Atlanta, Chicago, and Dallas-Fort Worth. But the travel blitz isn't exclusive to airports. Millions of Americans are also expected to hit the road and drive to their weekend destinations. Let's bring in AAA spokesperson Aixa Diaz, who has some important travel tips for anyone who is heading out this weekend, which I'm sure are quite a few of you listening right now. Aixa, always great to have you with us. Thank you so much for being here. Let's start with just what people should think about as they're heading out. Maybe let's start with driving. People driving to those weekend destinations. I'm always gaming. I do often drive places from New York City on a weekend like this. I'm always trying to game what's the best time to leave. What do you think? What is the best time to head out today and throughout the weekend, maybe also on that Monday traveling back?
Well, Savannah, people should really be heading out soonish, like before 11 a.m. So definitely around this time, because the longer you wait today to hit the road, the more congestion you're going to find. That 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. window in the afternoon is just brutal, because not only do you have travelers hitting the road, but also just commuters, people getting off work, or a lot of families and students. Many kids are back at school, so you've got that traffic to think about as well. So if you're hitting the road, try to leave as early as possible today. And then if you're leaving tomorrow, Saturday, that actually might be more beneficial to leave a little bit later in the day. Usually we don't advise afternoon driving, but because so many people have to work today, Friday, that means that tomorrow they're going to hit the road early. So more people are likely then to be on the road in the morning. So you might want to head out a little bit later.
AAA also says it expects to rescue 300,000 stranded drivers over the course of the holiday weekend. What's that about? Why that number? And what can people do to avoid having any of that car trouble?
And the top 3 reasons, Savannah, are flat tires, dead batteries, and people locking themselves out, which is the worst. But it happens, and AAA will come help you if that does happen. The best thing you can do proactively is get your car checked sooner rather than later. Don't wait until like a few minutes before you hit the road to do that. Check your battery, check your oil, check your tire pressure. That way, if those things are not in order, you have time to get your car maintained and then hit the road. And have a spare set of keys. Not many people do that, but it's actually not bad to think about, especially if you have another passenger with you in the vehicle.
Yeah, exactly. Split them up, but take them both. Let's say the unfortunate does happen and you do get stranded. One of those things happens to you. What should people do?
Well, if you're on the road, especially if you're in a busy highway, you want to find a safe place to stop, preferably the nearest exit. But if you can't make it to an exit, pull over on the side of the road as far over as possible away from traffic. Not only do we see drivers and motorists themselves get injured on the side of the road, but we have way too many tow providers hit and killed on the side of the road because everything's happening so close. So, and as a driver, you need to slow down and move over when that does happen. Put your hazards on. And then also, if you're going to call AAA, for example, you can call or use the digital, use a digital mode, either the app or online. But also, if you have one of the newer iPhones, 14 and 15, and you don't have any cell service and you find yourself off the grid, you can call AAA and use the satellite with your iPhone to call for roadside assistance, which is huge.
Oh, wow. That's great to know. Really good tips there. Let's also talk gas prices. Can drivers expect relief when it comes to that compared to last year?
That is good news. So we're paying about 50 cents less this Labor Day than we were last year, and they've come down about 15 cents just in the past month. So the national average this morning is $3.35. So we are trending downward. We're watching the tropics, though, a couple of systems that could affect the Atlantic or the Gulf Coast. If that happens, that's when we tend to see gas prices go up a little bit if a storm affects refineries in the Gulf Coast. So this is, we're approaching the peak hurricane season. So this is the time when we're watching that. But so far, gas prices are actually lower than they were last year. last year, and they've been trending downward for weeks now.
Yeah, wow, 50 cents less. That's a pretty big deal. Also, you guys have some data. AAA has some data. It shows overall domestic travel. It's up 9% this year compared to last year. But also, I thought this was interesting. More people are opting to get travel insurance. Given the surge in travel, why is that a good idea? Honestly, I think a lot of times I check the no box, but why should you do this or not?
And a lot of people do. And I think the pandemic really taught a lot of people a lesson, and sort of they learned from that and saw, okay, plans can change, people get sick, things happen. So they want to protect their investment, particularly when it's a big trip. So maybe you don't want to do it if it's a weekend, a quick trip to see your friends, a couple of nights. But when we're talking about a cruise vacation or an international vacation, and those have been very popular post-pandemic, that's when it's a good idea to protect that investment, because you never know what's going to happen. There's going to be a trip interruption. There's going to be cancellations due to weather or some computer glitch at the airport. So that's why more people now are thinking, okay, I want to protect the money that I put into it. But domestic travel is up 9% this Labor Day weekend, because the cost to travel domestically is actually down 2% compared to last year. So it's a little bit more affordable. And so many people want to squeeze in that last hurrah of the summer. So it's not a surprise that more people are traveling this year over Labor Day, but international travel has come down a bit. And that's because the cost to travel internationally has gone up 11% compared to last Labor Day.
Wow, that certainly feels true every time you try to look at those flights. Aixa Diaz, thank you so much. Great to see you. Happy Labor Day.
Thanks.
Speaking of Labor Day, let's get a look at your holiday weekend forecast. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with the details on this one. Michelle, great to have you here. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Great to see you. And unfortunately, some of us will need the umbrellas as we head out the next couple of days. Starting today to kick off our holiday weekend, we are looking at a lot of showers and storms, or at least a chance of them. Not widespread, not all day, but still look at all this green showing up on the map. That's indicating the chance for spotty showers and storms. And any of these showers could drop a lot of rain in a short amount of time. We're going to see rain falling along the Gulf Coast over the next several days. So we have a flood threat today, tomorrow, and then into Sunday as well, even Monday. Strong storms in portions of the Great Lakes, especially in southeastern Michigan. Back behind this front that's causing all these issues, we're looking at really dry conditions throughout the central and northern plains. Lots of sunshine. Temperatures not bad in the low 80s. And then further back to the west, we're heating up once again in the Pacific Northwest, the Intermountain West. Temperatures will start to climb, and we're looking at still a lot of sunshine. That's going to help to heat things up. So that is for today. Again, here's that cold front that's going to cause all the problems. We're going to see showers and storms along this cold front and ahead of it over the next several days as it kind of makes its way across the east. We have the threat for some strong wind, some hail, some flash flooding, not only today, but throughout the weekend as well. So that's going to cause some problems in the air. Likely causes where we're likely delays where you see the red here in Detroit, St. Louis, Houston, and then possible delays for Chicago, Charlotte, Atlanta, Orlando, Tampa, Dallas, Fort Worth. So a lot of hubs, major hubs, could see some impacts as we go throughout this Friday. And then Monday we'll have some problems as well. If you're on the roadways, I mentioned the Gulf Coast and all that rain that will be falling. So along I-10 across the Gulf Coast from Houston to Pensacola, could see some slowdowns as well. I-44 into the Great Lakes, I-55, we're looking at the chance for those showers and storms. Now, as we head towards Monday, the unofficial end of summer, we're looking at a holiday washout across the south and also the southeast. Localized flash flooding as well. This is the same front. It kind of gets hung up here, especially in the south. So we're going to see that rain falling along this front, and we're going to see it kind of going over the same areas. And it's going to be, you'll need the umbrella that day, maybe kind of plan for those indoor activities. Possible delays in terms of air travel on Monday in Dallas, New Orleans, Charlotte, Atlanta, Orlando. And then we're looking at likely delays in Houston and also Tampa. So plan for that as you head out on Monday. As far as the roads go, we're looking at I-10 once again, and I-95 in the southeast. We're looking at the chance for scattered showers and storms. Let's talk about that severe weather today, because we do have 5 million people at risk, especially from the Great Lakes throughout the Ohio Valley. We're looking at Detroit. You will be impacted by the chance for some strong to severe storms, especially once we get that daytime heating going. So winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail. Could see a brief tornado or two, so you want to stay weather aware today. That will be the same story tomorrow. Look how that number grows to 27 million, because now we're talking about the interior parts of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic down to parts of the Tennessee Valley as well. We're going to see the same scenarios, really gusty winds that could cause some damage, some hail as well, and the low risk for tornadoes, but not zero. On top top of that, we are worried about flash flooding because it is summertime. We have lots of moisture here, so we could see some flash flooding anywhere from the Great Lakes all the way down to the south. It's so important to be weather aware, especially on the holiday, a little bit more lackadaisical, but we're going to have some issues out there.
Really important reminders to stay safe. Michelle, thank you so much. We'll see you in a little bit. There's much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, sleeping in for the win. A new study shows big benefits if you hit snooze on the weekends. We'll let you know what doctors want you to know. Up first, though, after the break, the border battle heating up again as the White House reinstates a controversial immigration program. We'll have the latest up next.
Lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest out of the Middle East. The World Health Organization says Israel and Hamas have agreed to 3-day pauses in fighting across parts of Gaza to allow 640,000 children to receive the polio vaccination. This is all expected to start this Sunday. Just yesterday, our NBC News team inside Gaza met the first child to be diagnosed with the disease in the area in 25 years. Now, despite receiving medical care, the 10-month-old became paralyzed. An official for the WHO welcomed the agreement, but said the limited pauses might not be enough time to vaccinate everyone.
We call on all parties to pause, of course, the fighting to allow children and families to safely access health facilities and community outreach workers to get the children who cannot access health facilities for polio vaccination. The 3 days might not be enough to achieve adequate vaccination. So we will monitor it throughout the campaign.
NBC News International correspondent Matt Bradley joins us from Tel Aviv. Matt, thanks for being here. So first, let's just start this fact. The Israeli government seems to be going out of its way to note that this is not the first step to a ceasefire. These 3-day pauses in fighting is not the same, or is not that road to a negotiation there. So walk us through what it is and how this came to be.
Yeah, so this is a 3-day pause, as you mentioned, but it's going to be pauses in different parts of the Gaza Strip for each day. So it's going to be probably about a couple of hours every day during the daytime, during daylight hours, where there will be pauses in separate parts. So in the north, in the center, and in the south of the Gaza Strip. So kind of a rolling 3-day thing. This agreement would then offer the option for a 4th day if it's needed. So this is really necessary because, as you mentioned, we've seen our first infant who has polio, and that's a very big risk because this is a highly infectious disease. Health authorities say that they need to get the vaccination rate up to about 90% in order to prevent the spread of this disease any further. But really, when we're talking about the spread of polio, this is because of infected water, because of malnutrition, all things that are afflicting the Gaza Strip because of the ongoing fighting. Savannah.
Matt, outside of Gaza, tell us the latest on those deadly Israeli raids in the occupied West Bank.
Yeah, well, this is now in its 3rd day. This is a sprawling operation, and we're seeing now about 17 people have been killed. Those numbers are expected to rise. The IDF have said that they've wrapped up their operation in the Al Farah refugee camp, and they've also wrapped it up just now. We just heard in the past hour or two in the city of Tulkarm. It looks as though that operation is still going on in Jenin. But as we've reported before, this is the largest incursion into the West Bank by the IDF, possibly in the last 2 decades, ever since the Second Intifada. So this really is a big operation. And like I said, looking at those pictures, seeing the earth movers, seeing the armored vehicles and the columns of Israeli infantry moving in there, we really can expect that those death toll is probably going to be increasing over the coming days.
Matt Bradley, thank you as always for your reporting. Stay safe. Well, as we mentioned earlier this week, the Biden administration says it will restart an immigration program for migrants from Cuba, Haiti, Venezuela, and Nicaragua after it paused it back in July due to fraud concerns. Here to tell us more is NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, good morning. So first, just remind us how this immigration program works and why it was paused initially. What were those fraud concerns?
Well, this was supposed to be a way for people from those countries that you just mentioned to apply to come to the U.S. legally from their home countries rather than come to the border illegally. It was a common sense approach, and it was introduced at a time where the Biden administration also said that those same nationalities could also be pushed back into Mexico when they approach the border illegally to the tune of $30,000 a month. But what happened over time is that they needed a U.S.-based sponsor, and they did an internal report this spring and found that there were only 3,200 sponsors sponsoring over 100,000 migrants. They called them serial sponsors. We actually got a look at that internal report at NBC News, and it showed things, Savannah, like 600 migrants listing one address in a commercial warehouse in Orlando by their sponsors. Sponsors who said that there would be over 700 migrants living in a dilapidated trailer park in Key West, Florida. A lot of this centering around Florida, actually. So we're also able to look at the Social Security numbers that these sponsors put down because they had to prove that they could legally live in the United States in order to support these migrants. In many cases, in hundreds of cases, they would put down one number 9 times, like all 5s, all 6s. And a lot of those people were still confirmed to come into the United States. So after this internal review, they started looking at those red flagged cases. And here's the thing, Savannah, they have not finished reviewing it, but they do still have those red flags on hold, the ones that they have not finished reviewing. They're putting in more precautions. They say they're going to start vetting these people more carefully. They're going to flag serial sponsors, that they'll turn anyone over to investigation that they think might be in violation of immigration fraud. But still, it's hard to imagine that they've actually finished learning all those lessons if they haven't gone through all of the applications. Although I think a big reason they want to turn this back on is because the numbers are so low at the southern border, and they're worried that if they don't continue to allow these legal pathways, those numbers could come back up.
Julia, I think even the way that you just put that learning lesson, some of it almost sounds like, is it really a lesson, or how is it possible that you think about something like, why are you asking for a Social Security number if you could do something like write all 5s? I mean, that just is not even sensical, right? So what are they changing that is going to make this make sense, or make it, I guess, ensured that this actually is being checked? Because I think if you were to just read that one metric that you just said there, that one piece of an application, you could see this is not a legitimate application. So how are they going to go about this differently?
Well, the biggest changes are going to start to ask for fingerprints from the sponsors. And so you would think that, every person only has one fingerprint. That would be hard to fudge that. And they also say that they're going to start to manually vet these in smaller batches, which might beg the question, how did they vet them before? Was it a machine rubber stamping them if so many people were able to get through? But they do say that they're going to look at it, but they haven't changed the numbers. They also haven't said what's the limit. As long as a sponsor can show that they could financially support the number of migrants on their application, they can submit as many applications as they want. There's no limit. Another thing, no matter what side of the issue you're on, even if you think these people should come here or not, usually when you see so few people sponsoring so many migrants, you have to start asking, could this be human trafficking? And it's not clear that they've launched enough investigations to figure out if they can rule that out yet or not.
Julia, you, of course, are one of the smartest reporters when it comes to immigration policy and understanding exactly what is and what is not happening when there's a lot of noise around a topic like this. To my ears, though, when you hear something like 3,200 sponsors only for 100,000 or more migrants, kind of what you just mentioned there, the possibility of human trafficking, or at the very least, I think pretty obviously, some type of loophole here where it may not be physically illegally crossing the border, but using a program like this to get in, even though it's clearly not being done the correct way. With as many concerns as you just laid out, what's your take on is this ready to be restarted?
I think, I'm not in a policy position. I'm very glad that I get to just, critique people in power rather than actually make these decisions myself. But yes, I do think that there is a big push, especially given the fact that we've got an election coming up, that the Biden administration can take a hit on this while still keeping those numbers low at the border. And they would be really worried, particularly when you're talking about these 4 nationalities, Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. Those are all countries that do not typically take back migrants that the U.S. tries to deport. So they really want to keep those numbers down at the border, and they want to keep them to a legal pathway open for them to try to keep down the numbers coming at the border, because those 4 nationalities at the border, since they started this program and that they've put in place a lot of other programs like asylum restrictions in June, those 4 nationalities have dropped by 98% at the border. So they really see this as a critical piece of it. I will say also on this human trafficking element, while I don't think they've ruled that out, they are going to try to refer more people for criminal prosecution if they advertise these sponsor services on Facebook. That's something that we saw evidence of in the very early months of this program, Savannah. They say that they are not allowed to sell these sponsor services online, and they worry that if they do so, that could be a way to try to prey on some of these very vulnerable people who are desperate to get into the United States.
All right, Julia, as always, great reporting. Thank you so much. Coming up, campus controversy when we come back. Major developments in the fight over college legacy admissions as lawmakers in one state vote to ban the practice. Plus, if you're thinking about sleeping in tomorrow, here's your sign. Do it. New research that shows hitting the snooze button is good for your heart. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. As students return to college for the fall semester, there's a debate over the admissions process that got some of them into their schools. Just this week, California lawmakers voted to ban legacy admissions at private universities. The governor now has until the end of September to sign it into law. It comes after critics of legacy admissions have argued it gives preferential treatment for wealthier and mostly white students. They say it's not all that different from affirmative action, which was struck down by the Supreme Court last year. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis has reaction from students and their families.
Shockwaves sent through college campuses when the Supreme Court overturned affirmative action in admissions decisions.
A cultural crossroad.
For Jonathan Lamb, a student at Cornell University, the admissions process wasn't easy.
You know, as a child of Vietnamese refugees, I came into the application process with limited resources.
He thinks affirmative action was important for his acceptance to an Ivy League.
I don't think I was solely accepted based off affirmative action. However, affirmative action, I think, in considering not just my race, but also the systemic barriers that I face, I think that helped Cornell at least acknowledge what are the resources that I need to thrive.
After the Supreme Court's decision, Jonathan, along with Cornell's ACLU chapter, started lobbying New York lawmakers, taking aim at another practice they believe is more perverse: legacy admissions.
If the Supreme Court is arguing that no student should receive any preference because of their race in the admissions process, no one should be receiving a admissions consideration simply because their mom and their dad attended that school.
Critics have called legacy admissions unfair, even discriminatory, because the students that benefit typically come from wealthier backgrounds and parents who give money. Roughly 30% of institutions nationwide consider legacy status, according to advocacy group Education Reform Now. While states like Virginia, Colorado, and Maryland have prohibited the practice, leaders in states like California are still working towards an official ban, as is New York State, where over 40% of institutions consider legacy status.
Why should we allow preferences to, increase the opposite of diversity, giving kids who were born with a silver spoon on their mouth more access to opportunity?
One study finds 1 in 6 students at Ivy League schools have parents in the top 1% of income, a group that's overwhelmingly white, with legacy status playing a big part too. But of course, not every Ivy League graduate is white.
If my children also work hard and are qualified to go, then yes, the school should look at them in the same way that they've been looking at the children of alums for generations.
Nick Childs, a Yale University alumnus, wanted his daughter to go to the same school, even though she wouldn't look like the typical student there or the average legacy applicant.
I was hopeful that she'd feel a little bit more accepted there than I did like almost 40 years ago.
As the top schools across the country have gotten more diverse over decades, Nick believes the combination of ending legacy admissions and affirmative action will negatively impact people of color disproportionately. His daughter Mari did end up going to Yale and is now in medical school.
As more Black students have been able to go to that school, more Black legacies are kind of created.
It's not like this turnkey where you end legacy admissions and now we have a fair admissions process.
Our thanks to Rahima Ellis for that report, a nuanced and important one. Well, it seems like forever, right, that we've been told you can't catch up on missed sleep. Well, it might not be entirely true. We have a sleep study to tell you about that shows you might be able to pay off some of your sleep debt on the weekends. It's a new report from China's key laboratory of infectious diseases, and it found that people who got the most sleep on the weekend were 19% less likely to develop heart disease. That was compared with a group who slept the fewest extra hours those 2 days. For more on this, let's bring in Dr. Jay Wu. She is a board-certified behavioral sleep medicine specialist and a licensed clinical psychologist, also the author of the book Hello Sleep. Good morning, Dr. Wu. Thank you very much for joining us. Walk us through what this study found. What is the connection between extra sleep, specifically on the weekend, and heart health?
So this study followed over 90,000 people over the course of 14 years. So it's a really huge and well done study. And what they found was that of the subset of people who were sleep deprived on a daily basis, they were more likely to have a healthier heart 14 years later if they caught up on sleep on the weekends compared to the people who did not catch up at all. But this is only for the about 20% of the study that actually were sleep deprived on a daily basis.
Were there limitations in this study? Talk to us about that and how it means that we should think about and interpret this information.
Well, the problem with talking about sleep deprivation with such a broad stroke is that sleep deprivation is not the same for everybody. For some people, 7 hours is very sleep deprived because they need 10. But for some people, 7 hours is perfectly adequate. So I don't want this study result to make people anxious that, they're only sleeping 7 hours. That means they must be damaging their heart health. We need to know that our sleep need is very individual and changes over the course of a lifetime.
The way that I frame this at the top, I guess maybe I should ask you, is it correct to kind of say, to take the takeaway, I think is what we're doing here, right? That something positive could come from adding those extra hours when you are able to get it. I think whether that's a Saturday or a Tuesday, it just depends on what works for your schedule. But if that ultimately is something positive for your heart, it kind of does mean that there is an impact there, that maybe you are able to pay off a sleep debt a little bit.
A little bit. I would say it's certainly better than not paying off that debt. But a better way to do it, obviously, would be to get enough sleep every day. That would be the ideal. And if you're not able to because of family obligations or work, I would say I would rather have people nap in the middle of the day on weekend, catch up on sleep, rather than sleeping in really late in the morning. Because if you get up at very different times on weekdays versus weekends, you have what's called social jet lag. And social jet lag is basically your body's almost undergoing jet lag and, experiencing those detriments. If you're waking up at 6 on weekdays and 9 on weekends, it's like you're flying from New York to Los Angeles and back every weekend. So, of course, that's not good for your health and not good for your heart health either.
Wow, that is a really fascinating way to put it. As somebody who does have to fly around quite a bit for work, I know that feeling, and that's not good. And I totally do that hangover thing because I get up so early for work during the weekend. I'm just simply not going to get up that early if I don't have to on the weekends, but it's interesting to think about. What advice do you have for people to, good sleep hygiene, get that best sleep they can?
The best thing to do is to keep a consistent schedule if you can. So that means waking up within about an hour's range between weekdays and weekends. And if you really can't do that, then try your best to get good anchor sleep. So that means a good solid few hours that are the same time across different days of the week, if you're, for example, a shift worker. And also another kind of underrated sleep tip is what you do during the day, which is to get a lot of light exposure, because our body clocks really like to know the difference between day and night. So if we can get lots of light exposure during the day and not too much light exposure from screens at night, then there's that nice contrast between day and night. And then our brains are happier with our circadian rhythms, and then we can sleep better and feel better during the day.
Wow, fascinating stuff. Dr. Wu, thank you very much. I learned a lot. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Coming up, rideshare drivers being accused of discrimination after blind passengers report they're being denied rides. More on the issue that's now getting federal attention. That's next on Morning News Now.
closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with an investigation looking into rideshare companies like Uber and Lyft. Across the country, people who are blind are reporting drivers are illegally denying them rides because they don't want their dogs in their cars. As Candace Nguyen from our NBC Bay Area affiliate tells us, it's caught the Justice Department's attention.
As a special ed teacher in San Jose, California, Annalisa DiLeonardo gets to school a little differently.
Find the curb.
Through the eyes of guide dog Cousteau.
He is literally my eyes. Without him, several times I would have been a pancake.
Cousteau gets Annalisa safely to a curb each day to catch a ride share, if they can find a driver who will take them.
I don't think a dog. He's a service dog.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
He is a working service dog.
Yeah, but I don't have any.
Okay, but it's against Lyft's policy to refuse him. You have to take him.
I know, but I mean, I'm not allowed about pets.
He's not a pet. He is like a wheelchair.
Anytime they break the law is when we start recording.
Those refusals, not just impolite, but illegal. A violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act and against the company policies of both Uber and Lyft. And yet this summer, Annalisa has captured the offenses weekly on cell phone video.
I don't want to mess up my car.
It says, why aren't you taking me?
I don't want to mess up my car.
It's a service, though. It's a Lyft. You have to.
On a human level, what does it feel like?
Like I'm less than and I'm not wanted in society.
In 2016, Uber and then Lyft the next year settled lawsuits by the National Federation of the Blind and promised to crack down on drivers. But with the issue persisting years later, the U.S. Justice Department is now getting involved. NBC News has confirmed through a source with the department and Christine Benninger with the nonprofit Guide Dogs for the Blind.
Actually, things have gotten worse. We get phone calls on a daily basis.
Benninger says the DOJ's Civil Rights Division is collecting data on these refusals. Her own organization's findings show 83% of clients report being denied rides.
A number of clients are actually evaluating whether they would get another guide dog again. The sad part about that is the guide dog is much more than purely safe travel. It's your bridge to the community.
Uber told us we have a clear policy prohibiting drivers denying service because of a rider's service animal, and it can take appropriate action, which may include deactivation of a driver's account. Lyft said it requires all drivers to accommodate passengers traveling with service animals, and it asks riders to report issues immediately. But Annalisa says filing reports with the two companies leads to little more than the drivers getting a warning.
And then I usually get a $5 gift card. And so sometimes I've just stopped reporting. It's a service dog.
Yeah, I can't. I'm sorry.
Despite the frustration, Annalisa is a teacher first, hoping this story serves as an important lesson.
I'm the same as you and I deserve the same rights and I just want to get to work.
Good job. Candace Nguyen, NBC News, San Jose, California.
Let's get you some financial news. Google is toying with some new AI technology that can sniff out when you're sick. CNBC's Savannah Henao joins us with that and other financial news. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Happy Friday to you. Yeah, so Google is working on AI technology that can hear signs of sickness. Bloomberg says Google has trained its AI model with 300 million pieces of audio that include coughing, sniffles, and heavier breathing to predict early signs of diseases such as tuberculosis. Now, it's teamed up with an Indian startup to put that tech in smartphones where it could potentially help high-risk populations in areas with poor access to health care. The world's largest streaming site for pirated movies and TV shows has been shut down. ACE, or the Alliance for Creativity and Entertainment, that's a coalition of studios and entertainment companies, is taking credit for helping police in Vietnam dismantle F movies. It launched in 2016, and the site had almost 7 billion visits over the past year and a half. F Movies even had a subreddit where users could request and share links to content. ACE calls the shutdown a victory for the industry across the globe. And we're wishing Warren Buffett a happy 94th birthday. The legendary investor got an early present on Wednesday when Berkshire Hathaway topped $1 trillion in market cap. It's now one of 7 U.S. companies in that club and the only non-tech stock. Now, Berkshire has been on a roll with shares up nearly 30% in the past year. Savannah.
All right, Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, coming up, upset at the U.S. Open, a shocking round 2 defeat for tennis star Carlos Alcaraz. Plus, Naomi Osaka crashing out after making her big comeback win. We'll have all the highlights next on Morning News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're going to end the hour with a look at a big night of some serious upsets at the U.S. Open. Reigning Wimbledon champion and fan favorite Carlos Alcaraz suffered a stunning second-round defeat, while on the women's side, Naomi Osaka also crashed out of the tournament as she looks to regain her footing on the court after coming off maternity leave. Let's serve up some analysis with Hall of Fame tennis coach, motivational speaker, author, and, of course, our friend of the show, Rick Macy. Good morning, Rick. It's always wonderful to have you with us. Thank you so much for being here. Let's start off with Carlos Alcaraz. Oh, my goodness. He ended up losing 3 straight sets to an unranked opponent. I couldn't believe this. I'm wondering, we heard he was injured in practice. Did that have anything to do with this? What's your take here? How big of a deal is this?
Well, first off, there goes my prediction, because I thought he'd win the whole thing, but it's a big shocker. He lost to the guy from the Netherlands. He's 74 in the world. Okay, but what's crazy about this, he's only 11 and 28 for the year. So a little Dutch magic on the Spanish magician, but it just goes to show you, tennis is a game of inches from one ear to another. So whether the ankle came into play, who knows? But he was very inconsistent. But moving on to the next guy, Novak Djokovic, he's usually the one giving out the heat, but the other day, the heat got to him. Okay, he was hanging out more with the physio and the ice and stretching. So, but being the GOAT, he persevered, he pulled through it, he's on to the 3rd round. just like Sinner. Okay, he struggled the first set, with the doping controversy. Once he got on track, and then he won in 4. The next round, he won in 3. He's into the 3rd round. But on the men's side, okay, the popcorn match coming up in the 3rd round with extra butter is Ben Shelton, the Florida Gator, with the 150-mile-an-hour serve. That sometimes you see it later, and he'll be playing Francis Tiafoe. The 2 Americans, must-see TV. And another big upset was Herkhoff. He lost, okay, and so he's out of the tournament also.
And also Osaka, another kind of surprise, or at least I think a lot of people were really cheering her on, watching her come back. Tell us your reaction to that one.
Yeah, not surprising. She beat Ostapenko the first round. She knocked out the seed. She had a brutal draw. She played Karolina Mahova, who was actually 8 in the world at one time. And in my opinion, one of the most talented players on the tour. It's a tough matchup, but Mahova is good enough to win the whole thing. Remember, it's a slow process to come back. Naomi's doing great, but she had a very difficult draw. But Mahova is to be reckoned with. She has all the shots, and she's the best volleyer on the Pro Tour.
You know who I'm super excited about, Rick, and I was lucky enough to see on a pretty small court, little court 17, I went the other day, Caroline Wozniacki. I just love watching her come back, and she's looked so strong.
Yeah, it's amazing. They take time off and they come back, But listen, she has the legs. She's consistent, but nothing takes the place of experience. Experience is a leader in the clubhouse, and she's always been a fitness fanatic. So listen, she's a tough customer for anybody, and she could definitely make a deep run.
We only have a few seconds left, but tell us, what is the biggest matchups you're looking to see between today and tomorrow?
I would think it'd be the 2 Americans, just because whoever wins that match between Shelton and Tiafoe, everybody's looking at this, Savannah, very differently. Alcaraz out the door, and they're thinking, why not me? So maybe we can have an American win this thing, the first time since Andy Roddick, one of my old students.
Wow, I know. I love that. So cool. You're right. Why not me? It's so exciting. I'll be there tomorrow night. I can't wait to see. Rick Macy, thank you so much. Always great to have you. We'll keep chatting through this.
All right, good to be with you.
See you soon. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. Good morning. Let's start with good news. It's Friday. I'm Savannah Sellers-Joe's on assignment today. Right now on Morning News Now, summer's last hurrah. Labor Day weekend is officially here. And if you're traveling in the next day or two, I've got 3 words for you. Pack your patience. Millions of Americans are set to take to the highways and runways for one last getaway before temperatures drop. So what can you expect when you head out the door? We have got you covered coming up. In the race for the White House this morning, a pivotal primetime conversation with Vice President Kamala Harris, her first since becoming the Democratic nominee. What we're learning about her potential policies if her ticket to the White House gets punched in November. This as former President Trump reveals his support for free IVF treatments if he returns to the Oval Office. Plus, it's a different type of getaway for your holiday weekend, why hotel day passes are now booming in popularity and how you can take advantage of staying local as summer winds down. And later in the hour, a deep dive into the Lord of the Rings return to the streaming screen, how fans are reacting to season 2 of The Rings of Power and everything else from the world of entertainment that you simply can't miss this Labor Day weekend. One of our favorite segments, everything you got to watch, especially when you got an extra day off. We're going to start this hour, though, at that end of summer travel blitz. Labor Day weekend is here, and TSA predicts it will be the busiest travel season on record for U.S. airports. Today alone, the agency plans to screen nearly 3 million passengers. And if you're flying in or out of Chicago, brace yourself. O'Hare International is on track to be the second busiest airport this weekend, according to the travel site Hopper. And that is where we find NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. Shaq, good morning.
Hi there. Well, certainly a lot of activity here at Chicago's O'Hare Airport. Already seeing some long lines, some stressed out passengers. Chicago's airports are expecting about a 9% increase in passengers this holiday period when compared to last year as this Labor Day travel crunch begins. This morning, the holiday travel rush is on, with millions of Americans heading out to celebrate the final stretch of summer.
Scotland. Norfolk, Virginia.
In LA.
Airfares down slightly this year, and travelers are taking off at a record pace this Labor Day weekend.
Trying to get away from Jersey for a little bit.
Atlanta is expected to be the busiest airport, according to Hopper data, with more than 9,000 flights departing and 1.1 million seats scheduled. In second place, Chicago's O'Hare.
Are you a little stressed right now?
A little stressed.
It looks like the security lines might be a little longer than we would like.
And there's been some early headaches already, with extreme weather across the country potentially impacting the Labor Day travel rush. Tornadoes touching down in the Midwest, causing extensive damage, ripping trees from the ground in Minnesota and knocking out power for thousands. The Dakotas also hit hard by 5 reported twisters, throwing these freight cars off the tracks in North Dakota. On the East Coast, golf ball-sized hail pounding Virginia. In Palm Beach, a glitch in the baggage handling system forcing crew members to load luggage onto planes manually, causing multiple flight delays.
It is what it is, I guess. As long as we get there safe, I'm okay.
The TSA says it's staffed to ensure the quickest wait times for the 17 million passengers expected to be screened at security checkpoints through next Wednesday. But it's still best to plan ahead.
So you don't want to be surprised when you get here and cut it close or miss your flight. Definitely do your homework and give yourself a lot of extra time.
Certainly good advice to follow. And remember, so many of the delays that you see during the holiday period happen before you even arrive here to the airport. And that's why airport officials are advising that passengers consider taking public transportation on the way to the airport. That will certainly help you avoid some of the congestion that you see at the airport drop-off locations. Back to you.
All right, Shaq, thank you so much. Well, this record-breaking end to the summer travel season, not just limited to the airports, like we just saw Shaq. Millions of Americans are also expected to hit the road. AAA says overall domestic travel for Labor Day is up 9% this year compared to last year. NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar is live at a rest stop near Atlanta. Priya, good morning. Okay, we also know Atlanta, I think, is going to be the #1 airport in terms of busyness today, right before Chicago, where we just saw Shaq. But what's the traffic like there so far this morning, and what can travelers expect throughout the country throughout the day?
Absolutely, Savannah. Two of the things that Atlanta is very well known for is the world's busiest airport, but we also have some of the worst traffic congestion in general, and that's expected to be even worse, of course, because of the Labor Day weekend. You know, a lot of families are choosing regional road trips instead of going to the airport and flying somewhere because the kids are back in school, so they need to stay a little bit closer to home. Right now, things aren't looking too bad just yet. It's hard to really differentiate between the general morning traffic commute and what could be attributed to the actual extended long weekend, but we expect that the traffic is just going to continue to get worse throughout the day, with the time period between 2 and 6 p.m. today expected to be the absolute worst. And of course, the variable factor that we never know that could contribute to all the traffic would be the weather, which can create some accidents in certain areas. So certainly something to keep an eye out for, Savannah.
Priya, what do experts recommend for people to make their road trips as stress-free as possible? It might not always be possible, but what can we try to do?
So the most important thing I would say is to be strategic about what time you plan to hit the road. If you're planning on going somewhere today, the best time to do so would be before noon. The only exception to that rule would be tomorrow on Saturday. If you're planning on leaving on Saturday, it's actually better to do that in the afternoon. And if you're planning on returning home on Sunday or Monday, try to leave earlier. That's the best case scenario to avoid those afternoon traffic jams. AAA also says that they actually expect to rescue 300,000 stranded motorists over this long weekend. And they say the top 3 reasons for that are flat tires, lockouts, and also dead car batteries. So it's important to try to get your car inspected as close as you possibly can to a longer road trip. And also, if you can, try to keep an extra set of keys perhaps in your purse or your fanny pack so you can avoid one of those lockouts, Savannah.
Yeah, separate the two, though, right? Give them to one for the driver, one for a passenger. What about gas prices? I think we've got some good news here, right?
That's absolutely right. So gas prices have actually been steadily decreasing. The average price per gallon right now nationwide is at $3.36, which is down 14 cents from last month and actually down 46 cents from this time last year. And even better news for motorists is those prices are actually expected to continue to decline until the end of the year, which is, pretty exciting and good when we keep talking about the price of everything else going up. This is the one sweet spot for people who are looking to go on a road trip, Savannah.
All right, Priya, thank you so much. Well, let's bring in meteorologist Michelle Grossman. She's going to let us know how the weather is going to impact our travel as well as our holiday weekend. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Great to see you. And Priya mentioned it. The wild card is the weather. And unfortunately, many along the East Coast, or at least the eastern half of the nation, will be seeing the chance for showers and also some storms. This is what radar looks like right now. You can see where that cold front is. It's stretching from the Great Lakes all the way down to the southwest. We have showers and storms along that front, and we're going to see that move off to the east over the next several days. Also, a batch of moisture down across the Gulf Coast states. This is going to stay in place not only today, but Saturday, Sunday, into Monday. So that's going to really impact your holiday weekend. We have a little area of low pressure bringing us those showers and storms, but moving off the coast of the Northeast. So that's good news. But still, we do have the threat for a shower or storm there as well. This is what today shapes up to be as we head towards the west. We're heating up. We're going to see temperatures rising in the Pacific Northwest into the Intermountain West, but lots of sunshine too in the Intermountain West and Northern Plains, the Upper Midwest into the Central Plains. It's this dividing line, though, this front that will divide that really nice weather with the weather where you're going to need that umbrella. So we're seeing lots of green here on the map. That's indicating where we could see those spotty showers or storms, and any of these storms could drop a lot of moisture. So we will see some flooding conditions as well, and could see some gusty thunderstorms as well, especially in the northern tier of the nation along the Great Lakes, southeastern Michigan. The bullseye, we're seeing some of those stronger storms. Could see some gusty winds, some hail with any of those storms. Then as we look towards Saturday, still looking really nice and dry in the Central Plains and Northern Plains, the Intermountain West. Back to the west, toasty though. Notice 101 in parts of the west. We're going to see temperatures into the 90s, upper 90s in some spots. Then we head further to the east. This is where the problem spots are going to be once again on Saturday. So not a great beach day or lake day for many of us. We're looking at the interior parts of the Northeast, New England, down through the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, into the south central states, and there is that flood threat once again along the Gulf Coast. We're going to pull up some tropical moisture, and we're going to see a lot of rain in a short amount of time for many days to come. Sunday still looking good at west, in the middle of the country too. Plenty of sunshine in the Northern Plains, the Central Plains staying dry in the west. Just toasty once again. We are wet in the south all the way to the Tennessee Valley once again. This is the same front that's sort of going to get hung up. It's going to stall, kind of sit in place, and it's going to bring the chance for those showers. The southeast in Florida, we could see some showers too, and then along the east coast here. So now we're talking about New Jersey into New England. We're looking still at the chance of some showers. Monday, this is the unofficial end of summer, and it looks pretty much the same. So not much is changing over these next 3 to 4 days. Above average in the Northwest, still dry throughout the middle of the country. We're drying out in the Great Lakes. We're drying out into portions of the Northeast and also the Mid-Atlantic. And we're going to see a fall preview on Monday. So we're going to feel like temperatures are going to be in the 70s. So feeling a little fall-like as we end up this weekend, but still that weekend washout along the Gulf Coast. Notice still those brighter colors showing up. That's where we're going to see those heaviest rains falling, and we are concerned of some rainfall, maybe up to 7 inches in some spots. Let's talk about the severe weather threat today, because we have 5 million people at risk, especially along the Great Lakes into the Ohio Valley, where you see that yellow. Detroit, you may be impacted by some strong storms. That means you could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. That is enough to bring down trees, some power lines, causing some power outages. Could see some hail as well. A brief tornado is possible. We've seen some tornadoes over the past few days, so we will be watching for that. They will be isolated. That number grows to 27 million people tomorrow. We're talking about portions of the Northeast into the Mid-Atlantic and some major cities there. So Philadelphia, D.C. could see some storms tomorrow with kind of the same scenarios with hail and also some damaging winds.
So not what we want to hear over a holiday weekend.
Yeah.
All right.
Could be better.
Yeah. Michelle, thank you, and enjoy the weekend.
You too.
Well, with less than 10 weeks to go now until Election Day, Vice President Harris just sat down for her first major interview since becoming the Democratic nominee. Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, of course, her running mate, spoke yesterday with CNN in Georgia for their first joint interview as the Democratic ticket. During the interview, she discussed her policy proposals and defended some of her policy reversals. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with the highlights. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Good morning. Vice President Harris had been under mounting pressure to take detailed questions, and overnight, in that interview with CNN, she tried to strike a balance between defending the Biden-Harris administration's legacy while charting her own path. Overnight, in her first extensive interview since President Biden dropped out of the race, Vice President Kamala Harris defending some of her shifting policy positions since she last ran for the White House in 2019.
I think the most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed.
On immigration, she was pressed about a 2019 primary debate where she raised her hand when asked whether the border should be decriminalized.
Do you still believe that? I believe there should be consequence. We have laws that have to be followed and enforced that address and deal with people who cross our border illegally.
She was also asked about her past positions on banning fracking.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Joe Biden will not ban fracking. I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
Harris, who also rallied supporters in Savannah, Georgia, is touting proposals to extend the child tax credit and give $25,000 in down payment assistance to first-time home buyers. So why didn't she take those steps during her first 3.5 years in office?
Well, first of all, we had to recover as an economy, and we have done that. I'm very proud of the work that we have done that has brought inflation down to less than 3%.
She also brushed off former President Trump questioning her racial identity last month.
I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black.
Same old tired playbook. Next question, please.
Harris's running mate, Governor Tim Walz, saying he misspoke when he said he carried weapons in war during his time in the Army National Guard, despite never being deployed in combat.
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English she told my grammar is not always correct.
Harris also describing for the first time publicly how she found out President Biden was dropping out of the race.
The phone rang and it was Joe Biden. And he told me what he had decided to do. And I asked him, "Are you sure?" And he said, "Yes."
Harris says that if she's elected, she'd appoint a Republican to her cabinet because she wants to have different views at the table. Overnight, former President Trump responded to the interview on social media, writing that it was boring and that Harris rambled incoherently. Savannah.
Okay, Gabe, thank you very much. Let's talk more about former President Trump now. He's heading to Johnstown, Pennsylvania this afternoon, just outside of Pittsburgh for a campaign rally. Well, he campaigned yesterday in Battleground, Michigan, and in an exclusive interview with NBC News, Mr. Trump unexpectedly proposed covering fertility treatments. He also defended his recent visit to Arlington National Cemetery. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is traveling with the former president, and she got that interview. She joins us now from Lansing, Michigan with more on this. Dasha, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. That's right. The former president making headlines about the issue of reproductive rights in our interview. This as Vice President Kamala Harris is shown ahead significantly with female voters in recent polling.
Former President Donald Trump courting voters in the Midwest Thursday, including key battleground states Michigan and Wisconsin. Mr. Trump revealing a new policy proposal in an interview with NBC News, pledging that during his second term, the popular and pricey fertility treatment IVF would be free.
So we are paying for that treatment.
All Americans who want it?
All Americans that get it. All Americans that need it. So we're going to be paying for that treatment, or we're going to be mandating that the insurance company pay.
The former president not providing specifics about how the procedure, which costs about $20,000 per cycle, would be paid for. A massive health care expense after Mr. Trump and congressional Republicans tried multiple times to repeal the Affordable Care Act in his first term. It's also unclear how Mr. Trump plans to vote on a proposal to overturn the 6-week abortion ban in his home state of Florida.
How are you going to vote on that?
Well, I think the 6 week is too short. It has to be more time.
The Harris campaign responding, there's only one candidate in this race who trusts women and will protect our freedom to make our own health care decisions. Mr. Trump also defending his campaign's recent conduct at Arlington National Cemetery in his first public comments since the controversial visit to pay his respects to service members killed during the withdrawal from Afghanistan.
I was asked to go there by people who lost their child. They asked me whether or not I would stand for a picture at the grave of their loved one who should not have died.
The Army says a cemetery employee was, quote, abruptly pushed aside when they tried to enforce Defense Department regulations, which, quote, clearly prohibit political activities on cemetery grounds. The Trump campaign later posting video of the visit. On that hallowed ground, should they have put out the images of those?
I don't know what the rules and regulations are. I don't know who did it.
It was your campaign's TikTok, though, that put out the video.
I really don't know anything about it. All I do is I stood there and I said, if you'd like to have a picture, we can have a picture.
And Savannah, those comments on abortion that you heard, they're getting some backlash from some parts of Mr. Trump's base. Overnight, the campaign looking to clarify, telling us in a statement, President Trump has not yet said how he will vote on the ballot initiative in Florida. He simply reiterated that he believes 6 weeks is too short. Savannah?
Tasha Burns, thank you very much, and great interview. Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the investigation that's now underway into the death of a top Ukrainian fighter pilot whose F-16 crashed earlier this week. We'll bring you what we know. First, though, the ongoing legal back and forth over where accused University of Idaho killer Brian Kohberger will stand trial. The difficult decision now facing the judge. We're going to break it all down up next.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
We are back with the latest on the ongoing legal battle to get the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students before a jury. Brian Kohberger and his lawyers were back in court yesterday requesting a change of venue for his murder trial. His defense team argued that the intense media coverage would prevent him from having an unbiased jury. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now with more here. Dana, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. Brian Kohberger, along with family members of the victims, were in the courtroom as the judge heard arguments from prosecutors and the defense on where this trial should take place. Kohberger's lawyers outlining why they believe any jury pool in Moscow is already tainted.
I would say this is probably professionally the most difficult decision I've ever had to make.
In their final plea to get the trial relocated, Brian Kohberger's defense made their argument clear.
Mr. Kohberger has a constitutional right to a fair trial by an impartial jury. And to guarantee that, this court must change venue.
A judge has entered a not guilty plea on behalf of Kohberger, the accused killer of 4 University of Idaho students, who sat in the courtroom on Thursday as his lawyers called for the trial to be moved from Latah County, where the killings took place, to Boise in Ada County, where the population and potential jury pool is more than 10 times larger. The defense called multiple expert witnesses who say news stories about the case oversaturated the community.
Do you mean that when we walk into trial and the room's full of potential jurors, there's going to be a great majority of them that before we sit down are going to have a feeling of bias against Mr. Kohberger? Yeah, I do.
Defense witnesses also testified statements from local law enforcement may have a stronger sway on Moscow residents and convince them of Kohberger's guilt, pointing to our interview with then Police Chief James Fry after the defendant's arrest. Are there any other suspects, or are you 100% certain this is your guy?
I am certain this is our guy.
No doubts?
No doubts.
But prosecutors pushed back.
The fact is, Your Honor, this case has media coverage everywhere,
saying they are confident they can find and seat an impartial jury.
Latah County might be close-knit, but it is not a tiny little community. It is not so tiny that we could not summons in a jury of 1,800.
That argument echoed by the victims' families, who say they also want the trial to stay in Moscow.
I trust this community to be fair and to go in there without their minds made up, and I don't think that's asking them too much.
Now the fate of the case in the hands of the judge as pressure mounts for the trial to move forward. And Savannah, we are still awaiting a decision from that judge. As you heard, he called this the most difficult decision he has ever had to make, adding he has some, quote, really important things to think about from both sides. Savannah.
All right, Dana, thank you very much. NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Sanadella joins us now for more on this. Angela, good morning. So, most difficult decision, he's saying, really, for him to make right now. What is it that he's weighing? That piece did a very good job of giving us all the facts, but just take us inside those chambers. What is it that he's looking on? It's kind of a T-chart here.
Right, so he's really looking at the Constitution, and that's where the tension starts. So obviously, defendant has a right to a fair and impartial jury, which is what you heard the defense attorney arguing here. But also in that same Constitution, it says that the location should be where the crime happened. That's how it's always been interpreted. So that community also has a right there to hold that trial where it is. The prosecutors have a right to hold that trial there. So the question here is not just, was there a lot of pretrial publicity like the defense is claiming? It's, does that pretrial publicity make it totally impossible? Now, look, most of the case law on this comes from like the 1960s, before the internet, before digital dissemination of information. And it's almost been like since then, the Supreme Court has said, look, whatever decision this judge makes is the one that'll stand. Judges here have almost total discretion to weigh whether or not the impartiality would be impossible, because ultimately it's an art, it's not a science, Savannah.
I guess I also look at the inverse of that question. Not only would impartiality be impossible, but is impartiality possible anywhere? I mean, I'm nowhere near Idaho, and I feel like I know every detail of this case. Does moving it really make any difference?
So that's exactly what the prosecution is arguing here, that in this digital age, it is almost impossible to have one community that is isolated from this publicity. Also, the prosecution had an interesting interpretation of the survey that the defense presented, and they said that just because the pretrial publicity is greater, they believe the survey results showed that it actually had, the more exposure you had, the less likely you were to judge Kohberger. So they're saying the question here is not just how much publicity, but is that really then turning the potential jury against Kohberger?
Why is it that a prosecution, in this case or any other, cares? Why, if they think they've got the evidence, they've got enough, why does it matter who is going to be sitting on that jury?
So what they're saying here is really the victims and the witnesses, the victim's family, that it's a huge inconvenience. This trial is supposed to take 3 months, Savannah. So having witnesses and families travel hundreds of miles on a daily basis for that period of time is a huge inconvenience. And in addition to that, there will inevitably be delays if it's moved. And as you know, that's what the defense has largely been doing, asking for more and more delay. So the prosecution is saying, we just want to try this man right now and get justice.
This has come up in lots of high-profile cases, right? I believe this is something that came up in a case that's kind of risen its head again, as we've seen lots of documentaries recently come out about the Scott Peterson case and the murder of Lacey Peterson, his wife, and his unborn son. What often happens here? Like, what do we have to look to in examples of a judge making a decision to grant something like this?
Okay, so baseline, it's almost impossible to ever get a change of venue granted. It is a motion that is brought up with some frequency because often the defendant's attorneys want to say that this defense needs a fair trial above all. And obviously that is very important in our Constitution. But the Supreme Court case that I was talking about earlier that really says judges have ultimate discretion here had to do with Enron, where there the judge did not move the case, even though the pretrial publicity was so extensive in Houston. And there, at that point, the Supreme Court said, look, judges can decide, because also it's the resources of that community that matter. Now the prosecution, if it is moved, is going to have to spend a fair amount more time, energy, and money moving that trial elsewhere.
That's a really good and interesting point. So what comes next? Do we know when the judge makes the decision? Does he have to by a certain point?
There's no deadline, but likely it'll be soon, given that all the evidence and the hearing happened just recently. But the issue is that, you know, this was an enormous amount of evidence that was presented. Usually it's not that much. Usually it's a pretty quick motion that's been made. But hearing all of this evidence, the judge is going to have to go through it piece by piece and see not only is there pretrial publicity, but was there enough factual evidence presented that would show that this is going to be a biased pool? And of course, you only need X number of jurors, right? You don't need, you know, thousands of jurors. You only need 12.
Yeah. Angela Sanadella, fascinating conversation before this has even gotten underway. I'm sure we'll be talking about it so much more. Thank you. We always appreciate you coming by. Let's turn now to some international news. And the Ukrainian military says one of its F-16 fighter pilots was killed while responding to a Russian attack earlier this week. It comes as Ukrainian troops push deeper into Russia following their surprise ground invasion earlier this month. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Kyiv on this. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. There are lots of questions about that F-16 crash. This is what we know. According to the Ukrainian Air Force, a noted Ukrainian jet fighter pilot was flying that F-16 through Ukrainian airspace, responding to that massive Russian missile strike that happened in Ukraine on Monday. According to the Ukrainian Air Force, he had shot down 3 missiles and a drone, was on his way to the next target when they lost connectivity to him. His jet crashed and he died. The cause is now under investigation.
The Ukrainian Air Force announced a newly arrived F-16 fighter jet crashed during the massive Russian missile attack on Monday, killing top Ukrainian pilot Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Mess. Known by his call sign Moonfish, he spoke to NBC News months into the war.
It was the most intense at the very first couple of days.
The cause of the crash is under investigation as the deadly game of who blinks first continues, with Russia gaining ground in Ukraine's east, while Ukraine takes more land in the Russian region of Kursk.
The Russian border is a straight shot that way.
This week, we visited the Ukrainian city of Sumy, less than 20 miles from the Russian border, now the staging ground for Ukraine's historic invasion. Putin has said Russia has no borders. This Ukrainian officer says, now we've shown we can enter Russian territory. We spoke with a Ukrainian commander inside Russia. NBC News is withholding his name at the military's request for security purposes.
Are you gaining ground?
Yes, little by little, he says. He tells us they've been given strict instructions as to how to interact with Russian civilians. We were told to help them as much as we can, he says.
Every 2 hours, you hear some explosions.
Across Sumy, resident Irina Olyanitska says she wants more help from the West.
The support should be stronger. You make negotiations with the Russians today, they're gonna kill you tomorrow.
A senior Western intelligence official tells me so far there is no sign of a major Russian troop movement from Ukraine's Donbass to Kursk to try and reclaim Russian territory. And I was speaking to a Ukrainian military analyst who was telling me that the longer they let this go, the longer period of time that the Ukrainians have to sort of dig into Kursk, the more difficult it's going to be for Russian forces to take back their own territory. Savannah.
All right, Aaron, thank you very much. As always, stay safe. Coming up, a Labor Day health threat that could really pour some cold water on these holiday weekend celebrations across America. After the break, what you need to know about those dangerous, in some cases even deadly, mosquito-borne illnesses that are plaguing the country and how you can keep your family safe. That's next on Morning News Now.
Democracy is happening now. We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Significant breaking news in the presidential race.
Now never stops.
There is new energy infused into this race. People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
Democrats point to record fundraising.
Thousands were waiting to get into the event.
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with news of a major crime bust. Federal authorities are now charging a group of suspects who say they are responsible for over 100 burglaries and thefts across the country, allegedly employing thieves visiting from South America who had short-term visas. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the story.
The alleged masterminds behind a multi-million-dollar crime tourism ring that targeted cities across the country, charged by federal authorities.
This group essentially acted as a linchpin for South American crime tourists who wanted to come to our country, take advantage of our liberties to steal from the American people.
Officials say Juan Carlos Tola Duran and his girlfriend Ana Maria Arriagada operated a sort of criminal concierge service out of their Los Angeles rental car business.
Tola has been running, in essence, the Hertz rental car business for thieves.
The couple and 4 alleged conspirators accused of providing nice cars to thieves from South America who were in the U.S. on short-term tourist visas, allowing them to blend in as they targeted high-end homes and businesses from New Jersey to Kansas to California, according to the indictment. Even stealing victims' bank cards, which officials say they would then max out at nearby superstores. They purchased gift cards, electronics, and luxury goods to sell back at a fraction of the value to Tola Duran, who then resold the goods for profit, bringing in over $5 million across 6 years.
The defendants acted essentially as quarterbacks for a massive team of eager thieves.
This is Thola Duran and Arriagada's home, according to the indictment. One neighbor recalls police searching the property.
I just pulled up to a lot of commotion and a lot of vehicles and vehicles on trailers. That's really scary. Really scary. No wonder there was so much activity.
The stolen funds, secured from at least 120 burglaries and thefts in 80 different cities, according to the indictment, would go towards buying real estate and even horses.
Since 2019, I'm proud to say that we have arrested over 130 suspects responsible for perpetrating these crimes, with a vast majority using vehicles from Driver Power Network.
Crime tourism is proven to be a serious issue in the U.S., especially in Southern California. Last year, officials sounding the alarm over Chilean criminal gangs who took advantage of a 90-day visa program that allowed them to enter the country with no criminal background check. Those gangs connected to a string of burglaries across Southern California.
Those thinking they can come to our country, take advantage of our liberties, and steal from the American people should think again.
Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that report. Well, before you head off to a Labor Day weekend, hopefully full of barbecues and block parties, there are some new warnings this morning about those dangerous mosquito-borne viruses and how to keep your family safe outdoors. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us from Chicago with what you need to look out for. Maggie, I am tossing to you right now while I am itching myself because I am covered in bug bites, and this is really scaring me. What do we need to know?
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. We just sprayed, or I should say soaked ourselves with DEET to kind of try to avoid the same thing. I completely feel your pain. But I mean, seriously, looking at mosquitoes in the outdoors headed into the long holiday weekend, experts are stressing safety, stressing that bug spray, because we now actually, not to freak you out more, Savannah, but we have 2 more deaths linked to West Nile virus, this time in Wisconsin. And at the same time, the father of a teenager paralyzed by that virus says he believes the threat is a lot closer to home than people even realize.
This morning, heading into the long holiday weekend, there are new concerns buzzing for those eager to soak up the final days of summer outside.
We've had a lot of extra rain, so there's a lot of mosquitoes around.
Rare but potentially deadly mosquito-borne illnesses continue to plague parts of the country.
It's crazy, just you're sitting on like my back porch for 10 minutes and then I go back inside and I've got like 10 bites.
Wisconsin officials announcing 2 deaths linked to West Nile virus, making for nearly 24 deaths nationwide, with nearly 300 cases reported in 33 states. And now there's a 6th case of Eastern equine encephalitis, or EEE, the virus found in 5 states that's killed 1 man.
I think it's going to be a significant concern in the future.
Cities taking action, spraying neighborhoods to help protect residents. For those heading to a lake for Labor Day, be on high alert. Mosquitoes look for still, fresh water, and be sure to apply a DEET-based insect repellent on top of your sunscreen. In Missouri, John Proctor wishes his family had known about the danger of mosquito-borne illnesses sooner. His 18-year-old son, known as BB, has a long road to recovery. He's on a ventilator, paralyzed from the neck down after contracting West Nile virus from a mosquito bite his dad believes he got while playing with their dog in the backyard.
It's hard to fathom how such a small, insignificant creature can take a perfectly 100% healthy human being and it just causing havoc on his body that fast. It only takes one mosquito to get you.
Yeah, we just hurt for that family. So again, stressing this is rare, but in BB's case, doctors say he could make a full recovery according to the family, and they're hopeful, but they were also told it could take up to a year or more. So that in mind, a little advice from experts to help protect the smallest members of your household. They say you can use bug spray on kids, but they say apply it to your hands and then apply that to them. That's a bit safer. And then when it comes to animals, you can also protect them, but you should use bug spray formulated especially for animals. But Savannah, your toss to me is just freaking me out. So now I'm doing this again.
No, I know.
Here I go again.
All of it.
Can't use enough.
I have a lot of bug bites. I'm checking my dog constantly for ticks. I mean, it's really important information on Maggie, and really, really good tip there. I had no idea about applying it to your own hands and then onto a child. That's great. Maggie, thank you so much. Stay bug-free as much as you can. Coming up, your next big getaway doesn't have to be thousands of miles away from home. After the break, why so-called daycations are having a moment. So you hit a local hotel for the amenities, but not for the overnight stay. We'll explain up next.
Live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now is raw. How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with a look at how you can plan a getaway without actually getting away. While millions of people are vacationing this Labor Day weekend, others are opting for daycations. That's where you get a day pass. You get access to luxury hotel amenities without any of the travel, and you don't even stay overnight. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has been looking into this, and he joins us in studio to tell us all about it. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. Yeah, it's like a slice of vacation. It's perfect, and it's one of those ideas where it's genius. Why did I not think of this? For years, most of us have used hotels as obviously a place to sleep overnight. But after spending our waking hours sightseeing or dining out in different cities, that's what you do when you're vacationing. But what about all of those lightly used hotel swimming pools and luxury spas, the gyms? Who's using it? Well, enter the daycation, which has exploded in popularity in recent years. You've no doubt heard of a staycation. But what is a daycation?
You can book amenities at hotels and only go for the day, so you don't have to pay for the room.
The leisure option is really starting to pick up steam. How would you define this concept to people?
Yeah, I think it's reinventing the way we think about hotels. So you're not staying overnight, but you can use all the amenities, things like pools, cabanas, spa, fitness, wellness, even the rooms just for the day.
According to a recent survey, 60% of travelers were willing to pay for day passes at a 5-star hotel in order to use its amenities without actually staying overnight. Resort Pass pioneered the idea about 8 years ago, but the company's CEO, Michael Wolf, says its popularity has skyrocketed in the last couple of years. With around 1,600 partner hotels in 250 cities, and 7 out of 10 packages, from pools to spas, are under $65.
So Miami is actually our biggest market. Phoenix is an incredibly big market. New York, Orlando, Hawaii.
But even in pricey cities like New York, we found some day passers atop the Virgin Hotel pool deck digging the deal. How much did you guys pay for this?
We paid $80 each for a day bed, which is really rare in the city. I mean, I've been to other pools where they charge like $250 for a day bed.
At the Virgin Hotel, the options range.
So you can book one of the loungers, which are single. You can book a day bed. And we do have another option, which is our cabana.
But one thing is clear. On a random Tuesday, the pool is packed.
If you want to work from the pool, if family, everybody can take advantage of this.
They definitely are. From Brooklyn, where the Arlo Williamsburg offers rooftop poolside service, to the Arizona Biltmore, which has water slides, the Ritz-Carlton Miami and its heated pool, and the stunning Fairmont Orchid in Hawaii. All of these places, the face of hoteling in the future. Where do you see this in 5 years?
We're truly just getting started. We're just at the beginning stages of what that means for the hospitality industry.
Okay, this is pretty cool, but also if you're somebody who's paying a lot, let's say, you just mentioned the Ritz there, to stay somewhere like the Ritz, are you suddenly, your pool's way more crowded? Is it tougher to get service? Like, what's it like for the people who are actually staying?
No, it's such a great question, Savannah, and it is also specific by city. So if you're talking about like Central Florida, for example, Orlando, very popular, there's not that many people necessarily at any given day in the summer that are occupying the pool. You're not going to run into a numbers crunch. New York is different. LA is different. Some of those cities that are a little bit more premium in terms of the spacing.
Right.
And so you have a scenario where they cap the number of day passes that they'll sell. We were obviously at the Virgin Hotel there. They sold out that day. They're not going to flood the grounds with people coming in. They want to try to keep a nice balance between guests that are already there and those that want to use it as a day pass. And like the options are really cool. You know, you have spa and pool. You can do a packaging together. Some folks also wondering about rooms if you want to go change. That's an option in some of the hotels as well. My favorite part about this, I saw all these young people there. I was like, hey, can I talk to you about day pass? Like, I'd love to, but I'm supposed to be at work right now. So like, don't worry, man. It's work from pool, WFP. Yeah. You're good to go. Bosses will totally understand.
Work from pool.
It's a new thing.
Sam Brock, thank you so much. Very cool. And actually, you're going to stick around to help me trash talk our friend Jesse Kirsch. That'll make sense in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Let's get you some money news, though. First, a federal judge has denied a request to dismiss a lawsuit brought by X, formerly known as Twitter, against nonprofit watchdog Media Matters. CNBC's Silvana Henao is with us with that and more. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yes, so a judge in Texas has ruled against Media Matters' request to dismiss a lawsuit filed by X. The social media platform filed a suit last year after after Media Matters published a report showing hateful content was appearing next to online ads from companies such as Apple and Disney. Now, those companies then paused their ad campaigns. Attorneys for X claim the report was intentionally deceptive and financially hurt the company. Gas prices have been falling ahead of Labor Day, the traditional end of the summer driving season. The average price for regular is $3.35 a gallon. That's down nearly 15 cents from a month ago. But analysts aren't ruling out the risk of a spike. They say OPEC could extend production cuts beyond October 1st, which could tighten oil supplies and lead to higher gas prices. We're also still in hurricane season, and the Gulf of Mexico accounts for 15% of the nation's oil production and nearly half of refining capacity. And Krispy Kreme has a sweet deal to mark the unofficial end of summer. Customers can get a dozen original glazed donuts for $2 with the purchase of any regular dozen at regular prices all Labor Day weekend long. It's part of Krispy Kreme's Go for Two promotion, which encourages football fans to earn extra points as they take in week 1 of the college football season. Savannah.
Well, Savannah, that is a perfect segue to our next story. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So a sure sign that fall is right around the corner as college football is back. Last night, my Colorado Buffs held off the North Dakota State Bison 31-26. It was a great game. So exciting. Well, fans can expect some big changes, though, to the game ahead of this season. That includes a new playoff system that will now allow 12 teams to fight for the championship instead of just the 4 we've seen previously. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kurz joins us with a look at what's to come. Hey, Jesse, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. That expanded playoff means more opportunity, also potentially more controversy. One of the changes we're going to see this year right here in Dallas on SMU's campus. Take a look at this. The Mustangs now part of the ACC. This is one of just several conference realignments that are reshaping the fabric of college football.
This morning, the tailgates, the mascots, and of course, the kickoffs are back in a big way with the official return of college football.
Football's back. Football is back.
But this season comes with lots of big changes. The college football playoff is expanding from just 4 teams to 12. That means more schools have a fighting chance to compete for a national championship.
Now it matters what seed everybody is. It matters if you're 8 versus 9, because that's the difference between hosting a playoff game in the first round or not.
And even months before bowl season, we'll see new matchups due to big conference realignments. The iconic Pac-12 once Rose Bowl regulars. But now that conference is effectively gone, with all but 2 schools fleeing to the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Big 12. Those cherished regional rivalries with more than 100 years of history are now mostly gone, with schools now playing against teams they historically have not faced.
We're going to miss the traditions that it had. But, you know, it also creates an opportunity of making new traditions.
It also means athletes and their families will travel farther across the country. Look at the Golden Bears' schedule. They fly from the Bay Area to Alabama, Florida, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. But entering these powerhouse conferences means new opportunities, more money, and more potential to attract top players.
We really need to be one of those top 4 conferences to be able to say and attract the elite level student athletes who want to test themselves and compete against the best in the country.
Oklahoma State's football players will even have QR codes on their helmets, linking to a fund that helps student athletes cash in on their name, image, and likeness. A new season full of changes, marking a new era of college football.
Savannah, we have to take care of something out. I appreciate you letting Sam stick around. So
here we go.
I was going to try to kick a field goal from around here. He was saying this is so short, this isn't even the extra point.
That's
I know
30 yards.
I'm a big person who
That's
I was wrong. I was wrong. That's where they snap from, so it gets taken from further back. But why don't we back it up some more? 10 good? 10's not good enough? All right, we're going to go to the 15-yard line. 15 plus another 10. That's 25 yards.
Okay.
Is that enough for you, Sam, if I make this?
Sam, you got to add the 10 yards, obviously, for the end zone, too. So that's like, what, a 30-yard field goal? Let's see what you got, Jesse. Hope you don't miss.
Oh! It went through! Doesn't have to be pretty.
Did that
as
make
long
it?
as you win the game.
Did that look to you like it cleared the crossbars?
Let me tell you something. Sam, it's too early for
you
trash
so
talk.
deserve that.
Go back to sleep, Mr. Brock. Savannah, back to you.
Oh, actually, Jesse, before we let you go, I am going to do something kind of mean, and I'm gonna roll the tape.
Don't do it.
I'm gonna roll the tape.
Don't do it.
Let's go.
You can't just let me have this moment.
Look at this. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my God.
And me laughing hysterically, being so cruel.
This poor guy, man.
That was an air ball.
I feel so much better
Jesse
about myself.
Sorry, I don't know why we just decided to pull that up on you. It's just like, hey, you know what?
He's a good sport, to be honest with you, Jesse. You are. And, you know, I'll take your word for it. You said that cleared the crossbars. That is better than I would have done, man. Bravo. Good for you,
It was
Jesse.
ugly, but it got through.
True.
I promise it went through.
All that matters.
It's true. Okay.
We split the uprights in practice.
Jesse Kirsch, thank you. Thank you so much for so many things. Bye.
Love the guy.
We'll be right back on Morning News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. Finally this hour. It is Friday. That means it's time for your weekly can't miss list. This is a look at all the films, shows, music you got to see and hear this weekend. And our friend NBC News entertainment contributor Chris Witherspoon is here, also CEO of Pop Viewers. Morning. Thank you for being here. Happy Friday.
It's Friday.
It's Friday. It's a long weekend. It's so yay. I'm so here for it. And you're going to tell us what to watch. Let's start with 1992.
Yes, this one is a crime thriller set during the LA riot. So it takes place during this real historical time in our country after the Rodney King verdict. It stars Tyrese Gibson, who plays a father, trying to get his life back together, but also Ray Liotta, who recently passed away. It's one of his last film roles on the other side of town. It's kind of like Crash, the film Crash, where there's two storylines happening at once, but they kind of collide at the same time. Great film, lots of drama, also historical events that took place.
I feel like probably emotional, too,
Oh,
right?
yeah, very emotional. Also, Tyrese can bring the drama. To me, people sleep on him a little bit. He's a great actor. I've met him, interviewed him many times.
Yeah.
Great guy.
Okay, great. Wow. I mean, it sounds like what a plot. Okay, now let's talk about this new AI movie, Afraid, right? Afraid, and you know there's an A and an I next to each other there. What do we think about this one? It's giving me Megan vibes.
It's a psychological thriller. It stars a guy named John Cho, who is a dad who gets this AI assistant. Her name is Aya. There's these eyes around the apartment, around the home. But basically, Aya gets very messy. She gets to be a little bit too good as an assistant, so it's very scary. It's kind of a cautionary tale around where we're going right now with AI, but it's brilliant. Also kind of like not too scary. It's like one of those, the show Black Mirror. It's like a Black Mirror episode that plays out over a film.
Okay, love that. Oh,
Yes.
I really want to see this one. Okay, if we're staying in this weekend, there is something new to stream, right? A documentary here?
It's Gary. It's about Gary Coleman. I grew up watching Different Strokes. What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah,
yeah. But it's really about how he battled this rare health condition, but also the ups and downs. He suffered alcoholism, drug abuse, just all the craziness that he went through and how he kind of came out on the other side. A lot of never before seen interviews, his parents, There's a lot of great cast members as well.
And where can you watch that?
You can watch this one on Peacock.
Peacock, okay,
Yes.
streaming, you can catch it at home. Okay, also, big weekend for Lord of the Rings fans.
Yes, Lord of the Rings. So many folks, I watched this show. It's called The Rings of Power. It's on Prime. Grab your rings. It's time to head back to Middle Earth. But it's the sequel, or the second season of this show that was on Prime Video. Amazon spent $700 million on this series. So folks are excited for it. It's very luxe. It's very, big. But it's Lord of the Rings. You can't go wrong with it.
Yeah, I mean, and I think fans love this show, right?
Yes, and you can watch episode 1, 2, and 3. They're all out right now.
Oh, love it. Okay, this next one is being called one of the best retellings of Greek mythology.
Yes.
This sounds awesome.
It's called Chaos. To meet Jeff Goldblum is the headline. He stars as Zeus. It's these three characters who basically realize that they have this common connection, but it's kind of taking Greek mythology and turning it on its head.
Wait, and so it's set in modern?
Yeah, it's set in modern time, but it's like Greek mythology again, turning it on its head. Jeff Goldblum, he plays Zeus. He's paranoid. He's hilarious. He's very neurotic. It's a great, I think, retelling of Greek mythology.
We love it. Chris Witherspoon, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We got the whole thing,
fun.
everything we're watching. We love it. Also, before we head to break right now on Morning News Now, it is the last day for one of the superstars of this team, Laurel, before she heads on maternity leave. There she is in the control room right there. Look at her. Look at this boss lady. Look at all those buttons in front of her. She's controlling our whole show, doing everything every day for all of us. Her and her husband, Dylan, are about to welcome their first baby. And she's heading off on maternity leave. Laurel, we love you. We cannot wait. Congratulations. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, on the defensive, former President Donald Trump responding to criticism of his visit to Arlington National Cemetery.
Should your campaign have put out those videos and photos?
Well, we have a lot of people. We have people, TikTok people. We're leading the internet.
But on that hallowed ground, should they have put out the images of those?
I don't know what the rules and regulations are.
What he says really happened between a campaign staffer and an Arlington employee in an exclusive interview with NBC News. Plus, Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Governor Tim Walz, sit down for their first joint interview. We'll take you on the campaign trail. Also this morning, summer send-off. Ready or not, Labor Day weekend is here, and millions of Americans are spending this unofficial end of summer taking one last getaway. But could wet weather interrupt your vacation plans? We have a team tracking it all. Plus, a health crisis unfolding in war-torn Gaza. Israel and Hamas agreed to pause the fighting to vaccinate hundreds of thousands of children after a 10-month-old is diagnosed with the enclave's first polio case in more than 2 decades. We'll bring you the latest. And you snooze, you win. You heard that right. Researchers say sleeping in on the weekends could have big benefits for your heart. We'll dive into the data that'll have you diving right back into bed. Doesn't that sound nice? And nice to hear. Sleeping in could actually be good for you in some ways. Good morning. Happy Friday. Thanks for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe's on assignment today, so it's just me. We begin this Friday morning with the race for the White House. Vice President Kamala Harris is back in Washington this morning following a 2-day bus tour in Battleground, Georgia. She held a rally yesterday in Savannah where she also gave her first joint interview of the campaign with CNN. It was alongside her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. We'll have more on that in just a moment. First, though, let's get to the appearance by former President Trump earlier this week at Arlington National Cemetery. He's defending that to NBC News. He says it wasn't a political stunt and says he was asked for a picture by family members who lost their children in the withdrawal from Afghanistan. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has this exclusive.
In our exclusive interview, the former president responded for the first time to the controversy surrounding his visit to Arlington National Cemetery. And he also announced a new policy proposal regarding fertility treatments. Former President Donald Trump back in the battleground state of Michigan, making his first public comments about the controversy over his visit to Arlington National Cemetery earlier this week.
I was asked to go there by people who lost their child because of Biden and Harris, because their pullout was so bad of Afghanistan. They lost their child. And all of a sudden I hear that somebody that I have no idea who it is got into an argument with somebody else at the cemetery about pictures being taken. I took them at the request of the families, and I'm very happy I did.
In a statement, an Army spokesperson said that Defense Department regulations, quote, clearly prohibit political activities on cemetery grounds, and that a cemetery employee was, quote, abruptly pushed aside when trying to ensure adherence to those rules.
We lost 13 great people.
The campaign on Tuesday posting this TikTok, highlighting video of Trump's visit, laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier, then posing among grave sites with family of service members killed in the attack at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan.
Should your campaign have put out those videos and photos?
Well, we have a lot of people. You know, we have people, TikTok people. You know, we're leading the internet.
But on that hallowed ground, should they have put out the images of those?
I don't know what the rules and regulations are. I don't know who did it. And it could have been them. It could have been the parents. It could have been somebody.
It was your campaign's TikTok, though, that put out the video.
I really don't know anything about it. All I do is I stood there and I said, if you'd like to have a picture, we can have a picture.
The former president also reflecting on the assassination attempt against him in Butler, Pennsylvania.
I wonder, having come so close, do you feel safe these days?
It was incredible that happened, that I was turned at that particular point, where something, the shooters would say it was like almost 100% that bad things would have happened. So I view it as, you know, a very positive event. Maybe it's positive because somebody wants me to take care of our country, which is failing so badly.
The former president also suggesting first to NBC News if he were reelected, fertility treatments would be covered without giving specifics on how.
Under the Trump administration, we are going to be paying for that treatment. So we are paying for that treatment.
All Americans who want it?
For all Americans that get it, all Americans that need it.
We did the math. That kind of plan would likely cost around $7.8 billion annually based on the number of IVF cycles in 2022. Meanwhile, the Harris campaign is responding, saying in a statement, in part, because Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, IVF is already under attack.
All right, Dasha, thank you very much for that exclusive. Now let's get to that first joint interview of the campaign for the Democratic ticket of Vice President Kamala Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Harris and Walz sat down for the interview yesterday with CNN while they were wrapping up a two-day bus tour in Georgia, culminating with a rally in the city of Savannah. In the highly anticipated interview, Harris was pressed about her policies and what a Harris presidency could potentially look like. Here are some of the highlights.
If you are elected, what would you do on day one in the White House?
Well, there are a number of things. I will tell you, first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. I'm the only person in this race who actually served a border state as Attorney General to enforce our laws, and I would enforce our laws as president going forward. I recognize the problem.
The idea that you said that you were in war. Yeah. Did you misspeak, as the campaign has said?
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English teacher, told me my grammar's not always correct. But again, if it's not this, it's an attack on my children for showing love for me.
I think it's important to have people at the table when some of the most important decisions are being made that have different views, different experiences. And I think it would be to the benefit of the American public to have a member of my cabinet who was a Republican.
What I want to ask you about is what he said last month. He suggested that you happened to turn black recently for political purposes, questioning a core part of your identity.
Yeah. Same old tired playbook. Next question, please.
That's it?
That's it.
For more on the Harris interview, let's now bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, good morning. Thank you very much for being up early with us on a Friday. So let's start there with the Democrats. What are we hearing from them this morning? We finally get this interview with the Democratic ticket. Was the interview enough to address concerns from voters who feel they really haven't heard enough on specific issues, on specific policies from Harris or Walz?
Yes, and candidly, I actually think a lot of this has been a little bit overblown. As someone a reporter who does campaigns, who covers Capitol Hill, you always want to be able to ask principal and elected officials questions about policy, about whatever's going on in the news of day. Yes, to always doing more interviews for that reason. But this idea that she didn't have policy herself, to me, was always a little bit overblown, in large part because as the second half of the Biden-Harris administration her name is on all of the policy innately that was passed over the first 2 years of this administration. That was the Inflation Reduction Act. That was elements of the care economy. That was a child tax credit that, of course, has since elapsed, but is very much still, as you heard again in that interview, back on the table. And then, of course, we are aware of the strong stance and the leadership, frankly, that she has shown within this administration on things like access to abortion care. That is one of the top issues. And then, of course, as someone who followed her on the campaign trail in 2019 and into the administration in 2020, the other piece of this that I was interested in hearing about is the ways in which her platform has changed. And I think that is a fair criticism because she has backtracked on things like initially saying she would ban fracking as a presidential candidate herself, and then, of course, joining the Biden ticket in 2020 and saying in that vice presidential debate that she had reversed her position there. She explained some of those changes as not an evolution of values, but an evolution of receiving more information and seeing that there might be other ways to get to the ultimate policy goals that she felt were necessary. But all in all, the goal here was do no harm and start doing these interviews. That was clearly achieved.
Allie, you, of course, are a Capitol Hill expert, and I'm wondering how it's feeling on the Hill in terms of what we're seeing happen with polling here, with Vice President Harris rising in the polls, in some cases surpassing the former president. Is there concern with ranks of Republicans on the Hill who have their own re-election races to run? Never mind looking at the White House, but do they feel that this potential shift, at least in some places in momentum, could be difficult for them to overcome as well?
Covering Capitol Hill these last few months has really been just vibe tracking, to put it plainly.
Yeah,
you have watched Democrats get as low as they can possibly get in the month of July during that tumultuous period after the June debate, where there was obviously open question about whether or not Biden could continue as the nominee. Some of the conversations I was having with my Democratic lawmaker sources then were some of the most glum I have had ever. Of course, that has rebounded and then some. When you see the glee at the top of the roller coaster, if we're watching it go like this, you see the glee at the Democratic National Convention. That then has an impact on Republicans. And I do think that there is concern among Republican frontliners in the same way we were hearing it around Democrats and frontline members who were worried about keeping their seats or their potential to flip Republican districts blue. That is definitely a concern now that we're hearing from some Republicans. We'll wait, of course, until they get back to town in about a week and a half to actually see how that's manifesting. But look, Congress doesn't actually have much to do in the month of September. They, of course, have the big task of funding the government, which should be easy, but isn't always. We expect them to pass some kind of continuing resolution into next year. And then their goal is to get out of town and get back on the campaign trail in their own districts. That's when we're going to see the impact of this top of the ticket on further down ballot races.
Allie, it was just 2 years ago you wrote your book. It's called Electable: Why America Hasn't Put a Woman in the White House Yet. There's its beautiful cover. How is this going? I mean, like, we're at this point, your book focused on these hurdles that women are facing while they're running for office. We're at this point with Vice President Kamala Harris now being the candidate. That was not always the case, of course. It was pretty recently that she became the nominee, that we even knew that was going to be the path we're on. What's your takeaway of where we're at right now, specifically just when it comes to the challenges that you know, that you researched, that you put out there in this fabulous book for us, that a woman faces uniquely?
First of all, this book was working overtime on the crystal ball because that subtitle makes me look brilliant right now. And then also the fact that the 2-year publication anniversary was the day after Kamala Harris's DNC acceptance speech. I don't know that we could have planned it any better than that because we didn't. No one knew that this is how it was going to go down. But look, that book actually focuses on the hurdles that people, including then Senator Harris, faced as a candidate. And I think the biggest difference right now, and I wrote about this for NBC in the immediate aftermath of Harris becoming at least the presumed nominee, if not officially so, is the fact that the gender and race dynamics that so often cut against non-white and non-male candidates are really focused on the primary. It's where it impedes their ability to get top staff, build campaigns on massive amounts of money. It's where the most benefit of the doubt is given to male candidates. Harris, because of the unlikely way that she got this nomination, didn't have to go through a primary for that. In a general, voters will likely just vote with the candidate that they most align with in terms of a national political party. She's building a different coalition. They're focusing on trying to pull white women, other different pieces of that. But for Harris, this is uncharted territory and potentially historic, even though she's not talking about that.
And if you haven't read Ali Vitale's book yet, now is a great time. I promise it is a fabulous primer as we head into these next couple months. Ali Vitale, thank you very much. Great to have you.
Thank you.
Well, Labor Day weekend officially here. Can you believe it? Airports across the U.S. are bracing for what's set to be a historic number of travelers. Today alone, TSA expects to screen nearly 3 million passengers, according to the travel site Hopper. The top 3 busiest airports, they're going to be Atlanta, Chicago, and Dallas-Fort Worth. But the travel blitz isn't exclusive to airports. Millions of Americans are also expected to hit the road and drive to their weekend destinations. Let's bring in AAA spokesperson Aixa Diaz, who has some important travel tips for anyone who is heading out this weekend, which I'm sure are quite a few of you listening right now. Aixa, always great to have you with us. Thank you so much for being here. Let's start with just what people should think about as they're heading out. Maybe let's start with driving. People driving to those weekend destinations. I'm always gaming. I do often drive places from New York City on a weekend like this. I'm always trying to game what's the best time to leave. What do you think? What is the best time to head out today and throughout the weekend, maybe also on that Monday traveling back?
Well, Savannah, people should really be heading out soonish, like before 11 a.m. So definitely around this time, because the longer you wait today to hit the road, the more congestion you're going to find. That 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. window in the afternoon is just brutal, because not only do you have travelers hitting the road, but also just commuters, people getting off work, or a lot of families and students. Many kids are back at school, so you've got that traffic to think about as well. So if you're hitting the road, try to leave as early as possible today. And then if you're leaving tomorrow, Saturday, that actually might be more beneficial to leave a little bit later in the day. Usually we don't advise afternoon driving, but because so many people have to work today, Friday, that means that tomorrow they're going to hit the road early. So more people are likely then to be on the road in the morning. So you might want to head out a little bit later.
AAA also says it expects to rescue 300,000 stranded drivers over the course of the holiday weekend. What's that about? Why that number? And what can people do to avoid having any of that car trouble?
And the top 3 reasons, Savannah, are flat tires, dead batteries, and people locking themselves out, which is the worst. But it happens, and AAA will come help you if that does happen. The best thing you can do proactively is get your car checked sooner rather than later. Don't wait until like a few minutes before you hit the road to do that. Check your battery, check your oil, check your tire pressure. That way, if those things are not in order, you have time to get your car maintained and then hit the road. And have a spare set of keys. Not many people do that, but it's actually not bad to think about, especially if you have another passenger with you in the vehicle.
Yeah, exactly. Split them up, but take them both. Let's say the unfortunate does happen and you do get stranded. One of those things happens to you. What should people do?
Well, if you're on the road, especially if you're on a busy highway, you want to find a safe place to stop, preferably the nearest exit. But if you can't make it to an exit, pull over on the side of the road as far over as possible away from traffic. Not only do we see drivers and motorists themselves get injured on the side of the road, but we have way too many tow providers hit and killed on the side of the road because everything's happening so close. So, and as a driver, you need to slow down and move over when that does happen. Put your hazards on. And then also, if you're going to call AAA, for example, you can call or use the digital, use a digital mode, either the app or online. But also, if you have one of the newer iPhones, 14 and 15, and you don't have any cell service and you find yourself off the grid, you can call AAA and use the satellite with your iPhone to call for roadside assistance, which is huge.
Oh, wow. That's great to know. Really good tips there. Let's also talk gas prices. Can drivers expect relief when it comes to that compared to last year?
That is good news. So we're paying about 50 cents less this Labor Day than we were last year. And they've come down about 15 cents just in the past month. So the national average this morning is $3.35. So we are trending downward. We're watching the tropics, though, a couple of systems that could affect the Atlantic or the Gulf Coast. If that happens, that's when we tend to see gas prices go up a little bit if a storm affects refineries in the Gulf Coast. So this is, we're approaching the peak hurricane season. So this is the time when we're watching that. But so far, gas prices are actually lower than they were last year, and they've been trending downward for weeks now.
Yeah, wow, 50 cents less. That's a pretty big deal. Also, you guys have some data. AAA has some data. It shows overall domestic travel. It's up 9% this year compared to last year. But also, I thought this was interesting. More people are opting to get travel insurance. Given the surge in travel, why is that a good idea? Honestly, I think a lot of times I check the no box, but why should you do this or not?
And a lot of people do. And I think the pandemic really taught a lot of people a lesson. And sort of they learned from that and saw, okay, plans can change, people get sick, things happen. So they want to protect their investment, particularly when it's a big trip. So maybe you don't want to do it if it's a weekend, a quick trip to see your friends, a couple of nights. But when we're talking about a cruise vacation or an international vacation, and those have been very popular post-pandemic, that's when it's a good idea to protect that investment, because you never know what's going to happen. There's going to be a trip trip interruption. There's going to be a cancellations due to weather or some computer glitch at the airport. So that's why more people now are thinking, okay, I want to protect the money that I put into it. But domestic travel is up 9% this Labor Day weekend because the cost to travel domestically is actually down 2% compared to last year. So it's a little bit more affordable. And so many people want to squeeze in that last hurrah of the summer. So it's not a surprise that more people are traveling this year over Labor Day, but international travel has come down a bit. And that's because the cost to travel internationally has gone up 11% compared to last Labor Day.
Wow, that certainly feels true every time you try to look at those flights. Aixa Diaz, thank you so much. Great to see you. Happy Labor Day.
Thanks.
Speaking of Labor Day, let's get a look at your holiday weekend forecast. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with the details on this one. Michelle, great to have you here. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Great to see you. And unfortunately, some of us will need the umbrellas we head out the next couple of days. Starting today on to kick off our holiday weekend, we are looking at a lot of showers and storms, or at least a chance of them. Not widespread, not all day, but still look at all this green showing up on the map. That's indicating the chance for spotty showers and storms. And any of these showers could drop a lot of rain in a short amount of time. We're going to see rain falling along the Gulf Coast over the next several days. So we have a flood threat today, tomorrow, and then into Sunday as well, even Monday. Strong storms in portions of the Great Lakes, especially in southeastern Michigan. Back behind this front that's causing all these issues, we're looking at really dry conditions throughout the central and northern plains. Lots of sunshine. Temperatures not bad in the low 80s. And then further back to the west, we're heating up once again in the Pacific Northwest, the Intermountain West. Temperatures will start to climb, and we're looking at still a lot of sunshine that's going to help to heat things up. So that is for today. Again, here's that cold front that's going to cause all the problems. We're going to see showers and storms along this cold front and ahead of it over the next several days as it kind of makes its way across the east. We have the threat for some strong wind, some hail, some flash flooding, not only today, but throughout the weekend as well. So that's going to cause some problems in the air. Likely causes where we're likely delays where you see the red here in Detroit, St. Louis, Houston, and then possible delays for Chicago, Charlotte, Atlanta, Orlando, Tampa, Dallas, Fort Worth. So a lot of hubs, major hubs, could see some impacts as we go throughout this Friday. And then Monday we'll have some problems as well. If you're on the roadways, I mentioned the Gulf Coast and all that rain that will be falling. So along I-10 across the Gulf Coast from Houston to Pensacola, could see some slowdowns as well. I-44 into the Great Lakes, I-55, we're looking at the chance for those showers and storms. Now, as we head towards Monday, the unofficial end of summer, we're looking at a holiday washout across the south and also the southeast. Localized flash flooding as well. This is the same front and kind of gets hung up here, especially in the south. So we're going to see that rain falling along this front, and we're going to see it kind of going over the same areas. And it's going to be, you'll need the umbrella that day, maybe kind of plan for those indoor activities. Possible delays in terms of air travel on Monday in Dallas, New Orleans, Charlotte, Atlanta, Orlando. And then we're looking at likely delays in Houston and also Tampa. So plan for that as you head out on Monday. As far as the roads go, we're looking at I-10 once again, and I-95 in the southeast, we're looking at the chance for scattered showers and storms. Let's talk about that severe weather today, because we do have 5 million people at risk, especially from the Great Lakes throughout the Ohio Valley. We're looking at Detroit. You will be impacted by the chance for some strong to severe storms, especially once we get that daytime heating going. So winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, damaging hail. Could see a brief tornado or two, so you want to stay weather aware today. That will be the same story tomorrow. Look how that number grows to 27 million, because now we're talking about the interior parts of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic down to parts of the Tennessee Valley as well. We're going to see the same scenarios, really gusty winds that could cause some damage, some hail as well, and the low risk for tornadoes, but not zero. On top of that, we are worried about flash flooding because it is summertime. We have lots of moisture here, so we could see some flash flooding anywhere from the Great Lakes all the way down to the south. This is so important to be weather aware, especially on the holiday, a little bit more lackadaisical, but we're going to have some issues out there.
Really important reminders to stay safe. Michelle, thank you so much. We'll see you in a little bit. There's much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, sleeping in for the win. A new study shows big benefits if you hit snooze on the weekends. We'll let you know what doctors want you to know. Up first, though, after the break, the border battle heating up again as the White House reinstates a controversial immigration program. We'll have the latest up next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy. Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Significant breaking news in the presidential race.
Now never stops.
There is new energy infused into this race. People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
Democrats point to record fundraising.
Thousands were waiting to get into the event.
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds. Fans here at the Mercy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest out of the Middle East. The World Health Organization says Israel and Hamas have agreed to 3-day pauses in fighting across parts of Gaza to allow 640,000 children to receive the polio vaccination. This is all expected to start this Sunday. Just yesterday, our NBC News team inside Gaza met the first child to be diagnosed with the disease in the area in 25 years. Now, despite receiving medical care, the 10-month-old became paralyzed. An official for the WHO welcomed the agreement, but said the limited pauses might not be enough time to vaccinate everyone.
We call on all parties to pause, of course, the fighting to allow children and families to safely access health facilities and community outreach workers to get the children who cannot access health facilities for polio vaccination. The 3 days might not be enough to achieve adequate vaccination. So we will monitor it throughout the campaign.
NBC News International correspondent Matt Bradley joins us from Tel Aviv. Matt, thanks for being here. So first, let's just start this fact. The Israeli government seems to be going out of its way to note that this is not the first step to a ceasefire. These 3-day pauses in fighting is not the same or is not that road to a negotiation there. So walk us through what it is and how this came to be.
Yeah, so this is a 3-day pause, as you mentioned, but it's going to be pauses in different parts of the Gaza Strip for each day. So it's going to be probably about a couple of hours every day during the daytime, during daylight hours, where there will be pauses in separate parts. So in the north, in the center, and in the south of the Gaza Strip. So kind of a rolling 3-day thing. This agreement would then offer the option for a 4th day if it's needed. So this is really necessary because, as you mentioned, we've seen our first infant who has polio, and that's a very big risk because this is a highly infectious disease. Health authorities say that they need to get the vaccination vaccination rate up to about 90% in order to prevent the spread of this disease any further. But really, when we're talking about the spread of polio, this is because of infected water, because of malnutrition, all things that are afflicting the Gaza Strip because of the ongoing fighting. Savannah.
Matt, outside of Gaza, tell us the latest on those deadly Israeli raids in the occupied West Bank.
Yeah, well, this is now in its third day. This is a sprawling operation, and we're seeing now about 17 people have been killed. Those numbers are expected to rise. The IDF have said that they've wrapped up their operation in the Al Farah refugee camp, and they've also wrapped it up just now. We just heard in the past hour or two in the city of Tulkarm. It looks as though that operation is still going on in Jenin. But as we've reported before, this is the largest incursion into the West Bank by the IDF, possibly in the last 2 decades, ever since the Second Intifada. So this really is a big operation. And like I said, looking at those pictures, seeing the earth movers, seeing the armored vehicles and the columns of Israeli infantry moving in there, we really can expect that those death toll is probably going to be increasing over the coming days.
Matt Bradley, thank you as always for your reporting. Stay safe. Well, as we mentioned earlier this week, the Biden administration says it will restart an immigration program for migrants from Cuba, Haiti, Venezuela, and Nicaragua after it paused it back in July due to fraud concerns. Here to tell us more is NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Julia, good morning. So first, just remind us how this immigration program works and why it was paused initially. What were those fraud concerns?
Well, this was supposed to be a way for people from those countries that you just mentioned to apply to come to the U.S. legally from their home countries rather than come to the border illegally. It was a common sense approach, and it was introduced at a time where the Biden administration also said that those same nationalities could also be pushed back into Mexico when they approach the border illegally to the tune of $30,000 a month. But what happened over time is that they needed a U.S.-based sponsor, and they did an internal report this spring and found that there were only 3,200 sponsors sponsoring over 100,000 migrants. They called them serial sponsors. We actually got a look at that internal report at NBC News, and it showed things, Savannah, like 600 migrants listing one address in a commercial warehouse in Orlando by their sponsors. Sponsors who said that there would be over 700 migrants living in a dilapidated trailer park in Key West, Florida. A lot of this centering around Florida, actually. So we're also able to look at the Social Security numbers that these sponsors put down because they had to prove that they could legally live in the United States in order to support these migrants. In many cases, in hundreds of cases, they would put down one number 9 times, like all 5s, all 6s. And a lot of those people were still confirmed to come into the United States. So after this internal review, they started looking at those red flagged cases. And here's the thing, Savannah, they have not finished reviewing it, but they do still have those red flags on hold, the ones that they have not finished reviewing. They're putting in more precautions. They say they're going to start vetting these people more carefully. They're going to flag serial sponsors, that they'll turn anyone over to investigation that they think might be in violation of immigration fraud. But still, it's hard to imagine that they've actually finished learning all those lessons if they haven't gone through all of the applications. Although I think a big reason they want to turn this back on is because the numbers are so low at the southern border, and they're worried that if they don't continue to allow these legal pathways, those numbers could come back up.
Julia, I think even the way that you just put that learning lesson, some of it almost sounds like, is it really a lesson? Or how is it possible that you think about something like, why are you asking for a Social Security number if you could do something like write all 5s? I mean, that just is not even sensical, right? So what are they changing that is going to make this make sense or make it, I guess, ensured that this actually is being checked? Because I think if you were to just read that one metric that you just said there, that one piece of an application, you could see this is not a legitimate application. So how are they going to go about this differently?
Well, the biggest changes are going to start to ask for fingerprints from the sponsors. And so you would think that, every person only has one fingerprint. That would be hard to fudge that. And they also say that they're going to start to manually vet these in smaller batches, which might beg the question, how did they vet them before? Was it a machine rubber stamping them if so many people were able to get through? But they do say that they're going to look at it, but they haven't changed the numbers. They also haven't said what's the limit. As long as a sponsor can show that they could financially support the number of migrants on their application, they can submit as many applications as they want. There's no limit. Another thing, no matter what side of the issue you're on, even if you think these people should come here or not, usually when you see so few people sponsoring so many migrants, you have to start asking, could this be human trafficking? And it's not clear that they've launched enough investigations to figure out if they can rule that out yet or not.
Julia, you, of course, are one of the smartest reporters when it comes to immigration policy and understanding exactly what is and what is not happening when there's a lot of noise around a topic like this. To my ears, though, when you hear something like 3,200 sponsors only for 100,000 or more migrants, kind of what you just mentioned there, the possibility of human trafficking, or at the very least, I think pretty obviously, some type of loophole here where it may not be physically illegally crossing the border, but using a program like this to get in, even though it's clearly not being done the correct way. With as many concerns as you just laid out, what's your take on is this ready to be restarted?
I think, I'm not in a policy position. I'm very glad that I get to just, critique people in power rather than actually make these decisions myself. But yes, I do think that there is a big push, especially given the fact that we've got an election coming up, that the Biden administration can take a hit on this while still keeping those numbers low at the border. And they would be really worried, particularly when you're talking about these 4 nationalities, Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. Those are all countries that do not typically take back migrants that the U.S. tries to deport. So they really want to keep those numbers down at the border, and they want to keep them to a legal pathway open for them to try to keep down the numbers coming at the border, because those 4 nationalities at the border, since they started this program and that they've put in place a lot of other programs like asylum restrictions in June, those 4 nationalities have dropped by 98% at the border. So they really see this as a critical piece of it. I will say also on this human trafficking element, while I don't think they've ruled that out, they are going to try to refer more people for criminal prosecution if they advertise these sponsor services on Facebook. That's something that we saw evidence of in the very early months of this program, Savannah. They say that they are not allowed to sell these sponsor services online, and they worry that if they do so, that could be a way to try to prey on some of these very vulnerable people who are desperate to get into the United States.
All right, Julia, as always, great reporting. Thank you so much. Coming up, campus controversy when we come back. Major developments in the fight over college legacy admissions as lawmakers in one state vote to ban the practice. Plus, if you're thinking about sleeping in tomorrow, here's your sign. Do it. New research that shows hitting the snooze button is good for your heart. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Significant breaking news in the presidential race.
Now never stops.
There is new energy infused into this race. People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
Democrats point to record fundraising.
Thousands were waiting to get into the event.
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Welcome back. As students return to college for the fall semester, there's a debate over the admissions process that got some of them into their schools. Just this week, California lawmakers voted to ban legacy admissions at private universities. The governor now has until the end of September to sign it into law. It comes after critics of legacy admissions have argued it gives preferential treatment for wealthier and mostly white students. They say it's not all that different from affirmative action, which was struck down by the Supreme Court last year. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis has reaction from students and their families.
Shockwaves sent through college campuses when the Supreme Court overturned affirmative action in admissions decisions.
A cultural crossroad.
For Jonathan Lamb, a student at Cornell University, the admissions process wasn't easy.
You know, as a child of Vietnamese refugees, I came into the application process with limited resources.
He thinks affirmative action was important for his acceptance to an Ivy League.
I don't think I was solely accepted based off affirmative action. However, affirmative action, I think, in considering not just my race, but also the systemic barriers that I face, I think that helped Cornell at least acknowledge what are the resources that I need to thrive.
After the Supreme Court's decision, Jonathan, along with Cornell's ACLU chapter, started lobbying New York lawmakers, taking aim at another practice they believe is more perverse: legacy admissions.
If the Supreme Court is arguing that no student should receive any preference because of their race in the admissions process, no one should be receiving a admissions consideration simply because their mom and their dad attended that school.
Critics have called legacy admissions unfair, even discriminatory, because the students that benefit typically come from wealthier backgrounds and parents who give money. Roughly 30% of institutions nationwide consider legacy status, according to advocacy group Education Reform Now. While states like Virginia, Colorado, and Maryland have prohibited the practice, leaders in states like California are still working towards an official ban, as is New York State, where over 40% of institutions consider legacy status.
Why should we allow preferences to, increase the opposite of diversity, giving kids who were born with a silver spoon on their mouth more access to opportunity?
One study finds 1 in 6 students at Ivy League schools have parents in the top 1% of income, a group that's overwhelmingly white, with legacy status playing a big part too. But of course, not every Ivy League graduate is white.
If my children also work hard and are qualified to go, then yes, the school should look at them in the same way that they've been looking at the children of alums for generations.
Nick Childs, a Yale University alumnus, wanted his daughter to go to the same school, even though she wouldn't look like the typical student there or the average legacy applicant.
I was hopeful that she'd feel a little bit more accepted there than I did like almost 40 years ago.
As the top schools across the country have gotten more diverse over decades, Nick believes the combination of ending legacy admissions and affirmative action will negatively impact people of color disproportionately. His daughter Mari did end up going to Yale and is now in medical school.
As more Black students have been able to go to that school, more Black legacies are kind of created.
It's not like this turnkey where you end legacy admissions and now we have a fair admissions process.
Our thanks to Rahima Ellis for that report, a nuanced and important one. Well, it seems like forever, right, that we've been told you can't catch up on missed sleep. Well, it might not be entirely true. We have a sleep study to tell you about that shows you might be able to pay off some of your sleep debt on the weekends. It's a new report from China's key laboratory of infectious diseases, and it found that people who got the most sleep on the weekend were 19% less likely to develop heart disease. That was compared with a group who slept the fewest extra hours those 2 days. For more on this, let's bring in Dr. Jay Wu. She is a board-certified behavioral sleep medicine specialist and a licensed clinical psychologist, also the author of the book Hello Sleep. Good morning, Dr. Wu. Thank you very much for joining us. Walk us through what this study found. What is the connection between extra sleep, specifically on the weekend, and heart health?
So this study followed over 90,000 people over the course of 14 years. So it's a really huge and well-done study. And what they found was that of the subset of people who were sleep deprived on a daily basis, they were more likely to have a healthier heart 14 years later if they caught up on sleep on the weekends compared to the people who did not catch up at all. But this is only for the about 20% of the study that actually were sleep deprived on a daily basis.
Were there limitations in this study? Talk to us about that and how it means that we should think about and interpret this information.
Well, the problem with talking about sleep deprivation with such a broad stroke is that sleep deprivation is not the same for everybody. For some people, 7 hours is very sleep deprived because they need 10. But for some people, 7 hours is perfectly adequate. So I don't want this study result to make people anxious that, they're only sleeping 7 hours. That means they must be damaging their heart health. We need to know that our sleep need is very individual and changes over the course of a lifetime.
The way that I frame this at the top, I guess maybe I should ask you, is it correct to kind of say, to take the takeaway, I think is what we're doing here, right? That something positive could come from adding those extra hours when you are able to get it. I think whether that's a Saturday or a Tuesday, it just depends on what works for your schedule. But if that ultimately is something positive for your heart, it kind of does mean that there is an impact there, that maybe you are able to pay off a sleep debt a little bit.
A little bit. I would say it's certainly better than not paying off that debt. But a better way to do it, obviously, would be to get enough sleep every day. That would be the ideal. And if you're not able to because of family obligations or work, I would say I would rather have people nap in the middle of the day on weekend, catch up on sleep, rather than sleeping in really late in the morning. Because if you get up at very different times on weekdays versus weekends, you have what's called social jet lag. And social jet lag is basically your body's almost undergoing jet lag and, experiencing those detriments. If you're waking up at 6 on weekdays and 9 on weekends, it's like you're flying from New York to Los Angeles and back every weekend. So, of course, that's not good for your health and not good for your heart health either.
Wow, that is a really fascinating way to put it. As somebody who does have to fly around quite a bit for work, I know that feeling, and that's not good. And I totally do that hangover thing because I get up so early for work during the weekend. I'm just simply not going to get up that early if I don't have to on the weekends, but it's interesting to think about. What advice do you have for people to, good sleep hygiene, get that best sleep they can?
The best thing to do is to keep a consistent schedule if you can. So that means waking up within about an hour's range between weekdays and weekends. And if you really can't do that, then try your best to get good anchor sleep. So that means a good solid few hours that are the same time across different days of the week, if you're, for example, a shift worker. And also another kind of underrated sleep tip is what you do during the day, which is to get a lot of light exposure, because our body clocks really like to know the difference between day and night. So if we can get lots of light exposure during the day and not too much light exposure from screens at night, then there's that nice contrast between day and night. And then our brains are happier with our circadian rhythms, and then we can sleep better and feel better during the day.
Wow, fascinating stuff. Dr. Wu, thank you very much. I learned a lot. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Coming up, rideshare drivers being accused of discrimination after blind passengers report they're being denied rides. More on the issue that's now getting federal attention. That's next on Morning News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds. Fans here at the Med C Arena going wild for Team USA.
I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah.
Gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We are back now with an investigation looking into rideshare companies like Uber and Lyft. Across the country, people who are blind are reporting drivers are illegally denying them rides because they don't want their dogs in their cars. As Candace Wynn from our NBC Bay Area affiliate tells us, it's caught the Justice Department's attention.
As a special ed teacher in San Jose, California, Annalisa DiLeonardo gets to school a little differently.
Find the curb.
Through the eyes of guide dog Cousteau.
He is literally my eyes. Without him, several times I would have been a pancake.
Cousteau gets Annalisa safely to a curb each day to catch a ride share, if they can find a driver who will take them.
I don't think a dog. He's a service dog.
No, that's good. Thank you.
He is a working service dog.
Yeah, but I don't have any.
Okay, but it's against Lyft's policy to refuse him. You have to take him.
I know, but I mean, I'm not allowed about pets.
He's not a pet. He is like a wheelchair. Anytime they break the law is when we start recording.
Those refusals, not just impolite, but illegal. A violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act and against the company policies of both Uber and Lyft. And yet this summer, Annalisa has captured the offenses weekly on cell phone video.
I don't want to mess up my car.
It says, why aren't you taking me?
Oh, I don't want to mess up my car.
It's a service, though. It's a Lyft. You have to.
On a human level, what does it feel like?
Like I'm less than and I'm not wanted in society.
In 2016, Uber and then Lyft the next year settled lawsuits by the National Federation of the Blind and promised to crack down on drivers. But with the issue persisting years later, the U.S. Justice Department is now getting involved. NBC News has confirmed through a source with the department and Christine Benninger with the nonprofit Guide Dogs for the Blind.
Actually, things have gotten worse. We get phone calls on a daily basis.
Benninger says the DOJ's Civil Rights Division is collecting data on these refusals. Her own organization's findings show 83% of clients report being denied rides.
A number of clients are actually evaluating whether they would get another guide dog again. The sad part about that is the guide dog is much more than purely safe travel. It's your bridge to the community.
Uber told us we have a clear policy prohibiting drivers denying service because of a rider's service animal, and it can take appropriate action, which may include deactivation of a driver's account. Lyft said it requires all drivers to accommodate passengers traveling with service animals, and it asks riders to report issues immediately. But Annalisa says filing reports with the two companies leads to little more than the drivers getting a warning.
And then I usually get a $5 gift card. And so sometimes I've just stopped reporting. It's a service dog.
Yeah, I can't. I'm sorry.
Despite the frustration, Annalisa is a teacher first, hoping this story serves as an important lesson.
I'm the same as you and I deserve the same rights, and I just want to get to work. Good job.
Candace Wynn, NBC News, San Jose, California.
Let's get you some financial news. Google is toying with some new AI technology that can sniff out when you're sick. to NBC's Savannah Hanau joins us with that and other financial news. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Happy Friday to you. So Google is working on AI technology that can hear signs of sickness. Bloomberg says Google has trained its AI model with 300 million pieces of audio that include coughing, sniffles, and heavier breathing to predict early signs of diseases such as tuberculosis. Now, it's teamed up with an Indian startup to put that tech in smartphones, where it could potentially help high-risk populations in areas with poor access to health care. The world's largest streaming site for pirated movies and TV shows has been shut down. ACE, or the Alliance for Creativity and Entertainment, that's a coalition of studios and entertainment companies, is taking credit for helping police in Vietnam dismantle F movies. It launched in 2016, and the site had almost 7 billion visits over the past year and a half. F Movies even had a subreddit where users could request and share links to content. ACE calls the shutdown a victory for the industry across the globe. And we're wishing Warren Buffett a happy 94th birthday. The legendary investor got an early present on Wednesday when Berkshire Hathaway topped $1 trillion in market cap. It's now one of the 7 U.S. companies in that club and the only non-tech stock. Now, Berkshire has been on a roll with shares up nearly 30% in the past year. Savannah.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
You got it.
Well, coming up, upset at the U.S. Open, a shocking round 2 defeat for tennis star Carlos Alcaraz. Plus, Naomi Osaka crashing out after making her big comeback win. We'll have all the highlights next on Morning News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Significant breaking news in the presidential race.
Now never stops.
There is new energy infused into this race.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
Democrats point to record fundraising.
Thousands were waiting to get into the event.
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great.
Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Welcome back. We're going to end the hour with a look at a big night of some serious upsets at the U.S. Open. Reigning Wimbledon champion and fan favorite Carlos Alcaraz suffered a stunning second-round defeat, while on the women's side, Naomi Osaka also crashed out of the tournament as she looks to regain her footing on the court after coming off maternity leave. Let's serve up some analysis with Hall of Fame tennis coach, motivational speaker, author, and, of course, our friend of the show, Rick Macy. Good morning, Rick. It's always wonderful to have you with us. Thank you so much for being here. Let's start off with Carlos Alcaraz. Oh, my goodness. He ended up losing 3 straight sets to an unranked opponent. I couldn't believe this. I'm wondering, we heard he was injured in practice. Did that have anything to do with this? What's your take here? How big of a deal is this?
Well, first off, there goes my prediction, because I thought he'd win the whole thing, but it's a big shocker. He lost to the guy from the Netherlands. He's 74 in the world. Okay, but what's crazy about this, he's only 11 and 28 for the year. So a little Dutch magic on the Spanish magician, but it just goes to show you, tennis is a game of inches from one ear to another. So whether the ankle came into play, who knows, but he was very inconsistent. But moving on to the next guy, Novak Djokovic, he's usually the one giving out the heat, but the other day, the heat got to him. Okay, he was hanging out more with the physio and the ice and stretching. So, but being the GOAT, he persevered, he pulled through it, he's on to the third round. Just like Sinner, okay, he struggled the first set, you know, with the doping controversy. Once he got on track, and then he won in 4. The next round, he won in 3. He's into the third round. But on the men's side, okay, the popcorn match coming up in the third round with extra butter is Ben Shelton, the Florida Gator, with the 150-mile-an-hour serve. That sometimes you see it later, and he'll be playing Francis Tiafoe. The two Americans, must-see TV. And another big upset was Herkhoff. He lost, okay, and so he's out of the tournament also.
And also Osaka, another kind of surprise, or at least I think a lot of people were really cheering her on, watching her come back. Tell us your reaction to that one.
Yeah, not surprising. You know, she beat Ostapenko the first round. She knocked out the seed. She had a brutal draw. She played Karolina Mahova, who was actually 8 in the world at one time. And in my opinion, one of the most talented players on the tour. It's a tough matchup, but Mahova is good enough to win the whole thing. Remember, it's a slow process to come back. Naomi's doing great, but she had a very difficult draw. But Mahova is to be reckoned with. She has all the shots, and she's the best volleyer on the Pro Tour.
You know who I'm super excited about, Rick, and I was lucky enough to see on a pretty small court, little court 17, I went the other day, Caroline Wozniacki. I just love watching her come back, and she's looked so strong.
Yeah, it's amazing. They take time off, and they come back, you know. But listen, she has the legs. She's consistent, but nothing takes the place of experience. Experience is a leader in the clubhouse, you know, and she's always been a fitness fanatic. So listen, she's a tough customer for anybody, and she could definitely make a deep run.
We only have a few seconds left, but tell us, what is the biggest matchups you're looking to see between today and tomorrow?
I would think it'd be the two Americans, you know, just because whoever wins that match between Shelton and Tiafoe, everybody's looking at this, Savannah, very differently. Alcaraz out the door, you know, and they're thinking, why not me? So maybe we can have an American win this thing, the first time since Andy Roddick, one of my old students.
Wow, I know. I love that. So cool. You're right. Why not me? It's so exciting. I'll be there tomorrow night. I can't wait to see. Rick Macy, thank you so much. Always great to have you. We'll keep chatting through this.
All right, good to be with you.
See you soon. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us, though. The news continues right now. Good morning. Let's start with good news. It's Friday. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe's on assignment today. Right now on Morning News Now, summer's last hurrah. Labor Day weekend is officially here. And if you're traveling in the next day or two, I've got 3 words for you. Pack your patience. Millions of Americans are set to take to the highways and runways for one last getaway before temperatures drop. So what can you expect when you head out the door? We have got you covered coming up. In the race for the White House this morning, a pivotal primetime conversation with Vice President Kamala Harris, her first since becoming the Democratic nominee. What we're learning about her potential policies if her ticket to the White House gets punched in November. This as former President Trump reveals his support for free IVF treatments if he returns to the Oval Office. Plus, it's a different type of getaway for your holiday weekend, why hotel day passes are now booming in popularity and how you can take advantage of staying local as summer winds down. And later in the hour, a deep dive into the Lord of the Rings return to the streaming screen, how fans are reacting to season 2 of The Rings of Power and everything else from the world of entertainment that you simply can't miss this Labor Day weekend. One of our favorite segments, everything you got to watch, especially when you got an extra day off. We're going to start this hour, though, at that end of summer travel blitz. Labor Day weekend is here, and TSA predicts it will be the busiest travel season on record for U.S. airports. Today alone, the agency plans to screen nearly 3 million passengers. And if you're flying in or out of Chicago, brace yourself. O'Hare International is on track to be the second busiest airport this weekend, according to the travel site Hopper. And that is where we find NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. Shaq, good morning.
Hi there. Well, certainly a lot of activity here at Chicago's O'Hare Airport. Already seeing some long lines, some stressed out passengers. Chicago's airports are expecting about a 9% increase in passengers this holiday period when compared to last year as this Labor Day travel crunch begins.
This morning, the holiday travel rush is on, with millions of Americans heading out to celebrate the final stretch of summer.
Scotland, Norfolk, Virginia, and LA.
Airfares down slightly this year, and travelers are taking off at a record pace this Labor Day weekend.
Trying to get away from Jersey for a little bit.
Atlanta is expected to be the busiest airport, according to Hopper data, with more than 9,000 flights departing and 1.1 million seats scheduled. In second place, Chicago's O'Hare.
Are you a little stressed right now?
It looks like the security lines might be a little longer than we would like.
And there's been some early headaches already, with extreme weather across the country potentially impacting the Labor Day travel rush. Tornadoes touching down in the Midwest, causing extensive damage, ripping trees from the ground in Minnesota and knocking out power for thousands. The Dakotas also hit hard by 5 reported twisters, throwing these freight cars off the tracks in North Dakota. On the East Coast, golf ball-sized hail pounding Virginia. In Palm Beach, a glitch in the baggage handling system forcing crew members to load luggage onto planes manually, causing multiple flight delays.
It is what it is, I guess. As long as we get there safe, I'm okay.
The TSA says it's staffed to ensure the quickest wait times for the 17 million passengers expected to be screened at security checkpoints through next Wednesday. But it's still best to plan ahead.
So you don't want to be surprised when you get here and cut it close or miss your flight. Definitely do your homework and give yourself a lot of extra time.
Certainly good advice to follow. And remember, so many of the delays that you see during the holiday period happen before you even arrive here to the airport. And that's why airport officials are advising that passengers consider taking public transportation on the way to the airport. That will certainly help you avoid some of the congestion that you see at the airport drop-off locations. Back to you.
All right, Shaq, thank you so much. Well, this record-breaking end to the summer travel season, not just limited to the airports, like where we just saw Shaq. Millions of Americans are also expected to hit the road. AAA says overall domestic travel for Labor Day is up 9% this year compared to last year. NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar is live at a rest stop near Atlanta. Priya, good morning. Okay, we also know Atlanta, I think, is going to be the #1 airport in terms of busyness today, right before Chicago, where we just saw Shaq. But what's the traffic like there so far this morning, and what can travelers expect throughout the country throughout the day?
Absolutely, Savannah. Two of the things that Atlanta is very well known for is the world's busiest airport, but we also have some of the worst traffic congestion in general, and that's expected to be even worse, of course, because of the Labor Day weekend. You know, a lot of families are choosing regional road trips instead of going to the airport and flying somewhere because the kids are back in school, so they need to stay a little bit closer to home. Right now, things aren't looking too bad just yet. It's hard to really differentiate between the general morning traffic commute and what could be attributed to the actual extended long weekend, but we expect that the traffic is just going to continue to get worse throughout the day, with the time period between 2 and 6 p.m. today expected to be the absolute worst. And of course, the variable factor that we never know that could contribute to all the traffic would be the weather, which can create some accidents in certain areas. So certainly something to keep an eye out for, Savannah.
Priya, what do experts recommend for people to make their road trips as stress-free as possible? It might not always be possible, but what can we try to do?
So the most important thing I would say is to be strategic about what time you plan to hit the road. If you're planning on going somewhere today, the best time to do so would be before noon. The only exception to that rule would be tomorrow on Saturday. If you're planning on leaving on Saturday, it's actually better to do that in the afternoon. And if you're planning on returning home on Sunday or Monday, try to leave earlier. That's the best case scenario to avoid those afternoon traffic jams. AAA also also says that they actually expect to rescue 300,000 stranded motorists over this long weekend. And they say the top 3 reasons for that are flat tires, lockouts, and also dead car batteries. So it's important to try to get your car inspected as close as you possibly can to a longer road trip. And also, if you can, try to keep an extra set of keys perhaps in your purse or your fanny pack so you can avoid one of those lockouts, Savannah.
Yeah, separate the two, though, right? Give them to one for the driver, one for a passenger. What about gas prices? I think we've got some good news here, right?
That's absolutely right. So gas prices have actually been steadily decreasing. The average price per gallon right now nationwide is at $3.36, which is down 14 cents from last month and actually down 46 cents from this time last year. And even better news for motorists is those prices are actually expected to continue to decline until the end of the year, which is, pretty exciting and good when we keep talking about the price of everything else going up. This is the one sweet spot for people who are looking to go on a road trip, Savannah.
All right, Priya, thank you so much. Well, let's bring in meteorologist Michelle Grossman. She's going to let us know how the weather is going to impact our travel as well as our holiday weekend. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Great to see you. And Priya mentioned it. The wild card is the weather. And unfortunately, many along the East Coast, or at least the eastern half of the nation, will be seeing the chance for showers and also some storms. This is what radar looks like right now. You can see where that cold front is. It's stretching from the Great Lakes all the way down to the southwest. We have showers and storms along that front, and we're going to see that move off to the east over the next several days. Also, a batch of moisture down across the Gulf Coast states. This is going to stay in place not only today, but Saturday, Sunday, into Monday. So that's going to really impact your holiday weekend. We have a little area of low pressure bringing us those showers and storms, but moving off the coast of the Northeast. So that's good news. But still, we do have the threat for a shower or storm there as well. This is what today shapes up to be as we head towards the west. We're heating up. We're going to see temperatures rising in the Pacific Northwest into the Intermountain West, but lots of sunshine too in the Intermountain West and Northern Plains, the Upper Midwest into the Central Plains. It's this dividing line, though, this front that will divide that really nice weather with the weather where you're going to need that umbrella. So we're seeing lots of green here on the map that's indicating where we could see those spotty showers or storms, and any of these storms could drop a lot of moisture. So we will see some flooding conditions as well, and could see some gusty thunderstorms as well, especially in the northern tier of the nation along the Great Lakes, southeastern Michigan, the bullseye. We're seeing some of those stronger storms. Could see some gusty winds, some hail with any of those storms. Then as we look towards Saturday, still looking really nice and dry in the Central Plains and Northern Plains, the Intermountain West. Back to the west, toasty though. Notice 101 in parts of the west. We're going to see temperatures into the 90s, upper 90s in some spots. Then we head further to the east. This is where the problem spots are going to be once again on Saturday. So not a great beach day or lake day for many of us. We're looking at the interior parts of the Northeast, New England, down through the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, into the south central states. And there is that flood threat once again along the Gulf Coast. We're going to pull up some tropical moisture, and we're going to see a lot of rain in a short amount of time for many days to come. Sunday still looking good at west. In the middle of the country, too, plenty of sunshine in the Northern Plains, the Central Plains staying dry in the west. Just toasty once again. We are wet in the south all the way to the Tennessee Valley once again. This is the same front that's sort of going to get hung up. It's going to stall, kind of sit in place, and it's going to bring the chance for those showers. The southeast in Florida, we could see some showers too, and then along the east coast here. So now we're talking about New Jersey into New England. We're looking still at the chance of some showers. Monday, this is the unofficial end of summer, and it looks pretty much the same. So not much is changing over these next 3 to 4 days. Above average in the Northwest, still dry throughout the middle of the country. We're drying out in the Great Lakes. We're drying out into portions of the Northeast and also the Mid-Atlantic. And we're going to see a fall preview on Monday. So we're going to feel like temperatures are going to be in the 70s. So feeling a little fall-like as we end up this weekend, but still that weekend washout along the Gulf Coast. Notice still those brighter colors showing up. That's where we're going to see those heaviest rains falling, and we are concerned of some rainfall, maybe up to 7 inches in some spots. Let's talk about the severe weather threat today, because we have 5 million people at risk, especially along the Great Lakes into the Ohio Valley, where you see that yellow. Detroit, you may be impacted by some strong storms. That means you could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. That is enough to bring down trees and power lines, causing some power outages. Could see some hail as well. A brief tornado is possible. We've seen some tornadoes over the past few days, so we will be watching for that. They will be isolated. That number grows to 27 million people tomorrow. We're talking about portions of the Northeast into the Mid-Atlantic and some major cities there. So So Philadelphia, D.C. could see some storms tomorrow with kind of the same scenarios with hail and also some damaging winds.
So not what we want to hear over a holiday weekend. Yeah. All right.
Could be better.
Yeah. Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
And enjoy the weekend.
You too.
Well, with less than 10 weeks to go now until Election Day, Vice President Harris just sat down for her first major interview since becoming the Democratic nominee. Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, of course her running mate, spoke yesterday with CNN in Georgia for their first joint interview as the Democratic ticket. During the interview, she discussed her policy proposals and defended some of her policy reversals. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with the highlights. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Good morning. Vice President Harris had been under mounting pressure to take detailed questions, and overnight, in that interview with CNN, she tried to strike a balance between defending the Biden-Harris administration's legacy while charting her own path. Overnight, in her first extensive interview since President Biden dropped out of the race, Vice President Kamala Harris defending some of her shifting policy positions since she last ran for the White House in 2019.
I think the most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed.
On immigration, she was pressed about a 2019 primary debate where she raised her hand when asked whether the border should be decriminalized.
Do you still believe that? I believe there should be consequence. We have laws that have to be followed and enforced that address and deal with people who cross our border illegally.
She was also asked about her past positions on banning fracking.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Joe Biden will not ban fracking. I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
Harris, who also rallied supporters in Savannah, Georgia, is touting proposals to extend a child tax credit and give $25,000 in down payment assistance to first-time home buyers. So why didn't she take those steps during her first 3.5 years in office?
Well, first of all, we had to recover as an economy, and we have done that. I'm very proud of the work that we have done that has brought inflation down to less than 3%.
She also brushed off former President Trump questioning her racial identity last month.
I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black.
Same old tired playbook. Next question, please.
Harris's running mate, Governor Tim Walz, saying he misspoke when he said he carried weapons in war during his time in the Army National Guard, despite never being deployed in combat.
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English she told my grammar is not always correct.
Harris also describing for the first time publicly how she found out President Biden was dropping out of the race.
The phone rang and it was Joe Biden. And he told me what he had decided to do. And I asked him, "Are you sure?" And he said yes.
Harris says that if she's elected, she'd appoint a Republican to her cabinet because she wants to have different views at the table. Overnight, former President Trump responded to the interview on social media, writing that it was boring and that Harris rambled incoherently. Savannah.
Okay, Gabe, thank you very much. Let's talk more about former President Trump now. He's heading to Johnstown, Pennsylvania this afternoon, just outside of Pittsburgh for a campaign rally. Well, he campaigned yesterday in battleground Michigan, and in an exclusive interview with NBC News, Mr. Trump unexpectedly proposed covering fertility treatments. He also defended his recent visit to Arlington National Cemetery. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is traveling with the former president, and she got that interview. She joins us now from Lansing, Michigan with more on this. Dasha, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. That's right. The former president making headlines about the issue of reproductive rights in our interview. This as Vice President Kamala Harris is shown ahead significantly with female voters in recent polling.
Former President Donald Trump courting voters in the Midwest Thursday, including key battleground states Michigan and Wisconsin. Mr. Trump revealing a new policy proposal in an interview with NBC News, pledging that during his second term, the popular and pricey fertility treatment IVF would be free.
So we are paying for that treatment.
All Americans who want it?
All Americans that get it. All Americans that need it. So we're going to be paying for that treatment, or we're going to be mandating that the insurance company pay.
The former president not providing specifics about how the procedure, which costs about $20,000 per cycle, would be paid for. A massive health care expense after Mr. Trump and congressional Republicans tried multiple times to repeal the Affordable Care Act in his first term. It's also unclear how Mr. Trump plans to vote on a proposal to overturn the 6-week abortion ban in his home state of Florida.
How are you going to vote on that?
Well, I think the 6-week is too short. It has to be more time.
The Harris campaign responding, there's only one candidate in this race who trusts women and will protect our freedom to make our own health care decisions. Mr. Trump also defending his campaign's recent conduct at Arlington National Cemetery in his first public comments since the controversial visit to pay his respects to service members killed during the withdrawal from Afghanistan.
I was asked to go there by people who lost their child. They asked me whether or not I would stand for a picture at the grave of their loved one who should not have died.
The Army says a cemetery employee was, quote, abruptly pushed aside when they tried to enforce Defense Department regulations, which, quote, clearly prohibit political activities on cemetery grounds. The Trump campaign later posting video of the visit.
On that hallowed ground, should they have put out the images of those?
I don't know what the rules and regulations are. I don't know who did it.
It was your campaign's TikTok, though, that put out the video.
I really don't know anything about it. All I do is I stood there and I said, if you'd like to have a picture, we can have a picture.
And Savannah, those comments on abortion that you heard, they're getting some backlash from some parts of Mr. Trump's base. Overnight, the campaign looking to clarify, telling us in a statement, President Trump has not yet said how he will vote on the ballot initiative in Florida. He simply reiterated that he believes 6 weeks is too short. Savannah?
Tasha Burns, thank you very much, and great interview. Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the investigation that's now underway into the death of a top Ukrainian fighter pilot whose F-16 crashed earlier this week. We'll bring you what we know. First, though, the ongoing legal back and forth over where accused University of Idaho killer Brian Kohberger will stand trial. The difficult decision now facing the judge. We're going to break it all down up next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
This is it, right?
Democracy is happening now.
There is new energy infused into this race.
Folks who are fired up here.
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand. And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling?
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We are back with the latest on the ongoing legal battle to get the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students before a jury. Brian Kohberger and his lawyers were back in court yesterday requesting a change of venue for his murder trial. His defense team argued that the intense media coverage would prevent him from having an unbiased jury. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now with more here. Dana, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. Brian Kohberger, along with family members of the victims, were in the courtroom as the judge heard arguments from prosecutors and the defense on where this trial should take place. Kohberger's lawyers outlining why they believe any jury pool in Moscow is already tainted.
I would say this is probably factually the most difficult decision I've ever had to make.
In their final plea to get the trial relocated, Brian Kohberger's defense made their argument clear.
Mr. Kohberger has a constitutional right to a fair trial by an impartial jury. And to guarantee that, this court must change venue.
A judge has entered a not guilty plea on behalf of Kohberger, the accused killer of 4 University of Idaho students, who sat in the courtroom on Thursday as his lawyers called for the trial to be moved from Latah County, where the killings took place, to Boise in Ada County, where the population and potential jury pool is more than 10 times larger. The defense called multiple expert witnesses who say news stories about the case oversaturated the community.
Do you mean that when we walk into trial and the room's full of potential jurors, there's going to be a great majority of them that before we sit down are going to have a feeling of bias against Mr. Kohberger? Yeah, I do.
Defense witnesses also testified statements from local law enforcement may have a stronger sway on Moscow residents and convince them of Kohberger's guilt, pointing to our interview with then Police Chief James Fry after the defendant's arrest. Are there any other suspects, or are you 100% certain this is your guy?
I am certain this is our guy.
No doubts?
No doubts.
But prosecutors pushed back.
The fact is, Your Honor, this case has media coverage everywhere,
saying they are confident they can find and seat an impartial jury.
Latah County might be close-knit, but it is not a tiny little community. It is not so tiny that we could not summons in a jury of 1,800.
That argument echoed by the victims' families, who say they also want the trial to stay in Moscow.
I trust this community to be fair and to go in there without their minds made up, and I don't think that's asking them too much.
Now the fate of the case in the hands of the judge as pressure mounts for the trial to move forward. And Savannah, we are still awaiting a decision from that judge. As you heard, he called this the most difficult decision he has ever had to make, adding he has some, quote, really important things to think about from both sides. Savannah.
All right, Dana, thank you very much. NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Sanadella joins us now for more on this. Angela, good morning. So, most difficult decision, he's saying, really, for him to make right now. What is it that he's weighing? That piece did a very good job of giving us all the facts, but just take us inside those chambers. What is it that he's looking on? It's kind of a T-chart here.
Right, so he's really looking at the Constitution, and that's where the tension starts. So obviously, defendant has a right to a fair and impartial jury, which is what you heard the defense attorney arguing here. But also in that same Constitution, it says that the location should be where the crime happened. That's how it's always been interpreted. So that community also has a right there to hold that trial where it is. The prosecutors have a right to hold that trial there. So the question here is not just, was there a lot of pretrial publicity like the defense is claiming? It's, does that pretrial publicity make it totally impossible? Now, look, most of the case law on this comes from like the 1960s, before the internet, before digital dissemination of information. And it's almost been like since then, the Supreme Court has said, look, whatever decision this judge makes is the one that'll stand. Judges here have almost total discretion to weigh whether or not the impartiality would be impossible, because ultimately it's an art, it's not a science, Savannah.
I guess I also look at the inverse of that question. Not only would impartiality be impossible, but is impartiality possible anywhere. I mean, I'm nowhere near Idaho, and I feel like I know every detail of this case. Does moving it really make any difference?
So that's exactly what the prosecution is arguing here, that in this digital age, it is almost impossible to have one community that is isolated from this publicity. Also, the prosecution had an interesting interpretation of the survey that the defense presented, and they said that just because the pretrial publicity is greater, they believe the survey results showed that it actually had, the more exposure you had, the less likely you were to judge Kohberger. So they're saying the question here is not just how much publicity, but is that really then turning the potential jury against Kohberger?
Why is it that a prosecution, in this case or any other, cares? Why, if they think they've got the evidence, they've got enough, why does it matter who is going to be sitting on that jury?
So what they're saying here is really the victims and the witnesses, the victim's family, that it's a huge inconvenience. This trial is supposed to take 3 months, Savannah. So having witnesses and families travel hundreds of miles on a daily basis for that period of time is a huge inconvenience. And in addition to that, there will inevitably be delays if it's moved. And as you know, that's what the defense has largely been doing, asking for more and more delay. So the prosecution is saying, we just want to try this man right now and get justice.
This has come up in lots of high-profile cases, right? I believe this is something that came up in a case that's kind of risen its head again, as we've seen lots of documentaries recently come out about the Scott Peterson case and the murder of Lacey Peterson, his wife, and his unborn son. What often happens here? Like, what do we have to look to in examples of a judge making a decision to grant something like this?
Okay, so baseline, it's almost impossible to ever get a change of venue granted. It is a motion that is brought up with some frequency because often the defendant's attorneys want to say that this defense needs a fair trial above all. And obviously that is very important in our Constitution. But the Supreme Court case that I was talking about earlier that really says judges have ultimate discretion here had to do with Enron, where there the judge did not move the case, even though the pretrial publicity was so extensive in Houston. And there, at that point, the Supreme Court said, look, judges can decide, because also it's the resources of that community that matter. Now the prosecution, if it is moved, is going to have to spend a fair amount more time, energy, and money moving that trial elsewhere.
That's a really good and interesting point. So what comes next? Do we know when the judge makes the decision? Does he have to by a certain point?
There's no deadline, but likely it'll be soon, given that all the evidence and the hearing happened just recently. But the issue is that, you know, this was an enormous amount of evidence that was presented. Usually it's not that much. Usually it's a pretty quick motion that's been made. But hearing all of this evidence, the judge is going to have to go through it piece by piece and see not only is there pretrial publicity, but was there enough factual evidence presented that would show that this is going to be a biased pool? And of course, you only need X number of jurors, right? You don't need, you know, thousands of jurors. You only need 12.
Yeah. Angela Sanadella, fascinating conversation before this has even gotten underway. I'm sure we'll be talking about it so much more. Thank you. We always appreciate you coming by. Let's turn now to some international news. And the Ukrainian military says one of its F-16 fighter pilots was killed while responding to a Russian attack earlier this week. It comes as Ukrainian troops push deeper into Russia following their surprise ground invasion earlier this month. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Kyiv on this. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. There are lots of questions about that F-16 crash. This is what we know. According to the Ukrainian Air Force, a noted Ukrainian jet fighter pilot was flying that F-16 through Ukrainian airspace, responding to that massive Russian missile strike that happened in Ukraine on Monday. According to the Ukrainian Air Force, he had shot down 3 missiles and a drone, was on his way to the next target when they lost connectivity to him. His jet crashed and he died. The cause is now under investigation.
The Ukrainian Air Force announced a newly arrived F-16 fighter jet crashed during the massive Russian missile attack on Monday, killing top Ukrainian pilot Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Mess. Known by his call sign Moonfish, he spoke to NBC News months into the war.
It was the most intense at the very first couple of days.
The cause of the crash is under investigation as the deadly game of who blinks first continues, with Russia gaining ground in Ukraine's east, while Ukraine takes more land in the Russian region of Kursk.
The Russian border is a straight shot that way.
This week, we visited the Ukrainian city of Sumy, less than 20 miles from the Russian border. Now the staging ground for Ukraine's historic invasion. Putin has said Russia has no borders. This Ukrainian officer says, now we've shown we can enter Russian territory. We spoke with the Ukrainian commander inside Russia. NBC News is withholding his name at the military's request for security purposes.
Are you gaining ground?
Yes, little by little, he says. He tells us they've been given strict instructions as to how to interact with Russian civilians. We were told to help them as much as we can, he says.
Every 2 hours, you hear some explosions.
Across Sumy, resident Irina Olyanitska says she wants more help from the West.
The support should be stronger. You make negotiations with the Russians today, they're gonna kill you tomorrow.
A senior Western intelligence official tells me so far there is no sign of a major Russian troop movement from Ukraine's Donbass to Kursk to try and reclaim Russian territory. And I was speaking to a Ukrainian military analyst who was telling me that the longer they let this go, the longer period of time that the Ukrainians have to sort of dig into Kursk, the more difficult it's going to be for Russian forces to take back their own territory. Savannah.
All right, Aaron, thank you very much. As always, stay safe. Coming up, a Labor Day health threat that could really pour some cold water on these holiday weekend celebrations across America. After the break, what you need to know about those dangerous, in some cases even deadly, mosquito-borne illnesses that are plaguing the country and how you can keep your family safe. That's next on Morning News Now.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the NBC Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
We're back with news of a major crime bust. Federal authorities are now charging a group of suspects who say they are responsible for over 100 burglaries and thefts across the country, allegedly employing thieves visiting from South America who had short-term visas. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the story.
The alleged masterminds behind a multi-million-dollar crime tourism ring that targeted cities across the country, charged by federal authorities.
This group essentially acted as a linchpin for South American crime tourists who wanted to come to our country, take advantage of our liberties to steal from the American people.
Officials say Juan Carlos Tola Duran and his girlfriend Ana Maria Arriagada operated a sort of criminal concierge service out of their Los Angeles rental car business.
Tola has been running, in essence, the Hertz rental car business for thieves.
The couple and 4 alleged conspirators accused of providing nice cars to thieves from South America who were in the U.S. on short-term tourist visas, allowing them to blend in as they targeted high-end homes and businesses from New Jersey to Kansas to California, according to the indictment. Even stealing victims' bank cards, which officials say they would then max out at nearby superstores. They purchased gift cards, electronics, and luxury goods to sell back at a fraction of the value to Thola Duran, who then resold the goods for profit, bringing in over $5 million across 6 years.
The defendants acted essentially as quarterbacks for a massive team of eager thieves.
This is Thola Duran and Arriagada's home, according to the indictment. One neighbor recalls police searching the property.
I just pulled up to a lot of commotion and a lot of vehicles and vehicles on trailers. That's really scary. Really scary. No wonder there was so much activity.
The stolen funds, secured from at least 120 burglaries and thefts in 80 different cities, according to the indictment, would go towards buying real estate and even horses.
Since 2019, I'm proud to say that we have arrested over 130 suspects responsible for perpetrating these crimes, with a vast majority using vehicles from Driver Power Network.
Crime tourism is proven to be a serious issue in the U.S., especially in Southern California. Last year, officials sounding the alarm over Chilean criminal gangs who took advantage of a 90-day visa program that allowed them to enter the country with no criminal background check. Those gangs connected to a string of burglaries across Southern California.
Those thinking they can come to our country, take advantage of our liberties, and steal from the American people should think again.
Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that report. Well, before you head off to a Labor Day weekend, hopefully full of barbecues and block parties, there are some new warnings this morning about those dangerous mosquito-borne viruses and how to keep your family safe outdoors. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us from Chicago with what you need to look out for. Maggie, I am tossing to you right now while I am itching myself because I am covered in bug bites, and this is really scaring me. What do we need to know?
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. We just sprayed, or I should say soaked ourselves with DEET to kind of try to avoid the same thing. I completely feel your pain. But I mean, seriously, looking at mosquitoes in the outdoors headed into the long holiday weekend, experts are stressing safety, stressing that bug spray, because we now actually, not to freak you out more, Savannah, but we have 2 more deaths linked to West Nile virus, this time in Wisconsin. And at the same time, the father of a teenager paralyzed by that virus says he believes the threat is a lot closer to home than people even realize. This morning, heading into the long holiday weekend, there are new concerns buzzing for those eager to soak up the final days of summer outside.
We've had a lot of extra rain, so there's a lot of mosquitoes around.
Rare but potentially deadly mosquito-borne illnesses continue to plague parts of the country.
It's crazy, just you're sitting on like my back porch for 10 minutes and then I go back inside and I've got like 10 bites.
Wisconsin officials announcing 2 deaths linked to West Nile virus, making for nearly 24 deaths nationwide, with nearly 300 cases reported in 33 states. And now there's a 6th case of Eastern equine encephalitis, or EEE, the virus found in 5 states that's killed 1 man.
I think it's going to be a significant concern in the future.
Cities taking action, spraying neighborhoods to help protect residents. For those heading to a lake for Labor Day, be on high alert. Mosquitoes look for still, fresh water, and be sure to apply a DEET-based insect repellent on top of your sunscreen. In Missouri, John Proctor wishes his family had known about the danger of mosquito-borne illnesses sooner. His 18-year-old son, known as BB, has a long road to recovery. He's on a ventilator, paralyzed from the neck down after contracting West Nile virus from a mosquito bite his dad believes he got while playing with their dog in the backyard.
It's hard to fathom how such a small, insignificant creature can take a perfectly 100% healthy human being and it just causing havoc on his body that fast. It only takes one mosquito to get you.
Yeah, we just hurt for that family. So again, stressing this is rare. But in BB's case, doctors say he could make a full recovery, according to the family, and they're hopeful. But they were also told it could take up to a year or more. So that in mind, a little advice from experts to help protect the smallest members of your household. They say you can use bug spray on kids, but they say apply it to your hands and then apply that to them. That's a bit safer. And then when it comes to animals, you can also protect them, but you should use bug spray formulated especially for animals. But Savannah, your toss to me is just freaking me out. So now I'm doing this again.
No, I know.
Here I go again.
All of it.
Can't use enough.
I have a lot of bug bites. I'm checking my dog constantly for ticks. I mean, it's really important information on Maggie, and really, really good tip there. I had no idea about applying it to your own hands and then onto a child. That's great. Maggie, thank you so much. Stay bug-free as much as you can. Coming up, your next big getaway doesn't have to be thousands of miles away from home. After the break, why so-called daycations are having a moment. It's where you hit a local hotel for the amenities, but not for the overnight stay. We'll explain up next.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Significant breaking news in the presidential race.
Now never stops.
There is new energy infused into this race.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
Democrats point to record fundraising.
Thousands were waiting to get into the event.
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Democracy is happening now.
There is new energy infused into this race.
Folks were fired up here.
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand. And officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Top story live from Paris. Live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We are back now with a look at how you can plan a getaway without actually getting away. While millions of people are vacationing this Labor Day weekend, others are opting for daycations. That's where you get a day pass. You get access to luxury hotel amenities without any of the travel, and you don't even stay overnight. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has been looking into this, and he joins us in studio to tell us all about it. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. Yeah, it's like a slice of vacation. It's perfect, and it's one of those ideas where it's genius. Why did I not think of this? For years, most of us have used hotels as obviously a place to sleep overnight. But after spending our waking hours sightseeing or dining out in different cities, that's what you do when you're vacationing. But what about all of those lightly used hotel swimming pools and luxury spas, the gyms? Who's using it? Well, enter the daycation, which has exploded in popularity in recent years.
You've no doubt heard of a staycation.
But what is a daycation?
You can book amenities at hotels and only go for the day, so you don't have to pay for the room.
The leisure option is really starting to pick up steam. How would you define this concept to people?
Yeah, I think it's reinventing the way we think about hotels. So you're not staying overnight, but you can use all the amenities, things like pools, cabanas, spa, fitness, wellness, even the rooms just for the day.
According to a recent survey, 60% of travelers were willing to pay for day passes at a 5-star hotel in order to use its amenities without actually staying overnight. Resort Pass pioneered the idea about 8 years ago, but the company's CEO, Michael Wolf, says its popularity has skyrocketed in the last couple of years. With around 1,600 partner hotels in 250 cities, and 7 out of 10 packages, from pools to spas, are under $65.
So Miami is actually our biggest market. Phoenix is an incredibly big market. New York, Orlando, Hawaii.
But even in pricey cities like New York, we found some day passers atop the Virgin Hotel pool deck digging the deal. How much did you guys pay for this?
We paid $80 each for a day bed, which is really rare in the city. I mean, I've been to other pools where they charge like $250 for a day bed.
At the Virgin Hotel, the options range.
So you can book one of the loungers, which are single. You can book a day bed. And we do have another option, which is our cabana.
But one thing is clear. On a random Tuesday, the pool is packed.
If you want to work from the pool, if family, everybody can take advantage of this.
They definitely are. From Brooklyn, where the Arlo Williamsburg offers rooftop poolside service, to the Arizona Biltmore, which has water slides, the Ritz-Carlton Miami and its heated pool, and the stunning Fairmont Orchid in Hawaii. All of these places, the face of hoteling in the future. Where do you see this in 5 years?
We're truly just getting started. We're just at the beginning stages of what that means for the hospitality industry.
Okay, this is pretty cool, but also if you're somebody who's paying a lot, let's say, you just mentioned the Ritz there, to stay somewhere like the Ritz, are you suddenly, your pool is way more crowded? Is it tougher to get service? Like, what's it like for the people who are actually staying?
No, it's such a great question, Savannah, and it is also specific by city. So if you're talking about like Central Florida, for example, Orlando, very popular, there's not that many people necessarily at any given day in the summer that are occupying the pool. You're not going to run into a numbers crunch. New York is different. LA is different. Some of those cities that are a little bit more premium in terms of the spacing.
Right.
And so you have a scenario where they cap the number of day passes that they'll sell. We were obviously at the Virgin Hotel there. They sold out that day. They are not going to flood the grounds with people coming in. They want to try to keep a nice balance between guests that are already there and those that want to use it as a day pass. And like the options are really cool. You know, you have spa and pool. You can do a packaging together. Some folks also wondering about rooms if you want to go change. That's an option in some of the hotels as well. My favorite part about this, I saw all these young people there. I was like, hey, can I talk to you about day pass? Like, I'd love to, but I'm supposed to be at work right now. So like, don't worry, man. It's work from pool, WFP. You're good to go. Bosses will totally understand.
Work from pool.
It's a new thing.
Sam Brock, thank you so much. Very cool. And actually, you're going to stick around to help me trash talk our friend Jesse Kirsch. That'll make sense in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Let's get you some money news, though. First, a federal judge has denied a request to dismiss a lawsuit brought by X, formerly known as Twitter, against nonprofit watchdog Media Matters. CNBC's Silvana Henao is with us with that and more. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yes, so a judge in Texas has ruled against Media Matters' request to dismiss a lawsuit filed by X. The social media platform filed a suit last year after Media Matters published a report showing hateful content was appearing next to online ads from companies such as Apple and Disney. Now, those companies then paused their ad campaigns. Attorneys for X claim the report was intentionally deceptive and financially hurt the company. Gas prices have been falling ahead of Labor Day, the traditional end of the summer driving season. The average price for regular is $3.35 a gallon. That's down nearly 15 cents from a month ago. But analysts aren't ruling out the risk of a spike. They say OPEC could extend production cuts beyond October 1st, which could tighten oil supplies and lead to higher gas prices. We're also still in hurricane season, and the Gulf of Mexico accounts for 15% of the nation's oil production and nearly half of refining capacity. And Krispy Kreme has a sweet deal to mark the unofficial end of summer. Customers can get a dozen original glazed donuts for $2 with the purchase of any regular dozen at regular prices. all Labor Day weekend long. It's part of Krispy Kreme's Go for Two promotion, which encourages football fans to earn extra points as they take in week 1 of the college football season, Savannah.
Well, Savannah, that is a perfect segue to our next story. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So a sure sign that fall is right around the corner as college football is back. Last night, my Colorado Buffs held off the North Dakota State Bison 31-26. It was a great game. So exciting. Well, fans can expect some big changes, though, to the game ahead of this season. That includes a new playoff system that will now allow 12 teams to fight for the championship instead of just the 4 we've seen previously. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kurz joins us with a look at what's to come. Hey, Jesse, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. That expanded playoff means more opportunity, also potentially more controversy. One of the changes we're going to see this year right here in Dallas on SMU's campus. Take a look at this. The Mustangs now part of the ACC. This is one of just several conference realignments that are reshaping the fabric of college football.
This morning, the tailgates, the mascots, and of course, the kickoffs are back in a big way with the official return of college football.
Football's back. Football is back.
But this season comes with lots of big changes. The college football playoff is expanding from just 4 teams to 12. That means more schools have a fighting chance to compete for a national championship.
Now it matters what seed everybody is. It matters if you're 8 versus 9, because that's the difference between hosting a playoff game in the first round or not.
And even months before bowl season, we'll see new matchups due to big conference realignments. The iconic Pac-12 once Rose Bowl regulars, but now that conference is effectively gone, with all but 2 schools fleeing to the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Big 12. Those cherished regional rivalries with more than 100 years of history are now mostly gone, with schools now playing against teams they historically have not faced.
We're going to miss the traditions that it had, but it also creates an opportunity of making new traditions.
It also means athletes and their families will travel farther across the country. Look at the Golden Bears' schedule. They fly from the Bay Area to Alabama, Florida, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. But entering these powerhouse conferences means new opportunities, more money, and more potential to attract top players.
We really need to be one of those top 4 conferences to be able to say and attract the elite level student athletes who want to test themselves and compete against the best in the country.
Oklahoma State's football players will even have QR codes on their helmets, linking to a fund that helps student athletes cash in on their name, image, and likeness. A new season full of changes, marking a new era of college football.
Savannah, we have to take care of something out. I appreciate you letting Sam stick around. So
here we go.
I was going to try to kick a field goal from around here. He was saying this is so short, this isn't even the extra point.
That's
I know
30 yards.
I'm a bigger person who
That's
I was wrong. I was wrong. That's where they snap from, so it gets taken from further back. But why don't we back it up some more? 10's not good enough? All right, we're going to go to the 15-yard line. 15 plus another 10. That's 25 yards.
Okay.
Is that enough for you, Sam, if I make this?
Sam, you got to add the 10 yards, obviously, for the end zone, too. So that's like, what, a 30-yard field goal? Let's see what you got, Jesse. Hope you don't miss.
Oh! It went through. Doesn't have to be pretty.
Did that
as
make
long
it?
as you win the game.
Did that look to you like it cleared the crossbars?
Let me tell you something. Sam, it's too early for
you
trash
so
talk.
deserve that.
Go back to sleep, Mr. Brock. Savannah, back to you.
Oh, actually, Jesse, before we let you go, I am going to do something kind of mean, and I'm gonna roll the tape.
Don't do it.
I'm gonna roll the tape.
Don't do it.
Let's go.
You can't just let me have this moment.
Okay.
Look at this. Oh my gosh.
Oh my
and me
God.
laughing hysterically, being so cruel.
This poor guy, man.
That was an air ball.
I feel so much better about
Jesse
myself.
Sorry, I don't know why we just decided to pull that up on you. It's just like, hey, you know what?
He's a good sport, to be honest with you, Jesse. You are. And, I'll take your word for it. You said that cleared the crossbars. That is better than I would have done, man. Bravo. Good for you,
It
Jesse.
was ugly, but it got through.
True.
I promise it went through.
All that matters.
It's true. Okay.
We split the uprights in practice.
Jesse Kirsch, thank you. Thank you so much for so many things. Bye.
Love the guy.
We'll be right back on Morning News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the NBC Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah. Gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the NBC Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah. Gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Welcome back. Finally this hour, it is Friday. That means it's time for your weekly can't miss list. This is a look at all the films, shows, music you got to see and hear this weekend. And our friend NBC News entertainment contributor Chris Witherspoon is here, also CEO of Pop Viewers. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Happy Friday.
It's Friday.
It's Friday. It's a long weekend. It's so yay. I'm so here for it. And you're going to tell us what to watch. Let's start with 1992.
Yes, this one is a crime thriller set during the LA riot. So it takes place during this real historical time in our country after the Rodney King verdict. It stars Tyrese Gibson, who plays a father, trying to get his life back together, but also Ray Liotta, who recently passed away. It's one of his last film roles on the other side of town. It's kind of like Crash, the film Crash, where there's two storylines happening at once, but they kind of collide at the same time. Great film, lots of drama, also historical events that took place.
I feel like probably emotional, too,
Oh,
right?
yeah, very emotional. Also, Tyrese can bring the drama. To me, people sleep on him a little bit. He's a great actor. I've met him, interviewed him many times.
Yeah.
Great guy.
Okay, great. Wow. I mean, it sounds like what a plot. Okay, now let's talk about this new AI movie, Afraid, right? Afraid, and you know there's an A and an I next to each other there. What do we think about this one? It's giving me Megan vibes.
It's a psychological thriller. It stars a guy named John Cho, who is a dad who gets this AI assistant. Her name is Aya. There's these eyes around the apartment, around the home. But basically, Aya gets very messy. She gets to be a little bit too good as an assistant. So it's very scary. It's kind of a cautionary tale around where we're going right now with AI. But it's brilliant. Also kind of like not too scary. It's like one of those, the show Black Mirror. It's like a Black Mirror episode that plays out over a film.
Okay, love that. Oh,
Yes.
I really want to see this one. Okay, if we're staying in this weekend, there is something new to stream, right? A documentary here?
It's Gary. It's about Gary Coleman. I grew up watching different shows. What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah.
But it's really about how he battled this rare health condition, but also the ups and downs. He suffered alcoholism, drug abuse, just all the craziness that he went through and how he kind of came out on the other side. A lot of never before seen interviews, his parents, just a lot of great cast members as well.
And where can you watch that?
You can watch this one on Peacock.
Peacock, okay, streaming, you can catch it at home. Okay, also, big weekend for Lord of the Rings fans.
Yes, Lord of the Rings. So many folks, I watched this show. It's called The Rings of Power. It's on Prime. Grab your rings. It's time to head back to Middle Earth. But it's the sequel, or the second season of this show that was on Prime Video. Amazon spent $700 million on this series. So folks are excited for it. It's very luxe. It's very, like, big. But it's Lord of the Rings. You can't go wrong with it.
Yeah, I mean, and I think fans love this show, right?
Yes, and you can watch episode 1, 2, and 3. They're all out right now.
Oh, love it. Okay, this next one is being called one of the best retellings of Greek mythology.
Yes.
This sounds awesome.
It's called Chaos. To me, Jeff Goldblum is the headline. He stars as Zeus. It's these three characters who basically realize that they have this common connection, but it's kind of taking Greek mythology and turning it on its head.
Wait, and so it's like set in modern?
Yeah, it's set in modern time, but it's like Greek mythology again, turning it on its head. Jeff Goldblum, he plays Zeus. jokes. He's paranoid. He's hilarious. He's very neurotic. It's a great, I think, like retelling of Greek mythology.
We love it. Chris Witherspoon, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We got the whole
So
thing,
fun.
everything we're watching. We love it. Also, before we head to break right now on Morning News Now, it is the last day for one of the superstars of this team, Laurel, before she heads on maternity leave. There she is in the control room right there. Look at her. Look at this boss lady. Look at all those buttons in front of her. She's controlling our whole show, doing everything every day for all of us. Her and her husband Dylan are about to welcome their first baby, and she's heading off on maternity leave. Laurel, we love you. We cannot wait. Congratulations. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now. Good morning. Let's start with good news. It's Friday. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe's on assignment today. Right now on Morning News Now, summer's last hurrah. Labor Day weekend is officially here. And if you're traveling in the next day or two, I've got 3 words for you. Pack your patience. Millions of Americans are set to take to the highways and runways for one last getaway before temperatures drop. So what can you expect when you head out the door? We have got you covered coming up. In the race for the White House this morning, a pivotal primetime conversation with Vice President Kamala Harris, her first since becoming the Democratic nominee. What we're learning about her potential policies if her ticket to the White House gets punched in November. This as former President Trump reveals his support for free IVF treatments if he returns to the Oval Office. Plus, it's a different type of getaway for your holiday weekend, why hotel day passes are now booming in popularity, and how you can take advantage of staying local as summer winds down. And later in the hour, a deep dive into the Lord of the Rings return to the streaming screen, how fans are reacting to season 2 of The Rings of Power, and everything else from the world of entertainment that you simply can't miss this Labor Day weekend. One of our favorite segments, everything you gotta watch, especially when you got an extra day off. We're going to start this hour, though, at that end of summer travel blitz. Labor Day weekend is here, and TSA predicts it will be the busiest travel season on record for U.S. airports. Today alone, the agency plans to screen nearly 3 million passengers. And if you're flying in or out of Chicago, brace yourself. O'Hare International is on track to be the second busiest airport this weekend, according to the travel site Hopper. And that is where we find NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. Shaq, good morning.
Hi there. Well, certainly a lot of activity here at Chicago's O'Hare Airport. Already seeing some long lines, some stressed out passengers. Chicago's airports are expecting about a 9% increase in passengers this holiday period when compared to last year as this Labor Day travel crunch begins.
This morning, the holiday travel rush is on, with millions of Americans heading out to celebrate the final stretch of summer.
Scotland. Norfolk, Virginia. In LA.
Airfares down slightly this year, and travelers are taking off at a record pace this Labor Day weekend.
Trying to get away from Jersey for a little bit.
Atlanta is expected to be the busiest airport, according to Hopper data, with more than 9,000 flights departing and 1.1 million seats scheduled. In second place, Chicago's O'Hare.
Are you a little stressed right now?
A little stressed. It looks like the security lines might be a little longer than we would like.
And there's been some early headaches already, with extreme weather across the country potentially impacting the Labor Day travel rush. Tornadoes touching down in the Midwest, causing extensive damage, ripping trees from the ground in Minnesota and knocking out power for thousands. The Dakotas also hit hard by 5 reported twisters, throwing these freight cars off the tracks in North Dakota. On the East Coast, golf ball-sized hail pounding Virginia. In Palm Beach, a glitch in the baggage handling system forcing crew members to load luggage onto planes manually, causing multiple flight delays.
It is what it is, I guess. As long as we get there safe, I'm okay.
The TSA says it's staffed to ensure the quickest wait times for the 17 million passengers expected to be screened at security checkpoints through next Wednesday. But it's still best to plan ahead.
So you don't want to be surprised when you get here and cut it close or miss your flight. Definitely do your homework and give yourself a lot of extra time.
Certainly good advice to follow. And remember, so many of the delays that you see during the holiday period happen before you even arrive here to the airport. And that's why airport officials are advising that passengers consider taking public transportation on the way to the airport. That will certainly help you avoid some of the congestion that you see at the airport drop-off locations. Back to you.
All right, Shaq, thank you so much. Well, this record-breaking end to the summer travel season, not just limited to the airports, like where we just saw Shaq. Millions of Americans are also expected to hit the road. AAA says overall domestic travel for Labor Day is up 9% this year compared to last year. NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar is live at a rest stop near Atlanta. Priya, good morning. Okay, we also know Atlanta, I think, is going to be the #1 airport in terms of busyness today, right before Chicago, where we just saw Shaq. But what's the traffic like there so far this morning, and what can travelers expect throughout the country throughout the day?
Absolutely, Savannah. Two of the things that Atlanta is very well known for is the world's busiest airport, but we also have some of the worst traffic congestion in general, and that's expected to be even worse, of course, because of the Labor Day weekend. You know, a lot of families are choosing regional road trips instead of going to the airport and flying somewhere because the kids are back in school, so they need to stay a little bit closer to home. Right now, things aren't looking too bad just yet. It's hard to really differentiate between the general morning traffic commute and what could be attributed to the actual extended long weekend, but we expect that the traffic is just going to continue to get worse throughout the day, with the time period between 2 and 6 p.m. today expected to be the absolute worst. And of course, the variable factor that we never know that could contribute to all the traffic would be the weather, which can create some accidents in certain areas. So certainly something to keep an eye out for, Savannah.
Priya, what do experts recommend for people to make their road trips as stress-free as possible? It might not always be possible, but what can we try to do?
So the most important thing I would say is to be strategic about what time you plan to hit the road. If you're planning on going somewhere today, the best time to do so would be before noon. The only exception to that rule would be tomorrow on Saturday. If you're planning on leaving on Saturday, it's actually better to do that in the afternoon. And if you're planning on returning home on Sunday or Monday, try to leave earlier. That's the best case scenario to avoid those afternoon traffic jams. AAA also says that they actually expect to rescue 300,000 stranded motorists over this long weekend. And they say the top 3 reasons for that are flat tires, lockouts, and also dead car batteries. So it's important to try to get your car inspected as close as you possibly can to a longer road trip. And also, if you can, try to keep an extra set of keys perhaps in your purse or your fanny pack so you can avoid one of those lockouts, Savannah.
Yeah, separate the two, though, right? Give them to one for the driver, one for a passenger. What about gas prices? I think we've got some good news here, right?
That's absolutely right. So gas prices have actually been steadily decreasing. The average price per gallon right now nationwide is at $3.36, which is down 14 cents from last month and actually down 46 cents from this time last year. And even better news for motorists is those prices are actually expected to continue to decline until the end of the year, which is, you know, pretty exciting and good when we keep talking about the price of everything else going up. This is the one sweet spot for people who are looking to go on a road trip, Savannah.
All right, Priya, thank you so much. Well, let's bring in meteorologist Michelle Grossman. She's going to let us know how the weather is going to impact our travel as well as our holiday weekend. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Great to see you. And Priya mentioned it. The wild card is the weather. And unfortunately, many along the East Coast, or at least the eastern half of the nation, will be seeing the chance for showers and also some storms. This is what radar looks like right now. You can see where that cold front is. It's stretching from the Great Lakes all the way down to the southwest. We have showers and storms along that front, and we're going to see that move off to the east over the next several days. Also, a batch of moisture down across the Gulf Coast states. This is going to stay in place not only today, but Saturday, Sunday, into Monday. So that's going to really impact your holiday weekend. We have a little area of low pressure bringing us those showers and storms, but moving off the coast of the Northeast. So that's good news. But still, we do have the threat for a shower or storm there as well. This is what today shapes up to be as we head towards the west. We're heating up. We're going to see temperatures rising in the Pacific Northwest into the Intermountain West, but lots of sunshine too in the Intermountain West and Northern Plains, the Upper Midwest into the Central Plains. It's this dividing line, though, this front that will divide that really nice weather with the weather where you're going to need that umbrella. So we're seeing lots of green here on the map. That's indicating where we could see those spotty showers or storms, and any of these storms could drop a lot of moisture. So we will see some flooding conditions as well, and could see some gusty thunderstorms as well, especially in the northern tier of the nation along the Great Lakes, southeastern Michigan. The bullseye, we're seeing some of those stronger storms storms. Could see some gusty winds, some hail with any of those storms. Then as we look towards Saturday, still looking really nice and dry in the Central Plains and Northern Plains, the Intermountain West. Back to the west, toasty though. Notice 101 in parts of the west. We're going to see temperatures into the 90s, upper 90s in some spots. Then we head further to the east. This is where the problem spots are going to be once again on Saturday. So not a great beach day or lake day for many of us. We're looking at the interior parts of the Northeast, New England, down through the Ohio Valley, the Tennessee Valley, into the south central states. And there is that flood threat once again along the Gulf Coast. We're going to pull up some tropical moisture, and we're going to see a lot of rain in a short amount of time for many days to come. Sunday still looking good at west. In the middle of the country, too, plenty of sunshine in the northern plains, the central plains staying dry in the west. Just toasty once again. We are wet in the south all the way to the Tennessee Valley once again. This is the same front that's sort of going to get hung up. It's going to stall, kind of sit in place, and it's going to bring the chance for those showers. The southeast in Florida, we could see some showers, too. And then along the east coast here. So now we're talking about New Jersey into New England. We're looking still at the chance of some showers. Monday, this is the unofficial end of summer, and it looks pretty much the same. So not much is changing over these next 3 to 4 days. Above average in the Northwest, still dry throughout the middle of the country. We're drying out in the Great Lakes. We're drying out into portions of the Northeast and also the Mid-Atlantic. And we're going to see a fall preview on Monday. So we're going to feel like temperatures are going to be in the 70s. So feeling a little fall-like as we end up this weekend, but still that weekend washout along the Gulf Coast. Notice still those brighter colors showing up. That's where we're going to see those heaviest rains falling, and we are concerned of some rainfall, maybe up to 7 inches in some spots. Let's talk about the severe weather threat today, because we have 5 million people at risk, especially along the Great Lakes into the Ohio Valley, where you see that yellow. Detroit, you may be impacted by some strong storms. That means you could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. That is enough to bring down trees and power lines, causing some power outages. Could see some hail as well. A brief tornado is possible. We've seen some tornadoes over the past few days, so we will be watching for that. They will be isolated. That number grows to 27 million people tomorrow. We're talking about portions of the Northeast into the Mid-Atlantic and some major cities there. So Philadelphia, D.C. could see some storms tomorrow with kind of the same scenarios with hail and also some damaging winds.
So not what we want to hear over a holiday weekend. Yeah. All right.
Could be better.
Yeah. Michelle, thank you.
Sure.
And enjoy the weekend.
You too.
Well, with less than 10 weeks to go now until Election Day, Vice President Harris just sat down for her first major interview since becoming the Democratic nominee. Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, of course her running mate, spoke yesterday with CNN in Georgia for their first joint interview as the Democratic ticket. During the interview, she discussed her policy proposals and defended some of her policy reversals. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with the highlights. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Hey there, Savannah. Good morning. Vice President Harris had been under mounting pressure to take detailed questions, and overnight in that interview with CNN, she tried to strike a balance between defending the Biden-Harris administration's legacy while charting her own path.
Overnight, in her first extensive interview since President Biden dropped out of the race, Vice President Kamala Harris defending some of her shifting policy positions since she last ran for the White House in 2019.
I think the most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed.
On immigration, she was pressed about a 2019 primary debate where she raised her hand when asked whether the border should be decriminalized.
Do you still believe that? I believe there should be consequence. We have laws that have to be followed and enforced that address and deal with people who cross our border illegally.
She was also asked about her past positions on banning fracking.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Joe Biden will not ban fracking. I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
Harris, who also rallied supporters in Savannah, Georgia, is touting proposals to extend the child tax credit and give $25,000 in down payment assistance to first-time home buyers. So why didn't she take those steps during her first 3.5 years in office?
Well, first of all, we had to recover as an economy, and we have done that. I'm very proud of the work that we have done that has brought inflation down to less than 3%.
She also brushed off former President Trump questioning her racial identity last month.
I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black.
Same old tired playbook. Next question, please.
Harris's running mate, Governor Tim Walz, saying he misspoke when he said he carried weapons in war during his time in the Army National Guard, despite never being deployed in combat.
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English teacher, told me my grammar is not always correct.
Harris also describing for the first time publicly how she found out President Biden was dropping out of the race.
The phone rang and it was Joe Biden. And he told me what he had decided to do. And I asked him, "Are you sure?" And he said yes.
Harris says that if she's elected, she'd appoint a Republican to her cabinet because she wants to have different views at the table. Overnight, former President Trump responded to the interview on social media, writing that it was boring and that Harris rambled incoherently. Savannah.
Okay, Gabe, thank you very much. Let's talk more about former President Trump now. He's heading to Johnstown, Pennsylvania this afternoon, just outside of Pittsburgh, for a campaign rally. Well, he campaigned yesterday in Battleground, Michigan, and in an exclusive interview with NBC News, Mr. Trump unexpectedly proposed covering fertility treatments. He also defended his recent visit to Arlington National Cemetery. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is traveling with the former president, and she got that interview. She joins us now from Lansing, Michigan, with more on this. Dasha, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. That's right. The former president making headlines about the issue of reproductive rights in our interview. This as Vice President Kamala Harris is shown ahead significantly with female voters in recent polling.
Former President Donald Trump courting voters in the Midwest Thursday, including key battleground states Michigan and Wisconsin. Mr. Trump revealing a new policy proposal in an interview with NBC News, pledging that during his second term, the popular and pricey fertility treatment IVF would be free.
So we are paying for that treatment.
All Americans who want it?
All Americans that get it. All Americans that need it. So we're going to be paying for that treatment, or we're going to be mandating that the insurance company pay.
The former president not providing specifics about how the procedure, which costs about $20,000 per cycle, would be paid for. A massive health care expense after Mr. Trump and congressional Republicans tried multiple times to repeal the Affordable Care Act in his first term. It's also unclear how Mr. Trump plans to vote on a proposal to overturn the 6-week abortion ban in his home state of Florida.
How are you going to vote on that?
Well, I think the 6 week is too short. It has to be more time.
The Harris campaign responding, there's only one candidate in this race who trusts women and will protect our freedom to make our own health care decisions. Mr. Trump also defending his campaign's recent conduct at Arlington National Cemetery in his first public comments since the controversial visit to pay his respects to service members killed during the withdrawal from Afghanistan.
I was asked to go there by people who lost their child. They asked me whether or not I would stand for a picture at the grave of their loved one who should not have died.
The Army says a cemetery employee was, quote, abruptly pushed aside when they tried to enforce Defense Department regulations, which, quote, clearly prohibit political activities on cemetery grounds. The Trump campaign later posting video of the visit.
On that hallowed ground, should they have put out the images of those?
I don't know what the rules and regulations are. I don't know who did it.
It was your campaign's TikTok, though, that put out the video.
I really don't know anything about it. All I do is I stood there and I said, if you'd like to have a picture, we can have a picture.
And Savannah, those comments on abortion that you heard, they're getting some backlash from some parts of Mr. Trump's base. Overnight, the campaign looking to clarify, telling us in a statement, President Trump has not yet said how he will vote on the ballot initiative in Florida. He simply reiterated that he believes 6 weeks is too short. Savannah?
Dasha Burns, thank you very much, and great interview. Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now, including the investigation that's now underway into the death of a top Ukrainian fighter pilot whose F-16 crashed earlier this week. We'll bring you what we know. First, though, the ongoing legal back and forth over where accused University of Idaho killer Brian Kohberger will stand trial. The difficult decision now facing the judge. We're going to break it all down up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
We are back with the latest on the ongoing legal battle to get the man accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students before a jury. Brian Kohberger and his lawyers were back in court yesterday requesting a change of venue for his murder trial. His defense team argued that the intense media coverage would prevent him from having an unbiased jury. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now with more here. Dana, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. Brian Kohberger, along with family members of the victims, were in the courtroom as the judge heard arguments from prosecutors and the defense on where this trial should take place. Kohberger's lawyers outlining why they believe any jury pool in Moscow is already tainted.
I would say this is probably professionally the most difficult decision I've ever had to make.
In their final plea to get the trial relocated, Brian Kohberger's defense made their argument clear.
Mr. Kohberger has a constitutional right to a fair trial by an impartial jury. And to guarantee that, this court must change venue.
A judge has entered a not guilty plea on behalf of Kohberger, the accused killer of 4 University of Idaho students, who sat in the courtroom on Thursday as his lawyers called for the trial to be moved from Latah County, where the killings took place, to Boise in Ada County, where the population and potential jury pool is more than 10 times larger. The defense called multiple expert witnesses who say news stories about the case oversaturated the community.
Do you mean that when we walk into trial and the room's full of potential jurors, there's going to be a great majority of them that before we sit down are going to have a feeling of bias against Mr. Kohberger? Yeah, I do.
Defense witnesses also testified statements from local law enforcement may have a stronger sway on Moscow residents and convince them of Kohberger's guilt, pointing to our interview with then Police Chief James Fry after the defendant's arrest. Are there any other suspects, or are you 100% certain this is your guy?
I am certain this is our guy.
No doubts?
No doubts.
But prosecutors pushed back.
The fact is, Your Honor, this case has media coverage everywhere,
saying they are confident they can find and seat an impartial jury.
Latah County might be close-knit, but it is not a tiny little community. It is not so tiny that we could not summons in a jury of 1,800.
That argument echoed by the victims' families, who say they also want the trial to stay in Moscow.
I trust this community to be fair and to go in there without their minds made up, and I don't think that's asking them too much.
Now the fate of the case in the hands of the judge as pressure mounts for the trial to move forward. And Savannah, we are still awaiting a decision from that judge. As you heard, he called this the most difficult decision he has ever had to make, adding he has some, quote, really important things to think about from both sides. Savannah.
All right, Dana, thank you very much. NBC News Now legal analyst Angela Sanadella joins us now for more on this. Angela, good morning. So, most difficult decision, he's saying, really, for him to make right now. What is it that he's weighing? That piece did a very good job of giving us all the facts, but just take us inside those chambers. What is it that he's looking on? It's kind of a T-chart here.
Right, so he's really looking at the Constitution, and that's where the tension starts. So obviously, defendant has a right to a fair and impartial jury, which is what you heard the defense attorney arguing here. But also in that same Constitution, it says that the location should be where the crime happened. That's how it's always been interpreted. So that community also has a right there to hold that trial where it is. The prosecutors have a right to hold that trial there. So the question here is not just, was there a lot of pretrial publicity like the defense is claiming? It's, does that pretrial publicity make it totally impossible? Now, look, most of the case law on this comes from like the 1960s, before the internet, before digital dissemination of information. And it's almost been like since then, the Supreme Court has said, look, whatever decision this judge makes is the one that'll stand. Judges here have almost total discretion to weigh whether or not the impartiality would be impossible, because ultimately it's an art, it's not a science, Savannah.
I guess I also look at the inverse of that question. Not only would impartiality be impossible, but is impartiality possible anywhere? I mean, I'm nowhere near Idaho, and I feel like I know every detail of this case. Does moving it really make any difference?
So that's exactly what the prosecution is arguing here, that in this digital age, it is almost impossible to have one community that is isolated from this publicity. Also, the prosecution had an interesting interpretation of the survey that the defense presented, and they said that just because the pretrial publicity is greater, they believe the survey results showed that it actually had, the more exposure you had, the less likely you were to judge Kohberger. So they're saying the question here is not just how much publicity, but is that really then turning the potential jury against Kohberger?
Why is it that a prosecution, in this case or any other, cares? Why, if they think they've got the evidence, they've got enough, why does it matter who is going to be sitting on that jury?
So what they're saying here is really the victims and the witnesses, the victim's family, that it's a huge inconvenience. This trial is supposed to take 3 months, Savannah. So having witnesses and families travel hundreds of miles on a daily basis for that period of time is a huge inconvenience. And in addition to that, there will inevitably be delays if it's moved. And as you know, that's what the defense has largely been doing, asking for more and more delay. So the prosecution is saying, we just want to try this man right now and get justice.
This has come up in lots of high-profile cases, right? I believe this is something that came up in a case that's kind of risen its head again, as we've seen lots of documentaries recently come out about the Scott Peterson case and the murder of Lacey Peterson, his wife, and his unborn son. What often happens here? Like, what do we have to look to in examples of a judge making a decision to grant something like this?
Okay, so baseline, it's almost impossible to ever get a change of venue granted. It is a motion that is brought up with some frequency because often the defendant's attorneys want to say that this defense needs a fair trial above all. And obviously that is very important in our Constitution. But the Supreme Court case that I was talking about earlier that really says judges have ultimate discretion here had to do with Enron, where there the judge did not move the case, even though the pretrial publicity was so extensive in Houston. And there, at that point, the Supreme Court said, look, judges can decide, because also it's the resources of that community that matter. Now the prosecution, if it is moved, is going to have to spend a fair amount more time, energy, and money moving that trial elsewhere.
That's a really good and interesting point. So what comes next? Do we know when the judge makes the decision? Does he have to by a certain point?
There's no deadline, but likely it'll be soon, given that all the evidence and the hearing happened just recently. But the issue is that you know, this was an enormous amount of evidence that was presented. Usually it's not that much. Usually it's a pretty quick motion that's been made. But hearing all of this evidence, the judge is going to have to go through it piece by piece and see not only is there pretrial publicity, but was there enough factual evidence presented that would show that this is going to be a biased pool. And of course, you only need X number of jurors, right? You don't need, you know, thousands of jurors. You only need 12.
Yeah. Angela Sanadella, fascinating conversation before this has even gotten underway. I'm sure we'll be talking about it so much more. Thank you. We always appreciate you coming by. Let's turn now to some international news. And the Ukrainian military says one of its F-16 fighter pilots was killed while responding to a Russian attack earlier this week. It comes as Ukrainian troops push deeper into Russia following their surprise ground invasion earlier this month. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now from Kyiv on this. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. There are lots of questions about that F-16 crash. This is what we know. According to the Ukrainian Air Force, a noted Ukrainian jet fighter pilot was flying that F-16 through Ukrainian airspace, responding to that massive Russian missile strike that happened in Ukraine on Monday. According to the Ukrainian Air Force, he had shot down 3 missiles and a drone, was on his way to the next target when they lost connectivity to him. His jet crashed and he died. The cause is now under investigation.
The Ukrainian Air Force announced a newly arrived F-16 fighter jet crashed during the massive Russian missile attack on Monday, killing top Ukrainian pilot Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Mess. Known by his call sign Moonfish, he spoke to NBC News months into the war.
It was the most intense at the very first couple of days.
The cause of the crash is under investigation as the deadly game of who blinks first continues, with Russia gaining ground in Ukraine's east, while Ukraine takes more land in the Russian region of Kursk.
The Russian border is a straight shot that way.
This week, we visited the Ukrainian city of Sumy, less than 20 miles from the Russian border. Now the staging ground for Ukraine's historic invasion. Putin has said Russia has no borders. This Ukrainian officer says, now we've shown we can enter Russian territory. We spoke with the Ukrainian commander inside Russia. NBC News is withholding his name at the military's request for security purposes.
Are you gaining ground?
Yes, little by little, he says. He tells us they've been given strict instructions as to how to interact with Russian civilians. We were told to help them as much as we can, he says.
Every 2 hours, you hear some explosions.
Across Sumy, resident Irina Olyanitska says she wants more help from the West.
The support should be stronger. You make negotiations with the Russians today, they're gonna kill you tomorrow.
A senior Western intelligence official tells me so far there is no sign of a major Russian troop movement from Ukraine's Donbass to Kursk to try and reclaim Russian territory. And I was speaking to a Ukrainian military analyst who was telling me that the longer they let this go, the longer period of time that the Ukrainians have to sort of dig into Kursk, the more difficult it's going to be for Russian forces to take back their own territory. Savannah.
All right, Aaron, thank you very much. As always, stay safe. Coming up, a Labor Day health threat that could really pour some cold water on these holiday weekend celebrations across America. After the break, what you need to know about those dangerous, in some cases even deadly, mosquito-borne illnesses that are plaguing the country and how you can keep your family safe. That's next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Closer to the Gaza border.
story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with news of a major crime bust. Federal authorities are now charging a group of suspects who say they are responsible for over 100 burglaries and thefts across the country, allegedly employing thieves visiting from South America who had short-term visas. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the story.
The alleged masterminds behind a multi-million-dollar crime tourism ring that targeted cities across the country, charged by federal authorities.
This group essentially acted as a linchpin for South American crime tourists who wanted to come to our country, take advantage of our liberties to steal from the American people.
Officials say Juan Carlos Duran and his girlfriend Ana Maria Arriagada operated a sort of criminal concierge service out of their Los Angeles rental car business.
Tola has been running, in essence, the Hertz rental car business for thieves.
The couple and 4 alleged conspirators accused of providing nice cars to thieves from South America who were in the U.S. on short-term tourist visas, allowing them to blend in as they targeted high-end homes and businesses from New Jersey to Kansas to California, according to the indictment. Even stealing victims' bank cards, which officials say they would then max out at nearby superstores. They purchased gift cards, electronics, and luxury goods to sell back at a fraction of the value to Thola Duran, who then resold the goods for profit, bringing in over $5 million across 6 years.
The defendants acted essentially as quarterbacks for a massive team of eager thieves.
This is Thola Duran and Arriagada's home, according to the indictment. One neighbor recalls police searching the property.
I just pulled up to a lot of commotion and a lot of vehicles and vehicles on trailers. That's really scary. Really scary. No wonder there was so much activity.
The stolen funds, secured from at least 120 burglaries and thefts in 80 different cities, according to the indictment, would go towards buying real estate and even horses.
Since 2019, I'm proud to say that we have arrested over 130 suspects responsible for perpetrating these crimes, with a vast majority using vehicles from Driver Power Network.
Crime tourism is proven to be a serious issue in the U.S., especially in Southern California. Last year, officials sounding the alarm over Chilean criminal gangs who took advantage of a 90-day visa program that allowed them to enter the country with no criminal background check. Those gangs connected to a string of burglaries across Southern California.
Those thinking they can come to our country, take advantage of our liberties, and steal from the American people should think again.
Our thanks to Steve Patterson for that report. Well, before you head off to a Labor Day weekend, hopefully full of barbecues and block parties, there are some new warnings this morning about those dangerous mosquito-borne viruses and how to keep your family safe outdoors. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us from Chicago with what you need to look out for. Maggie, I am tossing to you right now while I am itching myself because I am covered in bug bites, and this is really scaring me. What do we need to know?
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. We just sprayed, or I should say soaked ourselves with DEET to kind of try to avoid the same thing. I completely feel your pain. But I mean, seriously, looking at mosquitoes in the outdoors headed into the long holiday weekend, experts are stressing safety, stressing that bug spray, because we now actually, not to freak you out more, Savannah, but we have 2 more deaths linked to West Nile virus, this time in Wisconsin. And at the same time, the father of a teenager paralyzed by that virus says he believes the threat is a lot closer to home than people even realize. This morning, heading into the long holiday weekend, there are new concerns buzzing for those eager to soak up the final days of summer outside.
We've had a lot of extra rain, so there's a lot of mosquitoes around.
Rare but potentially deadly mosquito-borne illnesses continue to plague parts of the country.
It's crazy, just you're sitting on like my back porch for 10 minutes and then I go back inside and I've got like 10 bites.
Wisconsin officials announcing 2 deaths linked to West Nile virus, making for nearly 24 deaths nationwide, with nearly 300 cases reported in 33 states. And now there's a 6th case of Eastern equine encephalitis, or EEE, the virus found in 5 states that's killed 1 man.
I think it's going to be a significant concern in the future.
Cities taking action, spraying neighborhoods to help protect residents. For those heading to a lake for Labor Day, be on high alert. Mosquitoes look for still, fresh water. And be sure to apply a DEET-based insect repellent on top of your sunscreen. In Missouri, John Proctor wishes his family had known about the danger of mosquito-borne illnesses sooner. His 18-year-old son, known as BB, has a long road to recovery. He's on a ventilator, paralyzed from the neck down after contracting West Nile virus from a mosquito bite his dad believes he got while playing with their dog in the backyard.
It's hard to fathom how such a small, insignificant creature can take a perfectly 100% healthy human being and it just causing havoc on his body that fast. It only takes one mosquito to get you.
Yeah, we just hurt for that family. So again, stressing this is rare, but in BB's case, doctors say he could make a full recovery, according to the family, and they're hopeful, but they were also told it could take up to a year or more. So that in mind, a little advice from experts to help protect the smallest members of your household. They say you can use bug spray on kids, but they say apply it to your hands and then apply that to them. That's a bit safer. And then when it comes to animals, you can also protect them, but you should use bug spray formulated especially for animals. But Savannah, your toss to me is just freaking me out. So now I'm doing this again.
No, I know.
Here I go again.
All of it.
Can't use enough.
I have a lot of bug bites. I'm checking my dog constantly for ticks. I mean, it's really important information though, Maggie, and really, really good tip there. I had no idea about applying it to your own hands and then onto a child. That's great. Maggie, thank you so much. Stay bug-free as much as you can. Coming up, your next big getaway doesn't have to be thousands of miles away from home. After the break, why so-called daycations are having a moment. So you hit a local hotel for the amenities, but not for the overnight stay. We'll explain up next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Democracy is happening now.
We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Significant breaking news in the presidential race.
Now never stops.
There is new energy infused into this race. People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
Democrats point to record fundraising.
Thousands were waiting to get into the event.
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We are back now with a look at how you can plan a getaway without actually getting away. While millions of people are vacationing this Labor Day weekend, others are opting for daycations. That's where you get a day pass. You get access to luxury hotel amenities without any of the travel, and you don't even stay overnight. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has been looking into this, and he joins us in studio to tell us all about it. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. Yeah, it's like a slice of vacation. It's perfect, and it's one of those ideas where it's genius. Why did I not think of this? For years, most of us have used hotels as obviously a place to sleep overnight. But after spending our waking hours sightseeing or dining out in different cities, that's what you do when you're vacationing. But what about all of those lightly used hotel swimming pools and luxury spas, the gyms? Who's using it? Well, enter the daycation, which has exploded in popularity in recent years. You've no doubt heard of a staycation. But what is a daycation?
You can book amenities at hotels and only go for the day, so you don't have to pay for the room.
The leisure option is really starting to pick up steam. How would you define this concept to people?
Yeah, I think it's reinventing the way we think about hotels. So you're not staying overnight, but you can use all the amenities, things like pools, cabanas, spa, fitness, wellness, even the rooms just for the day.
According to a recent survey, 60% of travelers were willing to pay for day passes at a 5-star hotel in order to use its amenities without actually staying overnight. Resort Pass pioneered the idea about 8 years ago, but the company's CEO, Michael Wolf, says its popularity has skyrocketed in the last couple of years. With around 1,600 partner hotels in 250 cities, and 7 out of 10 packages, from pools to spas, are under $65.
So Miami is actually our biggest market. Phoenix is an incredibly big market. New York, Orlando, Hawaii.
But even in pricey cities like New York, we found some day passers atop the Virgin Hotel pool deck digging the deal. How much did you guys pay for this?
We paid $80 each for a day bed, which is really rare in the city. I mean, I've been to other pools where they charge like $250 for a day bed.
At the Virgin Hotel, the options range.
So you can book one of the loungers, which are single. You can book a day bed. And we do have another option, which is our cabana.
But one thing is clear. On a random Tuesday, the pool is packed.
If you want to work from the pool, if family, everybody can take advantage of this.
They definitely are. From Brooklyn, where the Arlo Williamsburg offers rooftop poolside service, to the Arizona Biltmore, which has water slides, the Ritz-Carlton Miami and its heated pool, and the stunning Fairmont Orchid in Hawaii. All of these places, the face of hoteling in the future. Where do you see this in 5 years?
We're truly just getting started. We're just at the beginning stages of what that means for the hospitality industry.
Okay, this is pretty cool, but also if you're somebody who's paying a lot, let's say, you just mentioned the Ritz there, to stay somewhere like the Ritz, are you suddenly, your pool is way more crowded? Is it tougher to get service? Like, what's it like for the people who are actually staying?
No, it's such a great question, Savannah, and it is also specific by city. So if you're talking about like Central Florida, for example, Orlando, very popular, there's not that many people necessarily at any given day in the summer that are occupying the pool. You're not going to run into a numbers crunch. New York is different. LA is different. Some of those cities that are a little bit more premium in terms of the spacing.
Right.
And so you have a scenario where they cap the number of day passes that they'll sell. We were obviously at the Virgin Hotel there. They sold out that day. They are not going to flood the grounds with people coming in. They want to try to keep a nice balance between guests that are already there and those that want to use it as a day pass. And like the options are really cool. You know, you have spa and pool. You can do a packaging together. Some folks also wondering about rooms if you want to go change. That's an option in some of the hotels as well. My favorite part about this, I saw all these young people there. I was like, hey, can I talk to you about day pass? Like, I'd love to, but I'm supposed to be at work right now. So like, don't worry, man. It's work from pool, WFP.
Yeah.
You're good to go.
Love it.
Bosses will totally understand.
Work from pool.
It's a new thing.
Sam Brock, thank you so much. Very cool. And actually, you're going to stick around to help me trash talk our friend Jesse Kirsch. That'll make sense in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Let's get you some money news, though. First, a federal judge has denied a request to dismiss a lawsuit brought by X, formerly known as Twitter, against nonprofit watchdog Media Matters. CNBC's Silvana Henao is with us with that and more. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. Yes, so a judge in Texas has ruled against Media Matters' request to dismiss a lawsuit filed by X. The social media platform filed a suit last year after Media Matters published a report showing hateful content was appearing next to online ads from companies such as Apple and Disney. Now, those companies then paused their ad campaigns. Attorneys for X claim the report was intentionally deceptive and financially hurt the company. Gas prices have been falling ahead of Labor Day, the traditional end of the summer driving season. The average price for regular is $3.35 a gallon. That's down nearly 15 cents from a month ago. But analysts aren't ruling out the risk of a spike. They say OPEC could extend production cuts beyond October 1st, which could tighten oil supplies and lead to higher gas prices. We're also still in hurricane season, and the Gulf of Mexico accounts for 15% of the nation's oil production and nearly half of refining capacity. And Krispy Kreme has a sweet deal to mark the unofficial end of summer. Customers can get a dozen original glazed donuts for $2 with the purchase of any regular dozen at regular prices all Labor Day weekend long. It's part of Krispy Kreme's Go for Two promotion, which encourages football fans to earn extra points as they take in week 1 of the college football season, Savannah.
Well, Silvana, that is a perfect segue to our next story. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So a sure sign that fall is right around the corner as college football is back. Last night, my Colorado Buffs held off the North Dakota State Bison 31-26. It was a great game. So exciting. Well, fans can expect some big changes, though, to the game ahead of this season. That includes a new playoff system that will now allow 12 teams to fight for the championship instead of just the 4 we've seen previously. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us with a look at what's to come. Hey, Jesse, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. That expanded playoff means more opportunity, also potentially more controversy. One of the changes we're going to see this year right here in Dallas on SMU's campus. Take a look at this. The Mustangs now part of the ACC. This is one of just several conference realignments that are reshaping the fabric of college football.
This morning, the tailgates, the mascots, and of course, the kickoffs are back in a big way with the official return of college football.
Football's back. Football is back.
But this season comes with lots of big changes. The college football playoff is expanding from just 4 teams to 12. That means more schools have a fighting chance to compete for a national championship.
Now it matters what seed everybody is. It matters if you're 8 versus 9, because that's the difference between hosting a playoff game in the first round or not.
And even months before bowl season, we'll see new matchups due to big conference realignments. The iconic Pac-12 once Rose Bowl regulars, but now that conference is effectively gone, with all but 2 schools fleeing to the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Big 12. Those cherished regional rivalries with more than 100 years of history are now mostly gone, with schools now playing against teams they historically have not faced.
We're going to miss the traditions that it had. But, you know, it also creates an opportunity of making new traditions.
It also means athletes and their families will travel farther across the country. Look at the Golden Bears' schedule. They fly from the Bay Area to Alabama, Florida, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. But entering these powerhouse conferences means new opportunities, more money, and more potential to attract top players.
We really need to be one of those top 4 conferences to be able to say and attract the elite level student athletes who want to test themselves and compete against the best in the country.
Oklahoma State's football players will even have QR codes on their helmets, linking to a fund that helps student athletes cash in on their name, image, and likeness. A new season full of changes, marking a new era of college football.
Savannah, we have to take care of something now, and I appreciate you letting Sam stick around. So
here we go.
I was going to try to kick a field goal from around here. He was saying this is so short, this isn't even the extra point.
That's
I know
3 yards.
I'm a big person
That's
when I was wrong. I was wrong. That's where they snap from, so it gets taken from further back. But why don't we back it up some more? 10 good? 10's not good enough? All right, we're going to go to the 15-yard line. 15 plus another 10. That's 25 yards.
Okay.
Is that enough for you, Sam, if I make this?
fine, but you got to add the 10 yards, obviously, for the end zone, too. So that's like, what, a 30-yard field goal? Let's see what you got, Jesse. Hope you don't miss.
Bro, doesn't have to be pretty.
Did that make it?
As you win the game.
Did that look to you like it cleared the crossbars?
Let me tell you something. Sam, it's too early for
you
trash
so
talk.
deserve that.
Go back to sleep, Mr. Brock. Savannah, back to you.
Oh, actually, Jesse, before we let you go, I am going to do something kind of mean, and I'm gonna roll the tape.
Don't do it.
I'm going to roll the tape.
Don't do it.
Let's go.
You can't just let me have this moment.
Okay.
Look at this. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my
and me
God.
laughing hysterically, being so cruel.
This poor guy, man.
That was an air ball.
I feel so much better
Jesse
about myself.
Sorry, I don't know why we just decided to pull that up on you. It's just like, hey, you know what?
He's a good sport, to be honest with you, Jesse. You are. And, you know, I'll take your word for it. You said that cleared the crossbars. That is better than I would have done, man. Bravo. Good for you,
It
Jesse.
was ugly, but it got through.
True.
I promise it went through.
All that matters.
It's true. Okay.
We split the uprights in practice.
Jesse Kirsch, thank you. Thank you so much for so many things. Bye.
Love the guy.
We'll be right back on Morning News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You got to see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You got to see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You got to see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I can go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You got to see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Finally this hour. It is Friday. That means it's time for your weekly can't miss list. This is a look at all the films, shows, music you got to see and hear this weekend. And our friend NBC News entertainment contributor Chris Witherspoon is here,
Good
also
morning.
CEO of Pop Viewers.
Hello.
Morning. Thank you for being here.
It's
Happy
Friday.
Friday.
It's Friday.
It's Friday.
Long
It's a long
weekend. I'm
weekend.
ready.
It's so yay. I'm so here for it. And you're going to tell us what to watch. Let's start with
Yes.
1992.
Yes, this one is a crime thriller set during the LA riot. So it takes place during this real historical time in our country after the Rodney King verdict. It stars Tyrese Gibson, who plays a father, trying to get his life back together, but also Ray Liotta, who recently passed away. It's one of his last film roles. On the Other Side of Town. It's kind of like Crash, the film Crash, where there's two storylines happening at once, but they kind of collide at the same time. Great film, lots of drama, also historical events that took place.
I feel like probably emotional, too,
Oh,
right?
yeah, very
Lots.
emotional. Also, Tyrese can bring the drama. To me, people sleep on him a little bit. He's a great actor. I've met him, interviewed him many times. Great guy.
Yeah. Okay, great. Wow. I mean, it sounds like what a plot. Okay, now let's talk about this new AI movie, Afraid, right? Afraid, and you know there's an A and an I next to each other there. What do we think about this one? It's giving me Megan vibes.
It's a psychological thriller. It stars a guy named John Cho, who is the dad who gets this AI assistant. Her name is Aya. There's these eyes around the apartment, around the home. But basically, Aya gets very messy. She gets to be a little bit too good as an assistant. So it's very scary. It's kind of a cautionary tale around where we're going right now with AI. But it's brilliant. Also kind of like not too scary. It's like one one of those, the show Black Mirror. It's like a Black Mirror episode that plays out over a film.
Okay, love that. Oh,
Yes.
I really want to see this one. Okay, if we're staying in this weekend, there is something new to stream, right? A documentary here?
It's Gary. It's about Gary Coleman. I grew up watching Different Strokes. What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah,
yeah. But it's really about how he battled this rare health condition, but also the ups and downs. He suffered alcoholism, drug abuse, just all the craziness that he went through and how he kind of came out on the other side. A lot of never before seen interviews, his parents, just a lot of great cast members as well.
And where can you watch that?
You can watch this one on Peacock.
Peacock, okay, streaming, you can catch it at home. Okay, also, big weekend for Lord of the Rings fans.
Yes, Lord of the Rings. So many folks, I watched this show. It's called The Rings of Power. It's on Prime. Grab your rings. It's time to head back to Middle Earth. But it's the sequel or the second season of this show that was on Prime Video. Amazon spent $700 million on this series. So folks are excited for it. It's very luxe. It's very, big. But it's Lord of the Rings. You can't go wrong with it.
Yeah, I mean, and I think fans love this show, right?
Yes, and you can watch episode 1, 2, and 3. They're all out right now.
Oh, love it. Okay, this next one is being called one of the best retellings of Greek mythology.
Yes.
This sounds awesome.
It's called Chaos. To meet Jeff Goldblum is the headline. He stars as Zeus. It's these 3 characters who basically realize that they have this common connection, but it's kind of taking Greek mythology and turning it on its head.
Wait, and so it's set in modern?
Yeah, it's set in modern time, but it's like Greek mythology again, turning it on its head. Jeff Goldblum, he plays Zeus. He's paranoid. He's hilarious. He's very neurotic. It's a great, I think, retelling of Greek mythology.
We love it. Chris Witherspoon, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We got the whole thing,
fun.
everything we're watching. We love it. Also, before we head to break right now on Morning News Now, it is the last day for one of the superstars of this team, Laurel, before she heads on maternity leave. There she is in the control room right there. Look at her. Look at this boss lady. Look at all those buttons in front of her. She's controlling our whole show, doing everything every day for all of us. Her and her husband, Dylan, are about to welcome their first baby. And she's heading off on maternity leave. Laurel, we love you. We cannot wait. Congratulations. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but the news continues right now.
Hey, everybody, and good Friday. We are so happy you're ending your week with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
That's right. Thanks for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Friday, August 30th. Travel crunch. Millions across the country are celebrating the final stretch of summer. How to evade the Labor Day rush on the roads if you're about to head out of town.
And high-stakes sit-down. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz taking part in their first joint interview since securing the Democratic nomination. What the vice president said about charting her own path.
Overnight tragedy. Professional hockey player Johnny Gaudreau was killed last night when he was allegedly hit by a drunk driver while biking with his brother, who was also killed. The devastating details we are learning from police.
And health advisory. The U.S. Surgeon General says parental stress is a public health crisis. So we are going to talk to a psychotherapist about ways to manage burnout and prioritize your own mental health.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Friday. We're going to start with one of the busiest Labor Day weekends in travel history. We're going to show you a live shot. That is a live look inside Chicago O'Hare International. It is just one of the airports nationwide that is bracing for a record-breaking crush of travelers.
Yeah, the TSA is expecting nearly 3 million passengers to fly today alone. And according to AAA, it's also supposed to be one of the busiest days on the roads. But the good news, gas prices have been dropping. In fact, we're going to break down the best and the worst times to head out if you don't already know. We are covering all angles of today's travel rush. We have NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar there in Atlanta. But let's go ahead and start with NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, who is live at Chicago O'Hare International Airport. Shaq, you are at one of the busiest airports in the entire country. What's it looking like?
Yeah. Look, Morgan, so far so good. Right now in this moment, things are looking pretty good. You're not seeing many lines. I'm looking over at the security board, and you're seeing about a 10-minute wait for the standard security screening process. And look, that is somewhat impressive because you mentioned we're talking about a potentially record-setting weekend of holiday travel. TSA is saying today is expected to be the peak travel day across the country. That means about 3 million people will be screened at those airport checkpoints. And when you look specifically specifically here to Chicago. They're saying that they're expecting about a 9% increase in travelers during this holiday period compared to what you saw just last year. So certainly good news that there aren't lines right now. That's in contrast to what we first saw this morning, but those lines have since been processed, and despite some weather that came through the area, things are so far so good.
You know, Shaq, storms and severe weather have been impacting some major travel hubs. I got stuck up in it trying to get back from Dulles yesterday. It was severe thunderstorms till 11. A ton of flights got canceled. Where else have we been seeing problems?
Yeah, we're watching those storms. I mentioned there were storms that came through the Chicago area. It led to some delays, but those delays have since been cleared up. But that same system is now making its way east. So we're watching Detroit very closely. We're also watching the New York City area as well. We saw delays around JFK significant this morning. Again, those have since been cleared up. So weather is one of those things that can definitely change the situation that you're seeing now, where things are calm. You're keeping your fingers crossed that it stays this way. But with weather in the forecast, it's certainly a danger and certainly a risk that that situation can change and kind of put a damper on people's plans to really extend and take advantage of this holiday weekend, guys.
Well, we hope you get a little time off the campaign trail to take advantage of this holiday weekend. Shaquille Brewster for us live from Chicago. Thanks so much, Shaq.
Let's go over now to NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar live in Atlanta at a rest stop there. Priya, we know a lot of folks are going to be driving this weekend. Walk us through the best times to leave, and good news for gas prices, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that record-breaking summer travel season is translating into incredibly busy roads this holiday travel weekend. A lot of families are choosing to make regional road trips now that the kids are back in school to stay a little bit closer to home. So if you were planning on hitting the road, the best time to do it would have been before noon. So if you're over here on the East Coast, you've kind of missed your deadline, at least for now. Things are not going to be the greatest for traveling by car between 2 and 6 p.m. But if you want to try to make it out tonight, maybe do so after 7 p.m. Tomorrow's a little bit of a different story. On Saturday, it's actually better to travel in the afternoon versus the morning. And if you're planning on heading home on Sunday or Monday, the earlier the better to avoid those afternoon traffic jams, guys.
And AAA is also expecting to rescue more than 300,000 stranded motorists this holiday weekend, Priya. I mean, what should people do if they run into trouble on the road? I actually didn't know that that was so common, that they anticipated those numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. So they said the top 3 reasons for stranded motorists are because of dead car batteries, people losing their keys, or lockouts. So they say it's important to try to get an inspection as close as you can to going on some of those long road trips. Also try to bring a set of spare keys if you can. Maybe give them to the passenger in your car or put them in your purse or your fanny pack so that you avoid a lockout. But guys, I also wanted to talk about those gas prices you mentioned. The average price per gallon, which is really great news for motorists who are planning those road trips, is at $3.36, which is down 14 cents from last month and 46 cents from last year. And more great news is that those prices are actually expected to continue to decline until the end of the year. So if you didn't plan a road trip for this Labor Day weekend, you still have a lot of time with those pretty good gas prices, guys.
That's great news. And Priya, bringing back the fanny pack. Yes.
NBC News correspondent and Priya Sridhar, thanks so much, Priya. We appreciate it.
Changing gears now, Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, sat for their first joint interview since earning the Democratic nomination.
Pressure had been building for Harris to sketch out a version of what her presidency would look like. She was pressed on her changing policy positions, but maintained that her core values have remained the same.
The most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed. We have set goals for the United States of America and by extension the globe around when we should meet certain standards for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. As an example, that value has not changed. My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed.
Thankfully, we have NBC News White House correspondent Aaron Gilchrist joining us now from D.C. Aaron, there was a lot to unpack in this interview. I mean, in it, Harris acknowledged that her experience as vice president led her to update her views on a few things. She also sort of pulled back the curtain on her candidacy as a whole in a way that we haven't quite heard or seen yet. What were the big takeaways from that interview?
Yeah, you know, we don't normally get to see or hear about the personal one-on-one conversations that happen between a president and a vice president. But in this interview last night, Vice President Harris did talk about the conversation she had with President Biden the day he dropped out of the race. We knew that he had called her that morning before he announced it in the afternoon. And the vice president offered what she described as little TMI about how that all unfolded on her side of the conversation. I want you to hear what she had to say about that.
We had just had pancakes and, you know, Auntie, can I have more bacon? Yes, I'll make you more bacon. And then we were sitting down to do a puzzle. And the phone rang and it was Joe Biden. And he told me what he had decided to do.
The vice president went on to say that she asked him if he was sure about dropping out of the race, and he said yes. And she described to Dana Bash in that interview with CNN that the president offered his support to her at that point in time. In this interview, Morgan and Vicky, we heard Vice President Harris talk a lot about the work that the Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration has done and what she sees as successes for their time in office. But she also talked about wanting to move forward, as she described it, for her own administration if she's to win in the fall, and said that there is more to do. Vicki, Morgan.
Aaron, on the Republican side, former President Trump also made some news yesterday during his interview with NBC's Dasha Burns. Let's listen and talk on the other side.
I think the 6 week is too short. It has to be more time, and so and I've told them that I want more weeks.
What's the Trump administration going to do when it comes to IVF if you get elected?
We're going to be paying for that treatment, or we're going to be mandating that the insurance company pay.
So this is the former president speaking more in depth about his abortion policies. What else did he lay out in this regard, Aaron?
Yeah, he didn't lay out a ton of additional detail. In particular, Dasha asked him about IVF treatments, and he indicated that that's something that he would pay for, a Trump administration would pay for, or force insurance companies to pay for. Our medical unit was able to do a little bit of research on this and found that IVF treatments can cost in the neighborhood of $20,000 per treatment, and for the administration to pay for that would probably amount to somewhere in the neighborhood of $7 billion. We did not get detail from former President Trump about how he would pay for such a move. His running mate, J.D. Vance, was on television this morning, was asked about it again, and again didn't offer a great detail, although the former president did reference it twice in that interview with Dasha and again in his speech in Michigan yesterday. And so you can imagine that he'll be pressed on that in the days and weeks to come. We know there's a debate right around the corner.
Yeah, reproductive rights, a very important issue to voters. NBC News White House correspondent Aaron Gilchrist. Aaron, thank you so much.
Let's turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Elon Musk's X is closing its San Francisco headquarters permanently in just 2 weeks, according to a new report from Fortune. If you remember, last month, he announced that he's planning on moving the operation to Austin, Texas.
CNBC health and pharmaceutical reporter Angelica Peebles joins us now. It's great to see you. So let's talk about why X is going to Texas. And do we know if the company plans to relocate its San Francisco employees to Texas? As we know, he's not a big fan of remote work.
Yeah, Elon Musk previously cited a school gender identity law signed by Governor Gavin Newsom that prohibited schools from alerting parents of their child's gender identity was the, quote, final straw. But a Texas move doesn't seem imminent. The company announced employees will be moved to offices either in San Jose or Palo Alto. After 12 weeks in space, Boeing's Starliner will depart the ISS next week without its crew. NASA said it should take about 6 hours for ground teams to undock the capsule remotely to land it in New Mexico. It comes as NASA said its 2 astronauts who flew to the ISS in the Starliner will return to Earth in a SpaceX vehicle early next year. The mission was supposed to last 10 days, but thruster issues extended its orbital stay as engineers tried to understand what caused it. And Golden State Warriors star Steph Curry has agreed to a 1-year extension deal for over $62 million. Curry's agent said Thursday the extension will keep him under contract through the 2026-2027 season, which also keeps him with the only franchise he's ever played for through his 18th season.
All right, Angelica Peebles, CNBC health and pharmaceutical reporter. Thank you so much.
As a Warriors fan, I'm glad to hear it. Coming up, the best deals to scout for this Labor Day weekend. We're going to let you know how you can save big and make the most of your shopping spree. You're watching NBC News Daily.
for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, for many people, this Labor Day weekend means one last time to hit the beach or host a barbecue. For others, it means hitting up the great shopping deals.
According to a recent survey by Retail Me Not, U.S. consumers plan to spend on average more than $350 this weekend alone. So how can you sift through all those discounts to find the most savings? Thankfully, you actually don't have to do all the work because we have NBC Select editor Zoe Mallon here to give us tips on what to buy and what to skip. Zoe, best deals, where are they?
Yes, so Labor Day marks the end of the summer season, and that means retailers want to push out all those warm weather goods and really make room for fall and winter products. So we're going to see really great summer clearance sales. Think summer sports, hiking, biking, kayaking, all that great stuff. We'll see great deals on summer clothing and apparel, and you'll see really good deals as well on cooling appliances like your air conditioners and your fans, your barbecues, things like that. So I know it sounds a little counterintuitive to shop for these things at the end of the season, but you might have some warm weather days ahead, or you can save it for next year.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, let's say back to school shopping. Did a number on your budget and you want to maybe sit this one out. What should you avoid this week, and when are the next big sales coming?
Yes, so we have many sales ahead. We have an October Prime Day. We have Black Friday, Cyber Monday coming up in November. So we recommend sitting out on those tech deals. Think headphones, TVs, speakers. Also consider sitting out on some of those luxury beauty deals, video games, and toys, because those are giftable items. So retailers are going to want to discount those when people are shopping for the holidays. And then finally, fall clothing and apparel. This is when brands are rolling all those collections out. So these are really high prices right now. You're not going to see discounts on those items until, I would say, 2 to 3, maybe even 4 weeks.
Okay. We should also say that Zoe is like, you know, Gandalf. You have all these sort of like data points in your head because what you do at the Select team, it's so interactive and reactive to what people are actually clicking on. And one of the things that fascinates me is that this is all so much based on timing, right? I mean,
100%.
Labor Day is not till Monday, but some of these sites are already having their deals live right now. When is actually the best time to click?
So since it's Friday, I would say that the deals you see right now are really as great as they're going to get. With that being said, as you move toward Monday, retailers are like, we want these things out. So what they're going to do is maybe drop prices a little bit more, and you might start to see some bundles. So let's say buy this mattress, you get 2 pillows, or, you know, buy this kitchen set and you'll get some utensils. So I would say you can totally start shopping now. You'll probably see the most inventory, the most sizes, colors, things like that. But maybe Monday is really when, if you're on the fence, you might want to see what they're adding in.
Yeah, better deals then, but maybe less selection is the key. What about whether we should shop online or in stores? Walk us through the pros and cons.
Yes, so the good thing is that they're really comparable deals online and in stores, but when you're shopping online, first of all, it's just so much more convenient, and you get to compare prices better because you can open a few different browsers, you can install some cashback apps, and there's so much more variety. But when you're shopping in store, you get to see the products, you get to try it on, right? So maybe you want to shop at those bigger outlets, your Walmarts, your Targets. Maybe you'll see a little bit less stock. So if you're worried about that, I would maybe go in person. Online. But the other great thing you can do is shop online and pick up in store, because then you get the convenience of online shopping, but the immediacy of picking up it in store and making sure you get it in your home that day.
Opus, the best of both worlds.
I was going to say, am I the only person who loves to in-person shop?
No, I like it too.
Okay, I'm not for the online shop. I love to like go. I'll look at the deals, but I want to like show up. You know,
I understand that.
Maybe I'm just old school. I've entered my auntie era. All right.
Well, listen, NBC Select editor Zoe Mallon with all the details and tips for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you want more shopping tips from Zoe and the Select team, including where to save and what to buy this weekend, she'll be updating in real time on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. You can also scan the QR code on your screen right there, or head to NBCnews.com/select.
Thank you so much, Zoe. We appreciate it. And stay right here. Much more news ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily. Great job.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Over the past decade, mixed-race voters have become the fastest-growing racial or ethnic group in the country. In fact, their numbers have surged by more than 200% in 6 battleground states. This all according to the U.S. Census Bureau.
That's right. So I sat down with a group of 6 people, 5 who were voters, 1 who was a political candidate, and they really covered the range of political, racial, and ethnic backgrounds. And we talked about what all of that means from their point of view for the 2024 race.
I identify as Indian American and white.
Hispanic, Asian.
They're the face of a changing nation.
When anybody asks, I just say I'm black and Puerto Rican.
All my grandparents are from a different ethnic background.
Multiracial Americans are now the fastest growing racial or ethnic group in the country over the last decade. And their voting power will be significant. In 6 battleground states, the population with 2 or more races has surged by more than 200%, including here in North Carolina's Mecklenburg County.
Can you raise your hand if you are a Republican, Democrat, Independent? Does the way that you identify racially impact your politics?
I'm not going to lend my support behind someone who does not support people who look like me.
I don't think he sees me as who I am.
Former President Donald Trump.
Yes.
And what about the rest of you?
I just don't think that Kamala Harris has anything vested in the air finger quote black or Hispanic experience in so much as it would be identified by anybody that lives in those communities.
You're saying you don't think that she can help black or brown people?
No, I mean, going to Howard don't make you black.
A conversation that quickly turned to this moment in a July interview at the National Association of Black Journalists.
So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
What did you think when you heard those comments?
Highly offensive. I mean, I think probably every multiracial, mixed race, biracial person has had the experience of someone else telling them that they are not something enough. I think it's kind of triggering, right?
I think it is impossible to be biracial in America. And I think that it requires that you're covering all bases at all times. And it requires constant recognition of both identities. And I think when Donald Trump says stuff like that about Kamala Harris and implies that she's like picking a race for political advantage, it's tapping into an incredibly familiar sentiment that I think everyone on this panel can understand.
Well, my first thought was, that wasn't very well thought out. At the same time, though, when I heard it, I didn't hear it as an attack on blacks or Indians. I heard it more so of him commenting towards identity politics.
Adol, I see you nodding your head.
I agreed with him. I didn't know she identified as black because everything I saw was first South Asian, first Indian. There's none of that identified as black.
Regardless of her parents, I mean, she was born in this country, and she identifies as a black person in this country in an American way, in a uniquely American context.
I've never heard her identify herself as a black woman.
She said multiple times she's a black woman.
I've never heard it.
But I'm black, and I'm proud of being black. Politics sometimes becoming personal this year, with mixed-race Americans having representation on both tickets.
I don't agree with anything J.D. Vance has to say. I mean, almost nothing. But I think it's incredible that we've gotten to a point where the Vice President of the United States can have a wife named Usha Chilikari and a son named Vivek. That doesn't mean I won't vote against him in November.
Even though you disagree with Kamala Harris politically, do you feel some kinship towards her as a mixed person?
Not personally. I find a lot of her trajectory to not be my brand of woman leader. We've got 3 major international crises going on and someone applying to be commander-in-chief. As a woman, I want to see you do more than, appeal to giggling and having a girl moment on the stage.
A conversation with implications beyond the ballot box.
I think every time we see polling, it's about race. And, as a candidate of color, you put a lot of stake into how this candidate represents, say, the black experience or the Indian American experience. I think we will never ask Donald Trump or Joe Biden or Bill Clinton or George Bush to do the same thing. I think white people are expected and people of color aren't.
To do what?
to be in the highest office in the United States.
There is so much more texture and nuance to that conversation that I wish we had time to air. And we do want to make it clear that one of those people, as we mentioned at the beginning, that we spoke to there in the front, Abdul Ali, is currently a candidate for North Carolina's 12th congressional district. His opponent is incumbent Representative Alma Adams, who was represented 10 years ago, elected.
What a great conversation. Interesting perspective. They were all so articulate. Learned a lot.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Mercy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thanks again for joining us. It is 12:30 in Boston and right here in New York City. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. Former President Trump pushing to delay the upcoming sentencing in his criminal hush money case. Trump's attorney once again asking the federal court to move his case there instead of the state court. They say the prosecution goes against the Supreme Court's recent ruling on presidential immunity. Trump is scheduled to be sentenced next month, about 7 weeks before Election Day.
A CIA official says the suspects who planned to attack Taylor Swift's concerts in Vienna wanted to kill tens of thousands of fans. 3 people were arrested in connection to the foiled terror plot, and Swift canceled 3 sold-out shows earlier this month. She has thanked authorities for stopping that alleged attack.
We are 1 week into a legal battle over the largest supermarket merger in U.S. history. During testimony, one of Kroger's executives admitted the store raised the cost of milk and eggs above inflation levels. The grocery giant is looking to join forces with its competitor Albertsons. Lawyers for the Federal Trade Commission, though, they're suing to block the takeover.
One of the 2 doctors charged in connection to Matthew Perry's overdose death is facing a judge today in Los Angeles. Dr. Mark Chavez is expected to plead guilty to federal charges of conspiring to distribute the drug ketamine.
Prosecutors accuse 5 people, including the actor's longtime assistant, of fueling Perry's addiction to ketamine that started during therapy sessions for depression and anxiety. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now. Steve, Dr. Chavez, we understand, struck a deal earlier this month with prosecutors. What do we know about his alleged role in all of this, and what are we expecting in court today?
Yeah, so the first thing you need to know about Dr. Mark Chavez is that he describes himself as something of a health guru, and he used to run his own ketamine clinic, legal ketamine clinic near San Diego. And part of what's described in the indictment and what he's accused of doing is diverting prescriptions, or essentially writing false prescriptions for an unwitting patient that he would then obtain, get to this other doctor that's accused in the indictment, and then those vials of ketamine would find their way to Matthew Perry. All of this, of course, because he's essentially signed this plea deal, are known about, that he admits to, and that he's been cooperating with federal investigators for quite some time, for maybe a number of months. And part of what's going to happen today is that because he signed that plea deal, we do expect to have an official guilty plea, and then the judge will assign a sentencing date for him for a future day.
I mean, Steve, let's talk, though, about the licenses. I mean, here, do we know why Dr. Chavez and the other doctor charged in Perry's death are still being allowed to practice in the state of California?
Yeah, what you're alluding to, Morgan, is, I think, unbelievable to a lot of people, but just the fact that they're under this criminal pressure does not mean that their medical license gets revoked. The DEA can only do so much. So they've essentially taken their ability to sign new prescriptions away. Like, they can't prescribe any new medication. Who would want that, obviously, with these criminal allegations going on? But they were not able to revoke their medical license. That would have to be the California Board of Medicine. And so far, because you're presumed innocent until proven guilty, they see no reason to do that at this time. So these two doctors can technically still practice medicine. I don't know if that's happening right now, obviously, with all this going on, but technically it's possible. Guys.
That is really interesting. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson for us there in LA. Steve, thanks.
Incredibly tragic news in the sports world today. The Columbus Blue Jackets announced hockey star Johnny Gaudreau has died. He was 31 years old.
Police say in New Jersey that Gaudreau and his younger brother were killed last night when they were hit by a suspected drunk driver while they were riding their bicycles. NBC News correspondent Adrian Broaddus is following this for us. Adrian, this is just a tragic story. We know that Gaudreau was reportedly in New Jersey for his sister's wedding, which was actually scheduled for today. What more can you tell us, Adrian?
Yeah, it is tough. Back in his home state, his family and friends preparing to celebrate. Now today, they are grieving. Here is what we know about what happened from investigators. Johnny Gaudreau and his brother, his younger brother Matt, were riding bicycles when this alleged drunk driver hit them from behind. Now, according to investigators, the driver was trying to pass another vehicle when he hit the two on their bikes. According to the arresting officer says he smelled a strong odor of alcohol, and that 43-year-old told the officer he consumed at least 5 to 6 beers before getting behind the wheel of the vehicle. He also failed a field sobriety test. That's Sean Higgins you see on your screen right now. He is expected to appear in court today, and he is facing 2 counts of death by auto.
Adrian, we know both brothers played hockey. Johnny Gaudreau was known as Johnny Hockey. He was a real standout at Boston College. He played 11 seasons in the NHL. Talk to us about the reaction coming out from the sports world.
They are reacting indeed, and the two did play together. They were a package deal in college. We heard from the Columbus Blue Jackets, who are saying the impact he had on our organization and our sport was profound, but pales in comparison to the impression he made on everyone who knew him. We're also hearing from the NHL commissioner, who said while Johnny's infectious spirit for the game and show-stopping skills on the ice earned him the name Johnny Hockey, he was more than just a dazzling hockey player. He was a doting father and beloved husband, son, brother, and teammate. A name we all know. LeBron James also saying, "My thoughts and prayers goes out to the Gaudreau family. May Johnny and Matthew fly high, guide and guard and bless their families from the heavens above." So as you can imagine, this is a tough loss for his family, friends, and fans. Morgan and Vicky.
NBC News correspondent Adrian Broaddus with that tragic story. Thank you very much.
The U.S. Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, is issuing a new warning calling parental stress a public health challenge.
Parents report more stress compared to other adults. In fact, 41% of parents say that most days they are so stressed they cannot function. When stress is severe or prolonged, it can impact our mental and physical health, but it doesn't have to be this way.
No, it does not. Now, Dr. Murthy is calling on lawmakers, employers, and healthcare providers to prioritize parents' well-being. Psychotherapist and award-winning reporter Dr. Robbie Ludwig joins us now. So, Dr. Ludwig, always good to see you. We know that parents have really always juggled a lot, but it seems like in our modern world, the problem is getting worse now. Why is that?
Well, I think there are a lot more stressors. We don't necessarily have support systems in place. Many people don't live near family members, don't have the finances to have the extra help that they may need. And also technology brings a certain amount of danger to our kids. And there's a technological imbalance sometimes between parents and their children. So a lack of support, loneliness, disconnect, and the dangers of the internet are very real stressors that parents have to deal with right now.
I love what you called a technological imbalance, because even if you just look at those numbers, that's largely what is underscoring that imbalance. According to the Surgeon General, nearly 70% of parents say that it's harder to be a parent now than it was just 20 years ago. So how do you solve for that technological imbalance, Doctor?
Well, I think through education. So we know that, technology, that there are people there that are preying on our children and making it a dangerous environment. And I think it's pressing for laws to be in place so we can identify what's dangerous for our kids and we have a sense of what's going on, that we have the ability to see what our children are doing. And again, through education and support systems, there's so much power in parents connecting with other parents and also connecting with those who know what's going on in the modern parenting world so that parents feel they have what they need to in place in order to protect their children and themselves.
Dr. Murthy is calling for a fundamental shift in the way that we prioritize parents' values and their well-being. I'm hearing a lot of people talking about paid family and medical leave. What are some other ways that we can really put parents at the forefront and support them?
Well, I love the idea. I think we used to look at parental stress and say it was just on the parent. And now we're basically educating people to take care of themselves so that they can nurture the connections with themselves as a caregiver and be available in the way that they need to do. If a parent is stressed out, then their ability to raise kids with strong self-esteem becomes impaired. And if we recognize these mental health challenges, we can start to have professionals looking for these signs in parents through doctors and offering community services that help parents know they're not alone.
All right, clinical psychotherapist Dr. Robbie Ludwig, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Such an important topic for all of us. Well, high up in the Himalayas, in the remote country of Bhutan, hundreds of kids are learning to play the game of baseball. Last week, some of those young players finally got a chance to see a live MLB game for the first time at Yankee Stadium.
NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo gives us a look at their day on the baseball diamond.
I'll join here.
A moment that seemed unimaginable.
It's been a dream to be here.
A meeting these teen baseball and softball players from Bhutan will never forget.
Excitement over and over again.
But to understand how this once-in-a-lifetime moment happened, we have to take you back to this viral photo from last year.
Within the first few hours of it being released, we just received all of the responses that were sent to us and all of the support and positive motivation.
Matt DeSantis is a tech specialist who moved to Bhutan nearly 15 years ago. He started the league that same year with his friend Karma Dorgi, a Bhutan native. Matt wanted to introduce the game he grew up playing to his new community. At first, there were dozens who showed up to the field wanting to play. But then,
3 weeks into it, we had 600, 700 children showing up every day.
Bhutan isn't exactly known for baseball. Their national sport is archery, with some of those kids having never even heard about the game.
I was curious about this game when I heard this word baseball.
The photo even getting the attention of some big names like former Yankee Curtis Granderson.
Best of luck to all the players out in Bhutan.
We were just being welcomed into the global community, and It just gave us such inspiration and passion to continue playing.
The stunning image also capturing the eyes of leadership of the Yankees minor league team, the Hudson Valley Renegades. Their general manager contacted Matt and quickly came up with a plan to get the kids to the States.
Within 20 minutes of a conversation with Matt, we had the framework for what you see here today.
Traveling more than 7,000 miles, the young athletes made their way to New York.
Finally, we're here in Yankee Stadium.
Getting a chance to see the pros at work up close.
I'm excited that I'm meeting Aaron George for the first time.
Even sitting in on a pregame press conference.
It's awesome. You know, you want to see the game grow, and this is proof of that.
These interactions with players that they've been watching on YouTube for years and years and years, we're just beyond humbled.
Inspiring a new generation of players.
Hopefully, we can have a Bhutanese baseball player, and I know it will happen, wearing pinstripes someday.
Thank you so much. I'm a big fan of yours.
Thank you. Stephen Romo, NBC News.
My God.
On the heels of the Olympics, don't you just love how sports has this power to connect
people together in the most wholesome way?
Yeah.
All right, switching gears. Grief, on the other hand, is one of the emotions that all of us will feel at some time in our lives. Coming up next, we're going to speak to a best-selling author about how we can best understand these feelings and also heal our mind, body, and spirit. More NBC News Daily just after this short break.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Today is National Grief Awareness Day, and we all experience grief at some point in our lives. Losing someone important, whether it's from death, divorce, or other life changes, can be devastating.
Now, while there's no right or wrong way to feel while processing those emotions, experts say that understanding grief and how it presents itself can really be essential to someone's healing process. All of that, according to the mental health platform BetterHelp. Joining us now is host of the Made to Thrive podcast and best-selling author of the book I'm Not a Morning Person, Braving Loss, Grief, and the Big Messy Emotions That Happen When Life Falls Apart. Chris Carr. Chris, thank you so much for joining us. I think this is a topic that at some point or another, everyone is going to need to wrestle with. What happened in your own life that made you even want to explore this topic?
You know, I have written 7 health and wellness books, and this was a hole in my education. And I have also been living with stage 4 cancer for 20 years. Wow. And so a few years back, I was coming up against my big cancer anniversary. My father was dying of cancer. We're in a pandemic, and my business was also faltering. And I found myself in the CVS parking lot, and I just broke down. And letting myself do that, I was like, wow, this feels so much better. Where else am I stuffing these feelings?
I think that's important because that is something we all have a tendency to do, is just stuff it down. We don't want to deal with negative emotions. Walk us through the difference between getting over grief, getting over something, and getting through it. And is there a better one? Is one better than the other?
I don't think we can get over it, right? Because if we think about grief, the other side of grief is love. And so we're not going to get over love, right? So there is no timeline, and that can give us a little bit of peace there. But there is moving forward because life is meant to be lived.
You talk about sort of the tendency that you had to sort of squirrel these emotions away until they kind of eventually showed up in the CVS parking lot, right? I mean, and so many of us have just tried to white knuckle it through. But what actually happens to our bodies when these feelings are go unresolved?
So interconnected. And I want to say we can't amputate any of our emotions and expect to be whole, but we try. And so in the body, it can show up as depression. It can be inflammation, sleep issues. In behavior, it can look like anger, anxiety, maybe hyperdrive. You want to get stuff done, or procrastination. And ultimately, it shrinks our lives if we don't tend to these feelings.
And on that note, and something we really like to do on NBC News Daily is help people figure out what are some action steps that we can take. How do we tend to those overwhelming emotions at times? And also, if we are seeing someone else going through it, what is your advice there?
Yeah, well, let's start with us. And this is a time where us as caregivers, we need to be care receivers as well. And so we can start with simple self-care, lowering the bar, having a glass of water, going for a short walk, right? It doesn't have to be all or nothing. And then when we think about other people, it's really about proactively reaching out, not just, hey, let me know if you need something, but I'm going to the store. Give me your list, right? And then lastly, prioritizing joy, which can feel so weird during a difficult time, but joy is the medicine that starts to refill the well.
Really quickly, you said avoid grief illiterate comments. What is that? What does that mean?
That's when we say things that, basically hurt the other people. And we don't mean to say it because we don't have a vocabulary for this stuff. So it could be, he's in a better place now. Well, a better place is with me. Or it's only a dog. Well, my dog was my child, right? Our job isn't to fix things, it's to listen.
That's really good.
Great. Absolutely. Host of the Made to Thrive podcast and author of the book, I'm Not a Morning Person, Chris Carr. Chris, thank you so much.
Chris, we appreciate it. If someone you know is struggling, or if you are struggling, you can always call or text 988 to reach the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline.
Stay right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Believe it or not, college football is already back, and there are some big changes this season. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch breaks down how the game is evolving.
The tailgates, the mascots, and of course, the kickoffs are back in a big way with the official return of college football.
Football's back. Football is back.
But this season comes with lots of big changes. The college football playoff is expanding from just 4 teams to 12. That means more schools have a fighting chance to compete for a national championship.
Now it matters what seed everybody is. It matters if you're 8 versus 9, because that's the difference between hosting a playoff game in the first round or not.
And even months before bowl season, we'll see new matchups due to big conference realignments. The iconic Pac-12 once Rose Bowl regulars. But now that conference is effectively gone, with all but 2 schools fleeing to the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Big 12. Those cherished regional rivalries with more than 100 years of history are now mostly gone, with schools now playing against teams they historically have not faced.
We're going to miss the traditions that it had, but it also creates an opportunity of making new traditions.
It also means athletes and their families will travel farther across the country. Look at the Golden Bears' schedule. They fly from the Bay Area to Alabama, Florida, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. But entering these powerhouse conferences means new opportunities, more money, and more potential to attract top players.
We really need to be one of those top 4 conferences to be able to say and attract the elite level student athletes who want to test themselves and compete against the best in the country.
Oklahoma State's football players will even have QR codes on their helmets, linking to a fund that helps student athletes cash in on their name, image, and likeness. A new season full of changes, marking a new era of college football. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
In sports, it is another exciting day for tennis fans. American Coco Gauff is on the court right now for her 3rd singles round at the U.S. Open here in New York. The 20-year-old is going head-to-head against Ukraine's Alina Svitolina. Gauff is now hoping that she will be able to continue her winning streak at the Open after a really rough start to the tournament there. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is live at the stadium in New York City for us. Antonia, great to see you. So Gauff told reporters her last match was tricky. What's happening so far on the court today, and what are we going to see over this holiday weekend when everyone's going to be flocking there?
Hey, Vicki. Well, she's playing right behind me at Arthur Ashe right now, and it is a really intense and good game. Svitolina is putting a lot of pressure on her, but Coco Gauff is coming back, and she's matching that energy. She has known, though, that the stakes were going to be high in this 3rd round. Take a listen to her talking about what she knew was coming.
Yeah, she's obviously a difficult opponent. She's a veteran player. I played her earlier in Auckland, and that was a tough match. And I know I'll have to bring my best tennis to win against her.
And look, she is the defending champion, so she's going to have that pressure, that feeling from all the fans here. But what she's been saying in interviews is, look, I'm 20. If I win again this year, that will be great. But I know I'm going to do it again at one point or another, Vicki.
Antonia, I just got an email from a grocery store, of all places, about this signature U.S. Open drink. It's gone viral. What do you know about the Honey Deuce? And do you have one? Have you tried one?
Well, Vicki, I have a treat for you. We've got a Honey Deuce right here.
Nice.
You know, I had to get it for research, of course.
Of course. Yeah.
And if you want to try this at home, you would need to have lemonade, raspberry liqueur, vodka, and these little honeydew melons. And that's all it is. I can tell you the hype is real, and it lives up to it. But it costs $23, so this is not a cheap cocktail. And they are making like $10 million per U.S. Open off this thing. So it is a big deal. And that's why you're seeing it everywhere, from your grocery store talking about it to TikTok, Vicki.
$10 million off just that drink. Okay, before I let you go, though, Antonia, who else is playing this weekend? What are some of the big matchups we should be watching for?
Oh, there's a few things. So first thing to know, if you weren't paying attention last night, Carlos Alcaraz, who was a favorite for many to win this whole thing, got knocked out in a surprise round. And there's one person who definitely probably watched that with some joy, and that's Djokovic, who now that sort of clears a path for him. And he is going for his 25th Grand Slam. If he gets it, that would be a record. And that's what a lot of people are going to be keeping an eye on. There's also 2 Americans facing off later, and that's always a crowd favorite, Vicki.
Awesome. Have a great time. Enjoy your drink. Thanks, Antonia.
I'm Morgan Radford.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us this Friday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Friday, August 30th. On the move, millions of Americans set to travel for the busy Labor Day weekend. We'll tell you everything you need to know, whether you're hitting the road or the skies.
Court appearance. One of the doctors charged in connection with Matthew Perry's death is expected to plead guilty today. The latest on the investigation and the fallout from the actor's fatal overdose.
Beyond the podium, para-Olympian Jamal Hill gearing up for his first competition in Paris. But he's not just going for gold. How the athlete is working to inspire the next generation of swimmers.
Holiday shopping, consumers are expected to shell out a lot of cash over the next few days. We'll break down where to find the best deals and the items you want to avoid.
Welcome to NBC News Daily, where we start right now with what could be the peak of one of the busiest Labor Day weekends in travel history. Let's go ahead and take a live look inside Chicago O'Hare International Airport. Nationwide, across the country, not just that one, have been bracing for a record-breaking rush of travelers.
The TSA is expecting nearly 3 million passengers to pass through security today. AAA is warning it could be one of the busiest days on the road as well. But the good news, gas prices have been falling, and they will continue to fall this summer. We are covering all angles of today's travel rush. NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar is live in Atlanta for us. We'll start with NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster live at Chicago O'Hare International Airport. So, Shaq, it does look good still. You were saying, you know, TSA line was only 10 minutes an hour ago. What's it like right now, and are we expecting things to ramp up as the day goes on?
Yeah, that time is still about the same. The regular TSA is about 20 minutes right now, but still, that is not bad. So I don't know your superstition if you knock on wood or keep your fingers crossed, but keep doing that because things are looking fairly decently here in Chicago, especially at O'Hare Airport. Now, that is a change from what we saw earlier today. This morning, we did see some long lines. There was a line of storms coming through that led to some delays, but this is expected to be the busiest day of travel this weekend. TSA is saying they expect more than 3 million or nearly 3 million people to be screened at their security checkpoints. I've been talking to folks here. I want you to listen to some of the conversations I've been having as I've been jealous of the destination they're going to, but listen to what they told me. You know, this is one of the busiest days of travel this weekend.
I know.
What are you expecting?
I don't know, a stiff cocktail maybe.
That will get you through this airport?
Yeah.
Did you get here early?
Yes.
How early did you get here?
My flight is in a couple hours, so maybe 3 hours prior.
I've talked to people going to Scotland, going to LA, going to Virginia, lots of fun destinations. You really get the sense people are trying to maximize this Labor Day weekend, and that's part of the reason why you keep hearing that phrase, a record-setting, potentially, weekend of travel.
You know, Shaq, it looks like, you know, a lot of people have really been dealing with these severe storms. I know you had like a travel nightmare last night. Yeah, our own Vicky didn't get into like one this morning. I mean, where have we been seeing the ground stops and the delays?
Yeah, where those storms are usually where those delays are. Today, things are looking a little bit better. I mentioned we did have a line of storms going through the Chicago area. The problem is that same line of storms is continuing to move its way east, so we're watching Detroit closely to see what happens when it hits that area. This morning, we also saw JFK Airport in New York City also in some trouble. They were experiencing some delays. Those delays have since been resolved, but I'm even looking at the FAA map right now, and right now it's a lot of green. There are storms in the forecast, so that could change, but right now things are okay. And when you listen to what TSA officials say, when you listen to what airport officials have been saying, they're prepared for this weekend. They've been staffing up for this weekend, and hopefully that's having an impact on minimizing those delays.
All right, Shaq, we're going to keep our fingers crossed, and we're going to knock. We're doing all the things for all those travelers out there. Shaq Brewster, thank you so much.
NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar is live at the rest stop in Atlanta. You're down in ATL, hot Atlanta, Priya. It's about to be one of the worst times of day for holiday traffic, as if traffic in Atlanta isn't bad enough. So when is a good time, if ever, for people to hit the road if they haven't left already?
Yeah, that's right. That record-breaking summer travel season that Shaq was just talking about is certainly extending to the roads, and we're expecting incredibly busy roadways this entire holiday weekend. And while people aren't going to those exotic destinations that Shaq was just talking about, like Jamaica and Scotland, the people I was talking to here at this rest stop are going to places within Georgia, Alabama. You know, a lot of families are choosing to do those regional road trips because the kids are back in school, so they can't go too far from home. But if you are planning on hitting the roads, the busiest time of day today is going to be between 2 and 6 p.m. So if you haven't left your house yet, the best time to do it today would be after 7 p.m. Tomorrow on Saturday, however, it's the absolute opposite, and you should try to avoid traveling in the morning and actually try to hit the road in the afternoon. When you're coming home on Sunday or Monday, try to leave as early as possible, guys, to avoid those afternoon traffic jams.
You know, Priya, AAA is expecting to rescue apparently hundreds of thousands of stranded drivers over the weekend. They say somewhere in like the 300,000 range. What are some of the most common problems people have, and how do you avoid that before you hit the road?
Absolutely. So they said the top 3 reasons that they're expecting to rescue about 300,000 motorists this holiday weekend are flat tires, dead car batteries, and getting locked out of your car. I'm sure we've all experienced one of those 3 things. It's not very fun. So they say the best thing to do would be to try to get your car inspected as close as you possibly can to taking a road trip. The other thing to do would be to try to keep a spare set of keys with you, perhaps in your purse or your fanny pack. Morgan, I know you love fanny packs. Or give it to a passenger in your car so that you don't have to experience one of those lockouts.
All right, NBC News correspondent Priya Sridhar. Priya, thank you so much. Stay safe out there.
Stay cool out there, Priya. All right, Vice President Kamala Harris was pressed on her policy changes yesterday during her first joint sit-down with her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Harris spoke candidly about her core values, including diversity of opinion and inclusivity.
Will you appoint a Republican to your cabinet? Yes, I would.
Anyone
yes,
in mind?
I would. No one in particular in mind. We got 68 days to go with this election, so I'm not putting the cart before the horse, but I would. I think it's important to have people at the table when some of the most important decisions are being made that have different views, different experiences.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump campaigned in battleground state Michigan in an attempt to win over Rust Belt voters. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Lansing, Michigan, close to where Trump held that rally. So, Dasha, we know you had that exclusive interview with the former president, and he made some news on the topics of abortion and IVF. Walk us through what he told you.
Yeah, Vicki, news on the issue of reproductive rights, which the former president has long maintained is a problem for Republicans. He's pushed them to try to talk about it differently, to approach the issue differently. Take a listen to what he told me, and then we'll talk on the other side.
I think the 6 week is too short. It has to be more time, and I've told them that I want more weeks.
What's the Trump administration going to do when it comes to IVF if you get elected?
We're going to be paying for that treatment, or we're going to be mandating that the insurance company pay.
So look, overnight there's been backlash on his comment about that 6-week abortion ban in his home state of Florida. Some of the folks in his party, some of the people in his base not happy about that. And on the IVF comments, he didn't provide specifics about how he would pay for that. IVF costs about $20,000 or so per cycle, a pretty big cost for the government. But look, he is seeing the same polls that we're seeing, guys, which shows a gender gap. Vice President Kamala Harris doing significantly better with female voters, clearly a play to those folks and folks in the middle who have less of a staunch opinion on the issue of reproductive rights, abortion, and IVF, guys.
Speaking of which, you know, of course, Dasha, Harris did mention Trump during her sit-down interview yesterday. Let's take a listen.
You suggested that you happened to turn black recently for political purposes, questioning a core part of your identity.
Yeah.
Any
same old tired playbook. Next question, please.
That's it?
That's it.
Dasha, did you get a chance to ask the former president about that? I mean, or even his campaign about not only those comments, but just the notion of focusing on race as a talking point? I mean, how is his campaign dealing with the aftermath of those comments?
Well, look, it's been a little while since he's made those kinds of comments or really leaned into that. We have talked to the campaign about how they are trying to, keep him from those personal attacks that get him off message. The campaign wants him to be talking about the issues. But of course, former President Trump will do what he wants to do. But the way the campaign's sort of been managing that is really putting him behind, in front of specific backdrops for these events. The place where I interviewed him yesterday was a steel mill here in Michigan. So trying to keep him on message on policy by putting him in position to really be able to highlight and talk about that. They know that, a lot of people are offended by some of his personal attacks on Vice President Kamala Harris's identity. And clearly she's not taking the bait there, guys.
30 seconds, Dasha. Where are the campaigns today?
Well, I can tell you former President Trump is in Western Pennsylvania trying to court voters in that all-important battleground. He's really been hitting the pavement hard, but so have Walz and Harris with their tour of Georgia, and they're headed to Pennsylvania shortly as well.
All right. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns for us. Dasha, thank you.
Thank you, Dasha. We're going to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Amazon has lost an appeal to overturn a 2022 election where employees voted to unionize in a New York warehouse. Amazon's request was struck down by the National Labor Relations Board.
CNBC's senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston joins us now. Julia, do we know if Amazon plans to challenge this ruling?
Well, an earlier appeal by Amazon hit a dead end with the agency, so now the company's only option would be to sue the NLRB if it wants to present its arguments to a court. Meanwhile, Google is working on AI technology that can hear signs of sickness. Bloomberg says Google has trained its AI model with 300 million pieces of audio that include coughing, sniffles, and heavier breathing to predict early signs of diseases such as tuberculosis. It's teamed up with an Indian startup to put that tech in smartphones where where it could potentially help high-risk populations in areas with poor access to health care. And the joint venture between MSG Networks and the Yes Network in New York just announced the launch of a new app this fall that will air games for 7 New York teams. It's believed to be the first time 2 regional sports networks have combined apps into a bundle. Back over to you.
All right, CNBC's senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston, happy Friday. Thank you.
And coming up, it is Labor Day weekend, and the holiday sales are already here. We've got the best deals you need to know to save pretty big. Stay right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, for many people, this Labor Day weekend means one last time to hit the beach or host a barbecue. For others, it means hitting up the great shopping deals.
According to a recent survey by Retail Me Not, U.S. consumers plan to spend on average more than $350 this weekend alone. So how can you sift through all those discounts to find the most savings? Thankfully, you actually don't have to do all the work because we have NBC Select editor Zoe Mallon here to give us tips on what to buy and what to skip. Zoe, best deals, where are they?
Yes, so Labor Day marks the end of the summer season, and that means retailers want to push out all those warm weather goods and really make room for fall and winter products. So we're going to see really great summer clearance sales, think summer sports, hiking, biking, kayaking, all that great stuff. We'll see great deals on summer clothing and apparel, and you'll see really good deals as well on cooling appliances like your air conditioners and your fans, your barbecues, things like that. So I know it sounds a little counterintuitive to shop for these things at the end of the season, but you might have some warm weather days ahead, or you can save it for next year.
I mean, that makes sense. sense.
Yeah, let's say back to school shopping. Did a number on your budget and you want to maybe sit this one out. What should you avoid this week, and when are the next big sales coming?
Yes, so we have many sales ahead. We have an October Prime Day. We have Black Friday, Cyber Monday coming up in November. So we recommend sitting out on those tech deals. Think headphones, TVs, speakers. Also consider sitting out on some of those luxury beauty deals, video games, and toys, because those are giftable items. So retailers are going to want to discount those when people are shopping for the holidays. And then finally, fall clothing and apparel. This is when brands are rolling all those collections out. So these are really high prices right now. You're not going to see discounts on those items until, I would say, 2 to 3, maybe even 4 weeks.
Okay. We should also say that Zoe is like, you know, Gandalf. You have all these sort of like data points in your head, because what you do at the Select team, it's so interactive and reactive to what people are actually clicking on. And one of the things that fascinates me is that this is all so much based on timing, right? I mean,
100%.
Labor Day is not till Monday, but some of these sites are already having their deals live right now. When is actually the best time to click?
So since it's Friday, I would say that the deals you see right now are really as great as they're going to get. With that being said, as you move toward Monday, retailers are like, we want these things out. So what they're going to do is maybe drop prices a little bit more, and you might start to see some bundles. So let's say buy this mattress, you get 2 pillows, or, you know, buy this kitchen set and you'll get some utensils. So I would say you can totally start shopping now. You'll probably see the most inventory, the most sizes, colors, things like that. But maybe Monday is really when, if you're on the fence, you might want to see what they're adding in.
Yeah, better deals then, but maybe less selection is the key. What about whether we should shop online or in stores? Walk us through the pros and cons.
Yes, so the good thing is that they're really comparable deals online and in stores, but when you're shopping online, first of all, it's just so much more convenient, and you get to compare prices better because you can open a few different browsers, you can install some cash back apps, and there's so much more variety. But when you're shopping in store, you get to see the products, you get to try it on, right? So maybe you want to shop at those bigger outlets, your Walmarts, your Targets. Maybe you'll see a little bit less stock. So if you're worried about that, I would maybe go in person. Online. But the other great thing you can do is shop online and pick up in store, because then you get the convenience of online shopping, but the immediacy of picking up it in store and making sure you get it in your home that day.
Opus, it's the best of both worlds.
I was going to say, am I the only person who loves to in-person shop?
No, I like it too.
Okay, I'm not for the online shop. I love to like go. I'll look at the deals, but I want to like show up. You know,
I understand that.
Maybe I'm just old school. I've entered my auntie era. All right.
Well, listen, NBC Select editor Zoe Mallon with all the details and tips for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you want more shopping tips from Zoe and the Select team, including where to save and what to buy this weekend, she'll be updating in real time on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. You can also scan the QR code on your screen right there, or head to NBCnews.com/select.
Thank you so much, Zoe. We appreciate it. And stay right here. Much more news ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily.
have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Over the past decade, mixed-race voters have become the fastest-growing racial or ethnic group in the country. In fact, their numbers have surged by more than 200% in 6 battleground states. This all according to the U.S. Census Bureau.
That's right. So I sat down with a group of 6 people, 5 who were voters, 1 who was a political candidate, and they really covered the range of political, racial, and ethnic backgrounds. And we talked about what all of that means from their point of view for the 2024 race.
I identify as Indian American and white.
Hispanic, Asian.
They're the face of a changing nation.
When anybody asks, I just say I'm black and Puerto Rican.
All my grandparents are from a different ethnic background.
Multiracial Americans are now the fastest growing racial or ethnic group in the country over the last decade. And their voting power will be significant. In 6 battleground states, the population with 2 or more races has surged by more than 200%, including here in North Carolina's Mecklenburg County.
Can you raise your hand if you are a Republican, Democrat, Independent? Does the way that you identify racially impact your politics?
I'm not going to lend my support behind someone who does not support people who look like me.
I don't think he sees me as who I am.
Former President Donald Trump.
Yes.
And what about the rest of you?
I just don't think that Kamala Harris has anything vested in the air finger quote black or Hispanic experience in so much as it would be identified by anybody that lives in those communities.
You're saying you don't think that she can help black or brown people?
No, I mean, going to Howard don't make you black.
A conversation that quickly turned to this moment in a July interview at the National Association of Black Journalists.
So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
What did you think when you heard those comments?
Highly offensive. I mean, I think probably every multiracial, mixed race, biracial person has had the experience of someone else telling them that they are not something enough. I think it's kind of triggering, right?
I think it is impossible to be biracial in America. And I think that it requires that you're covering all bases at all times. And it requires constant recognition of both identities. And I think when Donald Trump says stuff like that about Kamala Harris and implies that she's like picking a race for political advantage, it's tapping into an incredibly familiar sentiment that I think everyone on this panel can understand.
Well, my first thought was, that wasn't very well thought out. At the same time, though, when I heard it, I didn't hear it as an attack on blacks or Indians. I heard it more so of him commenting towards identity politics.
Adol, I see you nodding your head.
I agreed with him. I didn't know she identified as black because everything I saw was first South Asian, first Indian. There's none of that identified as black.
Regardless of her parents, I mean, she was born in this country, and she identifies as a black person in this country in an American way, in a uniquely American context.
I've never heard her identify herself as a black woman.
She said multiple times she's a black woman.
I've never heard it.
But I'm black, and I'm proud of being black. Politics sometimes becoming personal this year, with mixed-race Americans having representation on both tickets.
I don't agree with anything J.D. Vance has to say. I mean, almost nothing. But I think it's incredible that we've gotten to a point where the Vice President of the United States can have a wife named Usha Chilikari and a son named Vivek. That doesn't mean I won't vote against him in November.
Even though you disagree with Kamala Harris politically, do you feel some kinship towards her as a mixed person?
Not personally. I find a lot of her trajectory to not be my brand of woman leader. We've got 3 major international crises going on and someone applying to be commander-in-chief. As a woman, I want to see you do more than, appeal to giggling and having a girl moment on the stage.
A conversation with implications beyond the ballot box.
I think every time we see polling, it's about race. And, as a candidate of color, you put a lot of stake into how this candidate represents, say, the Black experience or the Indian American experience. I think we will never ask Donald Trump or Joe Biden or Bill Clinton or George Bush to do the same thing. I think white people are expected and people of color aren't.
To do what?
To be in the highest office in the United States.
There is so much more texture and nuance to that conversation that I wish we had time to air. And we do want to make it clear that one of those people, as we mentioned at the beginning, that we spoke to there in the front, Abdul Ali, is currently a candidate for North Carolina's 12th congressional district. His opponent is incumbent Representative Alma Adams, who was represented 10 years ago, elected.
What a great conversation, interesting perspective. They were all so articulate, learned a lot.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, welcome back. It is 12:30 in Madison, Wisconsin, and 1:30 in Louisville, Kentucky. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford, and here's what's making news right now. Spanish tennis star Carlos Alcaraz was knocked out of the U.S. Open last night in the second round. The number 3 seed lost to the player from the Netherlands, ranked 74th in the world. The defeat put an end to Alcaraz's 15-match Grand Slam unbeaten run. The 21-year-old had won both the French Open and Wimbledon just earlier this summer.
Fisher-Price is recalling an infant dumbbell toy because of concerns it is a possible choking hazard. Take a look. It's the one on your screen. The company says it has received 7 reports of a defect where the gray caps on the ends of those dumbbells can come off. No injuries have been reported. Fisher-Price says the other toys in the baby biceps gift set remain safe.
The case at the heart of the Serial podcast is back in the spotlight. The murder conviction of Adnan Syed still stands after Maryland's Supreme Court ordered a redo of the hearing that freed him. According to the court, that 2022 hearing violated the legal rights of the victim's family. The justices said Syed, who was released from prison, can in fact remain free as this case heads to a new lower court judge.
Well, in just a few hours, one of the 5 people charged in Matthew Perry's overdose death will face a judge in a Los Angeles federal court. Dr. Mark Chavez is expected to plead guilty to charges of conspiring to distribute ketamine.
Prosecutors say the actor developed an addiction to the drug during therapy sessions for depression and anxiety. Chavez will be the 3rd person to plead guilty in the case. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas joins us now. Chloe, walk us through what we can expect in court, but also tell us about this plea deal.
Yes, so Dr. Chavez is going to be arraigned in just a few hours, and he's actually the last to be arraigned. So 2 have pled guilty so far. We do know that Dr. Chavez, he is someone who had been under review by the medical board even before Matthew Perry's death. So he has been charged in selling ketamine to Matthew Perry as one of the 5 individuals who they believe is responsible for his death. But, he has struck a plea deal. Later, he will enter a plea of not guilty. This is more of of guilty. This is a formality today. And he does still face up to 10 years in federal prison despite this plea deal. But, this is an individual who has had a history of potential impropriety. He had worked at ketamine clinics. He had had some issues before. Now his medical license, as far as NBC News knows, is still active. And that goes for Dr. Placencia, who is another doctor involved in all of this, who has been charged, but he has pled not guilty so far.
It sounds like their licenses are active, according to reporting, but we've heard that they're no longer able to prescribe medicines at this point.
Exactly. Well, we do know in Dr. Placencia's case, he had to actually put a letter, like a notice, on the outside of his practice saying that he was under investigation, dealing with all of this right now.
Chloe, what about the other 4 people facing charges here, including that so-called ketamine queen? Where do things stand with them?
So, like I just said, Dr. Placencia and Jasveen Sangha, the alleged ketamine queen, they face potential trials in October. So there are these tentative trial dates, but there are a lot of discussions happening right now with prosecutors and with their legal teams behind the scenes. And so we know that potentially there could be plea deals, right? But none of that has actually been made public just yet. But what we do know is that this is something that investigators have taken very seriously. They said in their press conference that they want to send a strong, clear message that anybody who is out there selling ketamine, dealing drugs, that they take this, incredibly seriously, and they're using this as an opportunity to make a point here, that they will charge and they will prosecute. But again, there are still so many questions as to how did Matthew Perry get connected to all of these people? Who was the main person connecting Perry to the ketamine queen? How did he get involved with Dr. Placencia and Dr. Chavez? Will this be something that we'll learn more details about if these 2 individuals do go to trial in the fall? So again, a lot of questions as to how he got connected. But remember those damning text messages that Dr. Placencia was sending that said, how much do we think this moron would actually pay for ketamine? That was actually a text exchange that he was having with Dr. Chavez.
Yeah, I mean, such an intricate web of charges here and so many open questions. Chloe Melas for us. Chloe, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chloe. Incredibly tragic news in the sports world today. The Columbus Blue Jackets announced hockey star Johnny Gaudreau has died. He was 31 years old.
Police say in New Jersey that Gaudreau and his younger brother were killed last night when they were hit by a suspected drunk driver while they were riding their bicycles. NBC News correspondent Adrian Broaddus is following this for us. Adrian, this is just a tragic story. We know that Gaudreau was reportedly in New Jersey for his sister's wedding, which was actually scheduled for today. What more can you tell us, Adrian?
Yeah, it is tough. Back in his home state, his family and friends preparing to celebrate. Now today, they are grieving. Here is what we know about what happened from investigators. Johnny Gaudreau and his brother, his younger brother Matt, were riding bicycles when this alleged drunk driver hit them from behind. Now, according to investigators, the driver was trying to pass another vehicle when he hit the 2 on their bikes. According to the arresting officer says he smelled a strong odor of alcohol, and that 43-year-old told the officer he consumed at least 5 to 6 beers before getting behind the wheel of the vehicle. He also failed a field sobriety test. That's Sean Higgins you see on your screen right now. He is expected to appear in court today, and he is facing 2 counts of death by auto.
Adrian, we know both brothers played hockey. Johnny Gaudreau was known as Johnny Hockey. He was a real standout at Boston College. He played 11 seasons in the NHL. Talk to us about the reaction coming out from the sports world.
They are reacting indeed, and the two did play together. They were a package deal in college. We heard from the Columbus Blue Jackets who are saying the impact he had on our organization and our sport was profound, but pales in comparison to the impression he made on everyone who knew him. We're also hearing from the NHL commissioner who said while Johnny's infectious spirit for the game and show-stopping skills on the ice earned him the name Johnny Hockey, he was more than just a dazzling hockey player. He was a doting father and beloved husband, son, brother, and teammate. A name we all know. LeBron James also saying, my thoughts and prayers goes out to the Gaudreau family. May Johnny and Matthew fly high, guide and guard and bless their families from the heavens above. So as you can imagine, this is a tough loss for his family, friends, and fans. Morgan and Vicky.
NBC News correspondent Adrian brought us with that tragic story. Thank you very much.
A major crackdown this week on crime tourism. Federal authorities say that a scheme where thieves have come to the U.S. on tourist visas and then stolen millions of homes from homes and businesses. Well, now several people in Southern California have been arrested for their alleged roles in an elaborate burglary operation. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has more.
The alleged masterminds behind a multi-million-dollar crime tourism ring that targeted cities across the country, charged by federal authorities.
This group essentially acted as a linchpin for South American crime tourists who wanted to come to our country, take advantage of our liberties to steal from the American people.
Officials say Juan Carlos Duran and his girlfriend Ana Maria Arriagada operated a sort of criminal concierge service out of their Los Angeles rental car business.
Tola has been running, in essence, the Hertz rental car business for thieves.
The couple and 4 alleged conspirators accused of providing nice cars to thieves from South America who were in the U.S. on short-term tourist visas, allowing them to blend in as they targeted high-end homes and businesses from New Jersey to Kansas to California, according to the indictment. Even stealing victims' bank cards, which officials say they would then max out at nearby superstores. They purchased gift cards, electronics, and luxury goods to sell back at a fraction of the value to Thola Duran, who then resold the goods for profit, bringing in over $5 million across 6 years.
The defendants acted essentially as quarterbacks for a massive team of eager thieves.
This is Thola Duran and Arriagada's home, according to the indictment. One neighbor recalls police searching the property.
I just pulled up to a lot of commotion and a lot of vehicles and vehicles on trailers. That's really scary. Really scary. No wonder there was so much activity.
The stolen funds, secured from at least 120 burglaries and thefts in 80 different cities, according to the indictment, would go towards buying real estate and even horses.
Since 2019, I'm proud to say that we have arrested over 130 suspects responsible for perpetrating these crimes, with a vast majority using vehicles from Driver Power Network.
Crime tourism is proven to be a serious issue in the U.S., especially in Southern California. Last year, officials sounding the alarm over Chilean criminal gangs who took advantage of a 90-day visa program that allowed them to enter the country with no criminal background check. Those gangs connected to a string of burglaries across Southern California.
Those thinking they can come to our country, take advantage of our liberties, and steal from the American people should think again.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Well, Team USA now has 3 medals after the first day of competition in the Paralympics, all silver. Swimmer Ellie Marks brought home the first medal in the women's 50-meter freestyle yesterday. And now Jamal Hill, he's hoping to add to that medal count on Monday when he competes in the men's 50-meter freestyle. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa sat down with him to discuss how a rare nerve disease pushed him to start swimming and eventually brought him to Paris.
Jamal Hill had dreams of Olympic glory. Standing 6'4" with 2 decades of swimming experience and an unshakable drive, it seemed within reach. But shortly after he started training with Coach Wilma Wong 7 years ago, she noticed his times weren't improving.
And I go, what are you not telling me? He's getting out of the pool like this, lifting his legs out. And so I just felt like he wasn't sharing something with me.
Hill told her at 10 years old, he was diagnosed with Charcot-Marie-Tooth disease, a group of inherited disorders that cause nerve damage, mostly in the arms and legs, and result in smaller, weaker muscles.
From my knees to the soles of my feet, I was left with 0% nerve capacity, and from my elbows to my fingertips, 30%.
Until 23, Hill spent his life concealing his diagnosis, competing in non-disabled races, even into college. So when Wong suggested a change of focus to the Paralympics,
Initially, I was completely opposed to it. My perception of the world's perception of people with disability wasn't net negative. It was over the course of many months, having had that out in the open, now we were able to start to work through it.
Within just 3 years, Hill was racing in the Paralympics.
Hill, however, got a good start,
setting an American record and scoring a bronze medal in Tokyo.
Jamal Hill does medal for the United States.
Now he's gearing up for another.
How are you feeling about competing this Paralympics?
Comment ça va? You know, I feel very good.
When Hill isn't competing, he's racing towards another goal back at home in Southern California. Through his nonprofit Swim Uphill, he's trying to teach 1 million people a year how to swim with unique underwater breathing exercises that can be done at home. Actor Terry Crews is one of his success stories.
My brand is hand in hand with swimming education, mainly because it affects people like me, people who came up in low to middle income communities and countries around the world. And that is really the why behind my swimming.
Now dreaming beyond the podium.
Big dreams, big goals.
He's already
great.
such an inspiration, and he taught Terry Crews how to swim. Come on.
I mean,
and he's got his French down.
One to comment ça va, he said. One to watch.
Our thanks to NBC News correspondent Emily Keta for that report. The Paralympic Games are underway right now, and you can catch all the action live, both on NBC and Peacock.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Today is National Grief Awareness Day, and we all experience grief at some point in our lives. Losing someone important, whether it's from death, divorce, or other life changes, can be devastating.
Now, while there's no right or wrong way to feel while processing those emotions, experts say that understanding grief and how it presents itself can really be essential to someone's healing process. All of that, according to the mental health platform BetterHelp. Joining us now is host of the Made to Thrive podcast and best-selling author of the book I'm Not a Morning Person, Braving Loss, Grief, and the Big Messy Emotions That Happen When Life Falls Apart, Chris Carr. Chris, thank you so much for joining us. I think this is a topic that at some point or another everyone is going to need to wrestle with. What happened in your own life that made you even want to explore this topic?
You know, I have written 7 health and wellness books, and this was a hole in my education. And I have also been living with stage 4 cancer for 20 years. Wow. And so a few years back, I was coming up against my big cancer anniversary. My father was dying of cancer. We're in a pandemic. And my business was also faltering. And I found myself in the CVS parking lot, and I just broke down. And letting myself do that, I was like, wow, this feels so much better. Where else am I stuffing these feelings?
I think that's important because that is something we all have a tendency to do, is just stuff it down. We don't want to deal with negative emotions. Walk us through the difference between getting over grief, getting over something, and getting through it. And is there a better one? Is one better than the other?
I don't think we can get over it, right? Because if we think about grief, the other side of grief is love. And so we're not going to get over love, right? So there is no timeline, and that can give us a little bit of peace there. But there is moving forward because life is meant to be lived.
You talk about sort of the tendency that you had to sort of squirrel these emotions away until they kind of eventually showed up in the CVS parking lot, right? I mean, and so many of us have just tried to white knuckle it through. But what actually happens to our bodies when these feelings are go unresolved?
So interconnected. And I want to say we can't amputate any of our emotions and expect to be whole, but we try. And so in the body, it can show up as depression. It can be inflammation, sleep issues. In behavior, it can look like anger, anxiety, maybe hyperdrive. You want to get stuff done, or procrastination. And ultimately, it shrinks our lives if we don't tend to these feelings.
And on that note, and something we really like to do on NBC News Daily is help people figure out what are some action steps that we can take. How do we tend to those overwhelming emotions at times? And also, if we are seeing someone else going through it, what is your advice there?
Yeah, well, let's start with us. And this is a time where us as caregivers, we need to be care receivers as well. And so we can start with simple self-care, lowering the bar, having a glass of water, going for a short walk, right? It doesn't have to be all or nothing. And then when we think about other people, it's really about proactively reaching out, not just, hey, let me know if you need something, but I'm going to the store. Give me your list, right? And then lastly, prioritizing joy, which can feel so weird during a difficult time, but joy is the medicine that starts to refill the well.
Really quickly, you said avoid grief illiterate comments. What is that? What does that mean?
That's when we say things that, basically hurt the other people. And we don't mean to say it because we don't have a vocabulary for this stuff. So it could be, he's in a better place now. Well, a better place is with me. Or it's only a dog. Well, my dog was my child, right? Our job isn't to fix things, it's to listen.
That's really good.
Great. Absolutely. Host of the Made to Thrive podcast and author of the book, I'm Not a Morning Person, Chris Carr. Chris, thank you so much.
Chris, we appreciate it. If someone you know is struggling, or if you are struggling, you can always call or text 988 to reach the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline.
Stay right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Believe it or not, college football is already back, and there are some big changes this season. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch breaks down how the game is evolving.
The tailgates, the mascots, and of course, the kickoffs are back in a big way with the official return of college football.
Football's back. Football is back.
But this season comes with lots of big changes. The college football playoff is expanding from just 4 teams to 12. That means more schools have a fighting chance to compete for a national championship.
Now it matters what seed everybody is. It matters if you're 8 versus 9, because that's the difference between hosting a playoff game in the first round or not.
And even months before bowl season, we'll see new matchups due to big conference realignments. The iconic Pac-12 once Rose Bowl regulars. But now that conference is effectively gone, with all but 2 schools fleeing to the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Big 12. Those cherished regional rivalries with more than 100 years of history are now mostly gone, with schools now playing against teams they historically have not faced.
We're going to miss the traditions that it had. But, you know, it also creates an opportunity of making new traditions.
It also means athletes and their families will travel farther across the country. Look at the Golden Bears' schedule. They fly from the Bay Area to Alabama, Florida, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. But entering these powerhouse conferences means new opportunities, more money, and more potential to attract top players.
We really need to be one of those top 4 conferences to be able to say and attract the elite level student athletes who want to test themselves and compete against the best in the country.
Oklahoma State's football players will even have QR codes on their helmets, linking to a fund that helps student athletes cash in on their name, image, and likeness. A new season full of changes, marking a new era of college football. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
In sports, it is another exciting day for tennis fans. American Coco Gauff is on the court right now for her 3rd singles round at the U.S. Open here in New York. The 20-year-old is going head-to-head against Ukraine's Alina Svitolina. Gauff is now hoping that she will be able to continue her winning streak at the Open after a really rough start to the tournament there. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is live at the stadium in New York City for us. Antonia, great to see you. So Gauff told reporters her last match was tricky. What's happening so far on the court today, and what are we going to see over this holiday weekend when everyone's going to be flocking there?
Hey, Vicki. Well, she's playing right behind me at Arthur Ashe right now, and it is a really intense and good game. Svitolina is putting a lot of pressure on her, but Coco Gauff is coming back, and she's matching that energy. She has known, though, that the stakes were going to be high in this 3rd round. Take a listen to her talking about what she knew was coming.
She's obviously a difficult opponent. She's a veteran player. I played her earlier in Auckland, and that was a tough match. And I know I'll have to bring my best tennis to win against her.
And look, she is the defending champion, so she's going to have that pressure, that feeling from all the fans here. But what she's been saying in interviews is, look, I'm 20. If I win again this year, that will be great. But I know I'm going to do it again at one point or another, Vicki.
Antonia, I just got an email from a grocery store, of all places, about this signature U.S. Open drink. It's gone viral. What do you know about the Honey Deuce? And do you have one? Have you tried one?
Well, Vicki, I have a treat for you. We've got a Honey Deuce right here.
Nice.
You know, I had to get it for research, of course.
Of course. Yeah.
And if you want to try this at home, you would need to have lemonade, raspberry liqueur, vodka, and these little honeydew melons. And that's all it is. I can tell you the hype is real, and it lives up to it. But it costs $23, so this is not a cheap cocktail. And they are making like $10 million per U.S. Open off this thing, so it is a big deal. And that's why you're seeing it everywhere, from your grocery store talking about it to TikTok, Vicki.
$10 million off just that drink. Okay, before I let you go, though, Antonia, who else is playing this weekend? What are some of the big matchups we should be watching for?
Oh, there's a few things. So first thing to know, if you weren't paying attention last night, Carlos Alcaraz, who was a favorite for many to win this whole thing, got knocked out in a surprise round. And there's one person who definitely probably watched that with some joy, and that's Djokovic, who now that sort of clears a path for him. And he is going for his 25th Grand Slam. If he gets it, that would be a record. And that's what a lot of people are going to be keeping an eye on. There's also 2 Americans facing off later, and that's always a crowd favorite, Vicky.
Awesome. Have a great time. Enjoy your drink. Thanks, Antonia.
I'm Morgan.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Ziglia Samwa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
It's Friday, August 30th, 2024. The Great Escape. Tens of millions of Americans racing out the door, getting a jump start on Labor Day weekend. The nation's airports and roads are already jam-packed. How you can beat the worst of it.
On the record, Vice President Kamala Harris gives her first major interview since taking over the Democratic ticket. And former President Donald Trump issues a new campaign promise, free IVF treatments. What they want the American voters to hear.
Self-belief. I sit down with Ismael Cruz Cordova, one of the stars of the just-released season 2 of Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. He tells us how he landed that dream part after being told no 3 times. You're not going to get the part.
Yeah, you're not going to get the part.
What do you say?
No. Just send an email to my team. I was like, no. Period.
A conversation about how he went from Puerto Rico to Hollywood in this week's The Drink.
And limited time deals, a big part of the holiday weekend, those blockbuster Labor Day sales. What you'll want to add to your cart today and what you may want to wait for.
I absolutely need that advice.
Look, we love an excuse to shop.
I'm going to be shopping this weekend.
Especially ahead of this Labor Day, and good to be together again.
It's nice to be back together, isn't it?
We are going to start this hour with the Labor Day weekend travel rush.
Airports across the country already bracing for a record number of travelers. Nearly 3 million people are expected to fly today alone.
Today, because I wanted to spend as much time as possible with my family.
We on vacation.
So what does that mean?
That means take our time, no rush.
Don't get it twisted. Not everyone is taking to the skies. A lot of people are opting to stay closer to home now that the majority of kids are back in school. That means the roads could be packed this holiday weekend. But there is some good news for drivers. Gas prices are down dramatically from around this time last year, more than 45 cents a gallon.
Whether you're driving, flying, or just enjoying the long weekend at home, that's some bad weather we're looking at there. You got to keep an eye on the skies. Some storms are already causing damage in the Midwest and the South, as you see. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is tracking conditions at the airport, but we're going to start with meteorologist Angie Lastman for the big picture. So, Angie, we've been talking about storms the past couple of days. They're still here. Are they going to stick around for the entire weekend?
Unfortunately, guys, there's some spots that are just going to be dealing with the showers and the thunderstorms and the unsettled weather at different parts of the weekend, but we will have a couple of nice spots. So let's talk about the trouble spots when it comes to travel. Today, we're looking at this cold front that's stretched from the Great Lakes down to the southern plains, and that's leaving us with the chance for not just the strong storms, but also the potential for flooding. We've got plenty of rain kind of dotted across the eastern half of the country, too. So the airports that I would watch, Detroit, St. Louis, Houston, we can maybe see some more delays, not as likely, but possible across parts of the southeast. When it comes to the roads, I-10 is what we're most concerned about because we've got the chance to see some really heavy rain throughout the day today. As we get into the later parts of the afternoon hours and even the evening, that could be something that we watch for. I-55, I-44, also a couple of spots that we'll have to watch. When we look ahead to Monday, we know a big travel day. It's going to be really the southeast that we look towards to see the unsettled weather, potentially the flash flooding. That'll all be a concern. Specifically, Houston is one of those spots that I would watch. But I mentioned it's not all bad news. Look at your Saturday forecast. Much of the country is going to see bright sunshine. We'll see toasty conditions out in the Pacific Northwest. As we look at your Sunday, it'll be really kind of comfortable across the Great Lakes and the Northeast. There's that rain for the southeast, but plenty of sun for basically everybody else. And then the holiday, a little bit of a fall preview, guys. The humidity will be down. It'll feel quite nice. We'll still have plenty of sunshine for most, but it's the rain across the Gulf Coast we'll have to watch.
All right, we'll be watching. Shaq, you've been braving the elements this week, but now you're at Chicago O'Hare. I understand it was pretty busy this morning. How is it looking now, and what do people need to know if they're preparing to travel?
Yeah, you've definitely seen a change in the momentum, a change in the crowd here at Chicago's O'Hare Airport. This morning, I'll tell you, we walked in, there were long lines, some frustrated passengers, but right now it's definitely eased. TSA, they staffed up, they're processing folks fairly easily. I want you to listen to what some folks told me a little bit earlier today as they were heading out to that Labor Day destination.
You know, this is one of the busiest days of travel this weekend.
I know.
What are you expecting?
I don't know, a stiff cocktail maybe.
That'll get you through this airport?
Yeah.
But I'm from Atlanta, so Atlanta's crowded. This is mild.
This is mild for you?
This is mild.
As you heard Angie mention, though, there are still storms in the area around the country, so that is something that we're potentially watching because where the storms are, usually too are the delays. Now, of course, it's not just people flying. Many people are hitting the roads this holiday weekend. We know that you mentioned the gas prices are lower. AAA saying if you want to go out and drive to your destination today, well, you should have left already. So best bet, if you want to avoid congestion, wait until after 7 p.m. tonight. That will be your best case scenario. You see some of the worst times to travel. Tomorrow is 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. So try to travel outside of that time period in order to avoid the most congestion, guys.
How about if I travel to O'Hare where you are tonight? Is that a bad idea?
This is hypothetical?
All is well here,
okay,
and it's a good time.
Good. Shaq Brewster. Yeah, that is where I'm heading. Angie Lastman, thanks to you both. Now let's turn to the race for the White House and a pair of headline-making interviews from Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump.
In her first interview since becoming the Democratic presidential nominee, Vice President Harris was pressed on some of her shifting positions on issues like fracking and immigration. And in an exclusive interview with NBC News, former President Trump talked about reproductive rights and spoke for the first time about the altercation involving his campaign staffers at Arlington National Cemetery.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Aaron Gilchrist and NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns with us. Aaron, let me start with you. The Harris interview, the vice president was asked about why she shifted her positions on some key issues since her first run for the presidency in the 2020 campaign. How did she respond?
Well, listen, Kate, I think this interview, we didn't learn a lot new in this interview with the vice president. She is good at staying on message, and she really did that throughout the course of this interview. But you're right, she was pressed on some of her positions now versus in 2019 when she ran for president back then. And some of her views are different as it relates to Medicare for all, support she expressed for that, for the Green New Deal, and for this issue around fracking, this idea of harvesting oil and natural gas. And I want you to hear how she responded to questions about her changing policy positions.
My values have not changed. You mentioned the Green New Deal. I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real. That value has not changed. My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed.
The vice president went on to say that she believes it's important to build consensus and find a common place of understanding to solve problems, suggesting that in the time that she's been vice president, Kate Zinkley, she's been able to evolve on some of these things and figure out what needs to be done to make things happen.
Aaron, thank you. Dasha, let's bring you in. You had a newsmaking interview with the former president and asked Trump about reproductive rights and the initiative to overturn the 6-week abortion ban in Florida. Walk us through what he told you and how his comments are now being perceived.
Yeah, so for some context there, Zinkley, the Florida ballot initiative would overturn the 6-week ban there and then expand abortion access up to the point of fetal viability, which is usually around 24 weeks. So I asked the former president about this. He's a Florida resident. He has said he wants this issue up to the states. Well, his state has it on the ballot. Take a listen to what he told me. There's an abortion-related amendment on the ballot to overturn the 6-week ban in Florida. How are you going to vote on that?
Well, I think the 6-week is too short. It has to be more time, and so and I've told them that I want more weeks.
So you'll vote in favor of the amendment?
I'm voting that I am going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks.
So his campaign looking to clarify this overnight, putting out a statement saying that he hasn't said exactly how he's going to vote on that Florida ballot initiative, but it's just reiterating that he is against the 6-week ban. Of course, it will be a binary choice in November, either overturning the ban and expanding abortion access or not. But there are folks in his base that are unhappy with this answer. There's been some backlash from the anti-abortion movement that feel he's moving too far to the left on this issue, guys.
And Dasha, just quickly, you asked former President Trump about the incident at Arlington National Cemetery when he visited there and later posted photos on social media. What did he say?
Yeah, and the Army came out saying that this is there was an incident where an employee was pushed aside by the campaign as they were trying to take photos. The employee was trying to prevent photos and videos from being taken in Section 60, which is a sacred site at Arlington National Cemetery. Here's what the former president said about that.
It would be so great. Could we take a picture? I said, sure. I'm not thinking about a campaign. Stood there and I said, if you'd like to have a picture, we can have a picture. If somebody did it, this was a setup by the people in the administration that, oh, Trump is coming to Arlington. That looks so bad for us. You know what looks bad? The way they pulled out of Afghanistan.
So Trump there saying that he was taking photos because the family members of the service members killed asked him to, but his campaign did put out a TikTok video and other social media content with videos and photos from that site. Guys, he told me that he didn't know anything about that. Again, the Army saying, though, that Arlington National Cemetery is a place that prohibits political activity on those sacred grounds.
Yeah, great to hear directly from the former president on that controversy. Dasha Burns, great reporting. Aaron Gilchrist, thank you.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Inflation got slightly worse in July.
And an update on Boeing's troubled Starliner spacecraft. Julia Borston joins us now. Hi, Julia.
Hi, Kate and Zinkley. Well, the Federal Reserve's preferred gauge of inflation was released today. It's called the Core Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, and the measure came in with a 0.2% increase, which was in line with expectations. That number likely to inform the central bank's thinking next month when it decides on whether to cut interest rates and by how much. And after 12 weeks in space, Boeing's Starliner will depart the ISS next week without its crew. NASA said it should take about 6 hours for ground teams to undock the capsule remotely to land it in New Mexico. The two astronauts left behind are scheduled to return to Earth on a SpaceX flight early next year. And Google is reportedly working on AI technology that can hear signs of sickness. Bloomberg says Google has trained its AI model with 300 million pieces of audio that include coughing, sniffles, and heavier breathing to predict early signs of diseases such as tuberculosis. It's teamed up with an Indian startup to put that tech in smartphones, where it could potentially help high-risk populations in areas with poor access to health care. Fascinating stuff. Back over to you.
Yeah, that does sound like a very positive use of AI.
Exactly.
Julia Boorstin, thanks so much.
Thanks. Still ahead, one of the world's top tennis players gets knocked out of the U.S. Open in a major upset. So who's still in it, and what can you expect to see this weekend?
Plus, a doctor charged in connection with the death of actor Matthew Perry is facing a judge today. What happened inside court? Up next on NBC News Daily.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Democracy is happening now.
There is new energy infused into this race.
Folks who are fired up here.
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Welcome back. One of the two doctors charged in connection with actor Matthew Perry's overdose death is facing a judge today in Los Angeles. Dr. Mark Chavez is expected to plead guilty to federal charges of conspiring to distribute the drug ketamine. Perry's assistant and a friend of the actor have already pleaded guilty in the case. Dr. Chavez reached the plea agreement with prosecutors earlier this month. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now. So, Steve, remind us, what was Dr. Chavez's alleged role in Perry's death, and what comes next for him after today's court hearing?
So we know a bit because of that plea agreement that's in place, and Chavez self-admitting a lot of this. One of them is that Chavez described himself as something of like a health guru near the San Diego area. He ran his own, as far as we know, above-board legal ketamine clinic in the past. And what he's accused of is essentially diverting or sort of creating these false prescriptions for unwitting former patients to get that ketamine to then send to this other doctor that would end up in the pipeline to Matthew Perry. So because of the plea deal he's a part of, we know he's going to plead guilty at some point today, and then they're going to set a date for a sentencing hearing as well.
And Steve, we know a second doctor and an alleged drug dealer have pleaded not guilty to charges related to the Friend star's death. So what's the latest in their case?
Yeah, that would be the other doctor I was referencing, Dr. Placencia. Dr. P is listed in the indictment, and then the ketamine queen, as I'm sure we've all sort of heard and talked about. They have pled not guilty. They are listed as the two sort of bigger fish in this case. Out of the 5, they are listed as the 2 primary co-defendants. The rest of the 3 obviously taking plea deals to sort of gather information about the cases against those 2. Again, pled not guilty. They have status hearings next week where we're going to learn a little bit more about their court dates. They have 2 separate court dates as far as we know, both in October, but we're hearing that prosecutors are trying to combine both cases into one court date, which would delay things a little bit further, but part of their calculus. Sinclair?
All right, Steve Patterson, thank you.
Well, today is day 5 of the U.S. Open, with some of the biggest names in tennis taking to the court in New York. Just moments ago, American Coco Gauff, the reigning U.S. Open women's champion, beat Ukraine's Alina Svitolina in in 3 sets in the tournament's 3rd round. And on the men's side, a major upset last night. Spanish tennis superstar Carlos Alcaraz, the number 3 ranked men's player in the world, lost in straight sets to the 74th ranked player. Alcaraz has won 15 straight matches at Grand Slam tournaments before that loss last night. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins me now from outside Arthur Ashe Stadium in Queens. Antonia, let's talk Coco Gauff. She lost the first set. She comes back with this strong 2nd and 3rd to win. Tell us about the match.
Yeah, it was a nail biter at times, Kate. And I don't know if you can hear any of the shouting that's been happening behind me here, because Arthur Ashe is right over there. But people here have just been on the edge of their seats watching this match and celebrating, of course, Coco Gauff's win now. You know, she had a really challenging summer. She didn't medal in the Olympics. She came in and people were really concerned about her confidence, but she has brought it back, kind of starting slow often in her games and then really coming back to best her opponent every single time. And frankly, it's incredibly exciting to watch. What she said as just a 20-year-old is that as defending champ, she knows she's going to win again, whether that is this year or another year. She has kind of had this calmness and this confidence about her that it's going to happen at some point, and you feel that here. So now she's heading to round 4, Kate.
And Antonia, there's also an All-American face-off, right, on the men's side later. What do we expect?
That's right. So that's Francis Tiafoe versus Ben Shelton, 2 American men that are very beloved by the people here. So that's going to be a fun one to watch. They're very energetic players. Take a listen to Tiafoe describing what it's going to be like to face off.
I definitely want to play against him. Obviously, you know, he's very much like me, and how excited and energetic he is on the court, and has such a big game and big shots and serves big, and gets the crowd going.
And there's a lot of American support here. An American has not won the Grand Slam since 2003, so people are really looking at these 2.
Antonia, thanks so much.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Top Story live from Paris. Top Story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There are growing concerns over the West Nile virus, now confirmed in more than 30 states. One family tells NBC News the virus has left their teenage son paralyzed and fighting for his life. Here's NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa.
Heading into the long holiday weekend, there are new concerns buzzing for those eager to soak up the final days of summer outside.
We've had a lot of extra rain, so there's a lot of mosquitoes around.
Rare but potentially deadly mosquito-borne illnesses continue to plague parts of the country.
It's crazy, just you're sitting on like my back porch for 10 minutes and then I go back inside and I've got like 10 bites.
Wisconsin officials announcing 2 deaths linked to West Nile virus, making for nearly 24 deaths nationwide, with nearly 300 cases reported in 33 states. And now there's a 6th case of Eastern equine encephalitis, or triple E, the virus found in 5 states that's killed 1 man.
I think it's going to be a significant concern in the future.
Cities taking action, spraying neighborhoods to help protect residents. For those heading to a lake for Labor Day, be on high alert. Mosquitoes look for still, fresh water, and be sure to apply a DEET-based insect repellent on top of your sunscreen. In Missouri, John Proctor wishes his family had known about the danger of mosquito-borne illnesses sooner. His 18-year-old son, known as BB, has a long road to recovery. He's on a ventilator, paralyzed from the neck down after contracting West Nile virus from a mosquito bite his dad believes he got while playing with their dog in the backyard.
It's hard to fathom how such a small, insignificant creature can take a perfectly 100% healthy human being and it just causing havoc on his body that fast. It only takes one mosquito to get you.
Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
Okay, baseball fans, do you remember your first MLB game? A group of young players in a remote Himalayan country had never even heard of baseball until an American brought the sport to their country 15 years ago. Now it's led the group to a once-in-a-lifetime experience, meeting some of their major league heroes. Here's NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo.
I'll join here.
A moment that seemed unimaginable.
It's been a dream to be here.
A meeting these teen baseball and softball players from Bhutan will never forget.
Excitement over and over again.
But to understand how this once-in-a-lifetime moment happened, we have to take you back to this viral photo from last year.
Within the first few hours of it being released, we just received all of the responses that were sent to us and all the support and positive motivation.
Matt DeSantis is a tech specialist who moved to Bhutan nearly 15 years ago. He started the league that same year with his friend Karma Dorgi, a Bhutan native. Matt wanted to introduce the game he grew up playing to his new community. At first, there were dozens who showed up to the field wanting to play. But then,
3 weeks into it, we had 600, 700 children showing up every day.
The photo even getting the attention of some big names like former Yankee Curtis Granderson.
Best of luck to all the players out in Bhutan.
We were just being welcomed into the global community, and it just gave us such inspiration and passion to continue playing.
The stunning image also capturing the eyes of leadership of the Yankees minor league team, the Hudson Valley Renegades. Their general manager contacted Matt and quickly came up with a plan to get the kids to the States.
Within 20 minutes of a conversation with Matt, we had the framework for what you see here today.
Traveling more than 7,000 miles, the young athletes made their way to New York.
Finally, we're here in Yankee Stadium.
Getting a chance to see the pros at work up close.
I'm excited that I'm meeting Aaron Judge for the first time.
Even sitting in on a pregame press conference.
It's awesome. You know, you want to see the game grow, and this is proof of that.
These interactions with players that they've been watching on YouTube for years and years and years, we're just beyond humbled.
Inspiring a new generation of players.
hopefully we can have a Bhutanese baseball player, and I know it will happen, wearing pinstripes someday.
Thank you so much, a big fan of yours.
Thank you.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Coming up, a horrific discovery and a disturbing question. How could an employee who died at work remain at her desk for 4 days without anyone noticing? You're watching NBC News Daily.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the MedC Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The Israeli military and Hamas have agreed to a plan that would allow children in Gaza to be vaccinated against polio. The plan includes 3 separate 3-day pauses in fighting that would allow vaccinations for an estimated 640,000 children. The World Health Organization recently confirmed that at least 1 baby in the region has been paralyzed by the type 2 polio virus. That's the first case in Gaza in 25 years.
An investigation is underway in Arizona after a Wells Fargo employee was found dead at her desk. The employee went to work on a Friday and never went home. Police say they found her dead in the office 4 days later. A Wells Fargo employee says there was a foul odor in the building, but was passed off as a plumbing issue. A colleague eventually found the woman dead in a cubicle while walking around that building. Police say they do not suspect foul play.
Actor Tom Hanks has issued a warning to his followers saying his face and likeness have been used in ads through AI without his consent. He wrote on Instagram, quote, "There are multiple ads over the internet falsely using my name, likeness, and voice, promoting miracle cures and wonder drugs." The actor added that he has nothing to do with the posts or the products and the treatments. Other celebrities like Taylor Swift and Scarlett Johansson have also been targets of artificial intelligence-generated content this year.
A former Massachusetts police detective is facing murder charges in a deeply disturbing case. The former officer is accused of killing a pregnant woman and staging her death to make it look like a suicide. Here's NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee.
This is the moment an FBI SWAT team swarmed and handcuffed former detective Matthew Farwell, 3 years after authorities allege he killed 23-year-old Sandra Birchmore.
He allegedly attempted to cover his tracks to literally try and get away with murder. And he almost did.
The former Stoughton, Massachusetts police officer is accused of strangling Birchmore in February of 2021 while she was 3 months pregnant, then staging her apartment to look like she took her own life.
He used his knowledge and experience as a law enforcement officer to stage her death to look like a suicide.
Court documents allege Farwell had an ongoing illegal sexual relationship with Birchmore that started when she was just 15 years old and enrolled in a youth program for kids interested in law enforcement. Phone records show the two exchanged more than 32,000 text messages in the year before she died, some indicating the two met up for sex while Farwell was on duty.
Matthew Farwell's gun and badge did not grant him authority to violate the Constitution. And it certainly didn't entitle him to sexually exploit, abuse, and rape a child before killing her and her unborn baby in an attempt to cover up his alleged crimes.
Before she was killed, police say Birchmore told a friend she was, quote, excited about the baby, but Farwell did not share the sentiment, allegedly telling her, that's not my child. I don't want anything really to do with you, and then pushing Birchmore to the ground, according to the indictment.
In the hours leading up to Sandra's death, she reached out to a photographer to inquire about booking a newborn photo shoot. She also reached out to a friend about obtaining baby clothes.
Farwell's attorneys have not responded to NBC's request for comment. Birchmore's family and supporters have been outraged for years, questioning the handling of the case. Police audio, obtained by NBC Boston, suggests the family was skeptical from the start. Her death was ruled a suicide.
I regret, ma'am, that I have to tell you that Sandra is deceased.
Oh, my God.
I'm very sorry for your loss.
She would have committed suicide. She was so happy to be pregnant.
The Stoughton Police Department opened an internal investigation after Birchmore's death, concluding in addition to Farwell's inappropriate relationship with Birchmore as a minor, 2 other Stoughton officers, including Farwell's brother, and a 4th officer who is now at a different department, had inappropriate relations with her in their capacity as police officers, though they did not specify her age at the time.
The things that they did to her are disgusting. She admired the police. She wanted to be a police officer. They took advantage of her.
All 3 Stoughton officers have resigned, and the 4th former officer has not been named. So far, Farwell is the only one that's been charged. The other officers have denied the allegations made against them in a civil suit brought by Birchmore's estate. Stoughton Chief Donna McNamara has called for the men to be decertified as police officers so they can never serve again.
I said this 3 years ago when it happened. I said it 2 years ago in a news conference. This is a horrific situation.
Tremaine Lee, NBC News.
Tremaine, thank you. Let's switch gears. Time for the drink. If you don't already know the name Ismael Cruz Cordova, you will. He stars in Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power. Season 2 just started on Amazon Prime. He also just shot 2 more big movies with big-name casts. Ismael grew up in Puerto Rico, and as I learned when I sat down with him, he fought to get where he is. Ismael Cruz Cordova.
Yes.
Mucho gusto.
Igualmente.
We're at the Pig and Whistle in New York, in Manhattan. This is sake.
Sake, yeah. And it's unfiltered sake,
Okay.
which is nigori sake.
Uh-huh.
And well, cheers.
Well, cheers. You're an actor.
Yes.
How did you get here?
We're on there. Be very careful. Dr. Frazier. I came from a place, poor, but not a lot
Puerto
of...
Rico.
In Puerto Rico, yeah, and like in a specific neighborhood of Puerto Rico, rural. Growing up in an environment that people didn't have a voice. Completely disenfranchised, not part of any type of conversation, not part of any political or social, complete, that's, you go work and then you go tuck away.
What does that create in you, that environment?
For me, I was extremely curious, and I always had this struggle along with my curiosity, because I've always been extremely curious. It created this sense of why not us?
Why not me?
Yeah, but just why aren't we part of the conversation? Why can't we also go to that school? Why can't I also have that education?
To go to NYU in New York.
Yeah.
And is it true that you arrived with like a laundry bag full of stuff?
2. Dude, that's the thing. Like
you didn't have suitcases.
Nothing. Nothing. And like, it was uncharted territory. I made all the research myself. I wrote all the essays myself, all the applications. I remember in JFK, like picking up my 2 laundry bags, and then at Welcome Week at NYU, that all the parents are there. You know, with their kids.
And your parents aren't there.
No, I'm by myself with 2 laundry bags, but like just like smiling this broadly, but starting to understand.
Smiling because you're like, this is it.
That was my dream. That was my dream, you know?
You fought for Lord of the Rings.
I was auditioning for almost like 7 months. I get the audition for Rings, the first one. And then I'm in New York. Then I go to LA and I do the second one. Then I get this movie in South Africa. And I think I do my 3rd and 4th one when I'm in the desert in South Africa. My first rejection came when I was there.
Rejection?
Like, yeah, they were like, listen, this is going in a different direction. I mean,
you're not going to get the part.
Yeah, you're not going to get the part.
What did you say?
No. I just sent an email to my team. I was like, no, period.
Why were you so convinced that you were the guy for this?
There's a self-belief. There's a little thing here that tells me that this is what, like there's certain roles, like this is mine. You know, I was like,
They've
wow.
said no 3 times.
3 times. But I just knew, I always knew the whole process, that if I would meet them in person, that they would know that like the soul of the character, I understood it. Like they met me and I did my audition and
they saw it.
And they, well, apparently.
Because here we are.
Here we are.
Season 2.
Yeah, season 2.
Wow, that is a story.
Yeah, and that's like the short version.
I know. Ismael Cruz Cordova.
Cheers. I have a little bit left. I have a little bit left. I have a little bit left there.
Oh, he was such a delight
What a
to meet
conversation.
and talk to. And there's so much more, Zincle, in the full episode because he talks about growing up with houses that had dirt floors, showering outside with frogs in the shower, and how he ended up getting Sesame Street, which was kind of his big break. And then that leads to lots of other things.
I mean, the self-knowing. I love that he just said, no, this is mine, and I'm going to pursue it. And clearly that's taken him far.
Is what he said. Yeah, it's working. You can see the entire conversation, by the way, with Ismael Cruz Cordova on YouTube or at NBCNews.com/The Drink.
Kate, thanks so much for that. Time now for today's Daily Health. Here is another reason to get more sleep. New research suggests catching up on sleep over the weekdays may significantly decrease, weekends may decrease the risk of heart disease.
That sounds even better, catching up over the weekends. Researchers found that people who got the most sleep on the weekend were 19% less likely to develop heart disease. That's compared with a group who slept the fewest extra hours on the weekends.
Let's dig into it with Jade Wu. She is a board-certified behavioral sleep medicine specialist. Thank you so much for being with us. Not going to lie, this study kind of surprised us because previously there's been a lot of research showing that people can't just catch up on sleep. So does this new study change that?
It doesn't really change the big picture. So what this study found was that for a subset of people who are chronically sleep deprived, it's better to catch up on weekends than to not do so. So, if you can't help but be sleep deprived Monday through Friday, then go ahead and get that catch-up sleep on weekends because you're really at a disadvantage if you don't. However, that doesn't mean that everybody should sleep in on the weekends because we do want to keep our sleep consistent from night to night because that's also important for our sleep health and our heart health.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just thinking, is we've been hearing for a long time from doctors like you saying that we have to keep a sleep schedule, right? And be consistent even on the weekends. So, but if it's going to help our heart, should we sleep in? What do we do?
So my hack is this. Still try to keep about the same wake-up time on weekends within about an hour. Let yourself sleep in by 1 hour. That's fine. But then if you're still sleepy and still didn't get enough, then take a nap in the middle of the day on Saturday and Sunday. So that's really the best of all worlds where you get to keep your circadian rhythm steady from day to day throughout the week and you get to catch up on sleep.
And this study specifically looked at the link between sleep and heart disease. How does our sleep affect our heart health?
We do need to get enough sleep in order to have a healthy heart. Lots of studies have linked sleep problems to later cardiovascular disease risk, especially sleep disorders like obstructive sleep apnea really put a burden on the heart. So this is indisputable. We do need to sleep, good quality sleep, to have a healthy heart.
You mentioned naps. So how long should a nap be, ideally?
So ideally less than an hour. For whatever reason, it really seems to be the cutoff of 1 hour is where we start to see that longer naps can actually be linked to worse health, or certainly at least not better. Whereas a shorter nap can be refreshing, can sort of give you that little boost without necessarily increasing your risk for heart disease. You know, overall, if you can get mostly enough sleep throughout the week, plus like an hour-long nap, that would be ideal.
Love that so much. In a line, any tip to help us with our overall sleep quality?
The best tip and most underrated tip that I give is to get lots of light exposure during the day, because we are daytime animals. Our brains like to know that it's light during the day and dark at night. And the bigger the contrast between how much light you get during the day and how much darkness you have at night, the bigger the contrast, the better.
I love
for your
that.
sleep.
Take that hot girl walk first thing in the morning. That's what we like to call it. Jade Wu, so good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Still ahead, we're giving you the treasure map to the Labor Day bargain hunt, how to score the best deals this holiday weekend and where to find them. That's coming up on NBC News Daily.
For the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
It is finally here, the long holiday weekend. So we're taking one last trip to NBC News Daily Beach.
Yeah, Labor Day marks the unofficial end of summer. And while many of you might be heading to the beach or firing up the grill, it's also a great time to shop for some deals. According to a recent survey from Retail Me Not, consumers plan to spend an average of $354 during Labor Day sales.
So how can you get the best deals and what should you wait to buy versus buying now? Here to break it all down for us, NBC Select Select editor Zoe Mallon. Zoe, great to see you again. Thank you so much. I want to remind everybody just off the top that you can grab your cell phone. You see that QR code on your screen right there? You can scan. Yeah, there it is. You can scan to get all the information that we're talking about. But let's get right to it. So the things that we can save the most on right now.
Yes, absolutely. So Labor Day is the end of summer, and this is the greatest time all year, really, to stock up on those summer goods. So think your barbecues, your patio furniture, even summer clothing and footwear. You'll also see really great deals on cooling appliances. So if you are in the market for a new air conditioner or a fan, for example, now might be a really good time to buy.
Yeah.
And like all holiday weekends, we really recommend looking at those mattress and bedding sales and kitchen appliances and big ticket home appliances. Those tend to be very heavily discounted right now, too.
Okay, what about tech? Because often we think Cyber Monday, Black Friday. Is there anything we should hold off on getting?
Yes, absolutely. So the rest of the year is a very sale-heavy time. We have another Prime Day in October, and then we have Black Friday and Cyber Monday in November. So because of that, we want to wait to buy tech, TVs, headphones, speakers. We also recommend waiting to buy giftable items. Think video games, toys, even some kitchen appliances. People like to gift those, and retailers know it. So they're going to wait a little bit longer to discount those items. And then the other thing right now is a great time to start looking at fall clothing and footwear, but it's not the best time to buy it because it's at the, I know, because it really is the height of the season. I know, but we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to see discounts. But I know it's hard to resist.
And these sales that are going on right now, are they going to go just through Labor Day weekend or longer?
Yes, typically they do end right after Labor Day. You might see a couple lingering into the rest of the week, but the strongest sales, the most variety is really going to be now through Labor Day.
Okay, and I just told on myself, I did a lot of fall shopping. A lot of it was online.
Yeah.
What's better, in person, brick and mortar, or on the web?
Well, the great thing is that you'll find comparable deals whether you shop online or in stores. But the thing is that you want to think the most about is when you're shopping online, of course, you get that convenience and you can compare prices a little bit more easily, maybe install some cashback extensions. But you want to watch shipping fees because sometimes that can drive up the price of your products. And then when you're shopping in stores, I would stick to those bigger places like a Home Depot, a Walmart, a Target. They're going to have the most variety. And always remember that you can buy online and pick up in store, then you get the convenience of shopping online, but the immediacy of bringing it home that day. So I think that's such a great option.
And looking at it and making sure that it's
you
expected it to be.
And it fits all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
All right. And just last thing, back to school. I mean, this is the time, but this is probably not the time to buy the on sale. You're not going to get back to school.
No, not yet. I think that once you move closer to October, that's when you'll start to see more school supplies go on sale. Sometimes because you'll see Labor Day sales intersect with back to school sales, you'll see some great deals on backpacks and lunch boxes. But if you can wait, I would.
Okay. NBC Select editor, so good. Zoe Mallon, thank you so much. And for more shopping tips from the Select team, including where to save, what to buy this weekend, as we said, scan the QR code. It's on your screen right now. Get your phone out or head to NBCnews.com/select.
We got a lot more news ahead here on the beach.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zingplaya Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
The wait is over. College football is back, and there are some big changes ahead this year.
We're talking some major conference shakeups and a new playoff system that will allow a lot more teams to vie for the coveted national championship title. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch reports.
In the tailgates, the mascots, and of course, the kickoffs are back in a big way with the official return of college football.
Football's back. Football is back.
But this season comes with lots of big changes. The college football playoff is expanding from just 4 teams to 12. That means more schools have a fighting chance to compete for a national championship.
Now it matters what seed everybody is. It matters if you're 8 versus 9, because that's the difference between hosting a playoff game in the first round or not.
And even months before bowl season, we'll see new matchups due to big conference realignments. The iconic Pac-12 once Rose Bowl regulars, but now that conference is effectively gone, with all but 2 schools fleeing to the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Big 12. Those cherished regional rivalries with more than 100 years of history are now mostly gone, with schools now playing against teams they historically have not faced.
We're going to miss the traditions that it had, but it also creates an opportunity of making new traditions.
It also means athletes and their families will travel farther across the country. Look at the Golden Bears' schedule. They fly from the Bay Area to Alabama, Florida, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. But entering these powerhouse conferences means new opportunities, more money, and more potential to attract top players.
We really need to be one of those top 4 conferences to be able to say and attract the elite level student athletes who want to test themselves and compete against the best in the country.
Oklahoma State's football players will even have QR codes on their helmets, linking to a fund that helps student athletes cash in on their name, image, and likeness. A new season full of changes, marking a new era of college football. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Jesse, thank you. Lots of people are taking trips this Labor Day holiday weekend, but these days you don't have to get away to have a good time. In fact, one of the hottest tickets in town does not require you to travel at all.
We're talking about day passes or daycations that offer access to all sorts of amenities. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
You've no doubt heard of a staycation.
Yeah.
But what is a daycation?
You can book amenities at hotels and only go for the day, so you don't have to pay for the room.
The leisure option is really starting to pick up steam.
How would you define this concept to people?
Yeah, I think it's reinventing the way we think about hotels. So you're not staying overnight, but you can use all the amenities, things like pools, cabanas, spa, fitness, wellness, even the rooms just for the day.
According to a recent survey, 60% of travelers were willing to pay for day passes at a 5-star hotel in order to use its amenities without actually staying overnight. Resort Pass pioneered the idea about 8 years ago, but the company's CEO, Michael Wolf, says its popularity has skyrocketed in the last couple of years. With around 1,600 partner hotels in 250 cities, and 7 out of 10 packages, from pools to spas, are under $65.
So Miami is actually our biggest market. Phoenix is an incredibly big market. New York, Orlando, Hawaii.
But even in pricey cities like New York, we found some day passers atop the Virgin Hotel pool deck digging the deal.
How much did you guys pay for this?
We paid $80 each for a day bed, which is really rare in the city. I mean, I've been to other pools where they charge like $250 for a day bed.
At the Virgin Hotel, the options range.
So you can book one of the loungers, which are single. You can book a day bed. And we do have another option, which is our cabana.
But one thing is clear. On a random Tuesday, the pool is packed.
If you want to work from the pool, if family, everybody can take advantage of this.
They definitely are. From Brooklyn, where the Arlo Williamsburg offers rooftop poolside service, to the Arizona Biltmore, which has water slides, the Ritz-Carlton Miami and its heated pool, and the stunning Fairmont Orchid in Hawaii. All of these places, the face of hoteling in the future.
Where do you see this in 5 years?
We're truly just getting started. We're just at the beginning stages of what that means for the hospitality industry.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Ha!
So interesting.
Yeah.
I can understand why they'd make some good money off of that and people would love it.
I love that. I'd check it out.
Okay,
Also,
let's go.
Seems like a difficult assignment, Sam. You're going to the pool.
Sit on the roof deck and talk to people.
No, fun though.
Come on, Sam. I'm Kate Snow.
I am Zinclea Samwa, and you are watching NBC News Daily. Of course, you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. The news continues after this.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinclea Samwa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Friday, August 30th, 2024, fighting words. Vice President Kamala Harris gives her first major interview since taking over the Democratic ticket. And former President Donald Trump issues a new campaign promise, free IVF treatments, what they want the American voters to hear.
Facing a judge, a doctor charged in connection with the death of actor Matthew Perry is set to appear in court today. What we expect to see and what's next in the case.
The Great Escape. Tens of millions of Americans are racing out the door, getting a jump start on Labor Day weekend. The nation's airports and roads are already jam-packed. How you can avoid the worst of it.
And self-belief. I sit down with Ismael Cruz Cordova, one of the stars of the just-released season 2 of Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. He tells me how he landed the dream part after being told no 3 times. You're not going to get the part.
Yeah, you're not going to get the part.
What did you say?
No. I just sent an email to my team. I was like, no, period.
Our conversation about how he went from Puerto Rico to Hollywood in The Drink.
I love that sentiment. No, period. Sometimes you just have to say that.
And he got it in the end. You'll hear how that happened.
Love that.
We begin this hour, though, with the race for the White House and 2 headline-making interviews from former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris.
In an exclusive interview with NBC News, former President Donald Trump spoke for the first time about the altercation involving members of the Trump campaign at Arlington National Cemetery earlier this week. He also said he's opposed to Florida's 6-week abortion ban.
At the same time, Vice President Harris speaking out in her very first interview since securing the Democratic presidential nomination. She was joined by her running mate, Governor Tim Walz. The vice president was pressed on some of her changing views on certain issues like fracking and immigration. She said that while her policy proposals have changed, her values have not.
My values have not changed. You mentioned the Green New Deal. I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real. That value has not changed. My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez and NBC News correspondent Garrett Haake, who covers the Trump campaign. He's in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, where the former president will be speaking. Gabe, I'll start with you. In addition to those comments we just heard from the vice president, she also said she would be open to putting a Republican in her cabinet in this interview. What was her reasoning there?
Hey there, Zinkley. Well, Kamala Harris said she wanted to do that because she wants different voices at the table. Look, this is something that the Harris campaign is trying to do, trying to move towards the center on some issues. She's been leaning into a record as a prosecutor as of late, trying to say more moderate views on immigration and other issues. And that's because the Harris campaign knows that it has to reach out to those key independent, moderate voters in those key swing states now that we're less than 10 weeks out from the election. Now, Kate and Zinkley, I should also mention, as Senator J.D. Vance was asked the same question, whether former President Trump would appoint a Democrat to his cabinet, and Vance said, of course. Kate?
And Garrett, Trump made some big news in this interview with NBC's Dasha Burns. He threw out some new policies when it comes to reproductive rights. He spoke about that incident at Arlington Cemetery. Can you fill us in?
Yeah, Kate, a newsy interview on a variety of topics. On Arlington, the former president basically just threw his staff under the bus, said he was invited there by Gold Star families and he didn't know anything else about what might have happened while he was there. But he made significant news in this interview on abortion access and on access to fertility treatments, including promising access paid for IVF treatments, potentially for every American, should he be elected to the presidency again. Here's what he told Dasha about what is a multi-billion-dollar new policy.
We are paying for that treatment, or we're going, or for all Americans that get it, all Americans that need it. So we're going to be paying for that treatment, or we're going to be mandating that the insurance company pay.
That kind of government mandate alone is the kind of thing involved in Obamacare that Republicans have been railing against for more than a decade now. And coming up with the $8, $9, $10 billion or more that it would take to pay for a government-sponsored plan is something Trump and his campaign have provided absolutely no details of, Kate. And the one other element of this on abortion, Trump indicated that he would vote for a referendum in Florida that would get rid of that state's 6-week abortion ban, saying he thinks 6 weeks is too early. Only afterwards did his campaign say that's not exactly what he meant. Kate, I can't tell you standing here today exactly what Trump's position is on that 6-week ban. It only means he's going to be continued to asked about it in the weeks to come in this campaign, an issue he'd very much rather put behind him.
Yeah, certainly some major news out of that interview. Gabe, let's talk about that conversation with Vice President Harris. In it, she talked about when and how she found out President Biden was dropping out of the 2024 race. What did she say?
Yeah, Zinkley, those were her first public comments on how she found out that President Biden was dropping out of the race. And she says that Sunday she had just finished breakfast with her family and was sitting down to work on a puzzle. Here's what happened next.
The phone rang and it was Joe Biden. And he told me what he had decided to do. And I asked him, "Are you sure?" And he said yes. And that's how I learned about it.
And what about the endorsement? Did you ask for it?
He was very clear that he was going to support me.
So Kamala Harris there for the first time talking about how she found out on a historic Sunday that President Biden was dropping out. And this all comes, Kate and Zinkley, as in that interview, she praised President Biden and is trying to stick up for the Biden-Harris administration's legacy, while at the same time trying to differentiate herself and chart her own path. Kate and Zinkley.
Fascinating stuff. Gabe Gutierrez and Garrett Haake, thank you both.
One of the 2 doctors charged in connection with actor Matthew Perry's overdose death is facing a judge today in Los Angeles.
Dr. Mark Chavez is pleading is expected to plead guilty to federal charges of conspiring to distribute the drug ketamine. Perry's assistant, as well as a friend of the actor, have already pleaded guilty in the case. Dr. Chavez reached the plea agreement with prosecutors earlier this month. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joins us now. So, Steve, can you remind us what was Dr. Chavez's alleged role in Perry's death here, and what comes next for him after today's hearing?
Yeah, and we expect Chavez in court in about less than an hour or so. We know a lot because of the plea agreement that's already in place, right? Chavez self-admitting a lot of the accusations that come from that criminal indictment, including a few things. One, a little bit of a background on Chavez. Operated a clinic, his own sort of legal above-board ketamine clinic, as he practiced near San Diego. So he was sort of used to this kind of world of treatments of sort of alternative medicines, if you will, for mental health and other therapies. And he's accused of essentially using that clinic to divert or sort of create these false prescriptions for former patients and instead diverting those to the pipeline that eventually found their way to Matthew Perry. And that is part of the indictment, part of the self-admitted plea agreement as well that is in place. And part of the reason why, in about less than an hour or so, we expect him to officially plead guilty, and then the judge will assign a sentencing date for him as well.
And Steve, there's a second doctor, right, and an alleged drug dealer who have pleaded not guilty to charges related to Perry's death. So what's the latest in those cases?
That's correct. And those are almost more of the central cases in this overall indictment. You're looking at the 5 people accused on screen. The first 2 there, Dr. Salvador Plasencia, Jasmine Sangha, also known as the ketamine queen, are more of the primary defendants. Those 2 pled not guilty. The rest of the 3, including Chavez, who I just spoke about, signed plea agreements to try to gather information, sort of flip on the first 2 as well. We know those 2 pled not guilty earlier. They have court dates later on next week, and then they both have separate trial dates scheduled for October. But we're hearing prosecutors are trying to maybe combine those dates into one court date and tackle this all to itself. Guys, back to you.
Steve Patterson with the latest there. Steve, thank you.
Let's turn now to immigration. A significant change is coming to how some migrants enter the United States.
The Biden administration says it is going to restart a program for migrants coming from Cuba, Haiti, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. It was paused last month due to concerns about fraud. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now. So, Julia, walk us through what this program is and tell us more about the fraud concerns that led to it being put on pause.
Well, this program, Kate, was introduced in early January of 2023 as a way to allow more migrants from those 4 countries you just named to be able to apply from their home countries to legally gain entry into the United States so that they would never make that dangerous trek to try to cross the U.S. border illegally. These were, at the time, nationalities that were really overwhelming border authorities, and it worked. They had thousands of applications. They were able to take in about 30,000 migrants from those countries per month until an internal report this year found that there was massive fraud from sponsors. These are people who are legally living in the U.S. who are vouching that they can accommodate these migrants when they come into the United States and financially support them if need be. They found in over 100,000 of these applications, there were just 3,200 sponsors behind them. They call these people serial sponsors. In one case, Kate, we saw that 600 migrants were supposed to live in an address that was traced to a warehouse in Orlando. Over 700 were supposed to live in a dilapidated trailer park in Key West, Florida. Many of the applications from the sponsors, had social security numbers that were just the same number repeated 9 times, all 5s, all 6s, all 7s. Some of those people, the immigrants, actually got in, even though their sponsors weren't giving adequate information. So because of that internal report, there was a pause. And we understand that at DHS, they started reviewing those applications. But here's the thing. They are back on and accepting more applications, giving travel authorizations, even though that review is not complete. But they say that they'll start fingerprinting the sponsors.
All right, so that's the major change, the fingerprinting update, Julia?
Yeah, that's it. They also say they'll start manually looking at these applications in smaller batches rather than allowing many of them to be rubber stamped. But when you're talking about 30,000 a month and there's no cap on how many applicants can be sponsored by one person in the U.S., it's hard to see exactly how all of those vetting procedures will take place.
Okay, Julia Ainsley with the latest from Washington. Thank you. Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute, a major labor decision for an Amazon warehouse.
And an NBA star is getting a massive contract extension. CNBC's Angelica Peebles joins us now. Hi, Angelica.
Hey, Kate and Clay. Amazon has lost its appeal to overturn the 2022 election results in which workers voted to unionize a Staten Island warehouse. The National Labor Relations Board struck down Amazon's request in a filing Thursday, which means Amazon has run out of options, except for one. Amazon could sue the NLRB if it wants to present its arguments to a court. After 12 weeks in space, Boeing's Starliner will depart the ISS next week without its crew. NASA said it should take about 6 hours for ground teams to undock the capsule remotely to land it in New Mexico. It comes as NASA said its 2 astronauts who flew to the ISS in the Starliner will return to Earth in a SpaceX vehicle early next year. The mission was supposed to last 10 days, but thruster issues extended its orbital stay as engineers tried to understand. Golden State Warriors star Steph Curry has agreed to a 1-year extension deal for over $62 million. Curry's agent said Thursday the extension will keep him under contract through the 2026-2027 season, which also keeps him with the only franchise he's ever played for through his 18th season. Guys.
The Curry reign continues. Yeah. Angelica Peoples, thanks so much.
Coming up, attention shoppers. What is really going on at some of America's biggest supermarkets? New accusations of price gouging at one major store as it tries to merge with another top grocery store.
Plus, ready for your Labor Day road trip? We'll tell you what you'll pay at the pump, plus the holiday storms that could make it a rough ride. Coming up on NBC News Daily.
happen now.
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Airports across the country are bracing for a record number of travelers this Labor Day weekend.
Nearly 3 million people expected to fly today alone, but the roads are expected to be packed too. A lot of people are opting to stay closer to home now that the majority of kids are back in school.
And you may need to keep a very close eye on the weekend weather. Some storms have already caused damage in the Midwest and the South. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster is tracking conditions from Chicago's O'Hare Airport, but we're going to start with meteorologist Angie Lassman in studio. studio. So, Angie, are these storms going to stick around for the entire weekend?
Unfortunately, ladies, there's some spots that are going to have to deal with the rain and kind of the chance for flooding and severe storms throughout the weekend. That's mainly parts of the south, but we'll get a couple of breaks and some nice spots in other locations across the country. So it's not all bad news. Let's start with what could be difficult news, though. The chance for some showers and thunderstorms stretching from the Great Lakes down to the plains. That's where we have a cold front that's going to leave us with rain in the forecast throughout the rest of our day today. So the couple of airports that we're watching now, Detroit, St. Louis, Houston, maybe some possible delays across the southeast, Dallas included in there, Atlanta. We know those are some major hubs, so we'll be watching for that. As far as the roads are concerned, I-10 is where we're most concerned to see some flooding, but across the plains in the Midwest, again, with those thunderstorms, not great to be driving. When it comes to Monday, it's the southeast that's going to remain unsettled. That's where we'll be watching, specifically places like Houston, to see some delays when it comes to air travel on the back end of this weekend. But I said it's not all bad news. We've got really warm conditions for the Pacific Northwest if you're going to be out and about there. We've got plenty of sunshine for the middle of the country for your Saturday forecast. Of course, that rain that will track across the east. By the time we get into Sunday, really nice conditions actually settling in and fairly seasonable for this time of year from the Great Lakes to the northeast. We'll deal with a little bit of rain across the southeast, but plenty of sunshine again for parts of the plains and out west. Now, Monday, a lot of us dealing with nice conditions above average out west, and we'll still be dealing with that weekend washout, but plenty of sunshine for the northeast, guys.
Yeah, it's a pretty good map. Shaq, let me turn to you. You're at Chicago's O'Hare. I know you've been out there all day. I have a vested interest because I'm going to be at O'Hare in a few hours from now, flying in tonight. What are people saying, and what are the flights? What's the flight situation like?
I should ask you, what terminal are you coming into? Because if you're coming into United, it's been smooth over here. American, we'll see what it looks like over there. We'll talk later. But really, you know, we came in this morning and we saw long lines. We did see some frustrated or stressed out passengers. But throughout the day, we've seen that kind of fade away. And that really went away as the weather moved along and that system that Angie was talking about as it continued to move east. I want you to listen to some of the conversations I had with folks here at Chicago's O'Hare Airport as they were heading out for their Labor Day travel today. You know, this is one of the busiest days of travel this weekend.
I know.
What are you expecting?
I don't know, a stiff cocktail maybe.
That will get you through this airport?
Yeah.
But I'm from Atlanta, so Atlanta's crowded. This is mild.
This is mild for you?
This is mild.
And the thing is, here at Chicago's O'Hare Airport, they're expecting this year a 10% increase in travel during Labor Day weekend compared to what they saw last year. It's a pattern that you're seeing across the country, and it's not just when you're talking about flyers. You're expecting a rush of people out on the roads today. When we talk about when should you go, when should you start that drive, AAA suggests if you're planning to drive today, you should wait until at least after 7 p.m. Once you get into the weekend, wait until around the afternoon. Those are usually the key times to avoid the largest and the worst congestion.
Shaq Brewster and Angie Lassman, thanks so much.
Coming up, a horrific discovery and a disturbing question. How could an employee who died at work remain at her desk for 4 days without anyone noticing? You're watching NBC News Daily.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. An investigation is underway in New Hampshire after police shot and killed a man believed to have killed his wife and child. Police chased the man nearly 100 miles from where his wife's body was found to an interstate bridge connecting Maine and New Hampshire. The bridge, used by as many as 80,000 vehicles each day, was shut down for nearly 7 hours as police tried to negotiate with that man. He reportedly raised a gun and state police opened fire. The man's 8-year-old son was later found shot to death in the back of his car. The Maine State Police say the boy's death was not caused by gunfire from law enforcement officials.
This week, California lawmakers voted to ban so-called legacy admissions at private universities. That's when prospective students get preferential treatment because a family member attended the same college or university. But critics are arguing that the ban would actually harm prospective students instead of help them. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis explains why.
Shockwaves sent through college campuses when the Supreme Court overturned affirmative action in admissions decisions.
A cultural crossroad.
For Jonathan Lamb, a student at Cornell University, the admissions process wasn't easy.
You know, as a child of Vietnamese refugees, I came into the application process with limited resources.
He thinks affirmative action was important for his acceptance to an Ivy League.
I don't think I was solely accepted based off affirmative action. However, affirmative action, I think, in considering not just my race, but also the systemic barriers that I face, I think that helped Cornell at least acknowledge what are the resources that I need to thrive.
After the Supreme Court's decision, Jonathan, along with Cornell's ACLU chapter, started lobbying New York lawmakers, taking aim at another practice they believe is more perverse: legacy admissions.
If the Supreme Court is arguing that no student should receive any preference because of their race in the admissions process, no one should be receiving a admissions consideration simply because their mom and their dad attended that school.
Critics have called legacy admissions unfair, even discriminatory, because the students that benefit typically come from wealthier backgrounds and parents who give money. Roughly 30% of institutions nationwide consider legacy status, according to advocacy group Education Reform Now. While states like Virginia, Colorado, and Maryland have prohibited the practice, leaders in states like California are still working towards an official ban, as is New York State, where over 40% of institutions consider legacy status.
Why should we allow preferences to, increase the opposite of diversity, giving kids who were born with a silver spoon on their mouth more access to opportunity?
One study finds 1 in 6 students at Ivy League schools have parents in the top 1% of income, a group that's overwhelmingly white, with legacy status playing a big part too. But of course, not every Ivy League graduate is white.
If my children also work hard and are qualified to go, then yes, the school should look at them in the same way that they've been looking at the children of alums for generations.
Nick Childs, a Yale University alumnus, wanted his daughter to go to the same school, even though she wouldn't look like the typical student there or the average legacy applicant.
I was hopeful that she'd feel a little bit more accepted there than I did like almost 40 years ago.
As the top schools across the country have gotten more diverse over decades, Nick believes the combination of ending legacy admissions and affirmative action will negatively impact people of color disproportionately. His daughter Mari did end up going to Yale and is now in medical school.
As more Black students have been able to go to that school, more Black legacies are kind of created.
It's not like this turnkey where you end legacy admissions and now we have a fair admissions process.
Rahema Ellis, NBC News.
Rahema, thanks. Coming up, a staycation without the stay part. Why more hotels are opening up their amenities to people without room keys.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Talk about an electrifying view. Look at this. These are pictures taken from a light display along a river in Melbourne, Australia. Actually, some cool science behind this. Apparently, the light reflects off the water particles to form 3D shapes and designs in the air.
That is incredible.
Isn't it?
Stunning.
And they're all different, too.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, beautiful. We got to get there. You and I were talking.
I think it's on our list.
It's on our list. More NBC News Daily coming up after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The Israeli military and Hamas have agreed to a plan that would allow children in Gaza to be vaccinated against polio. The plan includes 3 separate 3-day pauses in fighting that would allow vaccinations for an estimated 640,000 children. The World Health Organization recently confirmed that at least 1 baby in the region has been paralyzed by the type 2 polio virus. It's the first case in Gaza in 25 years.
An investigation is underway in Arizona after a Wells Fargo employee was found dead at her desk. The employee went to work on a Friday and never went home. Police say they found her dead in the office 4 days later. A Wells Fargo employee says there was a foul odor in the building, but was passed off as a plumbing issue. A colleague eventually found the woman dead in a cubicle while walking around the building. Police say they do not suspect foul play.
And actor Tom Hanks is telling his followers that his identity is being used through artificial intelligence without his consent. Hanks posted on Instagram that there are multiple ads using his name, voice, and likeness to promote, quote, miracle cures and wonder drugs. The actor says that he has nothing to do with the posts or the products and treatments. Other celebrities like Taylor Swift and Scarlett Johansson have also been targets of AI-generated content this year.
There's heartbreak reverberating through the world of professional hockey today. Police in New Jersey say NHL star Johnny Gaudreau and his brother were both killed by a suspected drunk driver. It happened late last night while the brothers were riding bikes. Gaudreau was a forward for the Columbus Blue Jackets. NBC News correspondent Adrian Broaddus is following that story for us and joins me now. Adrian, what more do we know about what happened?
You know what, Kate, this is just devastating. As you mentioned, that star forward and his younger brother were out riding bikes when that suspected drunk driver hit and killed them. They were back in their hometown to attend their sister's wedding, which was scheduled for today. And here's what we know. A short time ago, the man accused of hitting them while driving under the influence of alcohol appeared by video before a judge. He's been charged with 2 counts of second-degree vehicular homicide. That's the 43-year-old Sean Higgins on your screen right now. Now, the arresting officer said in a report Higgins was trying to pass another vehicle when he hit the 2 brothers. And according to that report, Higgins said he had consumed at least 5 to 6 beers before getting behind the wheel. Goodrow was 31. Kate, he leaves behind 2 children, his wife, Meredith, and a host of fans, and so many people who are just excited about this upcoming season.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Adrian, are we hearing from any of those fans or from other athletes?
Yeah, we are. Right now, outside of the stadium where he played, there's a small memorial growing. People are leaving flowers and other items. Above, there's a banner that says, "In loving memory of Johnny Goodrow." He was known as Johnny Hockey. He grew up in South Jersey, was a star at Boston College, where he was a national champion. He played there with his brother, and he played 8 seasons with the Calgary Flames. Now, he signed a 7-year deal with Columbus, where he was about to start another season. Everyone knows the name LeBron James. James tweeting earlier saying, "This is insane, man. I instantly got so down and sad after reading the story. My thoughts and prayers goes out to the Goodrow family. May Johnny and Matthew fly high, guide and guard, and bless their family from the heavens above." So many people grieving today. Kate?
Yeah, a sad story. Adrian Broadus, thank you.
And we are following breaking news in a high-profile murder case. Maryland's Supreme Court has ruled that it is upholding a lower court's decision to reinstate Adnan Syed's murder conviction. That case was the subject of the true crime podcast Serial. Syed was convicted for murdering his high school ex-girlfriend back in 1999, but was freed from prison after a 2022 court ruling. In this ruling, the state Supreme Court says the case should be sent back to a lower court to be heard again. A major revelation in the antitrust trial between the Federal Trade Commission and grocery giant Kroger.
The FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, is trying to block Kroger's plan to acquire Albertsons, another big grocer. The $25 billion deal would be the largest supermarket merger in U.S. history. Well, now testimony from a Kroger executive in that trial is raising some eyebrows about how and when the company raises store prices. Here's NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans.
Hey there, we learned this week that Kroger raised prices on milk and eggs beyond what was necessary to offset inflation. This is in the high inflation period after the pandemic. This according to testimony from a top company executive. It comes as the FTC, as the government sues to block what would be the largest grocery store merger in history, arguing that it would eliminate competition and raise prices for millions of Americans. Now, Kroger's senior director for pricing sent an internal email back in March writing, quote, "On milk and eggs, retail inflation has been significantly higher than cost inflation." Now, this is raising eyebrows, especially given the Harris campaign's focus on what they say is price gouging at grocery stores. Now, some have argued that grocery stores have taken advantage of inflation as an opportunity to increase their pretty slim profit margins. This admission from Kroger appears to further validate those concerns. Although, again, grocery store chains have very slim profit margins, and so when they can, they try to recoup some of the money they lose in other times. This is at the center, quite frankly, of this government versus big mega grocery store merger, which is being waged on antitrust concerns. Back to you.
Christine Romans, thanks so much. Team USA already has a few medals after the first day of the competition of the Paralympics. Now, swimmer Jamal Hill is looking to add to that medal count on Monday when he competes in the men's 50-meter freestyle. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa sat down with him to learn how a rare nerve disease pushed him to the pool and now to Paris.
Jamal Hill had dreams of Olympic glory. Standing 6'4" with 2 decades of swimming experience and an unshakable drive, it seemed within reach. But shortly after he started training with Coach Wilma Wong 7 years ago, she noticed his times weren't improving.
I go what are you not telling me? He's getting out of the pool like this, lifting his legs out. And so I just felt like he wasn't sharing something with me.
Hill told her at 10 years old, he was diagnosed with Charcot-Marie tooth disease, a group of inherited disorders that cause nerve damage, mostly in the arms and legs, and result in smaller, weaker muscles.
From my knees to the soles of my feet, I was left with 0% nerve capacity, and from my elbows to my fingertips, 30%.
Until 23, Hill spent his life concealing his diagnosis, competing in non-disabled races, even into college. So when Wong suggested a change of focus to the Paralympics,
Initially, I was completely opposed to it. My perception of the world's perception of people with disability was a net negative. It was over the course of many months, having had that out in the open, that we were able to start to work through it.
Within just 3 years, Hill was racing in the Paralympics.
Hill, however, got a good start,
setting an American record and scoring a bronze medal in Tokyo.
Jamal Hill does medal for the United States.
Now he's gearing up for another.
How are you feeling about competing this Paralympics?
Comment ça va? You know, I feel very good.
When Hill isn't competing, he's racing towards another goal back at home in Southern California. Through his nonprofit Swim Uphill, he's trying to teach 1 million people a year how to swim with unique underwater breathing exercises that can be done at home. Actor Terry Crews is one of his success stories.
My brand is hand in hand with swimming education, mainly because it affects people like me, people who came up in low to middle income communities and countries around the world. And that is really the why behind my swimming.
Now dreaming beyond the podium. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
It is time now for The Drink. If you don't already know the name Ismael Cruz Cordova, you will.
He stars in Lord of the Rings of Power. Season 2 just started on Amazon Prime. He just shot 2 more big movies with big-name casts.
Ismael grew up in Puerto Rico, and as I learned when we sat down together, he fought to get where he is. Ismael Cruz Cordova.
Yes.
Mucho gusto.
Igualmente.
We're at the Pig and Whistle in New York, in Manhattan. This is sake.
Sake, yeah. And it's unfiltered sake.
Okay.
This is nigori sake.
Uh-huh.
And well, cheers.
Well, cheers. You're an actor.
Yes.
How did you get here?
Oh dear. Be very careful, Dr. Fraser. I came from a place, poor, but not a lot
Puerto
of...
Rico.
In Puerto Rico, yeah, and like in a specific neighborhood of Puerto Rico, rural. Growing up in an environment that people didn't have a voice. Completely disenfranchised, not part of any type of conversation, not part of any political or social, complete, that's, you go work and then you go tuck away.
What does that create in you, that environment?
For me, I was extremely curious, and I always had this struggle along with my curiosity, because I was extremely curious. It created this sense of why not us?
Why not me?
Yeah, but just why aren't we part of the conversation? Why can't we also go to that school? Why can't I also have that education?
You go to NYU in New York.
Yeah.
And is it true that you arrived with a laundry bag full of stuff?
2. Dude, that's the thing.
You didn't have suitcases.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. And it was uncharted territory. I made all the research myself. I wrote all the essays myself, all the applications. I remember in JFK, picking up my 2 laundry bags, and then at Welcome Week at NYU, that all the parents are there. With their
and
kids.
Your parents aren't there.
No, I'm by myself with 2 laundry bags, but just smiling this broadly, but starting to understand.
Smiling because you're this
is it. That was my dream. That was my dream,
You fought for Lord of the Rings.
I was auditioning for almost 7 months. I get the audition for Rings, the first one, and then I'm in New York. Then I go to LA and I do the second one. Then I get this movie in South Africa. and I think I do my third and fourth one when I'm in the desert in South Africa. My first rejection came when I was there.
Rejection?
Yeah, they were like, listen, this is going in a different direction. I mean,
You're not going to get the part.
Yeah, you're not going to get the part.
What do you say?
No. I just sent an email to my team. I was like, no, period.
Why were you so convinced that you were the guy for this?
There's a self-belief. There's a little thing here that tells me that this is what, like there's certain roles, like this is mine. You know, I was like,
They've
wow.
said no 3 times.
3 times. But I just knew, I always knew the whole process, that if I would meet them in person, that they would know
See it.
that like the soul of the character, I understood it. Like they met me and I did my audition and
they saw it.
And they well, apparently.
Because here we are.
Here we are.
Season 2.
Yeah, season 2.
Wow, that is a story.
Yeah, and that's like the short version.
I know. Ismael Cruz Cordova.
Cheers. I have a little bit left. I have a little bit left. I have a little bit left there.
Oh, it was so fun. And there's like so much more to his story and the conversation that we had. He talks about growing up in Puerto Rico in an area where he had houses with dirt floors, with showers outside, garden hoses and frogs jumping around.
Wow.
And then he ends up getting a huge break on Sesame Street. We talked about that and how that kind of opens some doors. Casting directors, he says, are really important.
Wow. Okay. It's incredible to see the hurdles people, especially him, faced and the self-belief he had in himself.
Yeah, and
so
we talked about how it doesn't have to be that way, right? It really doesn't have to be that way, but it is right now. You can see the whole conversation, by the way, with Ismael Cruz Cordova on YouTube or NBCNews.com/The Drink. We'll be right back.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
In today's mental health check, today is National Grief Awareness Day in the United States, and we're focusing on how to manage feelings of loss and help others who may be going through grief.
Whether it's the loss of a loved one, a relationship, or even a job, we all grieve in our own unique ways, and processing those big emotions can be tough for a lot of us. So joining us now is Chris Carr. She's a wellness advocate and the author of the book, I'm Not a Morning Person. Chris, some people, I think, approach grief as something that you do have to get over, right? And there has to be a difference between getting over and moving through grief and processing it. Talk to us about that.
Absolutely. We can't amputate any of our emotions and expect to be whole, but we want to sometimes because they're painful, right? But if we think about the other side of grief as love, love doesn't end. And so the way out is through, the way out is forward, and the way out is to keep living.
Yeah, I mean, there's also something called anticipatory grief, right? So grieving something that has not happened yet. It can often happen if you have maybe someone terminally ill in your life, but it manifests in other ways too. How can we manage that and come to terms with what we're experiencing?
You know, that's what the surprise is, right? It happens long before the loss. And sometimes, as you said, it can happen in your body. It can happen through different behaviors. It can come out in bigger ways. And so, again, it's about giving yourself that opportunity to feel those feelings and to really tend to yourself.
If you are going through a tough time right now, if you're grieving or you know somebody who is, what's the best way to help yourself and to help others?
Self-care. A thimble-sized amount of self-care will start to fill the well. And sometimes we have to lower the bar, and your mantra is, it's good enough, but you got to do something. And then for somebody else, be proactive, right? Instead of saying, let me know if you need something, give them an exact thing, be specific. Here's the lasagna.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about self-care, and I'm mindful, I'm sure all of us have experienced our own grief in some way, and it can make you want to just shut down and not go around anybody. What do you recommend for folks on the outside? How do we reach out well?
Well, sometimes we're going to mess up, right? Because we live in a grief-phobic society. We don't have these tools. And so we want to be careful about what's known as grief-illiterate comments. No problem if you've made them. We all have. Maya Angelou said, when you know better, you do better, right? So things like, it's only a dog. My dog was my child. You'll have another child. I wanted this child. He's in a better place, right? The better place is with me.
Yeah.
And so it's not your job to fix it. It's your job to listen.
I'm so glad you said that. I've heard some of those, you know, sayings at me before, and it hurts when someone means well, but they say something, what did you call it? Grief illiterate?
Grief illiterate. Yeah. We're trying to connect, but we miss each other by doing that.
So much of it feels like it stems from being uncomfortable sitting in the hard emotions. You talked about self-care if you're going through the grief, but what about on the other side? What do you recommend for folks around? How do we deal with those uncomfortable feelings?
Honestly, it goes back to what I said at the top. We can't amputate those emotions. You know, this is part of life, and life is meant to be lived. So the more that we give ourselves permission to feel, the easier it gets.
Love that. Chris Carr, thank you for giving us permission to feel and talk about this. We appreciate it. And of course, if you or someone you know is struggling, you can always call or text the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988. We appreciate you having these conversations with us.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
The wait is over. College football is back, and there are some big changes ahead this year.
We're talking some major conference shakeups and a new playoff system that will allow a lot more teams to vie for the coveted national championship title. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch reports.
The tailgates, the mascots, and of course, the kickoffs are back in a big way with the official return of college football.
Football's back. Football is back.
But this season comes with lots of big changes. The college football playoff is expanding from just 4 teams to 12. That means more schools have a fighting chance to compete for a national championship.
Now it matters what seed everybody is. It matters if you're 8 versus 9, because that's the difference between hosting a playoff game in the first round or not.
And even months before bowl season, we'll see new matchups due to big conference realignments. The iconic Pac-12 once Rose Bowl regulars. But now that conference is effectively gone, with all but 2 schools fleeing to the Big Ten, the ACC, and the Big 12. Those cherished regional rivalries with more than 100 years of history are now mostly gone, with schools now playing against teams they historically have not faced.
We're going to miss the traditions that it had. But, you know, it also creates an opportunity of making new traditions.
It also means athletes and their families will travel farther across the country. Look at the Golden Bears' schedule. They fly from the Bay Area to Alabama, Florida, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. But entering these powerhouse conferences means new opportunities, more money, and more potential to attract top players.
We really need to be one of those top 4 conferences to be able to say and attract the elite level student athletes who want to test themselves and compete against the best in the country.
Oklahoma State's football players will even have QR codes on their helmets, linking to a fund that helps student athletes cash in on their name, image, and likeness. A new season full of changes, marking a new era of college football. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Jesse, thank you. Lots of people are taking trips this Labor Day holiday weekend, but these days you don't have to get away to have a good time. In fact, one of the hottest tickets in town does not require you to travel at all.
We're talking about day passes or daycations that offer access to all sorts of amenities. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more.
You've no doubt heard of a staycation. Yeah. But what is a daycation?
You can book amenities at hotels and only go for the day, so you don't have to pay for the room.
The leisure option is really starting to pick up steam.
How would you define this concept to people?
Yeah, I think it's reinventing the way we think about hotels. So you're not staying overnight, but you can use all the amenities, things like pools, cabanas, spa, fitness, wellness, even the rooms just for the day.
According to a recent survey, 60% of travelers were willing to pay for day passes at a 5-star hotel in order to use its amenities without actually staying overnight. Resort Pass pioneered the idea about 8 years ago, but the company's CEO, Michael Wolf, says its popularity has skyrocketed in the last couple of years. With around 1,600 partner hotels in 250 cities, and 7 out of 10 packages, from pools to spas, are under $65.
So Miami is actually our biggest market. Phoenix is an incredibly big market. New York, Orlando, Hawaii.
But even in pricey cities like New York, we found some day passers atop the Virgin Hotel pool deck digging the deal.
How much did you guys pay for this?
We paid $80 each for a day bed, which is really rare in the city. I mean, I've been to other pools where they charge like $250 for a day bed.
At the Virgin Hotel, the options range.
So you can book one of the loungers, which are single. You can book a day bed. And we do have another option, which is our cabana.
But one thing is clear. On a random Tuesday, the pool is packed.
If you want to work from the pool, if family, everybody can take advantage of this.
They definitely are. From Brooklyn, where the Arlo Williamsburg offers rooftop poolside service, to the Arizona Biltmore, which has water slides, the Ritz-Carlton Miami and its heated pool, and the stunning Fairmont Orchid in Hawaii. All of these places, the face of hoteling in the future.
Where do you see this in 5 years?
We're truly just getting started. We're just at the beginning stages of what that means for the hospitality industry.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Ha!
So interesting.
Yeah.
I can understand why they'd make some good money off of that and people would love it.
I love that. I'd check it out.
Okay,
Also,
let's go.
Seems like a difficult assignment, Sam. You're going to the pool.
Sit on the roof deck and talk to people.
No, fun though.
Come on, Sam. I'm Kate Snow.
I am Zinclair Samoa, and you are watching NBC News Daily. Of course, you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. The news continues after this.
Top story live from Paris. Top story live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn.
Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds.
Fans here at the Mercy Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
If it's Friday, former President Trump unveils a surprise plan to pay for in vitro fertility treatments, bucking some of his core supporters just 67 days from the election. Plus, in her first major interview as a presidential candidate, Vice President Harris pressed to clarify her positions on key issues. She insists her values haven't changed, even if her policies have. And the World Health Organization says Israel and Hamas have agreed to a temporary pause in fighting to vaccinate more than 600,000 children in Gaza against polio, with the complicated mission set to begin this weekend. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington. For weeks, the Trump campaign criticized Vice President Harris for avoiding reporters and avoiding tough questions from the press. But in the wake of Harris's first major interview as a presidential candidate, it's former President Trump who's facing intensifying scrutiny for an interview he did with NBC's Dasha Burns for comments he made on the hot-button issue of abortion and fertility treatments. First, while speaking to NBC, and then again at events in Michigan and Wisconsin, Mr. Trump announced a proposal to have the government or insurance companies cover the cost of IVF treatments.
Under the Trump administration, we are going to be paying for that treatment. So we are paying for that treatment.
All Americans who want it?
For all Americans that get it, all Americans that need it. So we're going to be paying for that treatment, or we're going to be mandating that the insurance company pay.
So either the government will pay for it or the insurance companies will cover.
Under a mandate, yes. We are the government is going to pay for it, or we're going to get or mandate your insurance company to pay for it, which is going to be great. We're going to do that.
Now, the proposal appears to have caught his campaign by surprise as his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, seemed to struggle to explain the new policy plan this morning. Take a look.
How is he going to pay for it? Is this an expansion of Obamacare? Is this a mandate?
Well, look, I think you have insurance companies that obviously are forced to cover a whole host of services. The president explicitly said that he wants insurers to cover additional fertility treatments. All details get worked out in the legislative process, and we're not in the legislative process because we haven't won yet. But I think that President Trump, again, just believes that we wanted women to have access to these fertility treatments. Of course, we're going to respect religious liberties. We're not going to force anybody to do something that is against their conscience. But we also want to make this fertility stuff available to as many people as possible because babies are good.
Now, there's widespread public support for IVF, but Mr. Trump's new proposal raises a whole lot of questions on politics and also policy. So first and foremost, you just heard that clip talk about it, the cost. The Department of Health and Human Services estimates IVF runs patients $20,000, and that's just for one cycle, folks. Often, treatments require multiple cycles, which would cost the government or insurance companies billions of dollars a year. Then there's the question of embryos. The process of IVF can involve discarding unused embryos, which anti-abortion advocates and some of the president's most ardent religious supporters argue are unborn children. Meanwhile, also in his interview with NBC News, the former president created a potentially major headache for his party on the issue of abortion when he suggested he would vote in favor of a Florida ballot measure that would overturn the state's 6-week ban on the procedure to protect abortion access through fetal viability.
There's an abortion-related amendment on the ballot to overturn the 6-week ban in Florida. How are you going to vote on that?
Well, I think the 6-week is too short. It has to be more time, and so and I've told them that I want more weeks.
So you'll vote in favor of the amendment?
I am going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks.
Now, the Trump campaign later clarified that the former president hasn't announced how he will vote on the ballot initiative. Florida is one of 10 states that will be voting on measures to protect or expand abortion access in November. Among them, key battlegrounds, where polls show the proposed amendments are overwhelmingly popular. As the former president looks to stake out a more moderate position on abortion, some of his supporters, including members of the anti-abortion rights movement, are voicing concern with his comments. One prominent group saying it spoke personally with Mr. Trump after his interview and that, quote, voting for Florida's abortion amendment completely undermines his position on abortion. My NBC News colleague Garrett Haight is on the ground in Pennsylvania ahead of the former president's rally this afternoon. NBC's Sahil Kapoor is on Capitol Hill with a reaction from Republicans and anti-abortion groups on Mr. Trump's comments. NBC News' Bridget Bowman is with me on set for a look at the polling on these issues. And also with us is Caroline Kitchener. She covers the issue of abortion for the Washington Post. Thanks so much to all of you for being here with me on this big Friday. Garrett, let's kick it off. This is just stunning, this announcement by former President Trump. It's been about a day since he made those comments to Dasha Burns. What has the fallout been so far? And politically speaking, what does the campaign think the impact will be?
Well, splitting those two issues a little bit, Kristen, I think on the abortion issue, the biggest problem that it creates for Trump is that he's going to get asked about this again and again. His campaign wants to close the book on abortion as an issue. They want to say that it's an issue that should be left to the states and have that be the end of it. But every time Donald Trump makes his position more confusing, not less, it guarantees the press will continue to talk about it, and it guarantees he'll continue to be asked about it. Almost any position he takes on the Florida referendum could be defensible, but no position or a confusing position guarantees he has to keep talking about it. On the IVF concept, I think this is something that Republicans will probably support in this day and age. You know, traditional, like Paul Ryan Republicans, I think would be asking more questions about where the tens of billions of dollars to fund it would come from. That's not been a concern of this version of the Republican Party. I suspect base Republicans will follow Trump on this. My issue with it is, we called it a plan in the open to this show. It's not a plan. It's an idea. There's nothing about how it's paid for. There's nothing about who will actually do this, where the money will come from, or who will be eligible. Same-sex couples, for example. There's going to be a million follow-up questions to this, for which the Trump campaign, as of right now, has no substantive answers.
Yeah, Garrett, we're all writing our lists of follow-up questions because there are so many. I take your point on the word plan versus idea. It's a really important distinction because you're right. There are still so many unanswered questions here. Let me ask you about the 6-week ban in Florida and that amendment, which would basically overturn it. He didn't say one way or another to Dasha how he would vote. His campaign's trying to do a little bit of damage control. Do you anticipate, Garrett, the campaign will have to put out another clarifying statement about where he stands and, quite frankly, how he's going to vote on this issue?
Yeah, look, I mean, this is the problem. I don't think anybody would take a statement from the campaign at face value on this point. I mean, it was only at that news conference in Mar-a-Lago, less than a month ago, where Donald Trump told reporters in that room, including me, that he was going to reveal how he would vote on that bill in 2 weeks, on that referendum in 2 weeks, his favorite time period to stall on. And he hasn't given a clear answer. I think only a clear, definitive answer from Donald Trump is going to put this issue behind him, because it's clear that he and his campaign are not on the same page about it.
That is for sure, Garrett. Great reporting, great talking over the cheering crowds behind you. Thank you so much. Sahil, let me turn to you now because you have some reporting about how anti-abortion rights groups are actually reacting to this news. What do you have?
Yeah, that's right, Kristen. Trump has certainly angered some of these anti-abortion groups. Conservatives are mounting a pretty fierce backlash to Trump's comments, some of them saying that Republican voters are going to defect over this, that anti-abortion voters, pro-life voters might end up staying home, that he might have a serious problem on his hands if he doesn't at least clarify what he meant regarding that Florida ballot initiative. One prominent anti-abortion advocate, the SBA president, Marjorie Dannenfelser, called Trump yesterday, asked him for clarity, and he told her he isn't taking a position. She told him in that private conversation that it's imperative that he clear this up because there's confusion, that he may be in support of that Florida abortion rights ballot measure. That's according to a source familiar with that conversation who I spoke to. And Dannenfelser put out this statement. You see this on the screen. She says she spoke to President Trump, that he has not committed to how he's voting on Amendment 4, and that doing so, in her view, would undermine his position against late-term abortion. The issue here isn't so much the 6-week ban. There's a debate even within the Republican Party about whether to do 6 weeks, whether to do 15 weeks. It's that the Florida ballot measure goes much beyond that. It would establish broad protections, including exceptions for a woman's health as determined by her health care providers, which is what is anathema to these conservatives.
Yeah, the politics of this is just so fascinating, Sahil. And of course, we know that these anti-abortion groups have frankly been at odds with Mr. Trump over his abortion views in the past. Do you think this could hurt him politically with that part of his base, or does it not ultimately wind up having any impact?
Well, it could if he doesn't play his cards right, Kristen. They need each other. Trump needs these voters to show up, and he is in uncharted waters right now because this is the first election in about half a century where Roe v. Wade is not on the books. Republicans had a good thing going politically when it was on the books. They could continue to push these anti-abortion measures to rally their base, to rally these conservative pro-life voters without any risk of succeeding, without any risk of a backlash from the majority of the country that supports abortion rights. Now, this is real, that they're firing with real bullets and not blanks, and they have to figure out how to navigate the need to kind of minimize this backlash from most of the country that supports abortion rights while keeping their voters, enthusiastic and engaged and showing up. It's a difficult balance that Trump is, the first president who has to strike, because he is the one who, as he frequently brags about, was able to overturn Roe v. Wade after many years and decades of trying.
Yeah, and that's the point that Democrats will not let anyone forget. Sahil, thank you so much for breaking all of that down for us. Carolyn, let me turn to you on the issue of abortion. As we mentioned, 10 different states are actually expected to vote on an abortion measure. How much diversity is there amongst these different amendments, or do they look quite similar?
A lot of them look very similar, and I've been talking with anti-abortion advocates, especially who are on the ground and who are feeling really down about their prospects. They really think that these measures are going to pass and are really going to reshape what abortion access looks like in this country. Florida is the biggest one that people are paying attention to because the most abortions happen there. It's the third largest state before this latest ban took effect, which ends abortion access at 6 weeks of pregnancy. There were 80,000 abortions that were taking place there every year. So that is the one that all of the advocates are really focused on. So I do think that whatever President Trump comes out to say about Florida, that will be a really important thing to watch.
I think you're absolutely right about that. And very quickly, I mean, Florida's not a swing state. Arizona, Nevada are, and amendments protecting access to viability are pretty popular in those states. Based on your own reporting, are you surprised to see numbers that are this high? 73% for yes in Arizona, 75% for yes in Nevada?
I'm not surprised at all, Kristen. I mean, I've been talking with a lot of pro-choice Republican women, many of whom are getting out there to try to volunteer and make these things pass. They are staunchly for abortion rights. This is something that they care deeply about. It's a very emotional issue, a very personal issue, but they still say they're voting for Donald Trump, despite their support for abortion rights for these measures.
And that bottom line point is really the critical one to keep in mind. Bridget, let me turn to you. A majority of Americans say that they support access to abortion. How do you see this playing out?
Well, you're right. We've seen in poll after poll after poll that this is popular among a majority of Americans. In a recent poll, 60% about supported access to abortion in their state for any reason. That includes about a third of Republicans. And we've seen that again consistently in polling. But to your point, and it's a real question of whether these ballot initiatives are going to boost turnout and help boost Democrats up and down the ballot. Those polls that you mentioned also showed really close races still in Arizona and Nevada, even despite that broad support for those amendments. So we're still looking at really close races here.
Yeah, and I mean, Bridget, history tells us part of what we could expect to see, which is that in the midterms, we saw it drive turnout up. And in special elections over the past several years, it has had an impact.
That's right. We've seen Democrats really capitalize on this issue. In the midterms, for example, according to exit polling, about a quarter of voters said abortion was the most important issue to them. Of that group of voters, 3 in 4 supported Democrats, overwhelming numbers for Democrats here. Now, Republicans I've talked to have said this is a problem for them, that they need to not let what happened in the midterms happen again. Or in their view, Democrats are really able to define them on this issue. They want to be more proactive, saying what they support, what they don't support, but it remains to be seen if that's going to land with voters.
It really does. And Caroline, I mean, Bridget touches on such an important point, which is that we have seen this really drive and turn out voters and really enhance enthusiasm in these key races. And Trump has tried to kind of navigate these very tricky waters. And to some extent, he has. Of course, he takes responsibility for overturning Roe v. Wade. And then at the same time, I just interviewed J.D. Vance this weekend. He told me that Trump would veto a federal ban on abortion. Do the mixed messages confuse voters? How do they play with voters?
It's fascinating, Kristen. I mean, I have been talking with women who, these pro-choice Republican women, they're convinced that many of them that Trump is actually pro-choice. And I say, well, what about Roe v. Wade? That wouldn't have happened without the justices that he appointed to the Supreme Court. And they tend to, I mean, this is all anecdotal, but the ones that I've spoken to kind of wave that away and say, he's really, doesn't really care about this issue, and look at the things that he's saying now. I do think that this sort of backpedaling, I think that voters kind of see what they want to see in it.
Yeah. Do you think this new announcement on IVF, as Garrett points out, it's more of an idea than a plan because there's so many unanswered questions. Do you think this gains traction? I mean, we started to see this fight play out on Capitol Hill earlier this year when a number of Republicans voted against expanding access to IVF.
Well, yes, exactly. And that included J.D. Vance. I think that, we have to see, this is really early days for this policy being announced. But the voters that I've spoken to so far are just a little bit confused. They're not sure. They want to know more. So I think a lot will hang on, the next couple of weeks as they're explaining this policy more. Is it going to hold up? I think voters will be interested and will pay attention to that.
Well, and Bridget, to that point, I mean, voters broadly favor expanding access and supporting IVF. Trump knows that. That's part of the counter-programming that we saw yesterday when he rolled out this policy. Talk about what you see in the numbers there.
Yeah, that's right. Like you said, we do see overwhelming support for this among Democrats and Republicans, too, which you might be thinking, why are we talking about this? We all agree about this, right? But this is part of the broader case that Democrats are making against Republicans, that IVF, broader reproductive rights, are at risk with Republicans in charge. And, we haven't seen Trump really be able to move the numbers on this issue. He's been saying for months that he supports IVF, he supports exceptions, but we've seen Harris continue to have a big advantage. It's one of, if not the best issue for her in polls when they're tested on a range of issues.
And what's so striking is, of course, she, prior to taking over the top of the ticket, really became the person who was most outspoken in the Biden administration on this issue. Bridget Bowman, thank you so much. Caroline, really appreciate it. Thank you for your great reporting. And coming up next, Vice President Harris speaks out about her day one priorities and what's next for her campaign. The mayor of Savannah, Georgia, who spoke at Harris's rally in the battleground state, joins me next. Plus, setting the stage, how both nominees are preparing, or not, to debate each other for the first time. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I
feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As we mentioned, Vice President Kamala Harris sat down for her much-anticipated first formal interview since becoming the Democratic presidential nominee. Alongside her running mate, Tim Walz, Harris was pressed on some of her policy positions that have changed since her 2020 presidential run. Her response, which she invoked multiple times, was, quote, "My values have not changed." Take a listen to a little bit more.
Dana, I think the most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed. We have set goals for the United States of America and by extension the globe around when we should meet certain standards for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, as an example. That value has not changed. My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed. I spent 2 terms as the Attorney General of California prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, violations of American laws regarding the illegal passage of guns, drugs, and human beings across our border. My values have not changed.
Joining me now with more on the Harris interview is NBC News White House correspondent Aaron Gilchrist. Aaron, thanks so much for joining me this afternoon. So there were a lot of questions about whether the vice president would answer why she had changed some of her positions since 2020. How specific did she get? What are the big unanswered questions?
Yeah, I think there are still some questions about what wasn't answered during the course of that interview, right? We do know that this issue of fracking in particular is something that is really important in battleground state Pennsylvania, for example. And so it was something that we knew was going to come up and that she would have to address. And as you said, in her response to that line of questioning was really to say that her values haven't changed. She was talking about the issues around the climate crisis, which she said is a real problem. We know that back during the 2020 campaign, I think when she was still a candidate for president, she said that she would ban fracking. And then when she became the vice presidential nominee, she said that President Biden would not ban fracking, that she would not ban fracking. Last night in an interview, she reiterated that. She made the point again that she said she wouldn't then, and she wouldn't ban fracking now. And then, as you noted, there were other things, other topics, other areas where her positions have changed over time. And she spoke to them by saying that she believes it's important to build consensus and to find common ground, suggesting that in the time that she's been vice president, Kristen, she's been able to sort of be at the table, be in the room when some of these big issues are being talked about, not in a political way, but as a matter of policy setting, looking at the issues as they are real in the moment when you're actually the vice president, and potentially that her positions have adjusted to some degree now that she's in the job. Yeah, it's a really great point. And, you know, it's interesting, Aaron, because one of the big questions I think so many people have is, how would a Harris administration differ from a Biden administration? Did she give us any clues into that last night? Yeah, I think that was something that Dana Bash in that interview tried to get at. The vice president offered praise of President Biden and said that she was proud of the record that the Biden-Harris administration has had to this point and the legacy that President Biden will have. At the same time, she did try to sort of separate herself a little bit. I think she suggested that there are still a lot of serious issues facing the country, problems that American families have to deal with, and that she feels as though there needs to be an effort on her part, there will be an effort on her part to move forward. That's a word that we hear a lot from this campaign, the idea of forward motion for them and trying to address some of the issues perhaps differently than has happened during the Biden-Harris administration. She also talked about turning the page in terms of how she believes former President Trump has positioned the country. I want you to hear a little bit of what she had to say about that.
I'm so proud to be running with Tim Walz for President of the United States and to bring America what I believe the American people deserve, which is a new way forward, and turn the page on the last decade of what I believe has been contrary to where the spirit of our country really lies.
But the last decade, of course, the last 3.5 years has been part of your administration.
I'm talking about an era that started about a decade ago, where there is some suggestion, warped I believe it to be, that the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down, instead of where I believe most Americans are, which is to believe that the true measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up.
And Kristen, Vice President Harris has been really good about staying on message throughout these last several weeks that she's been the nominee. You saw that again in the interview last night, talking, I think, giving you sort of a longer answer about not going back, something that she speaks about a lot on the campaign trail. I think you'll hear more of that in the debate coming in a little more than a week, Kristen.
Oh, I bet we will. Aaron Gilchrist, thank you for breaking it all down for us. Really appreciate it. Joining me now is Savannah, Georgia's Democratic Mayor Van Johnson. He met with Vice President Harris on her bus tour of southern Georgia this week. Mayor, thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you so much. It's a privilege.
Well, it's a privilege to have you. Let's start off talking about this visit to Georgia. She was in Savannah. Why do you think she chose to go to Savannah? Why is that so critical to winning the state? And is it possible to win the state this election cycle for Democrats?
Well, first of all, Savannah is the greatest city on earth, so of course she would come to Savannah. But that being said, we are convinced that the road to the White House goes through the state of Georgia, but the lane to that road goes through Savannah and coastal Georgia. 4 years ago, we were able to make history by not only sending President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris to the White House, we were also able, in the midst of Republican states, to send Savannah's own Reverend Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff to the Senate. So the fact is that Georgia has shown herself to have an independent mind, to think independently, and certainly we believe we could do that again. Fortunately for us, we have a record to show about partnerships with the Biden-Harris administration. We have the receipts, so to speak. And so they consider us partners. And so I was glad they were here, not only to see Savannah, but also coastal Georgia, some of the rural areas outside of Savannah, to see how folks live.
You know, Mayor, you bring me to my next question, which is about Senator Warnock. He is someone who has driven up turnout, who has helped Democrats to do that. He's not on the ballot, though, this election cycle. How concerned are you that that could make it more challenging for Vice President Harris, Governor Tim Walz, to win the state?
Well, elections are always about people, but elections are also about message. And so we believe, really, that this race is really bigger than Democrats. We believe that Vice President Harris and Governor Walz has a message that speaks to America, that speaks to Georgians. And not only do we believe their message resonates with Democrats, we believe it does to independents in a big way, and also to Republicans that have open minds. We want people to vote their interest. And I tell you that the folks not only in Savannah, but in rural Georgia and coastal Georgia, the issues that Vice President Harris speaks to are issues that folks here deal with every single day. I believe that that message will resonate with people, and even though some people might be staunch Republicans, they're going to go and they're going to vote their interests, and their interests are best served by Vice President Harris.
Mayor, let's talk about Vice President Harris's first interview last night. One of the big unanswered questions was how a Harris administration would differ from a Biden administration. Do you have any more insight into the answer to that question after last night's interview?
Well, I don't in that case, but of course I've been around for a while. And I know I've served as a mayor pro tem, so to speak, before I became mayor. So you have ingredients that have worked really well before, and then you have the opportunity to put your own flavor on it. I mean, she's not going to be identical to the Biden administration because she's not identical to President Biden. You know, there are things that worked really, really well. They have shown how they can work collaboratively with Congress to get things done. And I think she will take that same energy, but most importantly, her passion, her ability to connect with people, and she will craft her own way in a Harris presidency. So I think, you know, at the end of the day, she becomes who she is. And she has 4 years of good experience. Cities trust her, states trust her, and we think she'll be an excellent president.
Well, let me ask you, because she was pressed on some of her stances, which she has shifted since 2020 when she ran in a primary, including she initially supported a ban on fracking. She supported decriminalizing the border. She said, quote, "My values have not changed." Do you think that answer is good enough, or does she need to do more to explain to voters how she got from point A to point B?
Well, I tell you this, I'm not the same person I was some years ago. My values haven't changed either. My views sometimes has changed. When we know better, we do better. As we evolve, as we listen to people, as we become more educated, as the conditions change, as we work with others across the aisle to get things done, then our views sometimes do change. And so that's how you get things done. I don't expect Kamala Harris of 2024 to be the same Kamala Harris of 2020. I don't think any of us are the same person that we are. And so I think we lead the values with, we have a record of public service in which she's shown her values, she's shown her North Star. I think some of that is transparency and a commitment to public service. And we use that to be her guiding star as she moves forward through this campaign.
You know, she was asked about some of the attacks by former President Trump against her, including the recent one where he said she recently turned back. She said that's just the old familiar playbook. Next question, dismissed it. She has not really wanted to talk about race or gender or the historic nature of her candidacy. Do you think that's the right strategy, or should she lean into it a little bit more, as we saw with Secretary Hillary Clinton back in 2016?
I say good for her. Those are dog whistles. It's important for her to make history, but it's more important for her to make sense. Her candidacy makes sense. She will be the president of the United States that happens to be a woman of color. We'll be very proud of that history, but I think we'll be prouder of the sense that she makes, the common sense approaches, the thoughtful, people-centered, forward-thinking, innovative approaches that she brings to her presidency. I don't want her to get caught in the dogfights that President Donald Trump wants. He wants to get into this gutter type of stuff. She's rising above that. I'm glad that she is, and she's moved on. She has a country to run and run in a bigger way.
All right, Mayor Van Johnson, thank you so much for your time. We'll be talking to you along the way. Really appreciate it.
I look forward to it. Thank you so much.
All right. Coming up next, you are looking at live pictures of former President Trump's campaign rally in Battleground, Pennsylvania, where he's set to speak just moments from now. The panel's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Welcome back. We're now just 11 days from Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's first scheduled debate. And my colleague Yamiche Alcindor has new in-depth reporting on how the vice president is preparing. According to multiple sources, Harris's main goal is to stay calm and avoid being pulled into former President Trump's personal attacks. One source, though, says the team is also focusing on how to rattle the former president and get under his skin. Harris also plans to articulate how her administration would be different than President Biden's, something she notably did not do in that interview last night, as we've been discussing. For more, I'm joined by my panel, Shelby Talcott, politics reporter for Semaphore, Simone Sanders Townsend, former chief spokesperson for Vice President Harris, and now a co-host of The Weekend on MSNBC, and Mark Lauder, director of strategic communications for Donald Trump's 2020 campaign, and now chief communications officer at the America First Policy Institute. Thanks to all of you for being here. I want to get through a couple of topics because we have no shortage of them on this Friday before Labor Day. Shelby, let me start with you and Donald Trump's big announcement on IVF. He says he wants to make IVF free for people and families who want that and need that. A lot of unanswered questions, including at the top of the list, who's going to pay for that? How do you see this playing out, and could it basically dent some of the backlash from Roe v. Wade being overturned?
Yeah, I think it absolutely could, but I also think that there is the risk of frustrating those anti-abortion activists. And we already saw, based on both his IVF comments and his comments on the 6-week abortion ban, that a lot of these anti-abortion activists were immediately frustrated. Now, do I think at the end of the day they're going to go and not vote for him? I'm not convinced, right? But I think it represents how this dynamic has shifted. Donald Trump no longer believes that he really needs this group. He believes that he's already overturned Roe v. Wade. He's already done all of this for them. And at the end of the day, they're going to vote for him.
Mark, that's the critical question. Will they? Or will there be an enthusiasm gap because of exactly as Shelby's saying, some of them will be disappointed or expressing the fact that they're frustrated, particularly over his comments about abortion, signaling that he might support this amendment that would basically overturn the 6-week ban.
Well, I think he'll still be a huge champion on the life issue in the states, and so he's very valuable in that respect. So I would think that pro-life groups and pro-life individuals would still, for the most part, come out and support him. I also think, too, that when you look at the broader issues, it's not just going to be, yes, there are single-issue voters, and this is one of them, but I think most of them are also going to say, my groceries and gas cost too much, the border's wide open, and for all of these reasons, I'm choosing Donald Trump, who's also pro-life, rather than Kamala Harris, who believes in abortion up to birth.
Well, and Simone, let me get you...
I'm sorry, I had to laugh at Mark because everybody knows abortion up to birth doesn't happen.
Then outlaw it.
Well,
You can't.
Which is, just to be clear, and what Simone's saying is basically that abortions later in term happen when there is a medical crisis, typically, and it's less than 1% of all abortions. But Simone, look, I interviewed Senator J.D. Vance on Sunday.
Very strong interview,
thank
too.
You.
Strong.
Thank you very much. He said to me that, yes, Donald Trump would veto a national abortion ban, veto it if it came to his desk. Senator Elizabeth Warren came on the show moments later and said, American women aren't stupid, we're not going to buy that. But as Democrats see him, making these statements, unrolling these positions on IVF, for example, is there some trepidation that it could diminish some of the enthusiasm that they've had around this issue?
I don't think it could diminish the enthusiasm Democrats have had at Shelby's point, because if you, and perhaps into what Mark was saying, this is kind of similar to, for lack of a better term, the Hamas, if you will, the war between Hamas and Israel on the left for Democrats, right? People who are, that is an issue that is very important to them. It's very important to a lot of Democrats, but are you going to not vote for Kamala Harris if you are a Democrat on that issue? Or are you going to say, I have differences about this, but I'm still going to go to the polls and vote? And perhaps some of the pro-life folks within the Republican Party apparatus may take that tact, or they might say, no, this is very important to me, I'll stay home. I don't think that is going to diminish Democrats' enthusiasm. However, I think that when it comes to, and you saw this in Vice President Harris's interview last night, she talked about her values when talking about where she is on some of these issues. The issue is people don't know where Donald Trump's values are. And I think when it comes to that, the voters then may say, moderate voters, not base Republican voters, but like moderate voters, independent voters, people who say, I don't really know. On that, I think Donald Trump could be in hot water because you're all over the place on this, but what do you believe? And he has not told us what he believes, but we can see what he has done.
I actually find that to be hilarious because we actually don't know what Kamala Harris believes. All the things that she ran on in 2019 and 2020 have changed, but her values supposedly haven't changed. She really doesn't have a policy position moving forward. And people know where Donald Trump is. Low taxes, low inflation, big on American energy, secure the border, end the wars. This is not a difficult decision.
Well, you guys took me beautifully to my next topic, which is, Shelby, this topic of the interview and these questions that Kamala Harris was pressed on. I mean, did she do enough to fill in the blanks? She did talk about, yes, my values have not changed. Do you think there are more unanswered questions, though, about her policy positions?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think anybody could answer all of the policy questions in, you know, a 20, 30-minute interview. I could probably sit down with Donald Trump for 4 hours and still not get all of the answers I want. But what I do think is notable about what Mark said is you saw immediately after Kamala Harris came out and made that comment about how her values haven't changed, but some of her positions have. That was immediately used by Republicans to go on the attack. They've said, okay, well, your values haven't changed. Well, then here's what you said back in 2019. What about that? And so I think that's going to be something that she's going to have to answer further and figure out how to answer and give maybe a more solid, more in-depth response to.
That quote will come back for the next 68 days.
Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but I actually thought it was a good anchor because she said that and then gave an example. And I thought this example of saying that she cast the tie-breaking vote to allow for more leases, more drilling leases in the United States was a good one. And then where she ended is maybe where she should have started, where she said, because Dana pushed her and said, well, was there, what happened that really made the change for you? And she made the point that said, look, I see that you can grow the economy and you don't have to ban fracking. Okay, but when confronted with the question of will you vote to do this thing, she voted for it, whereas Donald Trump, and I mean, I think that the questions of what they do is really important here because anybody can say anything, but what do people do? And the former president, he put the justices on the court that overturned Roe versus Wade. He has bragged about that. He has said every single time he has been confronted with what to do and what he says, it dovetails with the opposite of what he's telling us now.
But he also had low grocery prices, low gas prices, a secured border, and a world that wasn't at war.
Yes, make me have all the babies where you do not support me and lower the gas. Got it.
Guys, this is the backdrop to the debate in just 10 days. I mean, Shelby, the stakes could not be higher. There's a whole debate about the debates, whether the mics are going to be muted. The Harris campaign wants them to be unmuted so that she can jump in, and because they think that Trump's going to derail himself.
Yeah, and you know, I've said this before. I was actually confused when Joe Biden's team came out and wanted the mics muted because we saw what happened back in 2020. It did not help Donald Trump. He is better when the mics are muted because he isn't able to, you know, do these distracting, aggressive comments. And so it is notable that this time around, Kamala Harris's campaign have realized that maybe they should have the mics unmuted. Now, will they be muted or unmuted? I have a feeling that at the end of the day, it seems like ABC News has said, listen, these are the rules, we're gonna have them muted. That could help Donald Trump.
You know, it's interesting, Mark, because the Trump campaign was asked how Trump is preparing. He famously does not prepare in a traditional way. He's been holding these policy discussions. One campaign staffer said, look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Do you think that's a smart way to prepare for this face-off?
Well, I also think something as simple as, you know, because we obviously know that Tulsi Gabbard is helping to prepare him. She moderated a town hall with him last night in Wisconsin. So he is preparing. She's asking questions. He's kind of game testing these answers out. And, you know, obviously this is how he likes to prepare. And as long as he's on the road and being able to do those things, I think he's preparing in his way.
Yamiche, I was going to say.
About Yamish's reporting,
yes, I have Yamiche in my head because I was going to say Yamiche has this great reporting on how she is preparing, which includes really trying to get under his skin. Simone, how can she do that, and do you think that that's effective?
I think the dismissiveness is always effective whereas it relates to Donald Trump. He does not like to be dismissed, and I think that could rile him up more to, say the one-off comment. But again, his one-off comments can be, Donald Trump is liable to say anything. Yeah. And so this not allowing the personal attacks to rile her or for her to have a response that could be off-kilter is also important to factor.
And I also think that that's going to be the basis of how this debate goes, is can Donald Trump show up and be disciplined and be on message, or is Kamala Harris going to be able to get under his skin? And that alone could determine who wins this debate.
That is always the big question. We saw how important debates are with the last one.
He did it with Biden.
Yeah, yes. Yep. Thank you, guys. Great conversation. Shelby, Simone, and Mark, really appreciate it. Coming up after the break, we'll have the very latest from the Middle East as Hamas and Israel agreed to a rare pause in fighting in some places in order to vaccinate Gaza's children against polio. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. While mediators in the Mideast try to secure a permanent end to hostilities in Gaza, the World Health Organization announced that Israel and Hamas have agreed to temporary zoned pauses to allow the distribution of the polio vaccine. Now, earlier this month, Palestinian health officials confirmed a 10-month-old baby had contracted polio, leaving him partially paralyzed. It's the first case of polio detected in the Gaza Strip in 25 years. The vaccination campaign is set to begin on Sunday in central Gaza before moving to southern Gaza and then northern Gaza with the goal of vaccinating 640,000 children under the age of 10. Joining me now is Raf Sanchez in Tel Aviv. Raf, thanks so much for joining me. So let's talk about this plan for temporary pauses. How much confidence is there that this zoned pause will hold?
So, Kristen, as you said, this is an incredibly complicated vaccination campaign. It's happening in the middle of a war zone, and it depends entirely on these pretty fragile pauses that Israel and Hamas have agreed. First one starting on Sunday for several hours, for 3 days in central Gaza to begin rolling out these more than 1 million vaccines. And as we've seen at points throughout this war, all it takes is one Hamas fighter, one Israeli soldier to start shooting, and potentially these ceasefires can collapse. The hope here among the United Nations, among humanitarian organizations, is that it is really not in anybody's interests for polio to begin spreading in Gaza for the first time in 25 years, that that disease could be a threat to the broader Israeli population beyond Gaza. It is obviously an acute threat to the families of Hamas members inside of Gaza. So the hope is that these temporary pauses will hold, but there are a whole lot of challenges here, even if they do. I'll give you just one example. These vaccine doses have to be kept cold in order to keep them viable. There is very little reliable electricity inside of the Gaza Strip right now, so the UN is bringing in a lot of cooling equipment, but a big challenge ahead, Kristen.
What a complicated challenge for sure, and we know, as you point out so well, Raf, how delicate these pauses in fighting can be. Let me ask you about what's happening in the West Bank, the raid there now in its third day. Has Israel laid out a clear goal and end game there?
So they say that they are trying to stomp out terrorist groups supported by Iran operating out of the West Bank and carrying out attacks against Israelis. It is not at all clear what victory would look like as Israeli forces continue to operate in several cities in the occupied West Bank. And there's no real timeline at this point. Israel says that they are assessing this day by day. They are saying that they killed a local Hamas commander in the northern city of Jenin earlier, as well as several of his accomplices. Hamas are confirming that. But, Kristen, this is causing just absolute chaos for the many hundreds of thousands of Palestinian civilians in the West Bank. People are fleeing their homes, and what we are seeing on a fairly large scale now in the West Bank is Israeli airstrikes, which is not something that we used to see previously. Kristen.
Raf Sanchez, you've been covering this conflict from the beginning. Please continue to stay safe. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. And coming up, we'll have new developments in another ongoing deadly conflict. An investigation is now underway after a deadly F-16 crash just weeks after Ukraine's military received the long-awaited U.S.-made fighter jets. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Democracy is happening now. We have a lot to get to on this historic night.
Significant breaking news in the presidential race.
Now never stops.
There is new energy infused into this race.
People were on their feet. Folks were fired up here.
Now is where it counts.
Democrats point to record fundraising.
Thousands were waiting to get into the event.
The moment is now.
The only voice that really matters are the voice of the voters.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin hosted his Ukrainian counterpart at the Pentagon today, reaffirming America's commitment to Ukraine and its war against Russia. It comes as Ukraine's military continues to make gains in its incursion into the Kursk region, claiming control over 500 square miles of Russian territory and capturing hundreds of prisoners of war. But while Ukraine is finding success in this latest military offensive, it has also suffered a devastating setback after a U.S.-provided F-16 fighter jet crashed while repelling Russian strikes, killing the Ukrainian pilot. Ukrainian and U.S. officials are now investigating the cause of the crash. It's the first reported loss of an F-16 jet in Ukraine after the U.S. began delivering the planes last month. Joining me now is retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, former commander of U.S. Army Europe. Thank you so much, General. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for the opportunity.
So let's start right there with this horrible news, this F-16 crash. What are the implications of this, and what's your reaction?
Well, of course, it's terrible for the family who loses that lost the pilot, and it's terrible for his colleagues. But I mean, this is a war, and the F-16s, which have been provided not by the United States but by other European countries, they're not magic. I mean, it's about how they're employed. And it looks like the Ukrainians were already having positive effect using them in a air defense role. And of course, there may be other losses, but this is what the Ukrainians have to do to protect their fellow citizens.
Lieutenant General, let me ask you, do you think that it could jeopardize the Biden administration, other allies, providing Ukraine with more F-16s, more fighter jets that are needed?
No, not at all. I mean, first of all, of course, there's always an investigation after any aircraft goes down in any circumstances. But this should not affect whether or not nations provide an F-16 to the Ukrainians. We don't even know why it went down yet. There's only speculation. The fact is, F-16s, air power is an important part of Ukraine's ability to defend itself. We should have been providing these things two years ago. They're just now arriving because we, the United States, have hesitated for so long to provide capabilities that Ukraine really needs to defend itself.
Well, you know, Ukraine's defense minister was actually at the Pentagon today. There are reports that he was there to present Secretary Austin with a list of potential targets inside Russia that Ukraine is looking at potentially striking. Do you anticipate that the administration will sign off on additional targets inside Russia?
Well, Kristen, I wish they would. These bad policies of ours about limiting what Ukraine is able to do is a direct reflection of the failure of the administration, which, by the way, has done so many good things otherwise for Ukraine, but our failure to clearly identify a strategic objective for this war, that we want Ukraine to defeat Russia. If you don't have a clearly defined objective, it's very difficult to have good policy, and that's where we are right now.
Just zooming out a little bit for folks here who care deeply about what's happening, what is the state of this war right now? Because Ukraine has now gone into Russia, but Russia has not backed down. What is the state of the war? Is there any hope that there will be peace talks at some point in the near future, in the next year even?
Well, you know, peace talks is not the objective. The objective is helping Ukraine reestablish sovereignty over all of their country, and for the whole world to see that the United States and the West, we are determined to protect things like sovereignty, international law, human rights, international agreements. If we can't do it against Russia, where it's much simpler in Europe than it will be in the Pacific, then I think the Chinese will draw conclusions that we're not really committed to that. So I think actually it's useful to keep in context that this war has been going on for more than 10 years, and Russia had all the advantages, and they still control less than 20% of Ukraine, and they've lost 600,000 troops. I think Ukraine has changed the narrative of this conflict, the momentum with their counteroffensive into Kursk, and I think the Kremlin is very worried right now about what's going on.
Lieutenant General, very quickly, we just have about 20 seconds here. How closely do you think folks are watching the election here, the very different perspectives on whether aid should continue to Ukraine?
Well, I think the president needs to explain to Americans why what happens in Ukraine affects people in Missouri and Oklahoma and California and New York. It's about our economy. It's about deterring China. And we don't want to have American troops in a war in Europe. So to do that, you make sure that Ukraine defeats Russia in Ukraine.
All right, General Ben Hodges, thank you very much for your perspective. We will be back Monday with more Meet the Press Now. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press on your local NBC News station. I'll have exclusive interviews with Congressman Ro Khanna and Senator Tom Cotton. Do not miss it. The news continues with Christine Romans in for Hallie Jackson right now.
We're coming on the air with a swing state push as we enter the unofficial beginning of the end of the presidential race. Former President Trump out in Pennsylvania right now. Harris hitting the Rust Belt states this weekend. We're live on the campaign trail. And tributes for an NHL star and his brother killed while biking on the day of their sister's wedding. What happened as the alleged drunk driver involved in that accident appeared in court today. Then pack your bags for the long weekend and maybe pack a COVID test as tens of millions of Americans hit the road and skies. Why it's more and more likely a contagious new strain may hitch a ride on your holiday travel plans. Plus, a big weight lifted off some college students' shoulders thanks to a little-known type of financial aid package. How no-loan policies are making what seemed impossible possible for some families. And two American men facing off in a must-watch match at the U.S. Open right now. Will one of them bring home a Grand Slam title after 21 years without one for an American? We're live from the courts later in the show. Hey, I'm Christine in for Hallie, and tonight we begin on the campaign trail where both candidates are making the rounds in swing states this Labor Day weekend during what's known as the unofficial home stretch of the presidential race. This is a live look at former President Trump in Pennsylvania for a rally. After this, he's going to D.C. to speak at the Moms for Liberty National Summit. That's as his running mate is doing some damage control after Mr. Trump said he would support mandating that the government or insurance companies pay for IVF treatments. Comments he made in that exclusive NBC interview we told you about on this show just 24 hours ago. J.D. Vance left to explain what a policy plan for that would even look like.
All details get worked out in the legislative process, and we're not in the legislative process because we haven't won yet. But I think that President Trump, again, just believes that we want women to have access to these fertility treatments. We're not going to force anybody to do something that is against their conscience, but we also want to make this fertility stuff available to as many people as possible.
Meanwhile, the vice president's campaigning in Detroit and Pittsburgh over the long weekend, and it comes as the Harris camp launches a reproductive freedom bus tour, kicking off in the former president's home turf, Palm Beach, Florida. We are 67 days out from Election Day with a new national poll from the Wall Street Journal showing the vice president leading former President Trump with a narrow margin, 47 to 45, respectively, in a poll taken after the DNC. Aaron Gilchrist is in Washington, and Garrett Hake is with former President Trump in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Garrett, what are you hearing from the former president tonight so far, and what more do we expect? Next stop is this Moms for Liberty annual summit.
Yeah, he's not a big fan of Kamala Harris's CNN interview last night. He just went through it kind of mocking her for her tone as much as any of her answers, arguing that she's too far left for the country and has been too unspecific and describing what she actually believes. But Christine, the news he's really made here was actually in an interview just before he took the stage, which he tried to clarify his answer on what he would do on that Florida abortion referendum that's coming up, telling a reporter for another network he would vote no, basically saying that while he thinks 6 weeks is too early, he thinks voting for this particular referendum would allow things to go too far in the other direction. His campaign clearly aware they had to clean up this answer after it has really split the Republican Party and the anti-abortion movement for the last 24 hours.
Yeah, you say the former president just spoke to Fox News doing that cleanup. So Florida's Amendment 4, remind us what it is. And so is he completely reversing from what he told Adasha yesterday?
Functionally reversing, but more of a clarification. I mean, this is a hard one to parse exactly here, Christine. The bottom line here is that the Florida referendum here would have gotten rid of Florida's 6-week abortion limit and would have basically put language in place that said there could be no limits on abortion in the state of Florida before viability. Genuinely thought it's around 24 weeks. Trump, I think, has used the slightly more open-ended nature of that referendum as an excuse to say that now, in fact, he does oppose it, even though he thinks the 6-week rule that exists in Florida right now goes too far. It's the problem with his theory that all decisions have to be left to the states on this issue. Here's a decision left to his state, and he's stuck in the middle with a politically unpopular choice to make between his, Christian conservative base on the one hand, and I think his own views, which are much more moderate, on the other.
We're just getting new details about what debate prep for the former president looks like. What do you know?
Yeah, Chris, it doesn't look like what you and I might think of as traditional debate prep. There is no podium. There is no person standing in playing Kamala Harris. Donald Trump believes debate prep is everything he does in his daily life. He thinks it's the interviews he's been conducting. He thinks it's been the questions he's been taking at events, at least a few of them last night. It's also the process that he uses to gather information. This is someone who calls around to his friends and allies. He might make 20 phone calls in a night to bounce ideas and workshop lines with people. He's also been using Tulsi Gabbard, the former Democrat new endorser, to help him turn from the attack lines he likes to give to pivot to talking about his own policies. The two of them have been workshopping ideas together that they might be able to use on the debate stage.
All right, Garrett, thanks so much. Looks like a lively event behind you. Thanks. Let me bring in Aaron Gilchrist now. Aaron, the Harris camp is hitting a few stops this long weekend in Rust Belt states. What do we know about the campaign events that'll be happening there?
Yeah, we know that the vice president is sort of laying low this weekend, but on Monday, the Labor Day holiday, we do expect to see a blitz of several battleground states from different members of the Harris-Walz campaign effort. You can see on the screen here some of the places we expect to see the vice president on Monday: in Michigan, in Detroit, and then she will travel to Pittsburgh and join President Biden for their first campaign appearance together. And this is really going to be an effort for them to talk about the importance of the American worker, as we understand it, and their support for unions in this country in particular. We know that's something that the two of them have talked about separately on many occasions, and we expect to hear them speak about that together on Monday in Pittsburgh. We also know that Governor Walz, the vice president's running mate, and his wife will make a stop in Wisconsin, speaking at Labor Fest in Milwaukee, and the vice president's husband, Doug Emhoff, will be in Virginia, speaking in the Hampton Roads area, a blue-collar area, a large military population in that area, again, advancing those conversations about the administration's support for workers and the Harris-Walz campaign's support for the same population, Christine.
You know, Aaron, we're heading into this unofficial last leg of the campaign, and it occurs to me Harris has only been a candidate for like 40 days. Usually candidates have months and months of prep to this stage with infrastructure and policy. How's she handling all of it?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they have had to rush to get a lot of things done. Now, obviously, we know that the campaign, the larger campaign apparatus existed after President Biden declared that he was running for re-election in April of last year, and Vice President Harris had been a part of that, obviously. But now it is her campaign, and they have to sort of retool around her ideas and the things that she wants to do, and they've had to sort of develop a set of policies, or at least specific policy language for her, not necessarily that of President Biden. And so there's an effort around that to get those policy positions developed, written out, and out for people to see and understand, and then also to add to the campaign infrastructure in terms of personnel to make sure that they all match up with what she wants to do in really about 9 weeks left in this campaign leading up to Election Day.
The campaign also, allies at least, are launching this bus tour focused on the key issue for Democrats, abortion rights. And this is just after the former president made those comments about IVF availability and expanding abortion rights in Florida. That bus tour is going to make some 50 stops, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And this topic is obviously something that has been key for this campaign almost from the very beginning. And so starting on Tuesday of next week, we will see this bus tour starting in Palm Beach, Florida, with the campaign manager, Julie Chavez Rodriguez, as well as Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar. They're talking about what they believe are the devastating impacts, as the campaign describes it, of former President Trump's actions as it relates to the overturning of Roe v. Wade. They're going to hit him on that issue. And then obviously today, excuse me, the former president talking about what he would like to do around paying for IVF treatments. That's going to be something this campaign, they've called it a lie, and you can expect them to call it that several times throughout the course of that bus tour.
All right, Aaron, thanks so much. All right, now to that shocking loss in the sports world. The alleged drunk driver accused of fatally striking NHL star Johnny Gaudreau, nicknamed Johnny Hockey, and his brother. That suspect appearing virtually in court today. 43-year-old Sean Higgins was arraigned on 2 counts of second-degree manslaughter. New Jersey police say he hit the 31-year-old Columbus Blue Jackets player and his 29-year-old brother, Matthew, while they were riding their bikes. The brothers were in the Salem County, New Jersey area for their sister's wedding. Gaudreau's team saying today, quote, "The Columbus Blue Jackets are shocked and devastated by this unimaginable tragedy. Johnny was not only a great hockey player, but more significantly, a loving husband, father, son, brother, and friend." NBC's Adrian Broadus joins us now, and the loss here is almost unimaginable. What more did we learn about what happened in court today?
Christine, it is just devastating. That 43-year-old accused of causing this devastation is Sean Higgins. He did not enter a plea, but he was charged with 2 counts of second-degree vehicular homicide. That's his photo, his mugshot on your screen. He was assigned a court-appointed attorney, but he did tell the judge he would retain his own attorney. All of this after the arresting officer wrote in a report that Higgins admitted to drinking 5 to 6 beers before driving. Higgins also told that officer he was trying to pass another vehicle when he hit Gaudreau and his younger brother, Matt. The 2 brothers were riding their bike. His younger brother was 29 and Johnny was 31. Christine?
Just awful. And their sister's wedding was supposed to take place today. What are we hearing from the family? What are we learning?
You know, what was supposed to be a day of celebration, Christine, has turned to a day of grief. Unclear if that wedding will still go on today, but we are hearing from an uncle of the brothers who said the world lost 2 great husbands, a father, brother, and friends. Outside of the arena where Johnny played in Columbus, a small memorial is growing as he is remembered.
We know that Johnny was a fan favorite. As we said, he was nicknamed Johnny Hockey. What will he be remembered for?
You know what? He was a small forward on the ice, but he had such a big personality off the ice. His former coach in Boston said he was every coach's dream, not only Johnny, but also his younger brother. You may remember the 2 were a package deal. They played together in college, and this is what fans outside of that growing memorial are saying tonight. Listen in.
We're going to lose a hockey legend, Johnny Hockey. If you're drinking, there's Uber. You don't need to drive. What's an extra $20 to go home? It's so sad.
It is tough indeed, not only for his friends and family, but all of those fans, Christine.
All right, Adrian Broadus, thank you so much for that. Tonight, Adnan Syed's murder conviction, made famous by the podcast serial, still stands after Maryland's top court ordered a redo of the hearing that freed him, saying it violated the rights of the victim's family. The hit podcast debuted a decade ago and chronicled his saga, serving a life sentence after he was convicted back in 2000 of murdering his high school ex-girlfriend, Hae-Min Lee. But after a long legal back and forth and big questions about evidence, he was released from prison 2 years ago. He'll stay free as the case goes to a lower court. Let's bring in Danny Ceballos for more on this. And Danny, walk us through how we got here.
This is an amazing amount of procedural complexity for a case that really involved a prosecutor wanting to dismiss the case outright, and really just a victim's or a family member of the victim who wanted to come in and actually make some kind of statement. That's how we got through all this appeal. The prosecution doesn't want this case to move forward. The only reason it's going back is to give the victim's family an opportunity to be heard, which reflects the growing acceptance of the idea of victims' rights. Traditionally, victims are not parties to a criminal prosecution. They are someone that the prosecutor can or cannot, might not solicit their input on what to do in a particular case. But that seems to be changing as we move forward.
Danny, this legal saga isn't over yet. What happens now?
The case goes back procedurally to exactly where it was the day before this hearing happened. And really, that's where we are a year plus later, 2 years really, after Adnan Syed was released from prison. So now we go back to where we were in the beginning, after all these appeals going up to the intermediate court, the Supreme Court, and of course, now presumably we're going to hear from the victim's family as they have an opportunity to be heard. But it will not likely affect the outcome one iota, because no matter what, it's the prosecution that wants to null pros, or in other words, withdraw the prosecution in this case. So one way or another, the odds are this case is going away. It's really about what do the victim's family, what rights do they have to be heard?
All right, Danny Ceballos. Thanks, Danny. So we're heading into the holiday weekend, and a special guest no one wants on their travels is coming along anyway. I'm talking about COVID. Despite COVID cases surging, hospitalizations up in almost every state, and deaths double what they were in the spring, we still seem to be hitting a stride of COVID normalcy, with some travelers even opting not to test so COVID doesn't disrupt their trips. And they sure are taking those trips. Americans hitting the road and booking almost 23 million plane tickets over this holiday weekend. Travel's expected to be up 9% from last year, a record. And the weather's only complicating things. Our climate team says we can expect a holiday washout in the Midwest and parts of the South. Check out this scene from Pennsylvania, a bridge collapsing as roads face flash flooding. A car trapped in a sinkhole there. Meteorologist Angie Lassman is standing by for us. But first, let's bring in Dr. John Torres. Dr. Torres, why the rise right now? Is it mostly fueled by all the travel that we're doing? Or is this new strain kind of really contagious, or both?
And Christine, you're right. This is not the guest you want to travel with or travel to. But I think what's happening here is kind of a confluence of a couple different things. Number one, the variant is changing, and we know the variant's going to continue to change. But in this case, it's changing to one that's more contagious. Luckily, it's not more deadly, and that's the good news behind that. But on top of that, certain things are happening now that we haven't had happen over the last year and a half or so. You know, people aren't caring as much about getting COVID. They aren't testing as much. They aren't getting vaccinated. It's a little bit delayed. And they're certainly not wearing masks or anything like that. So, you know, that whole factors, all those added together, I think are causing this rise here. But by far the biggest one is that variant changing to a more contagious status, which is going to happen continuing as we go on here.
In terms of travel, what steps should people be taking to safely enjoy their time away instead of this sort of like out of sight, out of mind mentality when it comes to getting the virus?
You know, I think that's an important thing to bring up. You know, number one, the virus is still the virus, and it's going to continue to do the things it's done. Right now, we're seeing higher cases than we've seen in the last year and a half. But like I mentioned, it's more contagious, but likely it's not more deadly, but it still is a deadly virus, and people still end up in the hospital and dying from it. Now, there's a variety of reasons people aren't getting the vaccines. There's a variety of reasons people aren't masking or testing, but those are things that still work. You know, the vaccine, granted, it's too late to get it for this weekend, but you definitely want to get it for the fall season coming up because it's a new variant out there. Masking, I always carry mine. The last couple of flights I've had, I've worn it the entire flight because people are coughing and hacking around me. I certainly don't want to get COVID or certainly don't want to spread it to them. And then think about that social distancing we used to do. If you're sick, social distance, especially if there's somebody that's vulnerable in the place you're going to, Christine.
I mean, you say you carry your mask. The last couple of flights I've been on, people were masking. Not all of them, but, you know, a good 20% of people were masked on planes. Let's talk treatments. We're learning from some new studies that weight loss drugs like Wegovy might actually help prevent COVID deaths. What do we know about that?
And this is one that's surprising a lot of people because it's not a result that has been expected. But what they found out in a large Wegovy trial, 17,000 people, that of those that got COVID, the death rate was decreased by 33%. And this is the important part. That death rate was increased almost immediately. In other words, as soon as they started taking the drug, not once the weight came off, because we know that obesity can cause issues if you get COVID. And so, you know, losing that weight can be important. But in this case, something else seemed to be going on here. There's another factor that scientists definitely need to dig into. And I think the important point here is to realize that this is a study that needs more studies to try and figure out what's happening here and why this is benefiting the people. And is it something that can benefit all of us? And so hopefully so, keeping our fingers crossed that as we find out more and more about COVID, we get more answers as well.
Potentially exciting if they can find out why that's happening. Dr. John Torres, thank you so much. All right, let's get to Angie now. Angie, given what's to come with the severe weather, what parts of the country are really in for it?
You know, Christine, it's going to be a couple of spots that see repeated rounds of some really heavy rain. It's going to be the Gulf Coast, which is already quite active here as we get through the rest of the afternoon and evening hours, and parts of the Midwest for any other travel through the day today. So let's talk about the big picture look as we head into tomorrow. We've got that flood threat that's going to hug, again, the Gulf Coast and stretch up into portions of the interior Northeast. This is from a cold front that's just kind of chugging along, moving to the east. We do still have a severe threat that we'll watch for tomorrow, but notice the rest of the country, it looks pretty good. We'll see nice conditions across parts of the plains for your Saturday. As we look to Sunday, again, really nice for really the western half of the country. We've got still this kind of unsettled forecast stretched across the southeast. This is going to cause some travel delays for folks there, and then some fall-like conditions kind of settle in across the northeast, but the rain just sticks with us across the Gulf Coast. That's where the weekend washout is. So if you're traveling, especially on that very busy Memorial Day, as we know a lot of folks are going to get back to their work weeks, Here's what we want you to know. We've got the front that's kind of just going to hang around. This means that not only is it going to be some pesky rain that interrupts your outdoor plans, but we could likely see some flash flooding. That's going to cause some travel trouble. The spots that we'll be watching for on Monday, Houston is one area. We'll likely be seeing delays across parts of Texas with plenty of rain, even up to 7 inches of rain expected in some of those spots. We've got across parts of the Southeast, places like Atlanta and Charlotte, hubs, of course, that could see some possible delays. And then those spotty kind of showers and thunderstorms across the Sunshine State will last as well. When it comes to the roads, I would say, again, those same kind of spots for Monday, Memorial Day. It's going to be I-10. We'll see I-45, I-35 across, once again, parts of the South that could see some ponding on the roadways. The flooding will still be a concern. And, of course, driving in the rain is going to be difficult. That goes for parts of the Carolinas and the state of Florida as well. These scattered showers and thunderstorms, unfortunately, not letting up as we get through our Labor Day forecast, Christine.
All right, Angie, thank you for keeping on top of it for us. Thanks. All right, this weekend we'll cap off a summer of record-breaking travel with the TSA reporting its 10 busiest days ever all came this summer. It screened an average of 2.7 million people a day since Memorial Day weekend. But not everyone is thrilled about this travel boom. Some popular destinations in Europe are putting restrictions on visitors. And here in the States, one city is inundated with tourists and is considering a ban. And where it is might surprise you. Here's Ellison Barber.
It's the last days of a summer of record-breaking travel that's overwhelmed vacation hotspots around the world. Barcelona visitors hoping to enjoy an outdoor snack, sprayed with water guns by protesters chanting, "Tourists, go home." And in Sintra, Portugal, signs warning of a traffic jam in paradise. Tourism turning into over-tourism, and cities are now cracking down. Venice this summer charging a fee for day trippers. Barcelona banning tourist rental apartments. Amsterdam capping the number of cruise ships and planning to ultimately close its cruise terminal entirely. And now the fight coming to an unlikely place, Juneau, Alaska. Population around 30,000. Every summer, passengers go on cruises to catch a glimpse of Alaska's stunning glaciers and wildlife. Then each day, thousands flood into Juneau, pouring into shops, going on excursions, setting up a battle between locals who love their small-town way of life and the tourists who desperately want a taste of it.
The cruise industry brings massive numbers of people on a concentrated schedule and spews them into a city like a tidal wave and then sucks them all out and leaves.
Carla Hartz lived in Juneau since she was a little kid and says the influx of people is inescapable. Cruise ships stopped in Juneau more than 700 times in 2023, with nearly 1.7 million passengers, up 74% from a decade ago.
All of the areas that the locals used to go to sport fish, to kayak, is all blanketed by whale watching boats.
Hoping for a day of rest, she started an initiative called Ship-Free Saturdays, pushing to ban large ships that can hold 250 passengers from docking in Juneau once a week and on the 4th of July. People will vote on it October 1st.
This is bad for our family. It's bad for our community.
McHugh Pierre is the chair of Protect Juneau's Future, a group campaigning against the initiative, worried the local economy will take a big hit. After all, the cruise industry was responsible for more than $300 million in spending in Juneau last year and nearly 4,000 jobs.
We expect there would be about 400 direct tourism-related jobs that would go away. And, businesses would shut down on Saturday. There's no reason to be open for locals. There's not enough people.
The city's already taking steps to limit cruise ships. Starting in 2026, it's capping cruise passengers at 16,000 a day and 12,000 on Saturdays. But for those who feel the soul of the city is at stake, they want more.
We know what Juneau was before it became just an exploited extension of the cruise ships. We know what we had and what we lost, and we want it back.
Ellison Barber, NBC News.
All right, still to come, the latest from court in the case against one of the doctors linked to the death of Friends star Matthew Perry. We're going to take you there. Plus, even more cases popping up of those dangerous mosquito-borne diseases we've been telling you about. Where they are, next.
From Paris, top story, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania, covering breaking news. President Trump was speaking on the other side of the barn. Our reporters are spread out across the convention floor as this historic evening unfolds. Fans here at the Med-C Arena going wild for Team USA. I know it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, gosh, it feels good.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
An arrest in the case of a couple that went missing from their home on a nudist ranch. That's in a minute, but first, today, one of the two doctors charged in connection with the overdose death of Friends star Matthew Perry made his first appearance in a Los Angeles courtroom after reaching a plea deal with prosecutors. Dr. Mark Chavez is expected to plead guilty to conspiring to distribute the surgical anesthetic ketamine. He's one of 5 people, including the actor's longtime assistant, accused by prosecutors of fueling Perry's addiction to ketamine. That addiction started during therapy sessions for depression and anxiety. Chavez would be the third person to plead guilty in connection to Perry's death in October of last year. My friend Chloe Molas is here now, joining us with the latest. What happened in court today? And tell us what we know about this plea deal with prosecutors.
Yes, so Dr. Mark Chavez, he's one of the 2 doctors that was charged in connection to Matthew Perry's death, charged with 1 count of conspiracy to distribute ketamine. Now, I just want to point out that his medical license has been suspended as just a few days ago, and he was actually under investigation by the medical board before Matthew Perry died. So he was already on authorities' radar long before what happened to Matthew Perry. And in the sweeping indictment, I just want to point out, there are these text messages between Dr. Mark Chavez and Dr. Placencia, known as Dr. P, going back and forth saying terrible things about Matthew Perry, like how much do we think this moron will pay for the ketamine? Well, today, you know, as part of this plea agreement, he had his first official appearance in court. It's called an arraignment. Later, like you said, he's going to plead guilty to this, but he still faces up to 10 years, Christine, behind bars, even though he is accepting this plea agreement.
What do we know about the other 2 people who have already pleaded guilty?
Yes, so that one of those is Kenneth Iwamasa. That was Perry's live-in personal assistant. And in the indictment earlier this month, prosecutors, and authorities, they said that Iwamasa admitted to injecting Matthew Perry with ketamine. He is not a doctor. He is not supposed to be doing that for viewers that are watching. That is not okay. And so he admitted to doing that and doing it even on the day that Matthew Perry died. And that Matthew Perry allegedly told him, shoot me up with a big one. And, one could say, well, this was Matthew Perry's assistant. Maybe he didn't know better. Maybe he was just trying to do his job. But obviously, prosecutors, they didn't see it that way. And he accepted a plea deal, and he, too, could go to prison.
So what's next here? We've got 4 other people in addition to Dr. Chavez, right? So 5 people altogether.
Yes.
What happens next?
So there are 2 individuals that everybody should be watching. Dr. Placencia, that I mentioned before, who has pled not guilty. And then you also have the ketamine queen. We've heard a lot about her, Jasveen Sangha. These 2 individuals, it appears that they want to fight the charges that are being laid out against them. And so they could potentially go to trial as early as this fall. And actually, earlier today, I was talking to NBC's legal analyst, Danny Savalos, who said, look, it's not uncommon for prosecutors and authorities to be able to bring a case rather quickly and go ahead and take it to trial. But, that's still quite a bit of time. That's more than a month away. They could flip. There could be plea deals for both of them as well if they do decide to cave to the mounting pressure and all of the media attention that this is getting.
A lot of legal drama around a very sad
And I
case.
just want to point out that Dr. Placencia, he can still practice medicine right now. He just has to disclose it to his patients, what's going on.
Interesting. All right, Chloe Molas, nice to see you. Thank you. Well, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a neighbor's been arrested on suspicion of murder in the case of a missing couple at a nudist resort in California. Officials say they found the suspect underneath his home after a sheriff's deputy the vehicle dismantled it. The couple disappeared like a week ago. Officials say they think they're dead. Their body is still on the property. Number 2, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is in political hot water over a proposal to put golf courses in a Florida state park. The plan is now on hold after pushback and bipartisan protests across the state. Golf stars like Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus would have helped design it. A DeSantis administration official said they, quote, lost the narrative. Number 3, high school football games in Plymouth, Massachusetts are going to be moved earlier in the day to help protect people from Triple E, that mosquito-borne virus. after officials confirmed a second human case in the state. It comes as New Jersey is reporting 2 deaths from another mosquito-borne condition, West Nile virus. Number 4, the Donald Trump biopic The Apprentice is going to hit theaters mid-October, just a few weeks before the presidential election. That's according to a source with knowledge of the deal. It gets into the former president's rise through the real estate industry in New York City. A Trump campaign spokesman called it, quote, pure fiction. Number 5, Fisher-Price is recalling more than 360,000 of these dumbbell toys for babies because the gray caps on the end can come off. And of course, that's potentially a choking hazard. Officials say they have not heard of anyone getting hurt from it, but the kids should stop using that toy right there, right away. People can reach out to the company for a refund. Right, some students heading back to college won't have to worry about one thing this school year, loan debt. Many universities are trying to put students' minds at ease by not including loans in their financial aid packages because college costs keep rising, and one study finds only 22% of young adults say the cost of getting a 4-year college degree today is worth it if they have to take out loans. Rahima Ellis takes a look at how that has been a game changer for students and families. This is the latest installment of our American Dream series.
Katie Callahan always wanted to go to college, but was dreading the thought of taking out loans to pay for it.
It was looking scarier and scarier.
Her mother says it was scary for the whole family.
I was extremely worried and concerned as just a middle-class family on a teacher's salary.
But Katie's fears vanished with her acceptance letter from Colby College in Waterville, Maine, her home state.
Applying to Colby and getting my aid package back, I was just so relieved and so excited.
The best thing about it? Colby has what many have never heard of, a no-loan package. Does no loan mean that college is free?
No loan does not mean college is free.
Randy Maloney, Vice President and Dean of Admissions and Financial Aid at Colby, says student financial aid packages include a combination of grants, scholarships, and work study, all based on need. What's different is that they never propose a loan as part of the plan.
We determine what they are eligible for, what they need to afford an education at Colby. We then meet that number 100%.
It highlights a little talked about big gap in the college affordability debate, the difference between the sticker price of tuition and what people actually pay. For example, while Colby's listed tuition and fees come out to $87,000 a year on their website, they say the average student there actually pays less than $18,000. And nationwide, the average sticker price of a 4-year private school is more than $60K, but the average after aid is less than $35,000, as grant aid has more than doubled in less than 20 years.
Is this something that every college can do, or this is just something for larger institutions with big endowments?
Many schools just simply are too tuition dependent. They don't have large endowments. They don't have big donors that are making, substantial contributions to allow them to be loan free.
Colby is incredibly lucky that we have an alumni network and a network of friends that support us. It's also a choice.
A choice they made back in 2008, and it's catching on, with no-loan policies now offered at 23 colleges in 12 states. Many of them highly competitive to get into and graduate from. So while the option might not be available to everyone, applicants should be aware of such benefits. Experts caution, when considering a college with a no-loan policy, read the fine print.
So a school might say you don't have a loan in your financial aid package, but your family is expected to come up with $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. Well, if your family can't come up with that, you will have to use a loan to pay for that.
For Katie, now with her double degree in biology and music, it was a gift that keeps on giving.
It just means a lot knowing that there's a very academically rigorous institution that's allowing people from all backgrounds to attend and not have to stress.
All right, Rahima joins me now. How will these no-loan packages, affect students and universities in the long run?
It means that they have more money in their pocket, that they can get started on the rest of their life without being dragged down by a loan, an apartment, a house, a car.
some of the things that you do in a house, and that's buying curtains, refrigerator, furniture. That helps the economy. Studies show that over the lifetime of a person who's gone to college, he ends up making 71% or more than someone without a college degree, with just a high school diploma. It boosts economic stability in a family as well as the economy overall. It's something that they say a college degree doesn't just benefit one person. It can benefit everyone in the family. And so it also is talking about how it's a benefit in terms of nation building, if you will, how people then begin to think of themselves as part of a larger community as a result of going into college and being around people who are different from themselves. Lots of benefits. But can everybody afford it? This is one option for some people, and it's starting to expand across the country.
It's been a great series. Thank you so much, Rahima.
Pleasure.
Thanks. All right, when we come back, a false alarm at Disney World inside the terrifying moments at the happiest place on earth. And a Lululemon shoplifting scheme, how the thieves pulled it off before it all came crashing down. That's next.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A pause in fighting in Gaza, but just temporarily, while the fate of a permanent ceasefire deal hangs in the balance to the Middle East right now in just a bit. But first, NBC covers hundreds of stories each day, and because it's tough to read, watch, or listen to all of them, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southern Bureau, a Florida Sheriff's Department says a stampede at Disney World's Magic Kingdom happened because of a false alarm for an active shooter. Police say guests at the park heard a fight and then a popping sound. And then they now think it was just a balloon. There was no shooter at the scene Thursday. You can see a crowd leaving a gift shop there in total disarray. Out of our Midwest Bureau, Minnesota police charging 2 women for allegedly shoplifting thousands of dollars worth of merchandise from Lululemon. Investigators say they received a tip from one store after it noticed serious losses from shoplifting and caught one thief on camera. The 2 women facing theft charges are accused of smuggling the goods through a nail salon. Also from our Midwest Bureau, high winds from a possible tornado knocking dozens of train cars off a track in North Dakota. Look at that. Some of them are there completely on their side. A railway official says no one was hurt and the train cars weren't carrying anything. All right, new video tonight from the Israeli army showing a missile attack that killed a local Hamas commander earlier today. You see it here. It comes as Israeli forces are on their 3rd day of a massive operation in the West Bank with a separate attack killing 5 people in the lead vehicle of an aid convoy that was carrying medical supplies and fuel in Gaza. Israel claims that convoy was hijacked by militants. Meanwhile, Israel has agreed to a series of short-term ceasefires throughout Gaza so that health workers can vaccinate more than 600,000 children against polio. Raf Sanchez is joining us now. Let's start with this ongoing operation in the West Bank and the attack that killed the Hamas commander. How significant, Raf, is it that, and what could it mean for the ongoing ceasefire talks?
So, Christine, this commander was the head of Hamas's military wing in the northern city of Jenin in the occupied West Bank. Israel says he was responsible for attacks against Israelis, and Jenin has been a hotbed of Hamas activity since well before October 7th. But in the grand scheme of Hamas's leadership, this is not a particularly senior figure compared especially to Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, who is inside Gaza in those tunnels, who is the key decider in these ceasefire negotiations. And overall, it is looking pretty unlikely that this will have any real impact on those talks. We've found these negotiations seem to have a sort of logic of their own. You might remember that Israel assassinated Ismail Haniyeh, literally Hamas's most senior negotiator in those talks, while he was visiting Iran. And yet 10 days ago, it did feel like there was some momentum while Secretary of State Antony Blinken was here. So pretty unlikely what is going on in the West Bank will affect those talks. I will say, Christine, this has been just terrifying for the many, many Palestinian civilians in Jenin and these other West Bank cities where Israeli forces are operating. They say tanks, troops are on the streets night after night, and there are very regular airstrikes now, not something we usually see in the West Bank. Christine.
Also, we're talking about this pause to administer polio vaccines. What will it look like, and do we think it'll work?
So we're going to see this in action starting on Sunday. The idea is to have several hours of pauses over 3 consecutive days, and that should, in theory, give time for these United Nations workers to begin vaccinating what they say is ultimately going to be 640,000 Palestinian children across the Gaza Strip. But this is a massive logistical undertaking, and it is based on these pretty fragile agreements between Israel and Hamas that nobody shoots in these specific areas at these specific times. The UN says it is going to distribute more than 1 million doses of the polio vaccine over the next 4 weeks. This is a 2-dose course of vaccination. So first doses now, more in the weeks to come. But the UN says they need to vaccinate more than 90% of this vulnerable population if they're going to stop the spread of polio in Gaza. And we've already seen, Christine, one confirmed case in an 11-month-old boy. Our team caught up with his family earlier in central Gaza. His name is Abdul Rahman. A few months ago, he was a happy, healthy baby. He was learning to crawl in the tent where his family is living, and today he is paralyzed in one leg. His family says that his other 9 siblings have now been vaccinated, but there is very little that the doctors can do for him. So just a heartbreaking situation for that family, and the hope is that this vaccination campaign will spare other children from this unforgiving disease. Christine.
And then this aid convoy that was hit in an attack earlier today. How dangerous does this region remain for aid workers?
Extremely. The UN says it has never seen anything like this in terms of the number of humanitarians killed in a single conflict. You mentioned there are kind of conflicting narratives about what happened here. Israel says this convoy was hijacked by militants, but this charity, Anera, is saying that, in fact, local Palestinian community members got in the lead vehicle of this convoy to help them navigate through what was turning into quite an unsafe situation near the Gaza border, that none of these Palestinians were armed, and that Israel's military carried out this strike against this convoy without any warning. Christine.
All right, Raf Sanchez, thanks so much. A lot to cover there. Coming up, a great American face-off today at the U.S. Open, taking you to the tennis after the break. Plus, the college football season kicks off, but it's looking a lot different this year. We'll tell you why up next.
See you tonight.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
The U.S. Open tennis tournament is well underway here in New York City, and some major storylines are already emerging. Happening right now, two of the top-ranked American men, Frances Tiafoe and Ben Shelton, facing off in a hotly contested match. Also today, Coco Gauff, the defending U.S. Open champ, winning her third-round matchup. All of this comes after that stunning upset last night. Third-ranked Carlos Alcaraz losing to the 74th-ranked player in the world. There's lots more action tonight and in the week to come. Let's bring in Antonia Hilton, who has the best assignment out there right now at Arthur Ashe Stadium. Antonia, an American man hasn't won the U.S. Open, what, 2 decades? Could we see another American in the final?
It is looking very possible. I mean, the energy around the American men has been really electric here on the ground. And certainly with Alcaraz now, who was, for many people, the favorite to win the entire thing, with the upset last night, him out of the picture, that certainly increases their odds right now. And as you mentioned, it hasn't been since 2003, Andy Roddick. And in fact, it's not just the U.S. Open. No American man has won any Grand Slam since then. And so there's a lot of excitement here. Same thing on the side of Coco Gauff. A lot of excitement to see if she can pull this off a second time in a row, because getting a back-to-back Grand Slam here is also incredibly rare. But I got to tell you, it is getting packed in here, and people who can't even fit into Arthur Ashe right now have been just waiting, watching every single game at every camera they can find. That's what it feels like here, Christine.
Wow, a lot of excitement. And defending men's champ Novak Djokovic going to be on the court tonight. What do we have to look forward to there?
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting match. He's going to be up against Popyrin, who is a player who, has threatened him at times. They've faced each other before. And so that's going to be exciting for a player who, has sort of pretty swiftly and easily moved through the tournament so far. He's another person favored by many to win. But if he were to pull that off, that would also be historic. Take a listen to some of Djokovic's recent remarks.
I'm happy to win 4-set another time, and I mean, don't get me wrong. But, he keeps on getting closer and closer, knocking on that door. He's a really good player, has improved a lot. He's won his first Masters in Canada, and just we always knew he has a big serve and forehand, but I think his backhand and his movement improved a lot.
When you talk to fans here on the ground, most people have their money on Djokovic winning this next round, too. He's been really dominant. Also has come out of the Olympics just on a high, having won gold. But this would be pretty amazing if he pulls it off. That would be his 25th Grand Slam win. Wow. That would be an absolute record, male or woman, kind of unheard of. So that's what people here are waiting to see.
And that's why it's so exciting to watch. Antonia Hilton, thanks so much. Have fun. Also on the radar for sports fans, the college football season is kicking off this weekend. It's the start of a season that's going to look a lot different from previous years after some major shakeups last year, like a brand new playoff format that's going to feature 12 teams. It used to be just 4, right? That's going to mean a lot more high-stakes games and a never-before-seen path to the championship. Let's bring in Sam Brock, who's been all over this. So talk to us about, the big change to the championship playoff format.
Sure. So what's weird is, 10 years ago, that's when the CFP, the college football playoff, first came into effect. Before that, there was all of this argumentation and sort of controversy over the top 2 teams and were they the right ones. So then you get a playoff format. That's been going on for a decade. Now it's expanding from 4 all the way to 12. So you would imagine at this point that is going to dismiss the naysayers who are worried that not enough schools get a real shot at this. The 5 conference championships with the highest seedings will automatically get in. So there's now 4 power conferences because the 5th one, the Pac-12, no longer exists. And then the next 7 highest ranked teams will follow that. So you get a total of 12 teams, and then the top 4, Christine, get a bye, a first-round bye. So you effectively have a wild card in all of this, and then another 3 rounds to determine the national champion.
You mentioned the Pac-12. It's virtually it's virtually gone, right? So only 2 teams. The Big Ten is like the Big 18. I mean, what's happening?
No, you're 100% right. The Big Ten, which is, these are generally regional conferences, went from 10 to 18 teams. The Pac-12 did dissolve. There's only 2 teams that are left, Oregon State and Washington State. They essentially have no homes right now. But the reality is it's all about TV contracts. And so the conferences dissolved, the Pac-12 specifically, because these teams were looking for more lucrative TV contracts, want to be part of conferences that will deliver more revenue. And so that's how we find ourselves in the situation where we are right now, where you have the Big 18, and then also, the ACC is up to 16 teams. You got them spread out all over the country. Geographically, none of this makes any sense, but college football fans are still going to be watching.
And they're going to be having crazy road trips to see their favorite games.
This is the best part, right? So the Washington Post did this whole breakdown on it and calculated, first of all, Stanford, right, Northern California, is traveling about 7,000 miles over the course of 16 days to 3 different schools. These are 3 of the other contests they flagged that are particularly egregious. Oregon to Maryland, 2,381 miles for a college football game. Cal out to FSU is 2,215 miles. Arizona to West Virginia, they said this was the funkiest, weirdest sort of juxtaposition of schools, 1,799 miles. It's just very strange to try to wrap your head around this, right?
It really is.
We both are Big Ten grads. And, you think of this as very much a regional play. And even like the rivalries, right? You still have Ohio State, Michigan in the Big Ten, but like Cal, Stanford, UCLA, USC, they're playing in conferences thousands of miles away. This makes no sense.
No, I don't even know who I'm supposed to hate this year,
New rivalries.
New rivalries. All right, Sam Brock, so nice to see you. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate it.
All right, still to come. 4, 3. Still to come, the movie's hitting the box office big time. Could the holiday weekend bring home a needed win for Hollywood? That's after the summer of sequels. That's after the break. Okay, the summer box office could be gearing up for a slightly stronger finish with 6 new movies coming out this holiday weekend. It was kind of a tough summer for theaters, starting with the worst Memorial Day weekend in decades. Remember Furiosa just barely beat Garfield to rake in a disappointing $26 million in North America. Still, media analytics company Comscore predicts more than $3.5 billion in gross box office sales through Labor Day. It's just short of last year when, remember, Barbenheimer helped boost the total to $4 billion. Comscore senior media analyst Paul DeGarabedian joins me now. Paul, okay, so what's up with the movies coming out this weekend? We just showed you some of them. They seem, I don't know, a little random.
Yeah, it's interesting, Christine, because at the end of the summer, you get this traffic jam of films. Last weekend, we had the Crow remake, a movie called The Forge, Blink Twice. This weekend, there's 6 movies or so opening over this long holiday weekend. And certainly there's the John Cho movie called Afraid, which I think it has to do with Alexa Run Amok or something like that. It's some sort of, in-home listening device and how that can affect your life. But really, it's about Deadpool and Wolverine. I think that's the movie that's going to dominate the weekend. But there's also the Reagan movie about Ronald Reagan. So there's some newcomers out there, but it's really been about the June and July resurgence at the box office. As you mentioned, back in May, a terrible May. A record not breaking, record breaking in the wrong way, one of the lowest Memorial weekends ever. And we've had a string of hits in June and July that brought the box office back in a big way.
And then the sequel, some 30 years in the making, Beetlejuice comes out next week. Why not this weekend?
You know, it's an interesting point, but Labor Day, I always say, is like the Rodney Dangerfield of holiday summer weekends. It can't get no respect. That would have been a great date for that movie, but I think that's going to be ushering in a very big fall movie season, and then what I think will be a spectacular holiday movie season with films like Wicked and Gladiator 2 opening on the same weekend, Moana 2 opening at that point in the holiday season. And then for the fall, you've got another Joker movie on the way, some really interesting indie films like Conclave and others that are out there. It's going to be a great time to be a moviegoer in the fall period because you're sort of out of the summer, you're into the more esoteric, edgy films, and in advance of the holiday movie season where you get the family films, the big blockbusters and the like. So it's a great time to be a moviegoer, but you're right, there's so many films out there right now, it's hard to keep track.
All right, Paul, nice to see you. Have a great weekend. You'll be watching movies, I'm sure. Thank you. All right, that's a wrap for this hour. Coverage picks up right now. We're coming on the air with a swing state push as we enter the unofficial beginning of the end of the presidential race. Former President Trump out in Pennsylvania right now. Harris hitting the Rust Belt states this weekend. We are live on the campaign trail. And tributes for an NHL star and his brother killed while biking on the day of their sister's